Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode after the apocalypse, betrayed and harmed by my family, I reborn and turned the villa into paradise. Our protagonist Xiao Mingyue was abducted to Fuelwo, a place harboring evil. There Xiao Mingyue witnessed the dark side of illegal transactions, prostitution, gambling, and rampant drugs. What's even more terrifying is that her captors tried to force her to become their tool. With no other options left, Xiao Mingyue bravely fought back, eventually killing Guiye's 7 men one by one and successfully escaping. On the way to escape, his partner Diao Xia accidentally opened the car window, which inadvertently angered the victims along the way, who threw stones at the vehicle to vent their dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Xiao Mingyue was quick to close the car window in time, avoiding a greater crisis. At the same time, her family members were in deep anxiety. Her parents, grandparents, and uncle ran around and even contacted Director Wei to call the police for help. So, can Xiao Mingyue return home safely and reunite with her family? Faced with the impending flood, how will she survive in this dangerous environment? For more exciting plot developments, please visit After the Apocalypse, Betrayed and Harmed by My Family, I Reborn and Turned the Villa into Paradise. Part 4 is exciting and not to be missed. After my eldest and second uncles left, it was already late at night. Grandma was old and couldn't hold on any longer. She was getting sleepy, so my aunt helped her back to her room to rest. The living room became quiet, with only Zhao's father, Zhao's mother, grandfather, and me left. Grandpa blew on the tea in his hand and took a sip. Now that everyone has left, go ahead and talk. Under the puzzled gazes of Zhao's father and mother, I cleared my throat and said, Grandpa always has a keen eye and can hide nothing from you. The fewer people who know about this, the better, Xiao Mingyue whispered. It's a form of protection for them that my uncle and second uncle don't know about it. My grandmother and my aunt are timid, and I don't want to scare them. Xiao Mingyue spoke slowly, thinking that her parents and grandpa should know about the existence of Fuelwo. Firstly, so that they would have an idea about it, and secondly, they were calm and trustworthy and would not talk nonsense everywhere. Especially Dad Xiao, he works in the planting department. What if he is seduced by some unreliable colleague one day? Wouldn't that be a mistake for him? Father Xiao couldn't help but break the silence. What happened? Didn't you get lost in the back mountain? Xiao Mingyue shook her head. No, she was kidnapped. What? Kidnapped? Father Xiao stood up suddenly, his brows furrowed, his tone filled with worry and anger. Calm down and listen to me. Xiao Mingyue explained the whole story in detail, the hidden transactions in Fuelwo, the undercurrents in the casino, the drug business, and the women who were forced to struggle in the shadows. But Xiao Mingyue omitted the thrilling moments that he had personally experienced, and simply said that he met an acquaintance, and this acquaintance happened to owe me a favor, so he let me go. This is my experience of this day and night. After finishing speaking, Xiao Mingyue felt dry in the mouth and picked up the cup and drank half a glass of water. Father and Mother Xiao were silent for a long time, and their expressions gradually recovered from their shock. Oh my God, it's so dangerous. Luckily we met an acquaintance, otherwise. Mother Xiao looked worried. Father Xiao frowned and said in a deep voice, There is actually such a place. This world is really lawless. The grandfather, who had been silent the whole time, seemed to be thinking about something and said nothing. Xiao Mingyue said calmly, It's good that you know about this, don't spread it out. The government may have already noticed this matter, and maybe they are investigating it secretly. Mother Xiao gnashed her teeth, furious. It's too good of a deal for Lu Qing to die. That bastard should be made to feel the pain of 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, and tortured to death like Tian Liangshan. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help laughing. He had just made light of it, only mentioning that he had shot Lu Qing to death, and didn't mention that he was killed by a wolf, for fear of scaring her. Unexpectedly, in her opinion, Lu Chen's death was too simple. Mother Xiao slammed the sofa, indignantly. No, this man is dead and cannot get away with it. He actually wanted to drag my daughter into this. I must make his family suffer a little. Now that Lu Chen is dead, his family is no longer eligible to live in the preferential housing. How can the family of this scumbag be entitled to enjoy special privileges? The superior housing was a dormitory arranged by the government. Lu Chen not only moved in himself, but also brought his entire family in. Occupying someone else's house had long been a cause of complaint. Xiao Mingyue turned her head and looked at Zhao's father. By the way, Dad, you work in the planting department. Have you heard of feud? Father Xiao lowered his head and thought for a while. I haven't heard of feud, but I seem to have heard a few colleagues talk about going somewhere to relax during their vacations. That place they mentioned is probably that place. You must not go! Zhao's mother immediately held Zhao's father's hand tightly, her eyes nervous and determined. Of course I won't go to that kind of place. It's not a good place. Zhao's father touched his nose. And I heard that the cost of living there is very high. It costs at least half a month's salary to go there. I also have to exchange the food, vegetables, and even fruits I was given for money. Zhao's mother glared at him, her tone teasing. Didn't you say you didn't know? How come you know the price so well? Father Xiao stood up and explained hastily. I just happened to hear my colleagues chatting. I am a decent person. Besides, I always get back my benefits. You saw it too, not a penny less. Dad Ao's face turned red. It was obvious that he didn't want to be wrongly accused, and he felt a little aggrieved. Grandpa waved his hand and said jokingly, all right, I still don't know who Qiangxing is. Even if you asked him to go, he may not be willing to go. Then, Grandpa looked at Xiao Mingyue with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at in front of the child? Xiao Mingyue couldn't help laughing secretly, and was caught by her grandfather. Seeing this, Zhao's mother muttered a little embarrassedly. Humph, I don't think he dares. Xiao Mingyue suppressed her smile and said seriously. Once you go to feud, it's hard to turn back. They will slowly empty your wallet. The security in the casino there is no joke. They are all armed. Any decent job is just an ATM there. Xiao Mingyue continued. Gambling addiction, drug addiction, any one of them is enough to ruin a person, not to mention prostitution in those places, which is just another way to get customers to spend money. Those prostitutes coax them softly, and men with lust in their brains can really do anything. In the final analysis, the ultimate goal is to squeeze out all your value. Father Zhao's expression became solemn and he nodded. Yes. Wife, do you still remember Wang Xuezhen? He was my high school classmate. He had excellent grades back then, ranked first in the grade, and was the only one who was admitted to a key university. But later on, he got addicted to gambling and couldn't quit. He owed more than 6 million yuan, and his family was ruined, and his wife and children were separated. He even wanted to get me to open a fishing tackle store together. Now it seems that it's a good thing that I didn't become a partner with him. Mother Xiao rolled her eyes and snorted. Of course I remember. He once blocked our door and asked for money. He asked for 800,000 right away. It was a pity that he even opened his mouth. Then Zhao's mother sighed, with a trace of pity in her eyes. What kind of situation has this world become? Disaster victims are starving to death, people fleeing famine are worried about food and clothing, but some people still have spare money to gamble and go whoring. It's really hard to understand. People's sorrows and joys are not the same, Xiao Mingyue said softly, with a tone full of indifference. Grandpa coughed lightly, his expression became serious, and he warned. What Mingyue said today, no one is allowed to spread it outside, just know it. This matter is too big, it is enough for our family to know it. Dad and Mom Xiao nodded solemnly. They both understood the seriousness of the matter. Xiao Mingyue hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell her everything about her encounter with Grandma, including the situation of her uncle and his family fleeing famine, and her grandma's current living conditions. Of course, she also did not forget what Grandma said to her father. After listening to this, Father Xiao said nothing and fell into silence, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Finally, he sighed. Mom has suffered so much at the hands of Big Brother, and she doesn't even feel the slightest bit of regret in her heart. Then, Father Xiao said in a low voice with self-mockery. It seems that even if I take her home to enjoy a comfortable life, it is still not as good as being scolded and tortured by my eldest brother. Let her think that I am vicious. Anyway, in her eyes, I am not as important as my eldest brother. Zhao's mother was so angry. What's wrong with her brain? They are both her biological children. Why is she so biased? Is she your biological mother? She couldn't be adopted, right? Father Zhao's face darkened, and he said calmly. Of course I am your biological child. Otherwise, I really wish I was adopted. At least I wouldn't have so many complaints. Mother Xiao shook her head and sighed. This is really weird. They are all biological children, so it's understandable that she favors boys over girls, but she doesn't love her younger sister-in-law, so why doesn't she even like you, her second son? Doesn't she love her sons the most? Why does she love the eldest son? Father Xiao leaned on the sofa in a trance, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. I have been thinking about this problem for decades, but I still can't figure it out. Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes and smiled. You don't understand, some people are like this. The more they are scolded by their closest people, the more comfortable they feel. When uncle gives grandma a good look, she will be happy for a long time, not caring about being scolded and feeling sweet in her heart. For people like this, she doesn't care about reason and it is impossible for her to repent. Next, Xiao Mingyue lived a leisurely and comfortable life. She stayed at home every day, eating, drinking, and lying down to enjoy the TV series she saved before the end of the world. Her life was so comfortable. Xiao Mingyue also bought a new mobile phone. She would occasionally check the farm orders and block a few impolite buyers. She felt that life was really comfortable. In his spare time, Xiao Mingyue would go to his own space farm to do some small farm work. Recently, the cows and pigs in the space have welcomed new lives one after another, and several sheep are about to give birth. After going through all this, Xiao Mingyue became an experienced midwife. She was no longer as flustered as before, and could even tell at a glance which livestock was about to give birth. As for the golden retrieved Fugui raised by Xiao Mingyue, he was extremely happy. He would come close to the little animals every day, and was as happy as a father. Xiao Mingyue even began to wonder whether he should find a wife for Fugui, but in this world, finding a tigress is harder than climbing to the sky, so Fugui could only continue to be a golden bachelor. In the fish pond, the group of red spy-head fish are growing very fast. The fry are already longer than fingers. They are full of energy, and can already hunt for food on their own. Xiao Mingyue poured in every day was instantly snatched away by the fish. Xiao Mingyue was busy picking and shipping, but she also didn't forget to scold those rude buyers. If anyone made her unhappy, she would immediately block them. The orders from Moon Farm have always been popular, especially those from the north. Xiao Mingyue then realized that most of these orders were from Fuelwo. Somehow Xiao Mingyue was found in that place, and people kept chatting with her privately, hoping that she could supply goods in large quantities, and were even willing to pay double the price. Xiao Mingyue scoffed at this kind of monopoly acquisition and refused it directly. The output in the space was limited, and she didn't want such a place to monopolize it. The other party tried to raise the price several times, but Xiao Mingyue simply pretended not to see it, and was too lazy to even reply to the message. One evening, Grandma was busy in the kitchen when she heard a hurried knock on the door. She called out, "Mingyue, go see who is knocking on the door." Xiao Mingyue responded and opened the door. It was Xinxin standing at the door with a sweet smile on her face. "Xinxin? It's you. Do you have something to talk to me about?" Xiao Mingyue asked in confusion. Xinxin smiled and handed over a bag with a hot lunch box inside. "Sister Mingyue, this is the pork pie my mom made. It's delicious. Eat it while it's hot," Xinxin whispered, with a bit of warmth in her eyes. "Pork filling? Pork is so precious now, will you have enough to eat?" Xiao Mingyue asked with a smile. "Enough, enough." Xinxin waved her hands quickly. "Last time I told my mom that I was lost in the mountains, and it was you who brought me back. She has been very grateful. This time, we finally got some pork, and my mom immediately made pies and asked me to bring them to you. Come and eat, Sister Mingyue, the pies my mom makes are the best." Xiao Mingyue smiled helplessly, feeling a little warm in her heart. "Your mother, Aunt Mayman, has sent a lot of things last time. Come in and sit down. I'm watching TV. Since you're free anyway, why don't you watch it with me for a while?" Xinxin waved her hands quickly and took 2 steps back. No, my mom asked me to go home as soon as I could." "Okay, then be careful on the road. Bye." Before Xiao Mingyue could say anything more, Xinxin left in a hurry. Watching her trotting away, Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but smile. This girl didn't even go in after delivering the gifts. It must be that Sister Mayman specifically told her not to be misunderstood. She was too cautious. Xiao Mingyue was about to close the door when suddenly a faint golden light appeared in the sky. The sunlight penetrated through the thick clouds and gently sprinkled on the earth. Is this sunlight? Xiao Mingyue looked up in surprise, staring blankly at the beam of light descending from the sky. The long-lost warmth and familiarity made her dazed for a moment. How long has it been since I last saw the sun? Counting the days, it has been almost a year. At first, it was just a continuous drizzle. Later, the rain became heavier and heavier, and eventually turned into a heavy downpour. For several consecutive months, the floods mercilessly swallowed up one city after another. Now, Pingjing City is the only surviving area. Even after the rainstorm finally ended, the sky remained gloomy. A whole year of damp, cold and gloomy weather made everyone extremely depressed. Xiao Mingyue had a premonition in her heart that the appearance of the sun meant that the flood would begin to recede and the cloudy days would dissipate. This was simply the dawn of a new life. However, Xiao Mingyue knew clearly that this sunny day, before her, was only a brief warmth. When the flood receded by half, extreme cold would suddenly come, first with a blizzard, and then a long period of freezing the world. Xiao Mingyue died in that extreme cold in her previous life, so she didn't know how long that winter was, but she knew that if she didn't prepare early, she would still not be able to escape the disaster this time. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue's expression gradually became solemn. Fortunately, the extreme cold weather would not arrive for another few months, so she still had time to stock up on supplies and make full preparations. At this moment, many disaster victims also noticed this sudden ray of sunshine and looked up at the sky, their faces filled with excitement and surprise. It's the sun! The sun is out! Oh my God, the sun is finally out! Ha ha, sun! I miss you so much. Finally, I don't have to face this cold sky every day. I want to dry my quilts and clothes in the sun. These things are all moldy. I'm really fed up with the humid weather. Some people even cried with excitement. Cheers exploded in the community for a while, like a celebration. There were also a few elderly people who knelt on the ground with their hands folded, trembling, and prayed devoutly to the sun, hoping that the long-lost sunshine could dispel all disasters and bring back the peaceful life of the past. Xiao Mingyue stood silently at the door, watching this scene, with mixed emotions in her heart. This scene is beautiful, but how long can the beauty last? No one knows the answer, not even her. Xiao Mingyue only knew that the future would be difficult, and the only thing she could do was to try her best to prepare for the upcoming disaster. The cheers from downstairs were heard by the upper floors, and many people leaned out to check. It's the sun! Oh my God! I thought I would never see the sun again in my life. Hurry up and bring the quilt over to dry, it's almost moldy and hairy. Everyone rushed to carry their quilts to the windowsill, trying to grab the limited light space as much as possible, and squeeze together to dry clothes and quilts, and even cause small disputes over a piece of sunny space. Xiao Mingyue smiled secretly in her heart, remembering that when the weather was hot last year, everyone complained about the sun. But now, after experiencing nearly a year of rainy days, people actually loved the sun like their own mother and couldn't wait to worship it. For these disaster victims who are enduring hard times, the appearance of sunshine is undoubtedly a good sign. Once the sun comes out, the flood will slowly evaporate. When the flood recedes, they will be able to rebuild their homes and no longer have to squeeze into small resettlement houses. Mingyue, what are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you come in? Why is it so noisy outside? Grandma asked curiously, holding a spatula in her hand. Xiao Mingyue smiled, pointed to the sky, and said softly, Grandma, look, the sun is out, and the sky is as blue as before. It's so beautiful. Look, the blue sky and white clouds, the sun. It's so beautiful that I can't bear to go back to the house. I just want to stand outside and look at it a few more times. I can never get tired of it. Mother Xiao walked into the house while sighing with a smile on her face. She looked energetic, as if her whole body was lit up by the long-lost sunshine. Xiao Mingyue smiled and said, My circle of friends has also exploded. It's all pictures of the sky. Everyone is basking in the sun. Oh, my heart feels bright as the sun comes out. I just went out for a walk and it's warm and comfortable. Jian Yuan's wife held the child, her face unable to hide the excitement. The sunshine brought a little warmth, which made people recall the days before the end of the world. The past 2 years have been like a nightmare, and today's sunshine seemed to give everyone the illusion of waking up. At this time, my aunt's loud voice rang out. That's right! When we first came, All the places in the community where quilts could be dried were occupied. Look at the scene, there were quilts everywhere, on green belts and fitness equipment, and some people even used stools to dry them on the road. I haven't seen the sun for almost a year, and the sour smell is so stinky that it makes people dizzy. Grandma became interested and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Is it really that exaggerated? My aunt became more and more excited as she spoke. That's right. Look at the upper floors, all the windows are open, and looking around, there are quilts and clothes hanging out to dry. It's so spectacular. I've never seen such a grand scene in my life. Grandma's smile was kind and satisfied. That's good. It's really good. When the flood recedes, life will gradually get better. I don't know what the houses in our village are like now. Can we still live in them? My second aunt sighed and continued. Our house should be able to hold on. We built a new house a few years ago with cement and steel bars, so it shouldn't be that easy to be damaged by water. We can probably still live in it after cleaning it up. But those old houses are probably in trouble. It's not surprising that they were damaged by water. My aunt couldn't help but smile and said, That's right. I think after the flood recedes, we don't plan to return to the village to live in the old house. It's more comfortable to live in the community. The houses in the community are all made of reinforced concrete, so they shouldn't be damaged by the flood. But at this point, my aunt started to worry again. But the furniture must be damaged, and I don't know if the windows can still be used. The water and electricity will probably need to be repaired, and the gas is even more of a problem. Oh, it's really a headache to clean up all this mess. I don't know if the property management can fix it. My second aunt shook her head. There's no property management company to help us at this time. We have to fix it ourselves when we go back. It's more convenient to live in the village. Everyone was talking at once, discussing the future enthusiastically, whether to continue staying in the community or return to the countryside, as if there really was a choice in the future. Xiao Mingyue sat aside and listened quietly, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. You can't go anywhere, so you should stay in Huahan community. Although the houses in the countryside have experienced floods, most of them are made of solid bricks and cement, so they are not afraid of anything. But the high-rise buildings in the city are in danger. After being soaked in flood water for a long time, the soil around the foundations of the buildings has become soft and swollen, and the bearing capacity has naturally decreased. When the flood recedes, the soil will shrink and deform again, exerting pressure on the foundation again. In addition, the steel bars soaked in water will rust and their bearing capacity will be much lower than before. Nowadays, buildings in residential areas are often dozens of stories high. With their high floors and unstable foundations, they may become dangerous buildings at any time. Only those who are not afraid of death dare to live there. It is estimated that many high-rise buildings with weak foundations have collapsed underwater by now. What's more, with the population now declining sharply, housing is no longer a problem. Xiao Mingyue remembered that a few months later, when the government organized post-disaster reconstruction, it directly stipulated that all buildings could only be built to 3 floors at most. But not long after the reconstruction began, extreme cold suddenly arrived and the reconstruction plan was shelved. Everyone was resettled in the south of the city, and resettlement houses once again became the only residence. The original desire to rebuild their homes was completely shattered. Mother Xiao was peeling melon seeds, listening to everyone's discussion, and said casually, "Don't worry about this. Anyway, it's not bad to live in Huahan community now. If you really want to go back, you have to wait until everything is completely packed up. The 2 houses will be left for you to live in. Take your time." Hey! My second aunt nodded heavily, with a smile on her face that couldn't be simpler. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from outside. "Hey, someone hand me a wrench, the wrench fell down." It turned out that Jiang Yuan and Zhao's father were installing solar panels on the roof. Grandma finally seized the opportunity. She felt that the sun had finally come out these few days, so she must make use of it to save some electricity for the home. The more the better, and no waste. "Coming!" My aunt-in-law responded and passed the wrench from one hand to another. The atmosphere upstairs and downstairs was unexpectedly harmonious. Xiao Mingyue stood aside, bored, and opened the community group to see what people were talking about on weekdays. She hadn't paid attention to the group messages for a long time. As soon as she entered the group, she saw the messages constantly refreshed. The style of the group was indeed the same as always: complaining, complaining, and complaining. Return of the Sun God. Oh my, the sun is finally out. I just hope the flood waters will recede quickly, so that those disaster victims crowded in our neighborhood can leave quickly. I really can't stand it anymore. I've had enough. The fat ant who is not full. Oh, what's the matter? The return of the Sun God. My wife and I live in the master bedroom, and those people insisted on taking the quilt to the master bedroom to dry it, saying that the balcony couldn't dry it and the master bedroom had good sunlight. They even knocked on my door and insisted that I open the door to let them dry the quilt. Return of the Sun God. Why? This is my house. I have done my best by letting you stay here. Do you still want to occupy the master bedroom? I will just lock the door and ignore you. Happy family of 3, what happened next? The return of the Sun God. Later, when they saw that I didn't open the door, they started to curse and kick the door. I was so angry that I opened the door with a kitchen knife and threatened that I would chop anyone who dared to come in. As a result, the whole group of people were scared and didn't even dare to fart. Rumming, oh, these people are so shameless. Ever since the disaster victims came to the community, I realized there are so many weirdos in this world. Kicking a big fat bug, yeah, I almost missed those hot days. Even though it was extremely hot, at least I could live in my own home and didn't have to squeeze with strangers. How could there be so many top-notch people in the world? One kick to a big fat bug. There is a green tea bitch living in my house. She pretends to be pitiful and calls her brother everywhere, and she can get sloppy with anyone she meets. She is like an old hen laying eggs, afraid that men can't see her. The past is like the wind. Oh my God, are there really people like this? Kicking a big fat bug, that's right, it really refreshed my worldview. Come, listen to what she said last night, it was really hot. After that, a 60-second voice message was sent out, the content of which was so spicy that it was unbearable to listen to. The community group exploded instantly, and a group of divers instantly surfaced. Xiao Mingyue was brushing the page enthusiastically and couldn't help but want to send a voice message of, "Oh my God!" to express her shock, but she accidentally clicked on the voice message to send it. The aunts and uncles around her suddenly became quiet, all staring at her with a look of doubt in their eyes. Especially Zhao's mother, her expression was so subtle, as if she was smiling but not smiling, and she seemed to be hesitant to say something. Xiao Mingyue's head buzzed, and she quickly turned off the voice chat. Now, she was really embarrassed. That was a voice message in the community group just now. My hand slipped. It was really an accident. Xiao Mingyue explained sincerely. My aunt and the others nodded slightly. The scene was a little awkward, and a subtle silence filled the air. Seeing this, Zhao's mother changed the subject and said, "By the way, I still have to go to a meeting. It's probably because of Qingtian's matter. Director Su will definitely assign some tasks. I'll be leaving first." Xiao Mingyue quickly locked her phone, secretly complaining in her heart that the community group was doing a lot of harm to people. Then, Xiao Mingyue inadvertently looked outside the yard. Through the glass roof, the sunlight shone on the vegetables in the yard, making every leaf look green and vibrant. The sun finally came out, which was considered a rare godsend for the entire Pingjing city, and the citizens were all excited. The government is naturally also very busy and has to take advantage of this sunny day to plan post-disaster reconstruction. After the flood receded, reconstruction tasks followed one after another, including rebuilding houses, repairing fields, starting factories. All kinds of people's livelihood and production plans had already been put on the agenda, and meetings were held to discuss them every minute. Judging from the current plan, the layout of Pingjing City may have to undergo a major adjustment. The high-rise buildings damaged by the flood will have to be demolished, and the commercial and residential areas will have to be redivided. The current plan is to start from the south, which was once a remote suburb but is now set up as a command center, and is currently envisioned to become the new city center in the future. The housing problem is imminent. Thousands of laborers need to be resettled and a large number of workers need to start work. Naturally, the support of the planting department is indispensable in terms of logistics to provide sufficient food and material supplies. Leaders at all levels in the city are now like a spinning top, busy all the time, trying to push forward this huge post-disaster reconstruction project. Despite this, I can't help but feel a sense of suspense in my heart after the flood recedes. Will things really return to the way they were before? It's hard to say. Perhaps the government has already made dual preparations, and a multifaceted response is the best solution. After all, who can predict the future? Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue sighed and was worried about the quilt at home. Before the end of the world, the family did stockpile a lot of winter supplies, including goose-down quilts and duck-down quilts. But now that there are more people in the family, there are not many thick quilts. Xiao Mingyue thought about it and decided that cotton quilts were the warmest, so she suggested, "Grandma, we don't have enough quilts at home. Why don't you buy some cotton and make a thick quilt? That way you'll feel more at ease." Grandma was stunned for a moment. "We still have enough quilts at home. The ones upstairs haven't been used yet." At this time, Grandpa came down from upstairs slowly. Hearing the conversation between Grandma and Xiao Mingyue, he interrupted. "It's definitely right to put on a thicker quilt. The weather in recent years has been too weird. The year before last it was extremely hot, and this year it rained and flooded." Then Grandpa added, "Although it is February now, the weather is unusually warm. It is not cold even if you wear a single coat during the day. It doesn't feel like winter at all. Who knows what kind of trouble will come next year, so it is better to prepare more quilts to be safe." "That's right." Jian Yuan, who had just entered the house, nodded with deep sympathy. "Who knows if there will be other disasters waiting after the flood recedes? It's not easy for God to play tricks on people. What if it snows heavily next year, hail, or even freezing temperatures? We have to be prepared." After listening to Jian Yuan's words, everyone, look at me and I look at you, I really think it makes sense. These days, everyone is talking about whether the natural disaster will end, but who can say for sure what the truth is? We have endured high temperatures and heavy rains, but if a cold wave comes, life will be even more difficult. "That's right. The old quilts are no longer of use, so just make more new quilts." The second aunt agreed. "Zai's little quilt has been in ruins since he peed on it several times." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing and teasing Xiao Zai. The little guy was still babbling happily, completely unaware that he had become everyone's laughing matter. Seeing that everyone agreed with the suggestion of adding quilts, Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was still thinking about how to convince her grandma, but she didn't expect that it would be done with just a few words. Father Xiao also expressed his opinion. "The planting department has cotton for sale. I'll ask later. How much is appropriate?" "Let's buy 200 kilograms first." Xiao Mingyue calculated. "There are many people in my family, so there won't be much to share. After all, a thick quilt will use at least 10 kilograms of cotton." Father Xiao looked at her in surprise. 200 pounds? So much?" "Yes." Xiao Mingyue nodded. "There are many people in our family, and 10 kilograms is only enough for a thick quilt. If we make a few thin ones, we will be safe this winter." Upon hearing this, Grandma immediately agreed. "Mingyue is right. 10 kilograms of cotton is just right for a thick quilt. We can also make a few thin autumn quilts and add another layer when the weather gets cold. It will be just enough. I'll go find some needle and thread. While there's still sunshine, I'll quickly put the quilt out. It will be warmer in the sun." "Okay." The eldest aunt and the second aunt answered in unison. Think about the old quilt at home. Although it has been exposed to the sun for a few days, it is far from being as fluffy and warm as a new quilt. As a result, the quilt issue was put on the agenda. As for winter clothes and cotton shoes, there was nothing to worry about. Xiao Mingyue had enough supplies stored in her space, and everyone had their old winter clothes, which was enough to cope with the extremely cold weather. What's more, when the weather is extremely cold, no one wants to go out. Since there is air conditioning in the house, there is no need to wear too many thick cotton clothes. As the sun shone, the wet stains on the ground gradually dissipated, and the dirty ditches that could be seen everywhere also dried up a lot. As hydrophilic insects, the number of the 3 insects has sharply decreased with the disappearance of the humid environment, and they are gradually withdrawing from people's living space. The victims were very happy. They could finally walk without worrying about being bitten by insects. The hegemony era of the 3 insects was about to end. Nowadays, insects such as toothworms, black rot beetles, and leeches only live in the water areas in the north, while the south is basically safe. The victims knew that the north was the nest of the 3 insects, and that the south was higher, so there was no need to worry about the spread of the plague. The wet trees on the mountain gradually dried up, and people could pick up dry branches to start a fire. These days, a game is popular among the children in the community, roasting toothed worms with picked branches. Although it is called a game, it is actually a bit of a challenge. The children are very excited, and Jiang Zhuang is having a lot of fun. The ruins of the crepe myrtle garden have long been cleared, and now several rows of 3-story buildings have been built, which are used by the government as temporary resettlement sites. A large open space became a base for government troops to be stationed, and a large hospital was also built. Xiao Mingyue originally thought that the land of Ziwei Garden would be used to resettle disaster victims, but it seems she was overthinking it. As for the chaos in the north, Xiao Mingyue guessed that the government would never sit idly by. The sun has reappeared, the floods have receded, and post-disaster reconstruction is imminent. It must gradually expand from the north. The government cannot allow that area to continue to be in chaos. At that time, a collision between the government and the forces of chaos is inevitable. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but worry about the future of Fuelwo. After all, the turmoil in the north was gradually spreading. Could Fuelwo still be safe and sound? On this day, 2 cars were parked in front of the Xiao family's gate. One was a low-key and luxurious black sedan, and the other was the truck that delivered several large boxes of food last time. Sister Mingyue, are you surprised? Ji Shanshan stood at the door with a bright smile on her face. Xiao Mingyue's eyes widened in surprise. Shanshan? Why are you here? Ji Shanshan smiled mysteriously and pointed to the truck. I'm here to deliver something to you. Xiao Mingyue smiled helplessly and shook her head. Didn't we agree last time not to send anything? We haven't digested all the supplies from last time. I feel embarrassed if you keep doing this. Ji Shanshan didn't take it seriously and said mysteriously, This time it's not for eating, come and see for yourself. After saying that, Ji Shanshan pulled Xiao Mingyue towards the carriage and opened the curtain. Inside was several large bags of cotton, stuffed full. Cotton? So much of it! Xiao Mingyue looked at the cotton and then at Ji Shanshan, her eyes full of confusion. How did you know that I need cotton recently? Tisk! Ji Shanshan raised her chin proudly. Your father works in the planting department, how could you hide the news from me? As soon as Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth, Ji Shanshan immediately waved her hand to stop her. Hey, don't be so quick to refuse. I will be sad if you refuse. Isn't my life worth these bags of cotton? She pouted her lips deliberately, looking aggrieved. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue stopped being pretentious and said with a chuckle, No way, thank you. Since you're here, why don't you have a meal at home before you leave? My grandma's cooking is delicious. Okay. Ji Shanshan clapped her hands and agreed readily. So, Xiao Mingyue and Ji Shanshan moved the cotton into the house together and piled it neatly in a corner of the living room, almost forming a hill, which scared Grandma. Oh, who is this pretty little girl from? She's so pretty and brought so much cotton. Grandma praised happily while putting on an apron swiftly, ready to show off her cooking skills. Ji Shanshan was overjoyed when she heard this. Her mouth became as sweet as honey, and she kept calling her Grandma. Seeing her so familiar, Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but smile in her heart. This little girl was really naturally friendly, simple and cute, and everyone who saw her liked her. In the kitchen, Grandma and Grandpa were busy. Zhao's mother hadn't gotten off work yet, so Xiao Mingyue and Ji Shanshan were eating fruit and chatting in the living room. Sister Mingyue, were these strawberries bought from the moon farm? Ji Shanshan picked up a strawberry, put it in her mouth, and squinted her eyes because of the sweetness. How do you know? Xiao Mingyue was a little surprised. Of course. The fruits at Moon Farm are of top quality, big and sweet, with no hormones used at all, and taste much better than those from the plantation company. My family are all loyal fans too, Ji Shanshan said while eating. After hearing this, Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but teased. You better be careful. The planting company is yours. If your brother hears about it, he will be so angry that he will jump to his feet. Ji Shanshan didn't take it seriously. She collapsed on the sofa and blinked her eyes. They are angry if they want to. It's their fault that they are not as skilled as others. I have always been curious about where the moon farm is. It is very mysterious. Xiao Mingyue shook her head and smiled, then turned to look at the fruit plate. Ji Shanshan became more and more excited the more she looked at it. The strawberries, apples, and blueberries were neatly arranged in the fruit plate, which was obviously carefully prepared. But I asked my whole family to queue up to buy it. We couldn't get it even after trying every day. We had to wait for a long time before we could buy it, Ji Shanshan said proudly. Sister Mingyue, how did you get it? Xiao Mingyue was stunned, and replied cunningly. As for me, my whole family was mobilized, and I couldn't buy it normally. You came by chance this time and happened to run into it. After hearing this, Ji Shanshan was immediately satisfied. Wow, it seems that I am really lucky. When Zhao's mother came home from get-off work, she saw Ji Shanshan sitting in the living room and a mountain of cotton piled up in the corner. She was dumbfounded for a moment. Ji Shanshan smiled sweetly and greeted. Hello, Auntie, my name is Ji Shanshan. Xiao Mingyue quickly explained Ji Shanshan's identity and the origin of the pile of cotton. When Zhao's mother heard this, she was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She smiled and said to Ji Shanshan, Oh, this child is so kind. Sit here, tell Mingyue what you want to eat, and Auntie will go to the kitchen to make you a few more delicious dishes. Ji Shanshan responded sweetly, which made Xiao Ma like her more and more. Zhao's mother went into the kitchen, washed her hands and sighed. Those rich kids on TV who are arrogant and domineering, I think it's all fake. Look at this little girl, she's so polite and sweet, everyone who sees her likes her. Grandma nodded in agreement. Yes, she is very good at talking. Xiao Ma smiled and said, This child has helped us so much, we can't neglect her. Is there still a pack of red spurred fish dumplings from last time? Let's cook them all. I'll get it. Grandpa immediately helped to prepare. The three of them were busy in the kitchen discussing what delicious dishes to make. Everything was in order. Ji Shanshan sat in the living room, looking at the bustling scene in the kitchen with envy in her eyes. Sister Mingyue, your home is so warm and lively. Xiao Mingyue said casually. Your house is so big, and you have so many servants, isn't it lively? Ji Shanshan was slightly startled, then smiled bitterly. The house is big, but too empty. No matter how many servants there are, they are just servants, not family members. There are only my brother and grandfather in my family. My brother is busy with work all year round, and my grandfather has his own things to do. Every time I eat, I am alone. How can it be so lively? Xiao Mingyue felt a little sad in her heart. After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, Then you should come to my house more often in the future. It will be more lively when everyone is here. Usually, people from my eldest uncle and second uncle's families will come over to join in the fun. Everyone has their own specialty. If you are free, come and eat, and we can chat. Okay. Ji Shanshan's eyes lit up with stars and she was full of joy. The dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes, steaming hot, as if it was Chinese New Year. Mother Xiao and grandmother kept picking up food for Ji Shanshan and chatting with her gently. Ji Shanshan ate until her mouth was full and her cheeks were bulging, like a cute little hamster. Eat more, kid. You look as thin as a chick. Eat meat, Zhao's mother said with a smile. Delicious, this is also delicious, better than what my chef makes. Ji Shanshan praised seriously, and sincerely felt that the Xiao family's food was better than her own. She could feel that this table of food not only tasted good, but also had a sense of home warmth. The atmosphere at the dinner table was harmonious. Everyone was chatting with Ji Shanshan, who spoke appropriately and generously. After the meal, Grandma served fruits and snacks, fearing that she would neglect this distinguished guest. Ji Shanshan touched her round belly and said happily, Sister Mingyue, I want to call my brother and tell him that I'm not going home tonight. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help laughing. Okay, let's see if he agrees. Ji Shanshan waved her hands and sighed. I don't think so. He is the most cold-blooded and ruthless person. Suddenly, Ji Shanshan seemed to remember something, took out an exquisite invitation from her bag, and handed it to Xiao Mingyue with a smile. Sister Mingyue, I actually have something important to do this time. This is an invitation. I want to invite you to attend the auction. Next Sunday, all the important people in Pingjing City will be there, and this is specially prepared for you. Auction? Xiao Mingyue took the invitation. Her eyes flashed slightly, and she looked at the golden invitation thoughtfully. The day of the auction arrived as scheduled, and this special auction attracted many important people in the city. Each invitee can bring one of their own items, regardless of value or category, and can choose to barter items, as long as both parties agree. Xiao Mingyue pondered over it for several days and finally decided to take with her a treasure from the two-story wooden house, a lotus-shaped agarwood ornament. This agarwood lotus is exquisitely handcrafted, with layered petals and lifelike stamens. It is the same size as a real lotus and is refreshing when held in the hands, emitting an elegant fragrance. Xiao Mingyue has 2 such ornaments, and she took one out this time just to go with the occasion. After all, auctions require a lot of pomp and the items have to be presentable. Speaking of lotus, Xiao Mingyue suddenly thought of the lotus nodes buried at the bottom of the stream, which have now grown green lotus leaves and even bloomed a few beautiful lotus flowers. There is a withered lotus pod in the corner of the stream, but Xiao Mingyue does not intend to pick it. She lets it wither naturally and grow again. Over time, the stream will be full of lotus leaves and lotus flowers, and the scenery will become beautiful. Carrying the lotus agarwood, Xiao Mingyue drove to the auction venue alone. The auction venue is not far from the planting department. It is a building under the G Group. It looks very imposing from the outside. It is obviously carefully built, magnificent and magnificent. "Hello, please come this way." The waiter at the door politely took the invitation and led Xiao Mingyue in. After the attendant handed Xiao Mingyue's agarwood ornament to the staff, he also received the auction number tag. Xiao Mingyue thought she was prepared, but she was still shocked by the scene when she walked into the venue. How could this be an auction? It was clearly an exquisite upper-class social party. The scene was decorated exquisitely and elegantly, with high-end sofas, exquisite desserts and flowing beverage service everywhere. There is also a giant display screen on the stage in front to display the auction items. This is convenient for socializing and does not delay the auction, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Mingyue glanced around and saw that there were already groups of ladies and gentlemen chatting together. These people looked bright and healthy, and did not look like they had struggled in the apocalypse at all, which was in stark contrast to the disaster victims outside. "Sister Mingyue, you are here!" Ji Shanshan waved at her with a smile, then took her hand and walked to the other side. "Come on, let me introduce my friends to you." There were 5 people surrounding Ji Shanshan, 3 women and 2 men. Each of them looked at Xiao Mingyue with inquiring and curious eyes, with different expressions. Among them, Xiao Mingyue recognized Wan Moli, one of Ji Shanshan's friends, at a glance. "So you are Shanshan's savior?" one of the men joked. "I thought you were a muscular woman, but you are so beautiful." Ji Shanshan glared at him in dissatisfaction and said disdainfully, "Go away, who is the fierce woman?" Then Ji Shanshan introduced them one by one. "This is Wu Man, this is Qi Yuaner, Moli you know, Wan Moli. And this is Wu Man's brother Wu Shangnan, and Lu Junyao." After the introduction, Ji Shanshan smiled and patted Xiao Mingyue on the shoulder. "Okay, we're done getting to know each other." Xiao Mingyue smiled slightly and said politely, "Xiao Mingyue." At the same time, she also secretly observed these people. Wu Man, with dazzling long golden hair and a look of superiority in her eyes, carries the demeanor of an inviolable young lady. Wu Man's brother Wu Shangnan appears much gentler and looks quite similar to his sister, but he is more bookish and gives people a sense of elegance. Qi Yuana was a gentlewoman who came from the water town of Jiangnan. She was dignified in her every move and gave Xiao Mingyue a friendly smile. As for Lu Junyao, he looked like a bohemian playboy, with the shiny earring on his right ear very eye-catching. It was him who had teased her as a fierce girl, just now, with a kind of ruffian air. Sure enough, Wan Moli dressed up carefully today. Her dress was exquisite and elegant. It was obvious that she had put a lot of effort into it. It was obviously to attract someone's attention. It seemed that Ji Wenxi was also on the list today. Each of Ji Shanshan's friends has his or her own characteristics, especially the eldest daughter Wu Man, whose arrogant attitude is obvious at a glance. Wu Man looked at Xiao Mingyue and asked with some contempt, "What does your family do?" Xiao Mingyue replied calmly, "Ordinary people." Wu Man curled her lips and snorted coldly. "Then you really have to cherish this opportunity today. You are only able to get in here because of Shanshan. Don't make a fuss or you will embarrass her." Ji Shanshan frowned in dissatisfaction. Man, what are you talking about? Sister Mingyue, don't pay attention to her, Man is like this, what she says is unpleasant to hear." The others stood quietly without interrupting, as if they were accustomed to Wu Man's sharp tongue. Wu Man continued calmly, Shan, don't be so naive. In this world, there are many people who try to climb up by relying on connections. The drama of a hero saving a beautiful woman might have been deliberately made up by someone. You are a kind person and are easily deceived. Shan glared at Wu Man angrily. What's wrong with you today? Xiao Mingyue looked at Wu Man calmly, feeling secretly strange. This woman was obviously hostile, but she had never provoked her, right? Xiao Mingyue raised the corners of her lips slightly and said calmly. The hero saving the beauty scene also depends on the object. Most of the time, watching someone die without rescuing them is my style. Wu Man raised her eyebrow. Really? Xiao Mingyue glanced at Wan Moli, who was quietly beside her. Sure enough, the corners of Wan Moli's mouth curled up slightly, and the smug look in her eyes did not escape Xiao Mingyue's eyes. It seemed that Wu Man's hostility did not come out of thin air, but was the result of the instigation of this little green tea. Behind the scenes, Xiao Mingyue said calmly. At the last civil servant matchmaking conference, Wan Moli dressed up carefully. I wonder who she was dressing for? As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Moli's expression suddenly changed, panic flashed in her eyes, and she subconsciously looked at Wu Man. Wu Man looked at Wan Moli in confusion. Xiao Mingyue continued to speak slowly. Oh, by the way, President Ji was also there that day. It seems that the relationship between Jasmine and Shan's family is indeed unusual. Wu Man's face instantly turned cold, and she stared at Wan Moli gloomily. Dressing up to attend a blind date conference? You're not really attracted to that kind of person, are you? Wan Moli's expression was stiff, and she hurriedly explained. I just went there to join in the fun. Wu Man's eyes were gloomy, and he sneered. Joining in the fun? Can you appreciate a bunch of boring civil servants in that kind of occasion? Wan Moli secretly complained, feeling flustered. She did have a crush on Ji Wenxi, but Wu Man was extremely possessive and always claimed to be Ji Wenxi's only one. If she knew Wan Moli's thoughts, she would never give up easily. Back then, when Ji Wenxi was pursued by other people, that girl suffered extreme revenge. She was kidnapped and thrown into a beggar's den. When she was rescued, she had already collapsed mentally. Until now, no one has figured out who did it, but everyone knows that it is most likely Wu Man behind it. As for Xiao Mingyue, she stood next to Ji Wenxi and easily gained attention. There were even rumors that day that Ji Wenxi had held her hand. For Wan Moli, this was undoubtedly a time bomb. If Xiao Mingyue really wanted to get close to Ji Wenxi, she should have been killed long ago. Wan Moli had already planned it in her mind, and deliberately revealed the news to Wu Man, waiting to see the show. However, Xiao Mingyue suddenly changed the subject and directed the blame at her. Is this woman crazy? I had nothing to do, so I went to join in the fun. Shan was there that day anyway. Besides, do I need to explain to you? Wan Moli muttered in a low voice with a stubborn look on her face. Find out who you are talking to. Wu Man stared at her coldly, approaching her step by step, her aura as oppressive as a cold winter. Wan Moli opened her lips slightly, but dared not say anything. Ji Shan, who was standing by, was full of confusion. What was going on? How did it get to the blind date convention? Xiao Mingyue knew clearly that all this was just Wu Man's hostility, and the reason was obviously the blind date conference. Wu Man's anger probably came from her contact with Ji Wenxi. And how Wu Man knew this was self-evident. Wan Moli was secretly doing bad things again. A typical green tea, really good at killing people with borrowed knives. However, looking at her like this, she seemed to be a little afraid of Wu Man. Being able to hang out with Ji Shan, Wan Moli's background is obviously not bad, but why is she so wary of Wu Man? Who is Wu Man and why is she so arrogant? Xiao Mingyue had no interest in the open and secret struggles among these rich people, and even felt a little disgusted. It was none of her business, so how did it get involved with her? Psycho. She cursed in her heart, turned to Ji Shan and said, I'll go look somewhere else. Okay. Ji Shan nodded, with a hint of apology in her eyes, and she was obviously helpless about her friend's behavior. Wu Man smiled coldly, her voice sharp. Shan, her brother is mine, no one can take him away. Also, don't think of using me, understand? Wan Moli looked a little aggrieved, but finally lowered her head and nodded. Wu Man glanced at the direction where Xiao Mingyue left, with a scornful smile on her lips. She was just an ordinary person, How could she possibly look at a man like Ji Wenxi more than once? Ji Shanshan snorted with disdain. Wu Man, my brother never said he likes you. Wu Man shook her hair nonchalantly and smiled confidently. It's enough that I like him. Anyone I like will be mine sooner or later. Shanshan, call me sister-in-law? Ji Shanshan rolled her eyes and said, You wish. I won't scream. Wu Man took her arm affectionately and said, Come on, Sister Shanshan, accompany me to the bathroom. The two left together, and the remaining people looked at each other with different expressions. Lu Junyao couldn't help but touch his forehead, and said to Wu Shangnan with a wry smile, Your sister's temper is getting more and more aggressive. Would Brother Ji really like this type of woman? Anyway, I can't do that. Wu Shangnan gently pushed him and said with a smile, Do you like it? He turned to look at Wan Moli, who had an ugly expression on her face, and said apologetically, Moli, let me apologize to you for my sister. She is that kind of straightforward person, and it's the same at home. Wan Moli forced a smile and nodded, but she couldn't hide her unwillingness. A sinister light flashed in her eyes. She clenched her fist secretly and swore in her heart, Wu Man, what are you showing off? Wait and see. Lu Junyao suddenly whispered, But that woman is quite interesting and smart. Wu Shangnan followed his gaze and saw the direction Xiao Mingyue left. Xiao Mingyue shook off that group of love-brained and scheming women and finally found a little peace. Xiao Mingyue chose a corner, nestled into the soft sofa, and tasted the dessert leisurely. The dessert this time was unexpectedly delicious, and it was completely different from the crudely made desserts at the blind date conference. Just as Xiao Mingyue was enjoying the food, an old man in a tang suit slowly walked up to the central stage with a solemn demeanor. He was obviously the host of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the old man recited a long opening speech aloud. The crowd gradually quieted down and looked for seats. The auction was about to begin. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of water gracefully. The main purpose of her visit today was finally about to begin. Xiao Mingyue? A voice suddenly came from her ear. Xiao Mingyue looked up and saw that it was the girl who had been silent before, Qi Yuan. This girl had been silent just now, but now she suddenly came to find her. What was the matter? Chapter 439. Qi Yuan smiled kindly. Can I sit next to you? Of course, Xiao Mingyue said. Qi Yuan sat down. I scared you just now, don't mind it. Wu Man is just a spoiled young lady. She is actually a very good person. She is generous and has a clear distinction between love and hate. She is just too obsessed with Shanshan's brother, so she was so rude. Xiao Mingyue looked at the stage and said, What kind of personality she has nothing to do with me. We will not have any intersection in the future. Qi Yuan said again. Then Jasmine. Who she likes is her business. Why does she use me as a shield and try to divert trouble away? Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Qi Yuan was stunned. Did you figure it out? Xiao Mingyue smiled and said, I have eyes, I can see it. Actually, Jasmine is not like this usually. Qi Yuan explained. Xiao Mingyue sighed softly. Men, beauty is the root of all trouble. As I said before, what they look like has nothing to do with me. I will be thankful if they don't involve me. Qi Yuan was amused by Xiao Mingyue's words. Look at what you said. I feel relieved to see that you are not angry. Among all of us, Shanshan is the most innocent and lovely. I haven't thanked you for saving her yet. Except for Jasmine, the rest of us are childhood friends. Shanshan and Jasmine met in high school. We heard that Shanshan liked playing with her, so we brought her along too. Qi Yuan added. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of water. It turned out that Wan Moli's relationship with this group of people was not that good. It was only because of Ji Shanshan. It seemed that Wu Man still looked down on her. No wonder she spoke so impolitely. However, this has nothing to do with her, and Xiao Mingyue is not interested. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were filled with a hint of inquiry. Are you here to find out whether I like Mr. Ji or not? Are you also? No, I don't like him. You misunderstood me. No matter how good Shanshan's brother is, he is not my type. Qi Yuan hurriedly explained. Xiao Mingyue was still a little curious. What type do you like? Qi Yuan actually blushed. At least she's not the aloof type. Xiao Mingyue suddenly realized. You like the chatty type, the humorous type? Xiao lowered her eyes shyly. Yes. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Oh. Xiao wanted to say something when someone called her. Xiao. Ji Wenxi walked over, wearing a neat black suit, his eyes fixed on Xiao Mingyue beside him. Xiao, have you seen Shan Shan? Xiao thought for a moment and said, She and Wu Man went to the bathroom just now. I don't know where they are now. Ji Wenxi responded and was about to talk to Xiao Mingyue, but Xiao Mingyue turned away and played with her phone, pretending not to see him. A beautiful woman who attracts many men. Xiao Mingyue muttered to herself. A hint of surprise flashed across Ji Wenxi's eyes. When had she offended her again? He wanted to speak, but in the end he didn't. His face changed and he left. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyes, then quickly looked away. When Xiao saw this, she realized how much exaggeration there was in Wan Moli's words. These two people were not familiar with each other at all. They didn't even say hello. How could they be so close, holding hands and snuggling together? Wan Moli always exaggerates when she speaks. So you are here. Ji Shanshan and Wu Man came over. Ji Shanshan pulled Xiao Mingyue and said, Sister Mingyue, shall we sit in the front? No, I'll just sit here. Xiao Mingyue declined. Wu Man winked at Qiuan, and Qiuan shook her head to indicate that she didn't. Wu Man was relieved and said in a proud tone, Then let's sit here too. Shanshan's friends are also our friends. Even though she knew she was wrong, she was too proud to admit her mistake or apologize. Xiao Mingyue liked quietness and didn't want to sit with them, but she didn't say anything in the end. She just ate fruit mousse and listened quietly to the opening remarks of the old man in tang suit. The auction is about to begin. Chapter 440. This is the first lot to be auctioned. It's a ruby and diamond set, a necklace and a pair of diamond earrings. The weight of the ruby alone is 50.3 carats. The old man in tang suit was explaining, and the dazzling jewelry attracted the attention of the ladies. This set of noble and elegant jewelry was very suitable for the ladies. It suits my mother very well. Wu Manhwaedit said that she was very interested in this set of jewelry. Shan Shan nodded. My godmother likes to collect jewelry the most, so it is indeed very suitable. Xiao Mingyue was not interested. It was the end of the world, couldn't we have something more practical? Why would he want to wear jewelry? He couldn't eat or drink. With this money, wouldn't it be nice to raise a few thousand pigs? Maybe they felt that the natural disaster was about to end. After all, even after 2 years of the disaster, they were still well fed and well dressed, with no worries about their livelihood, and they were enjoying themselves as they pleased. Why not eat meat paste? If it was an auction like this, Xiao Mingyue felt that she could leave early. After several rounds of bidding, this extremely luxurious set of ruby and diamond jewelry was bought by Wu Man. The next item is a snow melting device from Shangyuan Technology Company. You only need to sprinkle it on the snow to melt it. The introduction says it is 100 times more effective than industrial salt. Before the old man in the tang suit finished his introduction, there was laughter from the audience. Many people were whispering, and many people were laughing with contempt. What kind of rubbish is this? How did it end up at the auction? It lowers the quality. Is Shangyuan Technology Company out of good stuff? They're auctioning something so worthless? Who would buy it? That's right, how dare you take it out? What kind of snow-melting artifact is that? It's such a silly name. Where is the snow now? Another burst of laughter rang out. The old man in tang suit knocked the hammer to maintain order. Let's start the auction. In the corner, a man and a woman were lonely, because this thing was developed by their company, and they had applied for a patent before the natural disaster. They were well known in the industry and could have made great achievements. Unexpectedly, natural disasters struck and the 4 seasons were disrupted, with 1 year of high temperatures and another year of rainy season. Their things were completely useless. The patent they applied for with great difficulty is now worthless, and the company has gone bankrupt. This is their only chance to show their work to these wealthy people, hoping to get a little favor and revive the company. But it seems that it is impossible. Xiao Mingyue noticed the man and woman, because everyone else looked like they were having fun except for those 2 people who looked embarrassed, so it was hard not to notice them. Starting price, 100 yuan per bag, 50 bags in total. After the old man in the tang suit finished speaking, There was another round of whispering and laughing. They hadn't heard of a 3-digit product for a long time. It was really rubbish. The expressions of the man and the woman were even uglier, and they were even unable to raise their heads. The man held the woman's hand and comforted her. Xingzi, it's okay. If we can't sell it, then we can't sell it. We have already prepared ourselves mentally, haven't we? The woman called Xingzi pulled the corners of her lips with difficulty. I just feel unwilling to accept it. Don't worry about me. This is the way the world is now. Maybe this is fate. The old man in Tang's suit shouted, thinking that no one would raise their hand, as this item had no value. But there was one person who held up a sign. It's Xiao Mingyue. The old man in the Tang suit was also surprised. Number 98 raised the sign. Number 98 once, number 98 twice, number 98 3 times. Deal! He was afraid that Xiao Mingyue would go back on her word, so he made the final decision. Chapter 441. Everyone present followed the direction of the old man in the Tang suit, wanting to see who was so bored that he would buy this thing. The man and woman were also surprised and delighted. They had prepared themselves for the possibility that no one would buy it, but they did not expect that someone would actually buy it. Even Ji Shanshan was very surprised. Sister Mingyue, why did you buy this thing? Prepare for a rainy day, Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Are 50 bags too many? She still thinks it is far from enough. Wu Man admired her big diamond ring and said, You really have a lot of money but nowhere to spend it. Xiao Mingyue glanced at her and said nothing. Ignorant human, you will know in a few months, and I won't give it to you even if you beg me, humph. A few months later, a blizzard lasted for more than 2 months. The snow was 15 to 17 meters deep. In some places, the snow was even 20 meters deep. It was extremely terrifying. If there were no snow removal measures, the Xiao family villa would definitely be buried in the snow. The 5th floor or below of the high-rise building would also be dangerous. Once their houses are buried under the snow, all that awaits them is death from lack of oxygen. Even if you shovel snow non-stop, you can't keep up with the speed of the blizzard. Xiao Mingyue was just worrying about how to remove the snow, and then a solution came to her immediately. It was really effortless. It's like someone handing a quilt to a sleepy person, which is like timely help. Basically, everyone here lives in a villa, and you will have to remove snow in the future. Snow removal agents will be very expensive by then. If you don't buy it now, when will you buy it? Xiao Mingyue bought the chemical artifact, which caused a small stir, but it soon subsided as everyone's attention was drawn to the next item. The next lot is an extended RV from Germany. The man and woman nodded gratefully to Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue smiled back and wanted to buy some more. In fact, if it were before the end of the world, there would be no market for the snow-melting artifact that cost 500 yuan per bag, as it was too expensive. However, after the end of the world, prices have inflated and the prices of vegetables and fruits are calculated in thousands. But even with such high prices, the price of the snow-melting artifact has only risen to 500 per bag, but no one is buying it. It is worthless now, but after the blizzard there will be people who will rush to buy it for 500,000. Xiao Mingyue was not very interested in the remaining items, as they were either luxury items, disaster necessities such as RVs, and some strange antiques. Xiao Mingyue's lotus agarwood was bought by a middle-aged man. As for the RV, she already has one. She bought it in the underground city before, and it has been parked in the warehouse in the space. The old man in the Tang suit made the final decision. Next, it's the last lot of this auction, and also the finale. As they were talking, 4 staff members pushed up an extra-large box. The box was covered with a red cloth. It looked very mysterious, and no one knew what was inside. A 2-meter-long red-boned fish! As he spoke, the old man in Tang's suit pulled off the red cloth. The giant red-boned fish in the glass fish tank struggled desperately, but could not escape the confinement of the special fish tank. There was an uproar among the people present, and some people even stood up. Oh my God! What a huge red spy-head fish! Is this a red-boned fish? Is this a shark? Experts say that the larger the red spiny fish, the higher its nutritional value. I wonder how nutritious this big one is. Will I be able to live to 200 years old if I eat it? Someone joked. The old man in Tang's suit was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. This 2-meter-long red-boned fish was a hit. Chapter 442. Starting price, 100 million. Hearing this, several people changed their expressions. 100 million? This price. Even if they are rich, they can't bear to do this. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but be shocked. 100 million for a fish? That's crazy. This fish is not even as big as the female fish she raised in her space. The female red spine fish that had given birth to cubs had grown significantly larger in size under the nourishment of the stream water in her space, and it almost occupied half of the swimming pool. If this red-boned fish can be sold for 100 million, then the one in her space can also be sold. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but be tempted. 100 million, or 100,000 puzzle coins, was more than enough to unlock the next puzzle item. She was so curious about what other items were in the puzzle shop that she went back and put them up for sale in the moon farm. As expected, only the wicked people can make big money. She originally thought that tens of millions were expensive enough, but she didn't expect the auction to cost hundreds of millions. Ji Shanshan was very excited. Grandpa's health is not good. This fish is just right for him to replenish his body. Such a big red thorn fish, the fish brain must be very nutritious. Maybe Grandpa's health will get better. Buy it. It's only 100 million anyway. It's just a string of numbers to you. Wu Man's tone was casual. I must buy it. Ji Shanshan's eyes were bright, and she was determined to get it. Hearing the conversation between the two, Xiao Mingyue's eyes changed slightly. A string of numbers? Does it mean that Ji Shanshan's family is rich, or does it have some other meaning? Because the monetary system collapsed at the end of the world, food was frighteningly expensive, but these rich people seem to have endless money to squander. If someone is behind it, money is just a number to them. Xiao Mingyue shook off the thought, wondering if she was having some conspiracy theories. Although 100 million yuan for a red-boned fish is a sky-high price, many people still rush to buy it. In the end, Ji Shanshan successfully bought it for 250 million yuan, setting a record for the highest consumption today. Although the auction had ended, the social dinner had just begun. No one wanted to leave and gathered together to greet and chat. Ji Shanshan was also pulled away to talk. Xiao Mingyue stood up and wanted to go to the bathroom, but was blocked by a man and a woman in front of her. Hello, I am the director of Shenganyuan Technology Company. My name is Xingpeng, and this is my business card. The man was very polite. Hello, my name is Li Xingzi. We are very grateful to you for buying our company's snow-melting device. The woman also introduced herself. Xiao Mingyue shook hands with them one by one. Hello, my name is Xiao Mingyue. I was just looking for you. Do you still have the snow-melting artifact? I want to buy some more. Li Xingzi was very surprised. Do you want to buy more? She hesitated again. Ms. Xiao, I really want to ask you, what are you going to do with the snow-melting artifact? After all, it has no value now. Xiao Mingyue smiled appropriately. Who said it has no value? I've seen your patent in the news before, so I'll just take it as support. What if it snows in the future? Who can say for sure? Then how much do you want? Xingpeng asked. I want 500 bags, Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Xingpeng and Li Xingzi looked at each other in shock. 500 bags? Xiao Mingyue nodded. Yes, 500 bags. She certainly couldn't use up all 500 bags, but who said she was going to keep them for herself? She had other uses for them. Good! We have 500 bags. Xingpeng's eyes showed ecstasy. 500 bags almost emptied the warehouse. They finally didn't have to worry about going hungry. Xiao Mingyue exchanged contact information with them and asked. By the way, the seasons have been out of order in the past few years. I'm also worried about when a blizzard will come, so I'm preparing for a rainy day. Can you still have children? Yes, our machines and equipment are all there and have not been sold yet, said Li Xingzi. Then don't sell it. You won't get much money from it anyway. Just keep it, Xiao Mingyue said. When blizzard comes, their worth will definitely skyrocket. After Xingpeng and Li Xingzi thanked her repeatedly, Xiao Mingyue left her seat and walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 443. After Xiao Mingyue left, Li Xingzi looked at Xingpeng. Is the machine still for sale? Xingpeng pondered for a long time. Why not just not sell it? The money is enough for us to live on. She's right, it probably won't sell, and no one will want it even if it's thrown away as junk. Li Xingzi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiao Mingyue walked into the bathroom and heard a conversation in the cubicle that she shouldn't have heard. That bitch woman, what's so great about her? I'm the daughter of the deputy mayor after all, and she dared to speak to me like that. Humph, my father will bring down the Wu family sooner or later and let her run rampant again. Who does she think she is? She likes Brother G, so why can't I like him? Wait until I become Mrs. G, and see how I will slap her in the face. Friends, who are her friends? I am only close to Shanshan. None of her friends are good. Do they consider me as a friend? They have never accepted me. If only she could die. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Mingyue let go of the door and stayed in the cubicle, not going out for the time being. This is Wan Moli's voice. Does she still want to kill Wu Man? Xiao Mingyue's expression changed. She wanted to kill someone for a man. It was indeed the most vicious heart of a woman. Wan Moli's tone was a little impatient. I know the consequences of the incident. You don't need to remind me. Let her live first. By the way, are the medicines I asked you to prepare ready? Well, wait until the rice is cooked. With Brother G's character, he will not be irresponsible to me. Wait until I become Mrs. G, and then deal with that bitch. The conversation continues. So what? There are many stories about marriage first and love later. How romantic. It would be even better if I could get pregnant. Grandpa G will definitely like me very much. I've said that no one can compete with me. So what about Wu Man? Alright, I'm hanging up now. You have to do this for me. If you miss this dinner, you won't be able to find such a good opportunity next time. Wan Moli hung up the phone, then the toilet in the cubicle was opened, and the sound of high heels could be heard. She turned on the faucet, washed her hands, and then left. Xiao Mingyue came out of the toilet cubicle only after Wan Moli left. Her expression looked indescribably strange. Medicine? What medicine? It's a fait accompli, could it be an aphrodisiac? Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue was choked by his own saliva and coughed lightly a few times. She washed her hands hastily and left the bathroom quickly. Because her mind was wandering, she bumped into someone a few steps after she walked out of the bathroom. What are you thinking about? You walk without looking at the road. Ji Wenxi supported her. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth and said, nothing. There was an incomprehensible wave in Ji Wenxi's eyes. Why did you pretend not to know me just now? There was even a barely perceptible hint of resentment in his tone. Aren't they still friends? She doesn't even want to say hello. Xiao Mingyue felt a little guilty. I didn't see you. By the way, I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you. The two said in unison. Ji Wenxi raised her eyebrows slightly. Okay, you go first. Xiao Mingyue thought for a moment and said, This place is crowded with people. It's not a place to talk, let's go somewhere else. Chapter 444. Go ahead. Ji Wenxi brought Xiao Mingyue to a presidential suite on the 16th floor. He sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Xiao Mingyue to speak. Xiao Mingyue was still in shock after going upstairs. This is actually a hotel. How can there be a hotel here? This building covers a large area and is very magnificent. It looks like a large shopping mall. It consists of two buildings. One building has only 5 floors and covers a large area, while the other building is very tall, about 20 floors. The two buildings are nestled together and connected, and look like a giraffe from a distance. The banquet hall was on the 4th floor. Xiao Mingyue took the elevator up. She really didn't expect there would be a hotel there. There are not only hotels, but also restaurants and entertainment venues. It has everything. This is an entertainment city, Ji Wenxi said indifferently. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but gasp. It was completed so quickly. It seems to be another version of the dungeon. The only difference is that the dungeon is laid out flat underground, while the entertainment city is concentrated in 2 buildings. Ji Wenxi hummed. Not really. This building already existed. We originally wanted to build it into a shopping mall and hotel, but I rented it to them. In fact, he had never thought of competing with those old guys for the entertainment city. His original goal was to transform these two buildings into an entertainment city, and he just needed the cooperation of those old guys. In this way, he doesn't need to have any investment costs at all. He only needs to provide land and he can get shares and dividends. Sure enough, once he agreed, those old guys worked very quickly and completed the transformation successfully. This dinner was not only an auction but also a banquet, but its real purpose was to promote the entertainment city. Yes, it will be officially put into use next month, and it will still be able to operate normally after the natural disaster is over. Ji Wenxi leaned on the sofa. Now, can you speak? Xiao Mingyue organized her words and said, I was in the bathroom just now, I heard it. She said everything Wan Moli had just said. Ji Wenxi's expression changed a lot, and it became indescribably ugly. He hated being plotted against. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of tea. That's all. To put it simply, two women were fighting for one man, and one of them had to resort to underhanded tactics because she couldn't win. And that man happened to be you. I wanted to send you a message to remind you, but I didn't expect to meet you in person. Ji Wenxi was silent for a long time. He looked at Xiao Mingyue's face, as if trying to read something from her expression. So what do you think? He asked suddenly. Doesn't she really care? Her tone sounded like she was talking about a piece of gossip. Xiao Mingyue was confused by his question. She hesitated for a moment and thought about it seriously. Well, I think that when doing something bad, you should never discuss it in the bathroom, because it is likely to be heard by others, and so loudly. Wan Moli is stupid and has no brains. After saying that, Xiao Mingyue felt that Ji Wenxi's brows seemed to be getting tighter and tighter. He was unhappy. What was wrong with what he said? Didn't he want her to say bad things about Wan Moli? Well, actually it's good to be a little silly, it's cute. Xiao Mingyue immediately made up for it. Ji Wenxi's face became increasingly gloomy, with an imperceptible sense of loss in his eyes. He didn't want to play dumb with her anymore. He was such a patient man, but at this moment he just felt irritated and uneasy. It was not the frog that was being boiled in the warm water, but him. He loosened his collar impatiently, his tone more serious than ever. Xiao Mingyue, in my eyes, whether it's Wan Moli or Wu Man, they are not worth mentioning. I only care about your opinion. Do you really have no idea at all? Xiao Mingyue suddenly looked up and stared at Ji Wenxi in a daze. What's the meaning? Ji Wenxi stared at her. You are such a smart person, you will see it. Last time you asked me why I wanted to teach you gun skills and close combat, forgive me for not telling the truth. Now I want to tell you, because I like you. Xiao Mingyue's eyes widened and she was completely panicked. She was usually calm and composed, but her mind went blank. She was shocked by his bluntness. You like me? Why? Xiao Mingyue couldn't believe her ears. He actually said that he liked her. He was Ji Wenxi, and Ji Wenxi actually said that he liked her. Xiao Mingyue was extremely shocked, and even her language system failed to organize. She didn't know what to say. She never thought that she would be involved with a person of this level, let alone receive his confession. What is this? A domineering president falls in love with Cinderella. Chapter 445. It was very similar to the domineering CEO novels that she loved to read when she was in junior high school and just starting to fall in love. However, he didn't seem to be a domineering CEO. The domineering CEOs in the novels spoke in a commanding manner and were quite unreasonable. He was well-spoken, well-educated, and extremely noble. Ji Wenxi tightened her grip. There's no reason for this kind of thing. Liking you is my business. Besides, he didn't know why. I always thought that someone as smart as you would realize it sooner or later, but now it seems that if I don't tell you, you will never find out. Ji Wenxi's starry eyes trembled. Xiao Mingyue's cheeks turned red, and she stammered. Wait, let me think about it, my brain is a bit confused. She wanted to calm herself down, but she couldn't. I have to go home and think about it. I'm leaving now. Bye. She admitted that she was a coward. Ji Wenxi pulled the corner of his mouth. A trace of loneliness flashed across his eyes. Okay, sorry to scare you. It's getting dark now, I'll have someone take you there. No! Xiao Mingyue refused repeatedly and trotted towards the door as if escaping. Seeing her reaction as if facing a great enemy, Ji Wenxi was a little disappointed, and he regretted his abruptness today. Xiao Mingyue was like a frightened bird. She would definitely avoid him everywhere from now on. They didn't have many chances to meet in the first place, and now they couldn't even be friends. Xiao Mingyue was just about to open the door and leave. As her hand just touched the doorknob, the doorbell rang. "Brother, are you in there?" "It's Ji Shanshan." "It's strange. Just now a waiter said that my brother came up, but there's been no response. I sent him a message but he didn't reply." Ji Shanshan pressed the doorbell a few more times and knocked on the door. There were also the voices of Wu Man and Wan Moli outside the door. "Maybe you didn't hear it. Shanshan, please try calling again." This was Wu Man's voice. "Yes, Man is right. Maybe my phone was on silent and I didn't hear it." "This is Wan Moli." Wu Man muttered. "That waiter must be dazzled. Why would Brother Ji come up with a woman?" There was a flash of displeasure in Wan Moli's eyes, but she still had a faint smile on her face. "Woman? Which woman is it?" "Damn bitch." Ji Shanshan's tone was firm. "It's impossible, he must have seen it wrong. My brother would not be with a woman, let alone bring a woman back to the room. He is a monk and he doesn't like women." Through a layer of door panel, Xiao Mingyue vaguely heard the conversation between several people. She withdrew her hand. This door could not be opened. "What's wrong?" Ji Wenxi walked over. Xiao Mingyue hissed. "Your sister and the others are outside." Ji Wenxi pretended to open the door. "Just let her in, why are you standing there?" Xiao Mingyue grabbed his wrist and said, "Do you want to kill me? Those two crazy girls want you too. If they see me here, they will definitely cause trouble for me." Ji Wenxi raised her eyebrows slightly. "Are you afraid? This is not like you." Xiao Mingyue immediately explained in a low voice. "I'm not afraid, it's just that there's no need to cause such trouble." Outside, a few people were still talking. "Why do I seem to hear someone talking?" It was Wu Man. Inside the house, Ji Wenxi wanted to say something, but Xiao Mingyue covered her mouth. "Keep your voice down, I'll go hide inside for a while, you finish it quickly." After saying that, Xiao Mingyue slipped into his large bedroom and hid herself there feeling depressed. The more Xiao Mingyue thought about it, the more depressed she felt. She clearly hadn't done anything and was innocent, but why did she act like a mistress who was caught cheating? What's even more infuriating is that she actually feels a bit guilty. What's going on? Watching her escape into the bedroom, Ji Wenxi raised his eyebrows and smiled helplessly. Ji Wenxi opened the door. "What's the matter?" Chapter 446. "Brother, so you are really here. Fu Kailang was looking for you everywhere just now. Why didn't you reply to my message?" Ji Shanshan asked. Wu Man and Wan Moli both looked at Ji Wenxi. Wu Man no longer had the arrogance she had just now, and instead looked a little more shy like a little woman. Wan Moli also looked very well behaved. She also wanted to stretch her head and look into the room to see if there was anyone there. Ji Wenxi glanced coldly at Wan Moli and Wu Man, and said indifferently, "I'm a little tired, so I came up to rest. I didn't check my phone just now." Ji Shanshan smiled slightly. "Well, why don't you invite us in and sit down?" Ji Wenxi said bluntly. "I don't like strangers entering my room, and I'm going downstairs soon, so you go first." This presidential suite can only be occupied by him, so naturally it is his room. It was obvious who the stranger present was. Wu Man and Wan Moli were a little embarrassed, but they didn't dare to speak. "Oh well." Ji Shanshan didn't know what to say. Her brother always spoke like this, never giving others face at all. Just as they were about to leave, Wu Man suddenly came back and said in a very intimate tone, "Brother Ji, who did you come up with? Why don't you introduce them to us?" Ji Wenxi frowned. "What, who? Even if there is, what does it have to do with you?" The smile on Wu Man's face was very forced. She felt embarrassed, sad and heartbroken when being confronted by the person she liked. Wan Moli's eyes flashed with a gloating smile. "You self-righteous bitch, no matter how much you like Brother Ji doesn't take you seriously at all. You are so arrogant. Your self-righteous possessiveness is really laughable." "I'm just asking." Wu Man's eyes turned red. Ji Wenxi ignored them and locked them outside the door. After hearing what Xiao Mingyue said, he really couldn't have a good face towards these two people. Outside the door, Ji Shanshan was still comforting Wu Man. "My brother is like that. He uses the same tone when talking to anyone. Man, don't be sad. Woman sniffed, raised her head and pretended not to care. Who is sad? It's easy for a girl to pursue a boy. Brother G is introverted, so he needs my enthusiastic and proactive personality to infect him. She looked at Ji Shanshan and said firmly, From now on, I will launch a strong offensive and must be more proactive. Shanshan, you have to help me. Ah? Ji Shanshan was in a dilemma. I can't help you. If my brother knew that I helped others harass her, he would. Ji Shanshan made a gesture as if to wipe her neck, but she didn't dare to do that. Woman held Ji Shanshan's arm as they walked, acting coquettishly. What do you mean by harassment? Are you still my best friend? Please help me, otherwise how can I have the chance to contact your brother? Ji Shanshan laughed dryly. How about you change your target? No! I don't care. You said you would help me, just say it. Woman would never give up. Looking at the two people who left on their own, Wan Moli behind them clenched her fists. It was always like this, and they just went their own way. Moli, hurry up, why are you standing there? Ji Shanshan called her. Wan Moli smiled faintly. Here I come. So did my brother come up with a woman? Ji Shanshan couldn't resist the pestering and changed the subject. From what he said, there shouldn't be any. Otherwise, why would he say someone? Wan Moli said softly. I just said the waiter made a mistake. Chapter 447. So is it okay? Wu Man continued. Ji Shanshan raised a finger. No! You can pursue her as you please, but I absolutely cannot help you, otherwise my brother will definitely beat me up. Let me make it clear in advance that you can't pursue her. My brother is doomed to be alone. Man, listen to my advice, there is no end to the suffering, just turn back now. Wu Man looked sad. In the presidential suite. Come out, Ji Wenxi said in a calm voice. Xiao Mingyue slowly walked out of the bedroom, their eyes intertwined, and the atmosphere froze for a moment. She heard clearly the conversation they had just had. This is his room. Well, it feels like I've been caught cheating. Xiao Mingyue regretted what she said as soon as she said it. She wanted to ease the atmosphere, but now it has dropped to freezing point. Ji Wenxi laughed out loud. Really? I'm leaving first. Xiao Mingyue was really leaving this time. He looked at her and said, I'll have someone take you there. Xiao Mingyue hesitated for a moment, then nodded. By the way, is the entertainment city still hiring employees? She suddenly stopped. My brain short-circuited just now, but now it's back to normal. The entertainment city is a very good refuge, much better than the Huahan community. Since the entertainment city has been built and is fully equipped with heating, and extreme cold weather is approaching, why not choose it? When the blizzard came, the vehicles transporting supplies were blocked by the snow. The supply vehicles could not deliver the supplies, and the victims in the community had nothing to eat. Due to the lack of food and the cold weather, the death toll increased dramatically, and people were frozen into popsicles. In her previous life, Xiao Mingyue died in this blizzard. She died in the second month of the blizzard. I heard that the government was also shoveling snow day and night, and the snowplows were working non-stop, but it took time to clear the roads. In her previous life, she died before she could even wait for the supply truck to deliver food, and died unwillingly in hunger and cold. Because of the blizzard, Zhao's mother must be trapped at home and unable to go out to work, not to mention her eldest and second aunts. Without food delivered, they will naturally be laid off. Even the mushrooms grown by my eldest and second uncles would be frozen to death, not to mention delivering mushrooms to the government building. How could they deliver them if they couldn't even get out of the door? Therefore, she had to think of a new way out for her family. The entertainment city was a very good place to live, with sufficient heating and a restaurant, and most importantly, it was not far from the planting company. And she has enough snow-melting artifacts in her hands, which are her bargaining chips. As long as the road between the plantation company and the entertainment city is unobstructed, the people in the entertainment city will never have to worry about food and drink. They can spend the most difficult first 3 months in the entertainment city. Once the roads are cleared and the snow is removed, the Xiao family can return to the villa. We'll decide whether to reply or not when the time comes. She originally thought it would be nice to be self-sufficient in Huahan community, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Now there is a better option, so why not do it? All in all, when the extreme cold comes, living in the entertainment city is 10,000 times better than staying in Huahan community. Ji Wenxi didn't expect Xiao Mingyue to ask this, and his expression was a little strange. You want to work here? Xiao Mingyue was quite embarrassed. I have a few relatives. If we are short of people, I would like to ask them to come for an interview. After that, she added, just have a normal interview. She was afraid of being misunderstood as trying to take a backdoor. Originally, she was thinking of spending money to live there, or exchanging it for a snow-melting artifact, but by then she might not be able to get one even if she spent money, as houses were hard to come by. Chapter 448. After all, when the blizzard comes, hotel rooms in the entertainment city will be extremely expensive, because the floors are high and there is no need to worry about being buried by the snow. It is also backed by the planting company, and there is no shortage of food. But then she thought again, the Xiao family could do it, but her eldest and second uncle's families couldn't. We still have to let my uncles be self-sufficient, and use their labor to earn living conditions. Grandpa is right. Even if there is affection between them, Xiao Mingyue cannot arrange things too well for them. The favor is too great to be repaid. Let them work to earn their own food, and they will feel better. They will take whatever is given to them, and cannot refuse. If relatives interact with each other, the relationship between them will be better. Xiao Mingyue thought about it carefully and felt that her grandfather was a very wise man. If it were someone like her grandmother who was confused, she would definitely cry and ask Xiao Mingyue to make arrangements for her uncle's family's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Ji Wenxi nodded slightly. Okay, you can ask them to come for the interview, just go directly to the Human Resources Department. Do you have anything else to say to me? Xiao Mingyue hesitated for a while. Thank you, the weather is getting colder, you should wear more clothes. After saying that, Xiao Mingyue left the presidential suite without looking back. Ji Wenxi looked at her leaving back, savoring these words carefully. Was she caring about him? But the weather was getting warmer. He picked up his phone and casually looked through the message bombardment from Ji Shanshan. Ji Shanshan would usually send him messages for every little thing, and because he was fed up with it, Ji Wenxi set the phone to Do Not Disturb. Ji Wenxi saw one of them, and his sliding fingers stopped. Brother, the auction actually auctioned the snow-melting artifact. How funny, I have never heard of it. Guess who bought it? It was Sister Mingyue. Ji Wenxi was stunned. A magical artifact that can melt snow? He remembered that at a previous government meeting, a meteorological expert had said that although the sun had appeared, we should not be blindly optimistic. The weather in the past 2 years had been extreme and other extreme weather conditions might occur. It could be hail, blizzard, polar night, etc. It is not impossible that we will have another year of cold temperatures. Ji Wenxi raised her eyes and looked in the direction where Xiao Mingyue left. So did she also have this guess? Ji Wenxi pressed the button on her cell phone and called Secretary Han. Handle something for me. In the banquet hall, Ji Shanshan and a few friends gathered together to chat, and Wan Moli was a little absent-minded. Wan Moli took a sip of her wine and winked at the bartender in the corner, who shook his head. Wan Moli became even more agitated and uneasy. Why didn't Brother Ji come down yet? If he didn't come, how could the bartender give her the drugs? At this time, several policemen came in. You are Su Zhan, right? We now suspect that you are involved in a poisoning case. Come with us. The bartender was handcuffed in a daze. What poisoning case? I don't know what you are talking about. The bartender subconsciously looked in the direction of Wan Moli. Wan Moli stood up instantly, looking extremely flustered. She glared at the bartender fiercely, then pretended to be calm and took something to eat. But her disordered breathing and guilty look had already exposed her inner tension. Jasmine, what's wrong with you? Ji Shanshan asked with concern. Wan Moli quickly said. No. It's okay. The bartender was taken away, and Wan Moli didn't dare to look up. Why are the police here? Chi Yuana said. Wu Man cut a piece of goose liver and put it in her mouth. Who knows? Let's ask someone. Wan Moli's hand shook and the knife fell to the ground. Wu Man glanced at him and said, You don't even know table manners? Learn from your cousin. Wan Moli bit her lip in humiliation. Cousin, she is not as good as her cousin in anything. What is so good about Wan Tong? Wan Moli's family is also in business, but the business is not big and is not in the eyes of these rich second generations. However, although Wan Moli's family is not qualified, she has an uncle who is the deputy mayor. Chapter 449. So they only reluctantly accepted Wan Moli for the sake of Vice Mayor Wan's face. If Wan Tong was here, there would be no Wan Moli at all. Wan Moli didn't want to bother with Wu Man. If the bartender was smart enough, he wouldn't betray him. But if the bartender betrayed her, what should she do? Brother Ji wouldn't hate her, right? Thinking of this, Wan Moli became flustered. No, she couldn't let Brother Ji hate her. Absolutely not. Wan Moli gritted her teeth and sent a message to her uncle. No one could help her except her uncle. He was the deputy mayor, and he must be able to find a way. Xiao Mingyue did not go back to the banquet hall. She took the elevator down to the first floor. After leaving the entertainment city, she sat in her car. She held the steering wheel and was distracted, thinking a lot, but it seemed as if she was thinking of nothing. On one hand, there was the conflict caused by Ji Wenxi's confession to her, and on the other hand, she had to carefully plan the arrangements after the blizzard. Xiao Mingyue's mind was a mess, as if it was about to explode. Ms. Xiao, can we go now? Someone knocked on the car window. Xiao Mingyue came back to her senses and put all distracting thoughts behind her. She could not be distracted while driving. Okay, right away. The way Ji Wenxi had someone escort her was to send someone to follow her all the way back to Huahan community. After returning home, Xiao Mingyue had a simple meal. In order to stop herself from thinking about random things, she entered the space and started doing farm work, immersing herself in it. When your body is tired, your mind won't think about unnecessary things. After finishing the farm work, Xiao Mingyue lay on the grass, resting her head on Fugue's belly, staring at the sky in a daze. The sky in the space was so blue. Fugue, do you want to date someone? Fugue wagged his tail intermittently. If a beautiful tigress confesses her love to you and that tigress has a good character, how would you feel? Xiao Mingyue asked again. Fugue yawned lazily, not wanting to pay any attention to Xiao Mingyue. He just gave you a look and let you experience it yourself. Xiao Mingyue sighed. Fugue, what do you think you should do? I'm worried about you. Fugue rolled his eyes and said, What does this have to do with me? I have never seen anyone of my kind before, let alone a beautiful tigress. I have never even seen an ugly one. Xiao Mingyue grabbed Fugue's tail and played with it in her hand. Thinking that a blizzard was about to come, she suddenly felt a little cold. In her previous life, she died in this blizzard. It's a bit scary just thinking about it. Now is the end of the world, so we should focus on the real things. It is more important to survive in the end of the world. Since my thoughts are too confused, I might as well stop thinking about it, and let nature take its course. Xiao Mingyue patted his butt, stood up, and went to sell fish. She is very curious about whether it is more important to make a lot of money selling fish or to unlock new items in the puzzle shop. Xiao Mingyue walked to the edge of the swimming pool and set her eyes on the largest red-bone fish in it. The newborn red spy-head fish no longer needs the protection of its mother, and the mother is huge, even bigger than the one at today's auction, so she can be packaged and sold. Xiao Mingyue measured the length of the red-bone fish with the tape measure, and it was a full 2.5 meters. I remember that at the auction today, Ji Shanshan bought the red-bone fish for 250 million. So how much is this one priced at? This one is bigger and fatter, and it has been nourished by the stream water, so its nutritional value must be higher. Click on Moon Farm and put red-bone fish on the shelf. The title is 2.5 meters long red-bone fish, big and fat. The price is 300 million. It can be considered as good quality and low price, isn't it? After the listing was successfully completed, Xiao Mingyue yawned, left the space, washed up, and went to sleep. Chapter 450. What? Go to the casino for an interview? My uncle and aunt looked at each other. Both of them were very surprised. Mingyue, what is an entertainment city? The honest second uncle also asked. Xiao Mingyue looked at the people in the room. She called all her family members to a meeting and the living room was full of people. She explained. The entertainment city is a newly built entertainment venue. You can think of it as a large shopping mall. There is a hotel next to it for rich people to stay. The entertainment city is backed by a cultivation company. It is a good place to go. It is better than growing mushrooms. Besides, the entertainment city has good treatment, including food and accommodation. Employees have staff meals, which are also provided by the planting department. When the natural disaster is over, the entertainment city will still be there. This is a great job opportunity with development prospects. If you perform well, you will also have the opportunity to be promoted. Isn't it better than staying at home and growing mushrooms? She didn't know whether the entertainment city would still be there after the natural disaster, she just said that, otherwise how could she persuade them to go? After saying that, Xiao Mingyue looked at her uncle. Right, uncle? My second uncle is fine, he is a genuine farmer who has been digging for food in the soil all his life, he doesn't think so much. But my uncle is different. He is educated, has always been ambitious, and is eloquent. He used to be very successful in business, running around everywhere with a briefcase. He certainly wouldn't be willing to grow mushrooms all his life. Sure enough, after hearing what Xiao Mingyue said, my uncle was moved. What you said makes sense. If you look at it from a long-term development perspective, this is a very good job opportunity. It's really good. My aunt was also tempted. She knew how good it was to work in the entertainment city. It was definitely better paid than being a waiter. She would be in contact with rich people and the working environment was better. So when are we going? Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up. This kind of job was like pie in the sky. Then what should we do with our mushrooms? And can my sister-in-law and I still do our jobs? Second aunt said weakly. Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment. The interview will be held the day after tomorrow afternoon. You can go and try first. You may not pass the interview yet. Wait until you pass the interview before making a decision. Job opportunities in the entertainment city are very popular. Generally, those that are not recruited externally are absorbed internally through connections. Hearing this, Grandpa looked at Xiao Mingyue with complicated eyes. So how did she help her family get the interview opportunity? Thinking of this, Grandpa felt even more guilty. He was always afraid that his family would hold him back. Mingyue was just too kind-hearted. Grandpa tapped his cane and said in a deep voice. The eldest and second eldest families should go. Li Jiao is already an adult, so she should go too. Yuanzi's family should also go. As many as can pass will take care of the child. Let's leave Zai here first. We old couple will take care of the child for you. Jiang Li Jiao nodded. She had no objection. She was just sitting at home doing nothing anyway. If she could really work in the entertainment city, she would be very happy. People need a sense of value, and she doesn't want to stay at home and be a useless person. Jiang Yuan's wife was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay, I stay at home to take care of the kids every day, and I've wanted to go out to work for a long time. Grandpa glanced at everyone. This is a good opportunity that Mingyue fought for you. She really cares about the future of her family. Don't fool around and do a good job in the interview. Each family should live their own life well. Don't learn from those useless people who always want to live by others. As soon as Grandpa said this, everyone agreed. Definitely. Of course. You must prepare well. Mingyue is really our family's lucky star. My uncle is rubbing his hands in anticipation and can't wait any longer. He grins and starts fantasizing about his future. Jiang Zhuang raised his hand. Sister, what about me? I want to work too. Xiao Mingyue cracked melon seeds and said, You just stay at home and look after the kids. I'll leave Zai to you. Jiang Zhuang pouted and responded reluctantly, with a greasy look on his face. Jiang Yuan laughed, touched Jiang Zhuang's head and said, This is a very important task, come on. Chapter 451. Jiang Lijiao looked at Xiao Mingyue. Sister, what about you? Do you want to work in the entertainment city as well? After Jiang Lijiao finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Mingyue. Yes, Xiao Mingyue didn't have a job either. Me? What can I do? Xiao Mingyue had never thought about it. Jiang Lijiao continued. Sister, you are a graduate of a key university, much better than us. Since you can ask someone to help us get an interview, you can definitely do it. And with your education, you must be an office worker, such as a clerk or secretary. Yes. Jiang Yuan agreed. My aunt also said, I almost forgot, Mingyue is a top student, don't waste her talent. Xiao Mingyue thought about it again and again. That's the truth. When she was in the second semester of her senior year, the high temperature came and she was so focused on buying supplies that she had no time to go to school to get all those miscellaneous things. She didn't even get her diploma. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Xiao Mingyue hesitated and said, "But I don't want to go to work. The main point is that he is lazy and good at eating. The farm work in the space is enough to keep her busy. She likes freedom and doesn't like being restricted by work hours." The silent grandma laughed out loud. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. Mingyue and Zai can stay at home and enjoy themselves." Xiao Mingyue rubbed Zai's face and said, "We are together now." Seeing Grandma say this, no one said anything. "Then let's go home first and prepare. I used to be the one interviewing others, but now it's my turn to be interviewed. I'm quite nervous," said my uncle. "How are interviews conducted? I've never had one." My second uncle was unsure. My uncle stretched his limbs and said, "I'll teach you when we get back. Is this a big deal?" After they left, the Xiao family's living room was empty in an instant. "Mingyue, thank you for your hard work," Grandpa said suddenly. Xiao Mingyue collapsed on the sofa. "It's just a small matter. I want to eat fried chicken." Grandpa smiled kindly. "Okay, I'll fry it for you." Xiao Mingyue was waiting for fried chicken when she saw a customer asking about the products of Moon Farm. "Yuan, is it really a 2.5-meter long red bone fish?" "Moon Farm, guaranteed genuine, and all fish are female. Our store has always had a very good reputation." "Yuan, I buy it often, so I know." The next second, the user named Yuan placed an order for red bone fish. Seeing the prompt, Xiao Mingyue stood up suddenly, a little bit unable to believe his eyes. 300 million, this is 300 million, and he paid it so easily? And it's only been up for less than a day. The red spine fish is really that terrifying. She immediately went back to her room, rushed into the space, knocked the red bone fish unconscious with a shovel, packed it, and shipped it. The shipping box of Moon Farm can change freely according to the size of the goods, so this shipping box is nearly 3 meters long. Xiao Mingyue was also very generous. She gave away 10 large fresh carps. Click to ship, excited heart, trembling hands. Xiao Mingyue was waiting for the 300 million to be exchanged for puzzle coins. The long-lost system sound appears again. "Congratulations to the owner, the assets exceed 300,000 puzzle coins, the puzzle store has new products on the shelves, I wish you a happy shopping." Chapter 452. Xiao Mingyue clicked on the puzzle shop, and there were 7 items unlocked in the puzzle shop. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but gasp. So many? Her eyes were almost dazzled. The first product, beauty and skincare pills. The description says that it can turn you into a stunning beauty, with a face as white as a peach, skin as white as cream, and a beauty that can overwhelm the whole country and make you look charming with a smile. Xiao Mingyue said with disdain, "What's the use of this thing? It's useless." She wants strength more than beauty, otherwise she won't be able to protect herself. A beautiful appearance is God's punishment for you and will only bring you misfortune. What's more, she looks pretty good, although it sounds a bit narcissistic to say so. Not to mention what Xiao Mingyue looks like. Why is this broken thing worth 30,000 puzzle coins? It is even 10,000 more expensive than the stretching legs and staring eyes pill. What is its virtue? Compared with the beauty and skincare pills, Xiao Mingyue wanted the leg stretching and eye glaring pills more, but unfortunately they were sold out. Next. The name of the second product is unremarkable, called Magic Farmland, but its price is not ordinary, it is as high as 200,000 puzzle coins. It's so expensive. There is only a simple sentence in the introduction, it is a magical piece of farmland. Xiao Mingyue thought about it again and again, considered it again and again, and decided to click to buy. How amazing was it? She had to see it. Congratulations to the owner for successfully purchasing the magical farmland. The mechanical sound of the system had just sounded when there was a roar in the space, and an open space appeared next to the orchard. The space became larger, and there was an extra piece of farmland. As the golden light dissipated, Xiao Mingyue ran towards the farmland, wanting to see the extraordinary features of the magical farmland. The farmland is very large, and the fruit trees at the end of the field are much smaller. The farmland is divided into 2 parts. One half is a wheat field and the other half is a rice field. Whether it is a wheat field or a rice field, the wheat and rice in it are golden yellow, the ears are full, and they look ripe and can be harvested. Xiao Mingyue's mood was a bit complicated. She was very happy, but also very distressed. It turned out to be wheat and rice. She didn't plant wheat and rice in the space at first because harvesting was too troublesome and involved a series of measures, such as cracking the husks and threshing the grains. She had to buy a lot of machines before they could be turned into flour and rice. She was too lazy to do it, so she just planted some potatoes, sweet potatoes and the like, which also provided carbohydrates and saved trouble. Besides, she had also bought a lot of food before the end of the world, so it was barely enough if she saved it. Xiao Mingyue was looking at the magical farmland when she saw a glowing panel suddenly rise in the air above the ground. She walked over with curiosity and was surprised to find that the panel was divided into two, with one side of the panel being able to control the farmland on the other side. Xiao Mingyue tried it in the rice field module and clicked on harvesting. The endless rice field seemed to be cut by an invisible sickle. The roots were all cut off. Then, with a flash of white light, they turned into piles of rice, which were neatly stacked in the granary next to the rice fields. Xiao Mingyue took a look and saw that the rice in the granary was fragrant, the rice grains were full, and the husks had already been cracked, so they could be sold directly. She returned to the panel and clicked on the sowing button. The bare rice field soil was stirred, a faint light flashed, a trickle of water gushed out from the ground, and then rice seedlings emerged from the ground one by one. The rice seedlings are growing very well, even faster than the vegetables in the space vegetable garden. It is estimated that the next batch will be mature soon. Xiao Mingyue slowly curled up the corners of her mouth. So this was the magic of the magic farm. It was pretty good. She was very satisfied. The fully intelligent farmland saves her from having to do anything herself. Food is the primary productive force, and it can also be sold for money. It only takes some time to recover the cost. These 200,000 puzzle coins were well spent. Xiao Mingyue did the same thing, and after harvesting the wheat field, the granary next to the wheat field was also full, and the newly grown wheat seedlings were green and lush. Xiao Mingyue opened the moon farm and put rice and flour on the market. The rice was called magic rice and the flour was called magic flour. Because each bag of rice and flour weighs 50 kilograms, which is a considerable amount, Xiao Mingyue's price is not low. Price per bag, 800,000. After putting rice and flour on the shelves, Xiao Mingyue opened the puzzle shop again to see what the next item was. The next product can be summed up in just 2 words: flash. Xiao Mingyue had seen a lot of things in this space, but when she saw these 2 words, she was still stunned for a moment. Chapter 453. Flash, flash? Where are you going? The introduction is more straightforward: it can flash. Congratulations to the owner, you have successfully purchased Flash. Friendly reminder: Flash can be used once. The system sounded again. But the price is not expensive, only 10,000 puzzle coins are needed. Xiao Mingyue didn't hesitate and clicked to purchase it directly. He guessed that it was like the Flash in the game, and could teleport to other places instantly. She only bought 2 things, but she had already used up 210,000 puzzle coins. Money is really hard to spend. There are still 90,000 left. Let's see what else she can buy. Xiao Mingyue took a look, and her gaze stayed on the protective jade bracelet. The protective jade bracelet was worth 50,000, which was not cheap. The introduction is just 2 words: self-defense. Xiao Mingyue clicked to buy, and after the purchase was successful, a jade bracelet fell into her hand. She picked it up and examined it carefully. In the sunlight, the jade bracelet is clear, delicate and shiny, without a trace of impurities, and has a faint luster. Xiao Mingyue wore it on her left wrist. It felt cool to the touch and had a gentle temperament. Since it can protect you, just wear it, and jade also nourishes you. The remaining few lit products had an average price of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Xiao Mingyue was not very interested in them as they were all useless things like beauty pills. Things like pills that you can eat as much as you want without getting fat, hair growth agents, and powders that turn ugly guys into handsome guys, they're all useless. Anyway, Xiao Mingyue doesn't catch a cold. Xiao Mingyue came out of the space after working in it. The fried chicken was already on the table. Grandpa's fried chicken was particularly fragrant. She picked up a chicken drumstick and took a bite. Delicious. Grandpa wiped his hands, sat next to Xiao Mingyue, and asked, Mingyue, the entertainment city you mentioned, if your uncles and second uncles all go to work in the entertainment city, do they have to live in the dormitory? Then what about us? Do we stay in the community? Xiao Mingyue thought about it and said, We'll see when the time comes. Of course she would move to the entertainment city, but she couldn't tell her family that the blizzard was coming, otherwise they would think she was a monster. Then she would find a reason to move there. Grandpa was silent for a while, and finally spoke his mind. Why don't I go for the interview and find a job, even if it's just cleaning? It's a decent job. I'm in good health now, and I can help the family. It's better than doing nothing. What do you think? Grandma heard it and ran over. What, you want to go to work? Don't ask me, I'm discussing it with Mingyue, you don't understand. Grandpa didn't want Grandma to interfere. Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment and said softly, Grandpa, you are old now, just enjoy yourself at home, don't work anymore, it's not like the family can't afford to support you. Moreover, my grandfather is the biggest contributor to the family. Without him, our family would not have a good life. Don't forget, that puzzle was a gift from Grandpa. With the puzzle, Xiao Mingyue was able to unlock the puzzle space and have a good life afterwards. So no matter how great the blessings my grandfather enjoys, he deserves it. Xiao Mingyue treats her eldest uncle, second uncle and youngest aunt well, also for this reason, and because of her grandfather's kindness. Grandma nodded. Mingyue is right, have you forgotten how you got Alzheimer's? What if you accidentally fall down again and become stupid again? I won't serve you anymore. Why are you doing that to me? You are everywhere. Why don't you cook with me at home? Grandpa was not happy. What do you know? I'm in good health and can do any work. I feel uncomfortable if I don't work. No, if you stay at home and enjoy the good life, you will be helping with the housework. Xiao Mingyue's attitude was very firm. Grandpa looked at Xiao Mingyue with a complicated expression. He sighed slowly. Good boy. Grandpa couldn't persuade Xiao Mingyue, and finally didn't say anything. Xiao Mingyue knew that her grandfather also wanted to contribute to the family, but she still disagreed. Giving her a puzzle was already the greatest help he had done. Chapter 454. Second brother, please help Jasmine. She is just a child. If she goes to jail, the rest of her life will be ruined. A middle-aged man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He was Wan Moli's father, Wan Tianqing. Wan Moli next to him was crying with tears all over her little face. Wan Jiangwo stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless. How do you want me to help? Wan Tianqing saw that there was something going on and said hurriedly. Aren't you the deputy mayor? Go talk to that guy named Ji and order him to withdraw the lawsuit. It only takes a few words. Wan Jiangwo glared and said angrily. Asshole! Who do you think I am, Wan Jiangwo? I have been upright all these years, and I have never complained about the hardships I have suffered for the country and the people. You actually want me to use my power to oppress others? You are humiliating me. I don't have a brother like you. Get out of here! Wan Tianqing was stunned, and Wan Moli shuddered with fear. Uncle, what should I do? I didn't mean it. Please help me, uncle. Wan Moli said, crying. Wan Jiangwo closed his eyes. Jasmine, your parents were busy with their business in the past, so you can be said to have grown up in my home. I also treated you like my own daughter. If there is Tong Tong, there must be you. But what about you? What have you done? For a man, you actually drugged me. You really disappoint me by doing such a despicable thing. Wan Jiangwo was extremely disappointed with Wan Moli. Wan Moli cried even harder. No, uncle, please help me, please, uncle, you love me the most, I really didn't mean it, I was deceived, someone hurt me, uncle, I don't want to go to jail. Wan Tianqing was also anxious. Brother, can you bear to see your niece go to jail? You can't be so cold-blooded, are you still my brother? Wan Moli's mother wiped her tears and said aggrievedly. Second brother, we don't ask you to help us with anything. As long as you can save Jasmine this time, my husband and I will be grateful. Wan Tianqing gritted his teeth and said, In the past, we asked you to do something and help us smooth out the relationship to do business, but you just didn't want to. Now my daughter is dying, and you are unwilling to save her. Wan Jiangwo, you are noble, you are great, you are selfless, but you are willing to do such a thing even if it means stepping on the bones of your family members to gain fame. You! Wan Jiangwo was so angry that he couldn't speak. Fourth uncle, your ability to confuse right and wrong is getting stronger and stronger. A cold female voice sounded, and a woman in camouflage pants and combat boots walked in quickly. She had neat short hair and looked dashing. Tong Tong, why are you back? Wan Jiangwo was very surprised. Wan Tong sat casually on the sofa. If I don't come back, Deputy Mayor Wan will be really mad. Wan Jiangwo's expression relaxed a lot, and a warm feeling passed through his heart. Sister, I'm scared. I don't want to go to jail. Can you help me? Wan Moli said timidly. Wan Tong glanced at her coldly. Are you afraid? You did such a shameless thing, and you still feel afraid? Wan Moli, you are an adult, right? You should bear the consequences of your own actions. Don't you understand this principle? I don't. Wan Moli gritted her teeth in humiliation, a trace of hatred flashing in her eyes. Tong Tong, what are you talking about? Jasmine is your sister. Wan Tianqing was unwilling. Wan Tong leaned against the back of the sofa and said, Uncle Four, Aunt Four, your family is really bad at educating people. You raised such a shameful daughter. Instead of thinking about how to correct the crooked tree, you want my dad to clean up your mess? If you tell anyone, it will be a disgrace to our Wan family. Also, if you dare to go out and do evil under my father's name again, don't blame me for being ruthless. My father has worked diligently all his life, and I, Wan Tong, will never allow you to ruin his reputation. Wan Tong's words were very powerful. Wan Tianqing and his wife looked extremely unhappy, but they did not dare to speak. Wan Tong has had a bad temper since she was a child and loves to fight. In addition, she has been working hard in the military camp, so she has a very explosive temper. No one in the Wan family can afford to offend her. Chapter 455. Wan Moli glanced at Wan Tong with resentment, and then said miserably, Sister, I am wronged. It is true that I like Brother Ji, but I didn't know. Wan Tong glared at her and commanded, Shut up. Wan Moli bit her lips tightly, tears streaming down her face. Wan Tong's expression was as cold as ice. Goodbye. Wan Tianqing wanted to say something, but when he saw Wan Tong's expression, he had to reluctantly leave with his wife and daughter. And Wan Tong called out to Wan Moli. The family of three stopped. Wan Moli thought Wan Tong had changed his mind, and she pinched the corner of her clothes with tears in her eyes. Wan Tong said coldly, You have today to pack up your things and move out. Don't live in my house anymore. Go back to your own home. Hearing this, Wan Moli clenched her fists, but she didn't even feel the scratches on her palms due to her fingernails because she was squeezing too hard. She lived mostly in Wan Tong's house since she was a child. In order to raise her own value, she pestered her uncle to reserve a room for her when she grew up. After moving to the south of the city, Wan Tong's house also had a room for her. It was because she lived with her uncle that she felt she was different. Wan Tong actually asked her to move out. Why? Wan Tianqing said in dissatisfaction. Tong Tong, you are going too far. Jasmine is your sister after all. Are you ignoring the friendship we grew up together? Besides, we don't have a room for Jasmine at home. Wan Tong waved his hand impatiently. Show me away. You! Wan Tianqing's face turned pale, and he walked away in a huff. Wan Moli followed behind with her head down, her eyes full of hatred. Why didn't you help her? Why didn't you help with such a small matter? What should she do? Uncle really didn't treat her as his own daughter. If Wan Tong had been in trouble today, would he still be so hypocritical? After the family of three left, Wan Tong peeled an apple for his father. Dad, don't be angry. Look, I scolded him away. Wan Jiangwo took the apple and said, Luckily you are here. I thought Jasmine was just a little girl with puberty, but I didn't expect her to. How could she do such a thing? Wan Tong crossed her legs and said, She has been like this since she was a child. You just discovered it. She has evil intentions and will pretend to be weak and pitiful. It annoys me just to see it. She wants to get close to the patriarch of the Ji family, and then she will become a phoenix in the future. She really dares to think so. By the way, what did the patriarch of the Ji family say? Did he really let Wan Moli go to jail? He must have tried to scare her. There is no jail to go to now. Wan Moli, the brainless one, doesn't even think about it. Wan Jiangwo shook his head. It was just to scare her. The kid from the Ji family asked someone to contact me. He's quite shrewd. In fact, it was an attempted drugging. Besides, the Ji family didn't say anything, so he didn't pursue it. The case was not serious, so he won't be punished. Wan Tong smiled. That's it, we must scare her and let her know the price of doing wrong. We should deal with it accordingly. Anyway, next time I go home, I don't want to see Wan Moli again. Wan Moli called Ji Shanshan with trembling hands. Shanshan, can you help me? Tell your brother that I was framed. Moli, let's not contact each other anymore. I really can't accept that you are plotting against my brother. Family is my bottom line. I won't spread this matter either. You can take care of yourself. Ji Shanshan's voice was very calm. She hung up the phone without waiting for Wan Moli to speak. Wan Moli looked at the phone in disbelief, then screamed wildly and smashed the phone with a distorted face. Chapter 456. Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, Sister, we passed the interview. Jian Yuan walked quickly and announced the good news in the living room. Passed? Oh. Good, that's great. Grandma was very happy. Mother Xiao looked at the large group of family members coming in from behind, all of whom had happy expressions on their faces, and said in disbelief. All passed? My uncle cleared his throat and said proudly. Of course. After my professional training, this kind of interview is no problem for me. Xiao Mingyue paused while peeling walnuts. She thought it would be good if some of them passed, but unexpectedly, all of them passed. Did Ji Wenxi give her a heads up? Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue no longer had the appetite to eat walnuts. Several days had passed since he confessed his love to her last time. Should she send a message to thank him? The eldest aunt smiled and hit him. It was obviously my niece who recommended us to go, and she did it for Mingyue's sake. You really know how to take the credit for yourself. Yes, that's for sure, thanks to Mingyue. The uncle laughed foolishly. When they arrived there today, they were completely stunned. They had never seen such a luxurious and upscale place since the natural disaster. My second uncle's family had never seen such a thing before, not even before the natural disaster. They were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. They didn't dare to breathe, for fear of dirtying that magnificent place. They had never heard of a place like the entertainment city during this period, let alone any recruitment information, so it was obvious who would take the jobs in the entertainment city. My uncle and aunt are both smart people, how could they not tell the identities of the entertainment city staff? If it weren't for Mingyue's recommendation, they wouldn't have gotten an interview opportunity for such a sought-after job. What's more, all of them passed, which was even more rare. The leader of the Human Resources Department was very polite and decided on the job position while chatting. The uncle could understand it even if he thought about it with his heels, that they must be doing it for Xiao Mingyue's sake. Although they don't know where their niece got so much face, they are very grateful to her for always thinking of them when she has something good. Zhao's mother looked at Xiao Mingyue. Mingyue? Did you take advantage of the little girl from our family last time? What was her name? Oh, Shanshan. Grandma also remembered. That pretty girl is so kind. She has thanked our family so many times and even arranged jobs for our family. This, I am so embarrassed. I don't know how to repay her. My uncle and the others didn't know about this and asked what was going on. Grandma told them about Xiao Mingyue saving Ji Shanshan, and then the uncle and his family suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. No wonder. I thought it went too smoothly. I wanted to ask Mingyue just now, but I didn't have the courage to ask, said my uncle. Xiao Mingyue didn't say anything and didn't explain. How else could she say it? Could it be that it wasn't Ji Shanshan, but her brother? Her brother confessed to me and I ran away. Before leaving, I shamelessly asked for an interview opportunity for my family. Not only do they not bear grudges, they also hire all of you without regard for past grudges. She couldn't open her mouth. Otherwise, Zhao's mother and grandmother would go crazy. Grandpa snorted. Don't get too excited, tell me what you do. The eldest uncle reported. I am in charge of receiving customers. What's it called? The concierge department. The second oldest brother is honest, so they are in the back office cleaning. Where did my wife and sister-in-law go? The catering department, helping out in the kitchen or something. My daughter is a waitress, and she and her mother both work in the catering department. Jiang Yuan is tall and strong, so he is hired as a security guard. Hui Hui is an accountant, so she just sits in the office and works on the computer. She is really good at it. After saying that, my uncle poured himself a glass of water and waited for my grandfather to speak. Jiang Yuan's wife smiled gently. She used to work as an accountant in a small factory in the town. Now she was back to her old job and she was very happy. Grandpa nodded and said, "The leaders have good eyesight and can see what you are capable of. Just be sweet talkers and don't cause trouble. Our whole family has a better future and hope. The future will definitely get better and better. I am happy too." "Of course, Grandpa, don't worry," Jiang Lijia said sweetly. Chapter 457. She graduated from high school and is now working as a waitress in a casino, and she is already very satisfied. Grandma asked anxiously, "Didn't they say there are staff dormitories?" My aunt smiled and said, "Mom, speaking of the staff dormitory, it's great. The room has everything you need, central air conditioning, refrigerator, but the bathroom is outside, and the staff bathroom is cleaned every day, so it's very clean." When the staff from the Human Resources Department took them to see the staff dormitory, they were stunned. They thought that this was not a place to work, but a place to enjoy life. My uncle rubbed his hands and said a little embarrassedly, "That's right, fourth sister, we still have to borrow your car to move." "Oh, what's this? When are we moving?" asked Xiao's mother. Jiang Yuan said, "Report next Tuesday, and then start training on Wednesday." Grandma stood up and said, "There are still several days left. People from the first and second families, you all should come here in the next few days. We should make the quilts quickly and let these grown men pack their luggage." "Mom is right. The quilt is not finished yet. I'll go wash my hands and get the things out." My second aunt said she would go. My aunt agreed. "It's still more comfortable to cover yourself with a cotton quilt that you make yourself. You have to make it quickly. Then we don't have to make so many thick quilts. The entertainment city has central air conditioning, so we can make a few more spring and autumn quilts." "I'm going too." Jiang Yuan's wife handed the child to Xiao Mingyue, and then went to help. "Then I'll go find Director Wei and tell him that we won't be delivering mushrooms anymore. I'll also have to go find the leader, and they'll have to quit their jobs as lunch chefs. We have to talk it over with them. It's embarrassing to quit so suddenly." As my eldest uncle said this, he walked out, and my second uncle and Jiang Yuan followed him. The women all work overtime to make quilts, and the men were not idle either, each busy with their own work. Xiao Mingyue put Zai Zai on her lap, and the two looked into each other's eyes. "Hey hey." Zai Zai struggled to get down. He can run now and doesn't like being held. He runs around like a monkey all day long. Xiao Mingyue couldn't let him make trouble. Grandma and the others had worked so hard to lay out the cotton, but he ruined it by running over. Plus, there were needles and thread there, which was dangerous. "Don't move, or I'll spank you." Xiao Mingyue deliberately put on a stern face. Zai Zai was stunned. "I'll fight." Xiao Mingyue was hit head-on. Zai Zai hit her on the nose with his bare fist. She didn't feel any pain, but she was quite dazed. Grandpa picked up Zai Zai and patted his little hand. "Don't hit your cousin. Grandpa will take you to the yard to play. Let's go feed the chickens, okay?" "Okay." Zai Zai happily followed his grandfather. Xiao Mingyue sighed softly. She was indeed not destined to have a child. Xiao Mingyue took out her phone and prepared to thank Ji Wenxi. She carefully considered the words, deleted and revised them several times, and finally finalized them. "Coach, thank you." They all passed the interview. Ji Wenxi was in a meeting when he received the message. He picked up the phone, carefully considered the wording, deleted and revised it several times, and finally replied. "Yuri, welcome. Xiao Mingyue leaned over and fell on the sofa. "Wouldn't it be bad to just thank her verbally? To express my gratitude, I will treat you to a meal. Do you have time?" The corners of Ji Wenxi's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. "Some. Mr. G, are you listening?" the secretary asked cautiously. Ji Wenxi came back to her senses and said, "Sorry, please continue." Chapter 458. Xiao Mingyue thought about it again and decided to treat Ji Wenxi to dinner at the Manchine French restaurant in the entertainment city. The main reason was that there was no other choice, and the entertainment city was the only restaurant. You can't invite them to your home, because their family will go crazy. After agreeing on a time, the date soon arrived. The Xiao family's large living room was already occupied by cotton, and an unfinished quilt was spread on the floor. Xiao Mingyue walked over carefully. My aunt sat on the ground, took a sip of cotton thread, and asked, Mingyue, what are you going to do wearing such beautiful clothes? Xiao Mingyue paused. I'm going out for dinner with a friend of mine. A female, she added, trying to cover up the truth. Go slowly on the way. Grandma didn't even raise her head as she sewed the quilt skillfully. Xiao Mingyue responded and quickly slipped away. Sitting in the car, she looked down at her clothes and couldn't help muttering in her heart. Does she look good in it? She just picked up something at random. When Xiao Mingyue was brought into the Manchine French restaurant by the waiter, Ji Wenxi had already arrived. Mr. Ji, you're here so soon. I'm not late, am I? Xiao Mingyue walked over. Ji Wenxi had a proper smile on her face. I just arrived too. Let's order some food, Xiao Mingyue said. French cuisine is ordered individually, from appetizers, main courses, to desserts, or a cup of coffee, which is considered a complete meal. Please wait a moment. The waiter smiled professionally. While waiting for the food, Xiao Mingyue felt that the atmosphere was becoming gradually awkward. She should have called Ji Shanshan as well. With Ji Shanshan, who is a talkative person, the atmosphere would definitely not be dull. Ji Wenxi noticed the jade bracelet on her wrist and said, Your bracelet is very beautiful. Thank you. Xiao Mingyue smiled slightly. Ji Wenxi looked calm. By the way, I heard that you bought the snow-melting artifact at the auction. Yes, I did. You even heard about that. Ji Wenxi pondered for a moment. That day, you said the weather was getting colder and asked me to wear more clothes. Didn't you also think that natural disasters wouldn't be so easy to get over? Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly and said seriously. Yes, I think so. I believe that besides me, many people have similar guesses. Mr. Ji must have heard about it too, right? Indeed, the seasons have been strange in recent years, and experts also say that now is not the time to be blindly optimistic. Perhaps the appearance of the sun this time is just a chance for the earth to give humans a chance to catch their breath. No one knows what the future will be like. Ji Wenxi's expression was a little solemn. If the earth really wants to return to normal, we should wear cotton jackets at this season, so... Xiao Mingyue shrugged. At this time, the waiter brought the appetizers, and the two of them ate and chatted. Ji Wenxi was very good at leading the topic and did not let the atmosphere become stagnant. The conversation between the two of them gradually became more and more lively. Xiao Mingyue had long gotten over the initial embarrassment, and instead began to discuss the issue with him seriously. She found that the two of them could talk to each other quite a bit, and shared many of the same views. Ji Wenxi took a sip of red wine. So, this is why you bought the snow-melting artifact? You guessed that the next disaster would be extreme cold? Yes, after all, there is a high temperature ahead. Xiao Mingyue was very frank. This is not speculation, but an ironclad reality. The next disaster will be extreme cold, and it will be a terrible extreme cold that will start with a blizzard. Ji Wenxi said slowly. Your guess is not unreasonable. When the 4 seasons are disordered, the temperature is irregular. The first year is hot, the second year is rainy season floods, and the third year is likely to be extremely cold. Do you think so too? Xiao Mingyue looked up. Ji Wenxi cut the steak very gracefully. It's not just me. Experts also speculate this way. Of course, in addition to the extreme cold, there are other speculations. The country is also making plans in many aspects. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue understood that the country's mind is always forward-looking. They must be thinking more comprehensively and will definitely take corresponding measures. We must always believe in the country. Xiao Mingyue silently observed Ji Wenxi. Seeing that his every move was so elegant and classy, Xiao Mingyue subconsciously straightened her back. She was used to being casual at home, and was not really used to eating Western food. In the face of natural disasters, humans are so insignificant. I'm just worried. If we wait until that time comes to prepare, it may be too late, she said softly. Chapter 459. Ji Wenxi stopped what he was doing and said teasingly. Then do I also need to buy some snow-melting artifacts in preparation? Xiao Mingyue's eyebrows curved. Then you can't buy it, I bought them all. But I can sell it to you, the price is negotiable. Ji Wenxi laughed out loud. Sure, you can set the conditions. Xiao Mingyue was slightly startled, and joked. What if I want to plant a company? Ji Wenxi put down the knife and spoke more seriously than ever before. If you want it, I'll give it to you. His eyes were clear, not like he was joking, nor like he was deliberately bragging, as if the planting department was a precious gift that he really wanted to give to her. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue's pupils trembled slightly, and she stuttered. I was kidding. Xiao Mingyue rubbed the hilt of the knife in his hand nervously, and felt his heart beating faster. Under the dim light, slow-paced music floats melodiously in the air. The calm surface of the lake seemed to be rippling slightly, one circle after another, never dissipating. Brother, Sister Mingyue, why are you here? Ji Shanshan walked over with a look of surprise. As soon as she entered the restaurant, she saw the two of them. She thought she was dazzled. Wu Man followed behind, failing to control her facial expressions several times. Why would Brother Ji eat alone with this woman? Xiao Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was just the right time. Ji Wenxi was calm and said, We are talking about something. Ji Shanshan was even more confused. It was obvious that she had a better relationship with Sister Mingyue, so what could they talk about? Shanshan, let's eat together? Xiao Mingyue quickly signaled the waiter to bring the menu. Okay, let's sit at one table and have some fun. Man, come and sit. Ji Shanshan readily agreed. Because Xiao Mingyue and Ji Wenxi were sitting opposite each other, Ji Shanshan naturally sat next to Ji Wenxi, and Wu Man could only choose the seat next to Xiao Mingyue. Hello, Brother Ji. Wu Man bit her lip and sat down reluctantly. She couldn't lose her temper in front of Ji Wenxi. Of course, Xiao Mingyue noticed Wu Man's expression. She sighed in her heart and said, Let her do whatever she wants. Ji Shanshan and Wu Man ordered their own dishes. After the waiter left, Ji Shanshan asked, Brother, Sister Mingyue, what are you talking about? She always felt something was strange because her brother had never eaten alone with a woman except when he was working. Ji Wenxi raised her eyes slightly. Children, don't ask about everything. Ji Shanshan. She pouted in dissatisfaction and said faintly, If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. It's really strange. This is the first time I see someone having dinner with a girl. If you don't know, you might think you are dating. Hearing Ji Shanshan's words, Wu Man looked up suddenly, feeling angry and furious. Are you really dating? Wu Man asked. Cough. Xiao Mingyue was choked by the water. Ji Wenxi slowly put down the cutlery and said calmly, Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Mingyue looked at him, and their eyes met in the air, but only for a second, they looked away. Ji Shanshan snorted twice and blinked at Xiao Mingyue. I was just joking, Sister Mingyue, don't be angry. It's okay. We were just talking about the snow-melting artifact. It's the thing I bought at the auction. Xiao Mingyue changed the subject calmly. Chapter 460. Hearing Xiao Mingyue's words, Ji Shanshan looked at Ji Wenxi in confusion. Brother, are you also interested in the snow-melting artifact? Ji Wenxi hummed. That's why I asked your sister Mingyue to come out and discuss this matter. Why buy that thing? Where is the snow? I don't understand what you are thinking. Ji Shanshan poked at the salad in the bowl. Wu Man glanced at Xiao Mingyue with a very unhappy look. If she had known that Brother Ji was interested in the snow-melting artifact, she would have bought it. She didn't know whether the company would still sell it, so she wanted to buy it all. By the way, Sister Mingyue, how much did you buy at that time? Ji Shanshan asked. Xiao Mingyue replied. At that time, 50 bags were auctioned off, and then the two people came to me, and I bought all their stock, which was about a little more than 5,000 bags. She has already checked the warehouse and changed the warehouse key. When she needs it, she can just go and get it. When Wu Man heard this, she looked at Xiao Mingyue resentfully and felt really upset. She actually bought them all? The scheming woman did it on purpose. Xiao Mingyue wiped her mouth and said, I'm going to the bathroom. She stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Just as she turned on the faucet, she saw Wu Man following in with a proud look on her face. Wu Man still looked arrogant and ordered. You stay away from Brother Ji. You should know yourself. You are not worthy of him. Don't think about people you shouldn't think about, Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly, not taking the young lady's threat seriously at all. As what are you saying this to me, his family? His wife? Or his girlfriend? Wu Man was a little angry and raised her voice. No way! Xiao Mingyue looked at her and said in a light tone. Let's not talk about whether I like him or not. He is not an object. You can't buy him just because you like someone else. You have no right to restrict his right to choose a spouse, and you are not qualified to order me around. Miss, do you understand? Wu Man snorted disdainfully. What do people like you know? I like him. I liked him first. But he doesn't seem to like you. Your actions are meaningless, Xiao Mingyue said. Wu Man was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She gritted her teeth and said, So what? You don't understand at all. I have been trying hard to pursue him. If I like someone, I will take action immediately. What's the meaning? What is that? I only know that I am happy now, I am willing, and I will not regret it in the future. Do you know how much I have paid? Sooner or later, he will see my good side. Xiao Mingyue's pupils trembled. As long as she is happy now, she shouldn't regret it later? Her expression changed slightly, and she slowly realized why she had been absent-minded in everything she did during this period of time. Xiao Mingyue had been confessed to many times in the past. If she met someone she didn't like, she would just reject them directly and straightforwardly. But when she met Ji Wenxi, she didn't do that. Why didn't she? They had met many times, there had been surprises and accidents, but more often, he had been his own coach. Xiao Mingyue was like a deserter, not knowing what to do because she didn't even understand her own heart. Too many things weighed on her mind, things from her past life, the end of the world, natural disasters, the horrific extreme cold of the future, and the gradually horrifying and distorted human nature. She had to be on guard all the time. She had to plan carefully how to survive and how to prevent accidents from happening. She felt that she had too many responsibilities, and sometimes she was confused and didn't know where hope lay. Chapter 461. In front of her family, she is always a calm and powerful person. No matter what happens, she will remain calm. But she is also a human being. She has been afraid in her heart, but she just never tells anyone and digests it alone. Especially the extreme cold, the kind of endless cold that makes people despair. She was scared of the night of her death in her previous life and even had several nightmares, but she never mentioned it to anyone. She has seen too much terrible human nature and dare not trust others easily, so she is unwilling to think about emotional issues and even rejects them. Therefore, Xiao Mingyue subconsciously felt that survival in the apocalypse and love were contradictory, and she could only choose one of the two. If she really had to choose, she would of course choose survival without hesitation. Love is a ridiculous thing. Can it be eaten? But what if you have a comrade in arms walking side by side with you on the road to survival in the apocalypse? If this is the case, can we consider it and not reject this strange feeling? After all, who knows what will happen tomorrow, or what kind of disaster will be at the end of the extreme cold? Thinking too much will only add to your psychological burden. Let's just focus on today. Hey, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? When Wu Man saw that Xiao Mingyue ignored her, she became even angrier. She was the focus wherever she went, and she didn't like the feeling of being ignored. What did you say just now? Xiao Mingyue was distracted and didn't listen carefully. Wu Man stamped her feet and said, I say, you are not allowed to get close to Brother Ji. He won't like people like you. People in our family pay attention to matching each other. I advise you to recognize yourself. I won't allow you to be with Brother Ji. Xiao Mingyue seemed to have figured something out, and also seemed to be deliberately trying to piss her off. I won't listen to you. I'm still with him. What can you do? Are you kidding me? How can a rebellious Xiao be threatened by a woman? Of course, no man can do that. No one can do that. You! Wu Man pointed at Xiao Mingyue, and was so angry that she lost control of her emotions. She stared at Xiao Mingyue with gritted teeth, her eyes gradually turned red, and she was about to cry. Xiao Mingyue was stunned, not knowing what to say. Why are you crying? Wu Man cried even harder, tears falling one by one, looking like a tearful pear blossom in the rain, but she still stared at Xiao Mingyue angrily. You wish! I have been chasing him for so long but still failed. If you want to be with him, then be with him. Who do you think you are? It depends on whether Brother Ji likes you or not. Wu Man then realized belatedly that love requires the consent of both parties, and Xiao Mingyue said that on purpose to irritate her. Xiao Mingyue wiped her hands with a disposable tissue and said quietly, So you also know this truth, so does your Brother Ji like you? Xiao Mingyue stabbed Wu Man in the heart again. Wu Man finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She was so angry that she was shaking all over and ran out crying. She had never been so humiliated since she was a child. Looking at Wu Man's back as she ran away, Xiao Mingyue shook her head helplessly. The main thing is to keep a stable mentality. Xiao Mingyue threw the used tissue into the trash can, then slowly walked out of the bathroom. 3 seconds after Xiao Mingyue left, a toilet door quietly opened and Dr. Li walked out silently. Her eyes were frighteningly bright, and the air was filled with the scent of gossip. She was so excited that the phone in her bag was shaking. Oh my God! The women's restroom is really a great place to eavesdrop on gossip. It turned out to be Ji Wenxi's gossip. Who is that woman? The voice sounds familiar. Dr. Li tiptoed out of the bathroom and decided to go to the first scene to investigate the enemy's situation. Chapter 462. Man, what happened to her? Why did she run away crying? Nothing will happen, right? Ji Shanshan looked at Wu Man, who left the restaurant alone, and said with some concern. Xiao Mingyue sat down as if nothing had happened. It's okay. I just told her a touching story and she cried. I'll go see her. Ji Shanshan got up and chased after her. Ji Wenxi pulled the corner of her mouth and said with a half smile, What did you say to her? He wouldn't believe such a simple lie. It's nothing. I just told her that you don't like her, and she couldn't stand it and started crying. Xiao Mingyue told the truth. What did she say to you? Ji Wenxi asked again. Xiao Mingyue scooped off a small piece of dessert with a delicate little silver spoon and put it in her mouth to taste. She acted like a big shot and told me to stay away from you. The caramel pudding in her mouth was mellow, smooth, and tender. The hot custard pudding and caramel slices were in her mouth at the same time, which was wonderful. So, how did you answer? Xiao Mingyue stared into his eyes and said slowly, I said I won't. Ji Wenxi's hand paused. He didn't say anything, but just gently stroked his fingertips, revealing a hint of uneasiness in his heart. That's why she was so angry, Xiao Mingyue added. Oh. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It turned out that she just wanted to deliberately anger others, which was consistent with her personality. Xiao Mingyue put down the small silver spoon and was about to call the waiter to pay the bill, but Ji Wenxi spoke in a gentle voice. It's already been put on my account. It doesn't make sense to let a girl pay for a meal. Xiao Mingyue was very embarrassed, and she picked up her bag awkwardly. Seeing her movements, Ji Wenxi asked, Are you leaving? No, I have something else to tell you. Xiao Mingyue seemed a little embarrassed. She actually had times when she was nervous. Ji Wenxi smiled helplessly. I thought you were going to continue pretending that nothing had happened, so, am I going to get the nice guy card? It's okay, I was just too anxious, he said again. Xiao Mingyue didn't expect him to say that, and explained. No, I mean. Xiao Mingyue touched his forehead anxiously and spoke without hesitation. I mean, we don't know what the future world will be like yet, and we should focus on how to survive. But precisely because the future is unpredictable, I don't want to regret it. Ji Wenxi was stunned on the spot, and her heart became nervous. So? She stared at him seriously. So I don't reject it. Let it be. The way she expressed it should be very clear. It is very clear. She thinks it is very clear, Ji Wenxi couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips, and said in a firm tone. I understand. You have a crush on me. There was a hint of tenderness between his brows, and he was in a good mood. Even if they just have a good impression, there is still a long way to go in the future, so take it slow, they have plenty of time. Xiao Mingyue's ears blushed. Why did you say it so bluntly? I'm leaving first. She picked up her bag and was about to leave, wanting to escape. Ji Wenxi stood up and said, You've been drinking. I'll ask someone to take you back. Xiao Mingyue nodded, and the two of them left the restaurant together. After the two left, A head popped out from behind the exquisite landscape wall. It was Dr. Lee. It's her, it's actually her, Dr. Lee murmured in disbelief. The woman from last time, the one who knocked Ji Wenxi unconscious and sent her here. Chapter 463. Dr. Lee was a little excited. Good fellow, let me catch him. I said there was a spark between these two people. She was just about to call Grandpa Ji to report the military situation again, but she noticed what the waiter in the restaurant was doing. Why did you suddenly change the music? I thought the previous one was very nice, Dr. Lee asked curiously. The waiter was very polite. The music just now was specifically requested by the guest. Now that the guest has left, we changed it. Dr. Lee sniffed. Did you change the incense too? The waiter nodded. Yes, miss, the incense just now was also arranged by the guest. Dr. Lee suddenly realized. It's Ji Wenxi. The waitress just smiled and didn't dare to address Mr. Ji by his name. Miss, do you have anything else to say? No more, no more. Go and get busy. Dr. Lee waved his hand. Okay, I didn't expect that guy to be so scheming. The soft music praising love, the romantic incense, and the dim lights create a wonderful atmosphere. If you drink some red wine, you will get drunk without being intoxicated, and it will easily stimulate the emotions hidden deep in your heart. I thought she was an abstinent flower on the mountain top, but this introverted man is so scheming even in a relationship. Dr. Lee was in a good mood. Too sinister. Dr. Lee couldn't wait to call Grandpa Ji. Grandpa Ji, it's me, it's still me, I want to tell you something. Yes, that girl. Don't say I leaked the secret this time. After I told you last time, he didn't look at me in a good mood for several months. His face was so cold that it could freeze me. That's right. As his cousin, I must have been worried about him. I was so worried. Now, this kid has finally come to his senses. He will definitely not stay single. You can rest assured. Grandpa Ji, please stop laughing. You have to pretend you don't know. I think the two of them have just struck a chord. We can't mess around. Otherwise, it will backfire and scare them, and the duck in hand will fly away. Can't control it? No, you have to control it. Also, please don't tell me that I said that. Bye. When Xiao Mingyue returned home, she found a new quilt drying in the yard. Her grandma and the others had finished making another one. You're back? Grandma was the only one in the living room, and she was spreading cotton. Xiao Mingyue asked. Where are my aunt and the others? They went to get food for people. Their leader told them to finish the last few days of work, Grandma replied. Xiao Mingyue said then sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and ate macadamia nuts while watching TV. Grandma glanced at Xiao Mingyue and said, Mingyue, who did you go out to eat with? Why are you so happy? I'm not happy, Xiao Mingyue said while chewing the fruit. Grandma smiled kindly. You're not happy yet. You were humming a song just now and even crossed your legs. What are you so happy about? Xiao Mingyue silently put her legs down. Nothing. At this time, Xiao's mother came back from outside in a hurry. Seeing Xiao Mingyue, she grasped Xiao Mingyue's hand and said solemnly, Mingyue, the war has begun. Xiao Mingyue was shocked. What? Where is the war? Xiao's mother calmed down and said, There's a war in the north. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, Did the government send troops to the north to suppress the unrest? How do you know? Asked Xiao's mother. Xiao Mingyue sighed lightly and said, It's not hard to guess that now that the sun is out and the flood water level has dropped, if we want to rebuild after the disaster, the north can't be in chaos. Don't forget that the underwater area in the north is the urban area. The government must strike with lightning speed, forcefully crack down on the unrest and take back control of the north, otherwise future work will not be able to proceed. Xiao Ma was surprised and said, So that's how it is. Xiao Mingyue comforted her mother. Don't panic, it's okay, the government will definitely quell the unrest, and we won't be affected. But the weather is cold, and the king is broken. The government will not allow Fu Luo to continue to run rampant. It's time to close the net. Chapter 464. The days passed by unknowingly, and my uncle and his family moved to the staff dormitory of the entertainment city. They successfully passed the employee induction training and started a new life. Jiang Lijia would send messages to Xiao Mingyue from time to time to share her life, saying that they were living very well there, that her colleagues and leaders were very caring, and that she had also made new friends. Jiang Lijia feels much happier than before and has found her sense of existence and value. On this day, Xiao Mingyue was drying clothes in the yard. Taking advantage of the sunny day, she washed all her winter clothes, including thermal underwear and sweaters. Otherwise, when the extreme cold comes, I don't know how long it will take before I see the sun. I also took out my down jacket. It can't be washed, but it can be dried in the sun. It was noon and she was drying clothes when she saw Xiao Ma coming back from outside, stretching her limbs. Mom, I'm off work. Grandma just prepared dinner. It's time to eat. Xiao Mingyue patted her down jacket. It's finally time to get off work. I've been in a meeting all morning and my butt is sore from sitting. Hey Mingyue, why did you suddenly think of hanging up these clothes to dry? Zhao's mother asked in confusion. Take it out and dry it in the sun. The smell will start to develop. Xiao Mingyue replied. Zhao's mother said oh, and said mysteriously, by the way, you must be very interested in the content of our meeting today. Let me tell you about it. At the dinner table, except for Jiang Zhuang and Zizi, everyone else was waiting for Xiao Ma to speak. Jiang Zhuang was coaxing Zizi to eat, and the two of them were competing to see who could eat the biggest bite. Xiao Ma didn't even take a sip of water before she said impatiently. The latest news is that the war in the north has ended, and government troops are rushing to the north in large numbers. Also, Director Su said that the flood has receded to Chunshan County, and the flood is about to end. That's great. The natural disaster will soon be over. We will definitely have good days in the future. Grandma smiled. Xiao Mingyue ate a mouthful of rice absent-mindedly. Chunshan County was in the northernmost part of the city, and it seemed that the entire Pingjing city had emerged from the flood. How long has it been? I believe that in another 2 months, the floods in China will be eliminated by half, but they can only disappear by half. Cherish the good days during this period. This is the halftime break given by the earth to human beings. There will be even more terrible things to come. Xiao Ma added. Mingyue is right. Our Pingjing city has emerged from the water and is about to start reconstruction. Can the government still let those bad guys continue to run rampant? Now, they are no longer rampant. I think they should all be shot. It would be better if they died. They are still making trouble in the face of disasters and hindering the people from having a good life. If they don't die, who will die? Grandpa nodded with satisfaction. Okay, our hometown has also emerged from the water. I wonder what it looks like now. I really want to go back and take a look. Mother Xiao waved her hand in disapproval. Although the flood has receded, many places have turned into swamps. It's easy to sink if you step on them because the ground is soaked and rotten. We can't go there. We have to let the sun dry to evaporate the water in the ground. Also, I heard that many houses collapsed, especially the high-rise buildings in the city center. It was like there was an earthquake. There were many leeches and black rot insects stuck on the walls. It was disgusting. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. No one should be catching red-boned fish now, right? There are definitely no more of them. Where can we catch them? Anyway, there are no more of them in our Pingjing city. If we want to catch them, we can go to other places, to those cities that are still submerged in water, said Zhao's mother. Now that red-boned fish can no longer be caught in Pingjing city, the people in the north of the city don't have to worry anymore, because there will no longer be bad guys chopping them up and throwing them into the water to attract red-boned fish. This also illustrates another point. The cost of catching red-boned fish is higher and requires going to other places. Therefore, the red-boned fish in her space can be sold at a higher price. What a profiteer. Mother Xiao hadn't finished speaking yet. Also, the north has become a key area now. Many government troops have gone there, as well as large vehicles. I heard that the government is also calling on disaster victims to migrate to the north. I think they are going to do something? Oh, right, they are going to pick up garbage. Picking up trash? Grandma didn't understand. Chapter 465. Not only Grandma, Grandpa was also confused. What kind of garbage are we picking up? We are looking for things that can still be used from underwater places, such as plastics, iron, etc., to recycle resources. The government has organized many teams, in addition to the professional teams organized by the government. There are also disaster victims who took the initiative to go there. Strength lies in numbers. They can exchange the recyclable resources they picked up for food. I heard they can even have porridge. The treatment is good, so many disaster victims went there. After saying that, Xiaoma took a bite of the food. She was so busy talking that she hadn't eaten a single bite of the food. Grandpa sighed. During the previous turmoil, the victims fled south for their lives. It has been a short while since we had a peaceful life here, but now they have to go back again. The people have really suffered from this back and forth. We can't help it. This is the situation. It's a good thing that the flood has receded. We can't wait to be happy, said Zhao's mother. Grandma asked doubtfully. Didn't they say the ground is soaked and rotten? Can we go in there? It's very dangerous. Xiaoma explained. You definitely can't go to the swamp. If there is a good place, go to a good place. Many places near the south of the city are fine and cars can drive through. Grandma sighed. Oh my God, please hurry up, it's finally the end. Xiao Mingyue glanced at her phone. People in the community got the news from somewhere and knew that the flood was almost out of Pingjing City. They were all very happy. They are quite well informed. Ever since the good news of the flood receding spread in the community, everyone has a smile on their face. They are all looking forward to leaving the South City one day and going home. They were also worried about what had happened to their home, whether it was still there, and what it looked like now. There are a lot of people on the road in the community. Everyone brought chairs and stools and sat downstairs to bask in the sun and chat. There are old people, middle-aged people, and young people. When they gathered together in groups, the topic always revolved around floods. Whenever Xiao Mingyue walked on the street, she would definitely hear people discussing something. Look, a group of people were chatting again. The flood is gone, when can we go home? I've had enough of this year. If I come to the south of the city again, I'll be a dog. I met the resettlement workers 2 days ago. All they did was to wait for further notice. I don't know what they do for a living. The flood has receded, but they won't let me go home. Why don't they let me go? That's right. I don't know what's happened to my home now. I want to go back and clean up, but they won't let me go. They keep me trapped in this shabby resettlement house every day. If you asked me, we should unite and leave together. Let's all leave. Do they dare to stop us? If people are not united, nothing we do will work in vain. Why don't we just let the government take us back in a car? The disaster is over now anyway. Forget about it. The government must have its reasons for not letting us go back. The house has been in the water for so long, it's not certain if it's still there. It might have collapsed a long time ago. That's right. Staying in the south of the city at least gives us a place to sleep and food to eat. We are not required to work, so what is there to complain about? Bah, what nonsense are you talking about? My home is in a new residential area, how could it collapse? How could the cement and steel bars be soaked and rotten? I just want to go home, why am I complaining? If you have the guts, don't ever come back. The man snorted. If you have the guts, go back by yourself. As they were chatting, they started arguing over something. Xiao Mingyue passed by them and felt speechless. There are always some people who are short-sighted and self-righteous, using their empty brains to speculate on the government's decisions. The more ignorant you are, the more stubborn, narrow-minded and stupid you are. It's just this kind of people who talk about national affairs as soon as they open their mouths, and they think they are better than the government's think tank. Everyone else is a fool, only he is smart, he is capable, and he is the only one who can command the world. In fact, they are all idiots. Chapter 466. As time went by, the flood waters receded day by day, and more land was exposed to the sun. Because post-disaster reconstruction work requires a large amount of labor, the government began to organize strong young and middle-aged people, and carloads of people were taken to the north to rebuild their homes. Because of the good benefits, many people have left Huahan community. Some people left with their families and had no plans to come back, so they settled down in the north where it was closer and easier to work. Anyway, they were not originally residents of the South City, so when they left, they had no regrets at all. Instead, they were very excited, as if they had escaped from a sea of suffering. Recently, the population in the community has been noticeably smaller. It can also be seen from the community owners group that many people are saying that some of the disaster victims in their homes have left, with more and less, and even some resettlement houses only having a single-digit number of people left. The indigenous people were particularly happy, as they felt that the space was much larger. They hoped that all the disaster victims would move away, leaving no one behind. Because the work of rebuilding homes requires active registration, many lazy people stayed behind. They were lazy and gluttonous, and even turning over in sleep was too tiring. At least they could eat ready-made food and would not starve to death. There are also many elderly, weak, sick and disabled people who have not moved away and have stayed behind. That day, Jiang Yuan sent a message saying that they would take a day off tomorrow, come back to see the children, and pick up some things, and asked Xiao Mingyue to help look for them. Ever since my eldest and second uncles moved out, the two houses have been vacant, and no one lives there. They moved to the entertainment city in a hurry and hadn't taken many things with them, so they planned to take them slowly later. Xiao Mingyue had nothing to do anyway, so she went to her second uncle's house and found out what Jiang Yuan needed. It just so happened that her eldest uncle also needed her help getting something, so she just took them together. She took her things, locked the door of her second uncle's house, and when she went to her eldest uncle's house, she saw a little boy standing at the door. The little boy stood there motionless. What was he doing standing at the door of his uncle's house? Xiao Mingyue felt strange, but didn't say anything. She took out the key and prepared to open the door. The little boy also noticed Xiao Mingyue. "Who are you? Is this family gone?" Xiao Mingyue looked at him, hesitated for a moment and said, "They moved out and the house is mine now." She didn't know who the child was, so there was no need to explain it to him. She just said something to fool him, thinking that he was probably a neighbor or something. "What do you want to see them for?" Xiao Mingyue asked casually. The little boy hung his head and said, Nothing, I just knew them before and saw that they suddenly disappeared, so I wanted to ask." The little boy pursed his lips, seeming unhappy. "Are they coming back?" Xiao Mingyue said. "They probably won't come back. They are disaster victims and are taking temporary refuge here." The little boy asked anxiously, "Where did they move to?" Xiao Mingyue's answer was ambiguous. "I'm not sure either. Many people have moved out of the community recently." "Did they go north? Did they go home?" The little boy guessed according to Xiao Mingyue's words. "Maybe." Xiao Mingyue said something perfunctorily and went into the house, not wanting to talk to him anymore. Outside the door, the little boy felt extremely lost. He clenched his fists and said, "Jiangli Jiao, why didn't you wait for me? Didn't you say you wanted to be friends with me? Didn't you praise me for being cute? Why did you move out? Why didn't you wait for me? It turns out that all women are liars. Even you abandoned me." After Xiao Mingyue got her things out, she was surprised to find the little boy was still at the door. "Why are you still here?" The little boy ignored Xiao Mingyue and turned away dejectedly. He was determined to go to the north and find her. Seeing the little boy leave, Xiao Mingyue didn't say anything. She locked the door and took her things home. Before reaching home, Xiao Mingyue saw a box at the door, and it seemed that something was moving inside. Chapter 467. Xiao Mingyue raised the tail of her eyebrows slightly, walked forward and kicked open the lid, only to see a puppy inside. The puppy seemed to have been born not long ago, with gray fur, a chubby little body, and wet eyes. It could be held in one hand. "Where did the dog come from?" Xiao Mingyue felt puzzled as to who had let the dog out in front of her house. She looked around and her eyes froze when she saw a certain figure. "Is it you? If you look closely, you can see a car parked at the corner." "It's me. Are you surprised to see me?" Bailey Machen walked over slowly, smiling. Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth and said, "I am indeed surprised. What do you want to talk to me about?" She was surprised at him, but not surprised that he could find her. The people in Fuelwo knew the location of her house, so it was easy for Bailey Machen to find her. Bailey Machen pointed at the cardboard box and said, "Since you liked wolves very much last time, I'll give you one. It was just born not long ago. Do you like it?" "It's a wolf, thank you, it's cute." Xiao Mingyue looked carefully and found that the wolf cubs and puppy cubs looked very similar, and it was difficult to tell them apart when they were young. Bailey Machen's eyes were complicated and subtle. "I'm leaving now. This little wolf is a parting gift. Let it accompany you. We'll see each other again if we're lucky, sister. Where are you going? Xiao Mingyue asked subconsciously, but she realized the next second that she couldn't ask, so she immediately added, Be careful on the road. Bailey Machin smiled and said, Okay, I will be careful. He took 2 steps back, turned around and left, waving his hand behind him. He got into the black car, which started quickly and disappeared around the corner. In the car. Venomous snake, just leave. Why did you come to see this woman? Minga was very confused. Bailey Machin glanced at him coldly. Do you have any objection? Meng Ji's expression changed. No, I dare not. Anyway, I will never come to Pingjing City again. Bailey Machin leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. After Bailey Machin left, Xiao Mingyue felt very complicated. She shook off the complicated thoughts in her mind, picked up the little wolf and went home. She didn't think about complicated things. She was just an ordinary person, and it was good enough for her to survive smoothly. She doesn't want to cause trouble. Never mind. Xiao Mingyue put the wolf into the space. The space outside was limited and wolves liked freedom, so it was better to keep it in the space. Fugui has a new little brother, but the wolf cub's tongue is not even as big as Fugui's. On the grass, Fugui looked at the little wolf cub curiously, thinking, Why are you so small? It can swallow this little thing in one bite. The little wolf cub was so scared that it was trembling. It curled up on the grass and couldn't even walk steadily. Xiao Mingyue brought a bowl of fresh milk and placed it on the grass. The cows in the space were in the milk-producing period, and the milk was very abundant. Fugui, do you remember the 4 wolves from last time? This one is also a wolf. I will hand it over to you from now on. You have to raise it well, understand? The wolf cub walked over slowly, tried to lick it, then licked it again, and finally buried its head in the milk, obviously very hungry. Xiao Mingyue thought it was cute and said with a smile, Fugui, you drank milk like this when you were a child. Fugui rolled his eyes at Xiao Mingyue, then poked the little wolf cub lightly with his tiger claws and said, I will protect you from now on. If I have a bite of meat, you will have a bite of bones. Xiao Mingyue curled her lips, still not believing it. This was clearly how it drank milk when it was a child. It often got milk stains on its face and had to trouble her to wipe them clean. What should I call you? Just call me Xiao Huihui, little wolf cub. From now on, you will be called Xiao Huihui. Chapter 468. Do you feel that the weather is getting colder recently? Zhao's mother gathered her coat and said, Especially when I get off work at night, the cold wind penetrates my bones. No, I have to take out my cotton pants. Where is my down jacket? As Mrs. Xiao said this, she went upstairs to look for clothes. Xiao Mingyue glanced at the calendar. Unconsciously, time passed quickly. It was almost time. She sent a message to Ji Wenxi, friendly reminder, the weather is getting colder recently. She was hinting to him that their previous guess was correct. The next disaster would most likely be an extreme cold, and it was time to do something. Now the 2 of them are only in the contact stage and have not announced it to the public. Last time Ji Shanshan came to ask about it, Xiao Mingyue just said that she was angry at Wu Man's constant pressure and said that on purpose. Moreover, the world now is not the time to talk about love. No matter whether it is Xiao Mingyue or Ji Wenxi, their focus is on the upcoming natural disaster. Survive first. In a meeting room, Ji Wenxi's slender fingers tapped on the phone. Understood, I'm very busy these days, please take care of yourself. Of course, the government has also noticed the increasingly cold temperatures recently, which are getting colder day by day, and has been gradually planning and deploying measures, but it has not announced it to the outside world for fear of causing panic. At the huge conference table, the boss's expression was very serious. Thank you for calling everyone here so late. Everyone here is an indispensable talent for the country. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. In the face of disaster, we must shoulder our responsibilities. For the sake of our country and the Chinese people, we must overcome all difficulties and obstacles and forge ahead. The weather department leader began to report. Hello everyone, this is the latest temperature report from the Meteorological Bureau. Over the past month, the average temperature has been gradually decreasing. The lowest temperature last night reached 4 degrees Celsius, which is not normal. This shows that the 4 seasons have not returned to normal, otherwise it should be getting warmer. So our bureau speculates that the disaster is not over, and the next disaster is likely to be cold. As soon as the words were spoken, a discussion broke out in the conference room. I think it's possible. Do you still remember the high temperature? The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and then a year-long high temperature began. Now the temperature is dropping every day, and I don't know to what extent it will drop, someone said. I hope it won't be too cold. I can survive even if it's a few degrees below zero or even 10 degrees. I'm just afraid. The man didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. If the temperature continues to drop without a bottom, to dozens of degrees below zero, or even hundreds of degrees, there will be no way for humans to survive. Has our Mother Earth really started a campaign of human destruction? The superior frowned slightly. The situation is not optimistic. We must start Plan 3. Even if the prediction is wrong, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Mr. G, what do you think? G1C sat below and next to her superior. He put his hands together and said slowly, I will start the factory tomorrow to mass-produce cotton-padded clothes and quilts. The plastic stored during this period is enough. Even if the next disaster is not an extreme cold, cotton-padded clothes and quilts are necessities and will not be wasted. There are so many victims, so of course cotton would not be used for bedding because the cotton production is too low. If cotton were used, all the victims in Pingjing City would be frozen to death. Even before the end of the world, it was common to make clothes and bedding out of plastic, such as polyester fibers. This is one of the reasons why the government has called on everyone to pick up plastic since the reconstruction of their homes. Plastic is very useful. Not only can it be used in other aspects, but it can also be made into warm clothes and bedding. Chapter 469. The superior responded, Okay. If the situation is serious and the temperature drops below our expectations, we must mass-produce transparent plastic sheets to cover the windows of the victims. This is the simplest and most effective way to keep the temperature from escaping and maintain the indoor temperature. Of course, if it really develops to that point, every community must make notifications and inspections and reserve ventilation holes. Okay. The community leader nodded. The head of the weather department looked serious. Now we just don't know how low the temperature will drop. G1C pondered for a moment and said, What if it snows? We have to be prepared for snowstorms or hail. He remembered what Xiao Mingyue said. The head of the weather department looked up suddenly. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? I just thought about the low temperature. Don't be too narrow-minded. Snow is common in winter. If a snowstorm occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. The two people's words caused a heated discussion. The superior tapped the table with a pen and said, Mr. G's words are not without reason. Low temperatures are very likely to bring other disasters. If it snows, it will be troublesome. The road department should put all available snowplows and snowplow tools on standby. It is better to leave them and use than to not have them when needed, he added. Okay. The head of the road department nodded. Will the ongoing post-disaster reconstruction work continue? Someone asked. The superior blurted out. Of course. He looked at everyone and said, What I just said was only plan number 3. The urban area should be planned as it should be, and the houses should be built as they should be. You should all do your own work well. We must launch all our attacks simultaneously, implement Plan 1 and Plan 3 simultaneously, prevent all possible situations, and win this battle. Plan 1 is the best scenario, where the Earth returns to normal, post-disaster reconstruction can be carried out, and people can return to their normal lives as soon as possible. Plan 3 is for extreme cold conditions, and there are also Plan 2, Plan 4, Plan 5. Okay. Someone agreed. The meeting lasted until late at night. Everyone spoke a lot, and everyone tried their best to offer suggestions and ideas for this land and the people on this land. A few hours later, the superior rubbed his brows tiredly. Thank you for your hard work, that's all for today, adjourn the meeting. People in the meeting room left one after another, and the superior called G1C. Wenxi, you are in charge of the planting department and the factory. You work harder than others. Go back and have a good rest. Give my regards to your grandfather. Wenxi is a private name. G1C nodded slightly. Okay. You should also have a good rest. You have been up all night for several nights. You are old and your body can't take it. The superior smiled with satisfaction, patted Ji Wenxi on the shoulder, and said, Go back now, little brat. Chapter 470. Red warning! Red warning! The latest temperature warning. The temperature next week will drop to -10 degrees Celsius. Please prepare for the cold. Please prepare for the cold. -10 degrees warning. -10 degrees warning. All disaster victims in the community are requested to line up in an orderly manner and go downstairs to receive cold weather supplies. All disaster victims in the community are requested to line up in an orderly manner and go downstairs to receive cold weather supplies. The sound of the loudspeaker was played in the community in a loop, one wave after another. The sound was rapid and loud. The sense of urgency of the impending disaster made everyone's heart beat faster, and everyone couldn't wait to go downstairs to line up. Xiao Ma took a few bites of rice and hurried off again. We don't have time to eat anymore. We need to deliver supplies now, and we are short of manpower. Wear your scarf and hat, it's very cold today, Grandma said worriedly. Xiao Mingyue had stockpiled a lot of cold weather supplies before the end of the world, including Russian cold weather cotton coats, windproof parkas, thickened cotton coats and trousers, cotton shoes, snow boots, gloves, hats, etc. She has already packed these things, but the family members haven't started wearing them yet, because those warm clothes are needed when the temperature is dozens of degrees below zero. Today's temperature is 0 degrees, so an ordinary down jacket will do. It's 0 degrees today, so it's not particularly cold. It will be hot when I get busy later, so I won't wear it. Zhao's mother was putting on her shoes. Xiao Mingyue stood up and said, I'll go with you. I have nothing to do anyway, and the more people there are, the faster the delivery will be. Zhao's mother thought for a moment and said, Okay, then go put on your coat. Xiao Mingyue was about to get her down jacket, but her grandmother stopped her and said, Wait, I'll get it for you. There's a lot of cotton left over from making the quilt. I made you a small cotton jacket. It's very soft. Wear the cotton jacket that Grandma made for you. Grandma brought over a cotton padded jacket made of light pink floral material. It was very thick and looked warm. Okay. Xiao Mingyue took it and put it on. Others might think it was tacky, but she liked it very much. This pink cotton jacket was so pretty, and the key was that it was filled with Grandma's love. Grandma helped Xiao Mingyue tidy up her clothes and said with a kind smile, It's beautiful, really beautiful. In the past, anyone in the village who had a flowered cotton jacket like this would be so handsome. Even the village beauties are not as pretty as our Mingyue. Zhao's mother's eyes lit up. You know what, Mingyue looks quite fashionable in this. Xiao Mingyue almost blushed at their praise. Let's go, business is more important. The mother and daughter went out together. The streets in the community were full of people. The temperature had been dropping recently, and people generally did not have many warm clothes. They were all wrapped in coats, curled up and shivering. Many people came down with blackened quilts covering them. He kept sneezing, and when the cold wind blew, his face turned red from the cold. For those who have experienced high temperatures and rainy seasons, the few thick clothes they have at home are either moldy and unwearable, or thrown away because they are useless during the migration. The clothes inside were not warm enough, so the victims could only wear whatever they had, no matter what clothes they had. There were no clothes, let alone shoes. Some even went downstairs in slippers. Many people didn't even wear socks. It wasn't that they didn't want to wear socks, but they really didn't have any. They had no socks for a long time. Even if there were quilts, they were hard and smelly, and although they had been exposed to the sun, their ability to keep warm was greatly reduced. Those who can get new ones now are of course rushing downstairs to queue up, for fear of not getting one. Along the way, Xiao Mingyue didn't see many people wearing cotton jackets or down coats. They all wrapped themselves in quilts to keep out the cold. The temperature today is only 0 degrees, and everyone is so cold. The temperature is getting lower day by day. It will drop to 10 degrees next week. How can we endure it? Zhao's mother sighed. Xiao Mingyue's expression was a little solemn. After 2 years of natural disasters, how could they have any remaining warm clothes? Mother Xiao sighed. Fortunately, we have kept all ours. Let's go. When we arrived at the place where the supplies were being sent, there was already a huge queue of people lining up. Because the supplies were distributed according to houses, everyone living in the same house had to come together to get them, and the number of people living in the house and the identity of the homeowner had to be registered. Chapter 471. As soon as Xiao Ma and Xiao Mingyue arrived, they hurried over to help. There are several kinds of cold-resistant supplies, including quilts, cotton jackets, cotton trousers, and cotton shoes. In addition, each house can receive several large pieces of transparent plastic sheets, which can be nailed to the wall for windproofing. When Xiao Mingyue saw these truckloads of supplies, she felt that the government leaders were really thoughtful and had thought of every aspect. Moreover, they had foresight and had prepared cold-resistant supplies long before the real extreme cold came. The beddings were very thick and looked newly made, and the cotton-padded jackets were also warm. After some people received them, they couldn't wait to put them on. When they received the cotton-padded shoes, they immediately took off their old shoes and threw them aside, and left wearing the new ones. The discarded old shoes piled up like a small hill. Now the country has made it clear that the next natural disaster will be extreme cold, but they don't know what other disasters will come along with the extreme cold. When the temperature is high, mosquito plagues come along. When there are heavy rains and floods, insect plagues come along. What will extreme cold bring? Nobody knows. Xiao Mingyue didn't know either. She only knew that there would be a blizzard, but she had no chance to see what would happen after the blizzard. But human hearts are hard to predict, especially those in the last days, who are all as ferocious as jackals and wild beasts. Although everyone has cold-resistant supplies, whether they can be kept is a big problem. People are greedy. How can one quilt be enough? How can one cotton jacket be enough? What should I do then? Grab it. During a blizzard, no one can go out, and the staff and police are unable to help the weak to get justice. Everyone lives in resettlement housing, and everyone is eyeing them covetously. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself, and being able to protect your own belongings is a real skill. Xiao Mingyue recalled the night in her previous life when her quilt and other cold-weather supplies were snatched away by a rude and violent old woman, with her son and daughter-in-law helping her. If it weren't for that evil family, Xiao Mingyue would not have died so soon. If she saw that family again, she would definitely beat them up severely and let them experience the feeling of being frozen to death. However, many things change in life, and perhaps that family had already died. Xiao Mingyue stopped having random thoughts and hurried to send out the supplies. Although it was called sending, in fact they only needed to replenish the supplies when they were empty, because they had to queue up to receive them and take their own. Of course, they also have to maintain order, prevent people from intentionally taking more than they should, and prevent people from causing trouble. I'm freezing to death. Damn it, can the person in front please hurry up? He's carrying something so slowly. He can't even eat shit while it's warm. Someone pushed and shoved and complained. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the point of rushing me? How can I move on if the people ahead of me haven't moved on yet? Although the weather is cold, some people can't help but feel hot-tempered. This kind of dispute is very common, and Xiao Mingyue doesn't want to pay attention to it as long as it doesn't lead to a fight. Xiao Mingyue was just turning around to pick up her new cotton-padded jacket, but when she turned around, she saw a sneaky figure holding something and hiding it behind her. Hey, each person can only take one item. If you take too much, put it down, Xiao Mingyue reminded in a cold voice. The woman's eyes dodged guiltily. She tucked two cotton coats together, one covering the other. If you didn't look carefully, you could have fooled her. Who took too much? Don't accuse a good person. After she said that, she walked quickly to get the next piece of supplies. When she looked up, Xiao Mingyue saw her appearance. Li Tsuihua, stop! Li Tsuihua was stunned and asked cautiously. How do you know my name? Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes. Isn't this just like mentioning the devil and he will appear? It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Chapter 472. Xiao Mingyue will never forget Li Tsuihua's face. In her previous life, when her mother-in-law came to fight for the quilt, it was Li Tsuihua who pulled her aside and even snatched the cotton shoes on Xiao Mingyue's feet, leaving her nothing. Of course she would not let Li Tsuihua go, but not now. Xiao Mingyue was too lazy to argue with her. Business was the most important thing now. There were people queuing behind her. If she delayed for a while, she didn't know how many people would scold her. Don't worry about why I know your name. Each person can only take one piece of winter supplies. The order of collection is determined by the members of each house. If you take it, others will have nothing. Return it quickly and don't waste everyone's time. To receive supplies, you have to register first, and then the homeowner will line up with other victims. The quantity is just right, one for each person, and you tick a box for each person you receive, so the supplies are just the right amount, either more nor less. If there are any extras in this community, they must all be taken away to support other communities, because cold-resistant supplies are too precious and the quantities are insufficient, so there will be no left. Therefore, it is absolutely not allowed for anyone to take more than one thing. This is a strict order issued by the government, and it must be strictly enforced that each person gets one. Li Tsuhua hugged the cotton coat tightly in her arms. Psycho, I don't know what you are talking about. She started to run. Xiao Mingyue looked at her calmly, without moving. In order to maintain order, there are people arranged by superiors around the delivery of supplies, and each of them is armed. This is not a matter of one cotton coat. We cannot open this loophole. If everyone does this, then there is no point in distributing supplies. Everyone can just come and grab them. As expected, 2 security guards blocked Li Tsuhua's way. Li Tsuhua looked at the guns in their hands, her face turned pale with fright, and she backed away repeatedly. But even so, she still held the cotton coat and refused to let go. Xiao Mingyue's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Anyone who does not follow the regulations to receive supplies will be disqualified. Please, 2 security officers, take back all the supplies she received. She said this not only to Li Tsuhua, but also to the people queuing behind her, so that those who had bad intentions would put away their inappropriate thoughts. Li Tsuhua looked at Xiao Mingyue in disbelief, her eyes as big as cowbells. Ah, the leader is bullying me. He didn't give me any quilts or clothes. You want to freeze me to death? Everyone, please give me some advice. Li Tsuhua sat down on the ground, yelling and screaming, acting like a spoiled child. She thought that her trick was effective and that she could achieve her goal by throwing a tantrum. In fact, Xiao Mingyue ignored her at all. The 2 security guards were also helpless. Isn't this a shrew? How could this be possible? Xiao Mingyue slapped the pile of quilts. Because of Li Tsuhua's disruption, the team collecting supplies had been at a standstill, and many people had already complained. Xiao Mingyue picked up the loudspeaker very calmly and said, "Don't worry, it's not that we don't deliver supplies, it's just that each person can only receive one, and everyone gets the right amount. And this lady wants to take 2. If we let her take it away, someone else will not be able to get it. But this lady refused to leave, and I understand that she is afraid of the cold, so let's think of a way to help her." As soon as Xiao Mingyue finished speaking, the team behind her exploded, and all kinds of curses rang out, each one more unpleasant than the last. Fuck you! I was wondering why we were not allowed to move forward after waiting in line for so long. It turns out it's because of you, a shameless old woman. We are almost freezing to death, and she still wants to? Please get out of here and don't waste our time. Damn it, what will happen if you take one more person? Your life is life, but our lives are not life. How come the natural disasters of 2 years have not taken away this scourge of yours? Don't delay us from getting the supplies. Can you please get out of here? Is she sick? Chapter 473. HU. I'm freezing to death. I just wanted to get some clothes and put them on. %UN hashtag at, believe it or not, I'm going to kill you. Security officers, shoot her. Shoot her. Shoot her. Xiao Mingyue's trick of diverting the trouble away was very good, and even the 2 security guards silently gave her a thumbs up. Instead of wasting time arguing with this kind of scoundrel, it is better to direct the anger toward everyone else and put Li Tsuhua on the opposite side of all the victims to see if she can withstand the public outrage. Everyone was standing in the cold wind, enduring the cold to queue up. Anyone who delayed them from getting supplies would be their enemy. Everyone was so angry that they had no place to vent. Faced with countless ferocious faces and vicious insults, Li Tsuhua was indeed frightened out of her wits. She collapsed to the ground at a loss, and her throat seemed to be pinched by something above her. Even though she usually used her tricks to gain profits, she was now silent and dared not even say a word. The people in the queue were cursing more and more harshly. Li Tsuhua looked horrified. How could this happen? She just wanted to take one more cotton coat. It was just one cotton coat, and it wasn't worth much. Why were people scolding her? Seeing this, the two security guards took the opportunity to snatch the cold weather supplies in her arms. You have been disqualified from receiving supplies. Don't sit here and delay others from receiving supplies. Come with us. Xiao Mingyue took the cotton coat handed to her by the security guard and continued to deliver it. The team moved slowly and the scolding gradually became lighter. Li Zihua was unwilling to go with the security guard. She rolled on the ground and screamed at the top of her lungs, like a pig being slaughtered during the New Year. However, as a woman, she was still controlled and taken away. There were a few more people with sneaky looks behind them. The faces of the others were angry and furious, but only the two of them were embarrassed and evasive. Xiao Mingyue sneered. That's right, a family should show up together. Since they came to collect supplies, they came together. How could they act alone? Lu Shouhua and Miao Xiangnan, one is Li Zihua's husband and the other is Li Zihua's mother-in-law. When they saw Li Zihua being pointed at and scolded, both of them hid behind and didn't say a word, not daring to say a word. Xiao Mingyue looked at them coldly. The two of them lowered their heads, took the cotton coats and left quickly without any other movements. It seemed that they were frightened by Li Zihua's incident, and dared not to do anything wrong. Xiao Mingyue glanced at the registration book and found out that they were disaster victims who had moved here from the north some time ago. No wonder she had never seen them before. She secretly memorized the current addresses of several people. She just holds a grudge and will take revenge for any slight. Just wait and see. After Xiao Mingyue shouted with the loudspeaker, the team behind that was collecting supplies went much more smoothly. With the lessons learned from the previous experience, the people in the other teams were also very honest. The process of delivering supplies has been accelerated a lot, and the other delivery men are also very happy. They can also save some verbal battles and don't have to reason with those shameless people. Not only are there long queues for cold-resistant supplies, but there are also long queues for hot water. Also, starting today, the relief food is no longer boiled worms with mushrooms and a few fried worms. Now the relief food is a large bag of dried worms and dried mushrooms. Mix the dried tooth worms and dried mushrooms together, add a little salt and mix well. They are all dried, but not over-dried, and retain some moisture. Now that the weather is cold, dried tooth worms and dried mushrooms are easy to preserve, and you can get 3 days' worth at a time, and they won't go bad even if they are kept for a long time. After tasting it, many of the victims found it tasted pretty good, and most of them accepted it with pleasure. After 2 years of apocalypse, as long as it was not poisonous to them, they would eat it. There was also a small number of people protesting why the fried beetles were cancelled, but the protest was ineffective, and they were eventually forced to accept it. Chapter 474. Everyone who received the cold-resistant supplies was overjoyed. No matter whether it was cotton coats, cotton pants or cotton shoes, the first thing they did after receiving them was to put them on. Some people are reluctant to throw away old clothes, while others throw them away immediately, wear new clothes, and go home happily carrying their beddings. Old clothes and shoes were thrown everywhere, in piles. I'm so tired. Fortunately, a lot of people left the community some time ago, otherwise I wouldn't be able to distribute them all in 3 days. It would take at least a week. Mother Xiao wiped the sweat off her forehead. Xiao Ma added, It's getting dark, and it will be even colder after dark, so go home quickly. Mom, you go back first, I have something to do, Xiao Mingyue said. Zhao's mother hesitated for a moment, then nodded. If her daughter said something was wrong, then it must be something. If she wanted to say something, she would say it herself. Okay, then you should be careful and go home early. After Zhao's mother left, Xiao Mingyue went to the current residence of Li Zihua and others alone. He was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. Xiao Mingyue's pink floral cotton jacket was quite enviable, especially among women. She was tall and had fair skin, and attracted a lot of attention along the way. Some people also recognized her, the girl who had just delivered the supplies, and some who came specially to greet Xiao Mingyue. As soon as she walked downstairs to the apartment building, Xiao Mingyue noticed the family of 3 who were arguing downstairs. Li Zihua grabbed Lu Shouhua and cried loudly, It's all because of you, you bastard! You asked me to steal the clothes, and now I have nothing left. You have to compensate me for the clothes. You have to compensate me. Li Zihua was disqualified from receiving cold-resistant supplies. She was still wearing the same tattered clothes. As the weather was getting darker, her clothes were not warm enough to begin with, and she was shivering with cold. Lu Shohua pushed her away, wrapped his cotton coat tightly around him, and said, "Get lost. I asked you to take one more thing and you didn't get caught. You are so stupid. Why are you blaming me?" Li Tsehua's mother-in-law also chimed in. "That's right, what can you do? I asked you to take an extra piece of clothing, and someone found out. What does this have to do with my son? Stop messing around and hurry upstairs. You're freezing to death. I don't even have a quilt. You have to share it in half. Otherwise, what should I do?" Li Tsehua pinched her waist. Lu Shohua said impatiently, "Do whatever you want." Li Tsehua's mother-in-law watched with glee. She liked to see her son scolding his wife. It was good for the two of them to quarrel. This was how women should be managed. "Why are you so ignorant? We still have old bedding that can be used just as well," Li Tsehua's mother-in-law said hypocritically. Li Tsehua immediately shouted, "Why don't you use it, you old fool? You're the one who instigated me to go. If I don't have a quilt, none of you can use it. I'll burn it and freeze you all to death." Li Tsehua and her mother-in-law were fighting with each other. Lu Shohua sided with his mother and kicked Li Tsehua several times. Li Tsehua was not to be outdone. She grabbed her mother-in-law's hair and stripped her cotton coat off. Xiao Mingyue watched this dog-eat-dog scene from a distance and couldn't help laughing out loud. During the fight, Li Tsehua noticed the pink figure and immediately became furious. She pointed at Xiao Mingyue and shouted, "It's you! That nosy bitch actually dared to come here." Xiao Mingyue walked over slowly. "Hey, there's a fight going on." Lu Shohua and Miao Xiangnan also recognized Xiao Mingyue. Their faces became extremely unnatural. They were anxious to distance themselves from Li Tsehua, fearing that Xiao Mingyue was looking for Li Tsehua to settle accounts. Miao Xiangnan wrapped his clothes tightly and said, "Leader, we don't know her. She is a thief who stole my clothes and now she wants to steal mine. You should arrest her quickly." Li Tsehua was so angry that she was shaking. "You old fool, you asked me to steal the clothes, you can't just punish me. I want to report them both and take away their supplies as well." Li Shohua was furious and slapped her. "What are you talking about? If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you to death. We leaders didn't teach her that. She is talking nonsense." Chapter 475. Li Tsehua lay on the ground and cried, "You have no conscience, beat me to death if you dare. You are all targeting me. I can't live anymore. I just took an extra piece of clothing. I didn't take anything from yours. Why don't you let me take it? Can I die by pretending not to see it? You bad bears, you want to freeze me to death on purpose. I will die with you." The look Li Tsehua gave Xiao Mingyue seemed to be filled with poison. "Okay, stop arguing. I was wrong just now. There are still beddings left. I'll take you to get them," Xiao Mingyue said lightly. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Tsehua and Miao Xiangnan stopped cursing at the same time, and all three of them looked at Xiao Mingyue. "Really?" Li Tsehua's expression changed immediately. Okay, I said the leader is a good person and will not let me freeze to death." Miao Xiangnan rolled his eyes and said flatteringly, "How much is left? This is my daughter-in-law. She can't take it. Let's go get it for her." Xiao Mingyue's attitude was gentle. "There are plenty. All three of you come with me, and get a few more quilts to keep you warm." Okay, are there any clothes and shoes left?" Lu Shohua said. There was greed in the eyes of several people. "Yes," Xiao Mingyue said. Hearing this, several people were extremely happy. They called the leader, one by one and were extremely fawning. They had lost their previous demeanor. Li Tsehua even forgot how she had scolded Xiao Mingyue just now. Xiao Mingyue was walking in front, and a few people were following behind. It was now dark and they couldn't see the road clearly, so they could only follow Xiao Mingyue closely. "Leader, where are we going? Why is this muddy ground? We have never been here before." Lu Shohua couldn't help but ask. Xiao Mingyue stopped and said, "This is the wasteland behind the mountain." "The wasteland behind the mountain? Aren't we going there to get quilts?" said Li Tsehua. Xiao Mingyue smiled lightly. "I won't go get the quilt." Miao Xiangnan said anxiously, "Why did you trick us into coming here if you're not going to get the quilt?" Xiao Mingyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. "I'm here to send you to heaven." Several people widened their eyes in horror, unaware that danger was about to come. 10 minutes later, Xiao Mingyue patted the dirt off his hands. You killed me in my previous life, so I'm going to kill you in this life. We're even. When we go to the King of Hell, no one can blame anyone else. After getting his revenge, Xiao Mingyue was in a good mood and went home humming a song. As soon as she returned home, Xiao Mingyue saw her grandma standing next to the vegetable patch, sighing. What a pity! All the good vegetables are frozen to death. What should I do? Grandma noticed Xiao Mingyue and said, By the way, Mingyue, didn't you say last time that you have a coal-fired boiler at home? Let's light one in the yard. I feel that air conditioning is not as effective as heating with a boiler. Otherwise, all our vegetables will die, and even the chickens will freeze to death. Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment and said, No need, just pull out all these vegetables, we are moving soon. What, moving? Grandma widened her eyes in surprise. Chapter 476. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Yes, just pull it out and don't plant it anymore. Grandma and Grandpa looked at each other and asked in unison. Why? Before Xiao Mingyue could say anything, Bao's mother hurried out. Hey, it's so dark outside at night, what are you doing? Grandma grabbed her. Zhao's mother was very helpless. It's Director Su. He notified us to hold an emergency meeting and asked us to go there immediately. What are you holding a meeting so late at night? Do you have a flashlight and a gun? Asked Grandma. I've got it. I'm leaving first, Mother Xiao said as she walked out the door. Xiao Mingyue looked at Xiao Ma's back as she left, and vaguely guessed what Director Su was going to say in the meeting. She guessed that the country had already detected that a snowstorm was about to hit. I'm afraid the entire Pingjing city is holding intensive meetings to come up with countermeasures. The alarm bells of disaster are ringing throughout this land, and the clarion call to battle has already sounded. In the next few days, everyone will be very busy. Grandpa asked seriously. You keep talking about your things, why don't you grow vegetables? The weather is getting colder day by day. I don't know how low the temperature will drop. And my friend has inside information that it will snow heavily soon. When that time comes, the roads will be blocked and no supplies can be delivered. Our home will not be safe, Xiao Mingyue said ambiguously. According to the timeline of my previous life, it should snow next week, just a few days away. In fact, it doesn't matter if there are no supplies. She is not afraid. What she is afraid of is that the heavy snow will bury the house. The Xiao family villa is not a high-rise building. Even if there's a snow-melting artifact, she has to be busy outside removing snow all the time. It is more cost-effective to move. What? Grandma was surprised. Grandpa's brow was tinged with some worry. Home is not safe, then where should we go? The family knew that Xiao Mingyue had several powerful friends. It was not surprising that such people would have inside information, so Grandma and Grandpa believed it without a doubt. Xiao Mingyue said seriously, Let's go to the entertainment city. We will move to the entertainment city. Entertainment city? Can we afford to live in a place like an entertainment city? Grandma hesitated to speak, very worried. She sighed repeatedly. Oh my God, God won't give me a way out. This goes on year after year. Will it ever end? Xiao Mingyue sat on the sofa. If you can afford it, leave this matter to me. You just need to listen to me. When my mother comes back, we can discuss it in detail. I guess she is talking about the snow in the meeting. Grandma grabbed Xiao Mingyue's hand and said, Child, did your friend say how long the snow would last? Grandpa looked solemn. What do you think? This natural disaster happens every year. You can guess it. Think about how long it rained last year? Grandma gasped. Oh my God, won't we be buried in the snow? We have to move. We can't live here anymore. We have to move. Xiao Mingyue and her grandfather exchanged a glance. That's what I'm worried about. If it's just cold, it's fine. But if the snow is too thick, that's the most dangerous. And the entertainment city is a high-rise hotel. Living there, we have food, drinks, and heating. It's much more comfortable than at home. Okay, then it's settled. Let's move. Grandpa made the decision to move. Xiao Mingyue was very pleased and felt very relaxed. Every time she talked about something or made a suggestion, her family would quickly accept it and strongly support it without questioning her at all. She didn't even have to say much, it felt so good. Xiao Mingyue was about to say something when the phone rang, and she walked to the yard to answer it. You guessed right, Miss Xiao. The weather department has issued an emergency warning. An unprecedented snowstorm is coming soon. So, when will you move to the entertainment city? Ji Wenxi's voice rang out. Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips and said, It will be done soon, in just a few days. Have you reserved the room I want? Just an ordinary room will do, not too luxurious, or my family will get suspicious. Chapter 477. Of course, this is all in accordance with Miss Zhao's request. I dare not disobey. Xiao Mingyue laughed. Can you stop calling me Miss Xiao? It makes me uncomfortable. Let's talk business. Have you contacted the company that made the snow melting device? The ones I have are only enough for you to use for a while. You have to ask them to process it quickly. Ji Wenxi put away her joking thoughts and said, The factory has already started production and is producing day and night. That's good. Xiao Mingyue was relieved at this. With the help of the snow-melting artifact, the snow could be cleared faster, and the victims could wait for the arrival of the supply trucks sooner. It would not be like in the previous life, with starving people everywhere. Many people did not freeze to death but starved to death first. Ji Wenxi pondered for a moment and said, Since the blizzard warning was issued, many people who got the news came to the casino to book rooms. Now there is not even half a room left. You have to move in quickly. Not only is there not half a room left, even the staff dormitories are gone. There are also discussions about 2 families sharing one apartment. What else can we do? We have all experienced the end of the world in the past 2 years. The high temperatures in the year before last and the heavy rains last year were all terrifying. Who would not be afraid of this year's heavy snow? Those people are as shrewd as ghosts. Do they really want to wait until the roads are blocked by heavy snow and their houses are buried in snow before thinking of a solution? Xiao Mingyue could think that the entertainment city was a good refuge, and those people could naturally think of it as well. Everyone knew that the entertainment city was backed by the planting company, so they would definitely not starve if they lived there. So everyone is trying their best to get to the entertainment city. Those who go late are extremely anxious and try to ask for help from everyone, hoping that a room will be vacant. It's good enough for a family to get a house. Who could have thought that Xiao Mingyue actually had 3 rooms, one for her grandparents, one for her parents, and one for herself? Who would know this and not say it's a luxury? Okay, I will pack up my things in the next 2 days. Please send someone to get the warehouse key and take away those snow-melting artifacts. They will be needed soon. By the way, give me a truck for moving, Xiao Mingyue said. Okay. After the 2 of them finished talking, Xiao Mingyue hung up the phone and began planning the move, as the Xiao family had a lot of things. Mingyue, who are you talking to on the phone? Grandpa came over without me noticing. Xiao Mingyue put away her phone. Nothing, just a friend of mine in the entertainment city asked me when I would go over. Grandpa nodded. Oh. It was late at night when Zhao's mother came back from a meeting. Xiao Mingyue and grandparents were waiting in the living room. As something big was happening, grandparents couldn't sleep. Zhao's mother returned home exhausted and found that her family was still awake. She didn't care about keeping it a secret and blurted out. Something terrible is happening. There's going to be a snowstorm soon. Unlike the reaction that Xiao Ma expected, the 3 people on the sofa had dull expressions. We all know about it. We've been waiting for you to come back. Grandma waved for her to sit down. How did you know? I just found out about it during the meeting. Zhao's mother sat down in a daze, without reacting, and only heard Xiao Mingyue say, Mom, we are moving to the entertainment city. We will start packing tomorrow. Ah? Zhao's mother was confused. We have to take refuge in the entertainment city. If we stay at home, the heavy snow will bury the villa and we will suffocate to death, Xiao Mingyue explained. Chapter 478. Grandpa said slowly. Mingyue heard it from her friend. We have already discussed this matter and will start packing tomorrow. Mother Xiao frowned slightly, and after a moment's silence she said, Director Su said it will snow next Tuesday, and the snow will be very heavy, unprecedented. If this is true, we really can't live here. The roads are blocked and there is no food to eat. The victims don't know what to do. It would be best if we can move away. Xiao Mingyue drank a sip of water without saying anything. Next Tuesday? Today is Friday, so there are only 3 days left. But what about my work? Director Su said he will be very busy in the next few days. Mother Xiao was a little embarrassed. Xiao Mingyue had thought of this problem before. There is no other way. I can only ask for a long vacation and tell the truth. Just say we are moving. How long will it take? Xiao Ma asked again. Xiao Mingyue said seriously. At least 3 months. Isn't this a bad idea? Asking for leave when we are the busiest and need people the most, and for such a long time. Mother Xiao hesitated. Grandpa slapped his thigh and said, You are so stupid. You are almost dead. What's wrong with that? Where are you going if you don't ask for leave? What will you do when the snow covers the house? What will you eat and drink? You have to leave even if you have to resign. Don't you know which is more important? Why are you still in charge of work at this time? The disaster victims have their leaders to take care of them. Without you, how can they survive? Xiao Ma thought about it and said quickly, Dad is right, I am confused. Then I will ask for leave. If you don't let me take leave, I will resign. Xiao Mingyue hummed. It doesn't matter even if I quit. It's not like my family can't afford to support me. I originally went for the career benefits of a resettlement worker, but now that the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, I can give it up. Xiao Mingyue stood up and said, I have already made arrangements at the entertainment city. I will pack up tomorrow. Tomorrow? So urgent? Yes, tomorrow. Xiao Mingyue's tone did not allow for rejection. The next day. Mingyue, are you still taking these pots, pans, and utensils? Grandma got up early in the morning and started busying herself with packing. Xiao Mingyue shook her head. No, we don't have to cook in the entertainment city, and there is no place to cook. She paused for a moment and then continued. Just pack your clothes and daily necessities, and leave the rest at home. It's not like you won't be coming back. Then can we take our new quilts with us? I heard that hotels all have quilts. Grandma asked again. Xiao Mingyue thought for a moment and said, Take it with you. It's okay to bring 2 extra quilts. Grandma and Grandpa are packing up and cleaning. Zhao's mother has work to hand over, which will take a day or 2, so Grandma and Grandpa are not in a hurry and can just pack up slowly. Pack up the things you want to take away and put them together. Also classify the things you don't want to take away so that you can use them when you come back. It will take more than 1 day to finish this. Xiao Mingyue was calm and composed. She had already put most of the things that needed to be taken away into her space, including the meat in the freezer in the basement. Grandma didn't go to the basement often anyway, and since there was also a refrigerator in the kitchen, she could just take things from the kitchen. Grandma felt that her eyes were dazzled. I saw a lot of meat last time I came here. How come this is all that's left? You are old, so you may have remembered it wrongly, said Grandpa. It took 2 days to finally clean up the Xiao family villa, and all the things that were not to be taken away were sealed and locked. Xiao Mingyue asked the driver to park the truck in front of the Xiao family's door and move things onto it bit by bit. What should we do with the leftover vegetables and these chickens? It would be a shame to throw them away. Grandma was reluctant to do so. Xiao Mingyue didn't say anything. If this was also put into the space, it would be too blatant. Grandpa decided and came up with an idea. How about this? Send it to Director Su, and treat everyone to a meal. Jingwan hasn't thanked him for asking for leave yet. When Zhao's mother talked to Director Su, she was still a little hesitant to open her mouth, so she said on the spot that she would be willing to resign. Chapter 479. Unexpectedly, Director Su not only did not blame her, but was also very understanding. Since the whole family was going to seek refuge, it was impossible for Zhao's mother to stay alone, so he approved a long vacation for Zhao's mother. I said I would come back to work when your family comes back. Mother Xiao was very grateful and thought that Grandpa's suggestion was very good. She smiled and said, Okay, I'll send it to Director Su right away. Of course Xiao Mingyue had no objection, and her grandma certainly had no objection either. She turned around to find a sack to pack the vegetables and chickens in. Because there were too many things, Zhao's mother couldn't carry them all by herself, so she drove over to bring them. You're too polite for taking so many things. Director Su refused, but his face was full of smiles. Zhao's mother put the things in Director Su's office and said, Please keep them. Our whole family thanks you for taking care of me. It's just some food, nothing special. Director Su no longer refused. The live chicken in the bag was still moving. These days, food was more precious than gold. It had been hundreds of years since he had seen a live chicken, and it was a hen at that. That's quite a generous move. Then I'll obey your orders. You'd better be careful on the road. Minghua is really capable. She can even get a room in the entertainment city. I heard that many big guys failed to get a house in the entertainment city and are so anxious that they are giving gifts everywhere. Director Su sighed. Zhao's mother was stunned. Really? Of course not. We are going to move soon and can't work on the lower floors anymore, said Director Su. Mother Xiao glanced at the people outside who were busy packing up and quickly said goodbye. They were busy and she didn't want to stay and cause trouble. After saying hello and exchanging a few pleasantries with her colleagues, Mother Xiao went home. Director Su, why did Sister Jiang quit her job? Someone asked. Director Su sighed. The children in other people's families are promising. Huh! The man didn't understand. Director Su didn't say anything else. Pack your things quickly. Has the heating boiler in the office over there been installed? Has the coal been moved over? We will all live in the dormitory from now on. Don't forget anything. It's such a pity to lose this fruit tree. Grandma was a little reluctant. The fruit tree has been grafted and can grow 4 kinds of fruit. Most of the fruits in the last 2 years of the world depend on it. If we leave the fruit tree at home now, it will only freeze to death. No way. Xiao Mingyue locked her house. For a moment, she felt indescribably complicated. This home that had protected them for 2 years, this safe fortress that she had built with her own hands, she could finally take a break. The next time we meet will be in 3 months at the shortest, and I don't know how long it will be at the longest. Ms. Xiao, are we ready to go? Asked the truck driver. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly. Okay. The truck was loaded with the Xiao family's luggage, and they drove there. At this time, Zhao's mother had returned. She sat in the passenger seat and let Xiao Mingyue drive. Grandma, Grandpa and Jiang Zhuang were all in the back row, and Grandma was holding Zai Zai in her arms. Do my uncle and the others know that we are going to the entertainment city? Xiao Mingyue asked. Grandpa responded. I know. I just called them and asked them to come over to help with the luggage. Good. Xiao Mingyue did not delay any longer, started the car and set off for the entertainment city. Due to the cold weather, everyone stayed at home and there were not many people on the roads in the community, so the car drove smoothly. Let's go! Jiang Zhuang was so excited. He had never been to the entertainment city before. Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly. Look, I'm happy for you. Chapter 480. Wow, that building is so tall! Sister, is that the entertainment city? How tall is it? The car hadn't arrived yet, but Jiang Zhuang was already so excited that he couldn't sit still when he saw the towering entertainment city building from afar. The entertainment area is not high. The hotel seems to have 52 floors. Xiao Mingyue replied. It's so high. I stayed in a 5-star hotel once when my parents took me to Disneyland. It was so nice inside the 5-star hotel. How long are we going to stay here? Jiang Zhuang asked again. At least for a few months. Jiang Zhuang excitedly hugged Zai Zai and gave him a kiss. Sister, I love you so much. Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly and said nothing. Zizi wiped his face randomly, pouted and hit Jiang Zhuang with his fist. You love me so much, why are you kissing me? When we arrived at the entertainment city, everyone in the family was waiting at the door, their faces beaming, looking forward to it, and excited. Especially my uncle, with his slicked back hair, who looked like a decent human being, and had a bit of the arrogance he had before the end of the world. When Xiao Mingyue saw their appearance, she knew that they were having a good time in the entertainment city during this period. Uncle, dressed like this, has he become a leader? Xiao Mingyue teased. My uncle laughed so hard that his eyes were invisible. What kind of leader is that? He's just a small foreman. Got promoted so soon? Mother Xiao was very surprised. My aunt waved her hand. He is just a quick-witted man with a quick mind and good foresight. A few days ago, 2 difficult customers had a quarrel, and he settled it. His boss thought highly of him and gave him a promotion. My aunt joked again. He was just promoted to a small position, but he was so proud of himself that he borrowed someone else's hair oil and smeared his hair like it had been licked by a cow. Ha ha ha, it looks just like it's been licked by a cow. Jiang Zhuang laughed, holding his belly. Everyone was happy too. You dare even your father to laugh. The uncle raised his foot as if to kick, and Jiang Zhuang quickly dodged. Grandpa got out of the car and said, Okay, stop messing around. Why are you all here? Don't you have to work? Dad, we've taken a break and are here to pick you up, said my second uncle. Second aunt took Zai Zai away from Grandma's arms. Wow, Zai Zai, why is he so handsome? I miss you so much. Jian Yuan's wife was beside him, touching Zai Zai's little hand, looking at him without blinking, her eyes full of tenderness. During this working period, they can only go home to see Zai Zai when they are on break. Since the birth of the child, she has never been separated from Zai Zai for such a long time. How can she not miss him? I gave him a new cotton-padded jacket. It's nice and warm, said Grandma kindly. It's cold and noisy outside the door. What are you talking about here? Come on, help me move the luggage. Mingyue, which room are you staying in? The uncle gave the orders. There were indeed quite a few people at the door, and it was quite lively. They were all moving to the entertainment city. They had piles of luggage, and it was even a bit crowded. Many people were shouting. Grandma and Grandpa live in 1505, my parents live in 1506, and I live in 2218. Xiao Mingyue replied. Jiang Yuan held a suitcase in each hand and asked, Why aren't we on the same floor? Why are you on the 22nd floor? Xiao Mingyue shrugged. It's good enough to be able to book a room. Ji Wenxi said that there were almost no rooms left, so they could only choose from the remaining ones. Xiao Mingyue certainly wouldn't ask for too much, as long as there was a place to stay. My uncle echoed as he moved things. Yes, it's good to have a place to live. Do you know the leader of the clothing trade in our city, the one with the surname Xiong? He also moved to the entertainment city. His family of more than 10 people lives in a suite. So many people are crowded together, and it's not as spacious as our staff dormitory. What a turn of events, he used to not even look at me, but now I'm living better than him. After saying that, the uncle gave Xiao Mingyue a thumbs up and whispered. Chapter 481. My niece is really capable. She got 3 luxury rooms at once. As soon as she entered the hotel lobby, warm air hit her in the face. Xiao Mingyue felt that her down jacket was a little hot, so she took it off and held it in her hands. Wow, it's so warm! How come this is like a palace? Everything Grandma saw was new to her. This magnificent land looked like a palace. In the past, only the ladies in the palace could enjoy this blessing. Grandma, all 5-star hotels are like this, said Jiang Lijiao. Of course, this place is more luxurious than the average 5-star hotel. Oh, it's such a comfort to live here. It's better than the life of a daughter of a landlord. Grandma sighed. Jiang Lijiao chuckled. Grandma, what are you saying? There are no landlords nowadays. You should slow down. Xiao Ma had been wondering for a long time, and finally asked. Mingyue, is it the pretty little girl who helped us last time, the one called Shan Shan? It was understandable that Zhao's mother thought this way. The only person she could think of was Ji Shan Shan. Xiao Mingyue nodded, as a sign of agreement. After all, they were all members of the Ji family. Besides, she didn't live there for free. She got it in exchange for 5,000 bags of the snow-melting artifact. It's all thanks to her. Mother Xiao was grateful. Jiang Zhuang tugged at Xiao Mingyue's arm and said happily, Look, that vase is so big, it's taller than my dad. Since entering the hall, Jiang Zhuang's eyes were not enough, and he looked at this and that. Jiang Lijiao laughed secretly. Sister, don't bother with him. He's like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, he has no knowledge. Jiang Zhuang snorted. It sounds like something you've seen before. The two siblings started bickering, each one more childish than the other. Xiao Mingyue smiled helplessly and said nothing. Suddenly Jiang Zhuang cried out in pain. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. You have no eyes! Whose naughty kid is this? He doesn't even look at the road when walking. A sharp female voice sounded. The woman was wearing luxurious fur, and had flaming red lips. She glanced at Jiang Zhuang with disdain. Are you from the countryside? Have you never stayed in a hotel? You don't even know where to look. Can you afford to pay for my bag if it hits me? This is a limited edition crocodile leather bag, handmade. Jiang Zhuang was also wearing a cotton padded jacket made by his grandmother, so the woman looked at him strangely. What era is it in? People in the last century didn't wear such clothes. Country bumpkin. Jiang Zhuang gritted his teeth and said in pain. It was obviously you who stepped on my foot first, and you are the first to complain. The lobby on the first floor of the hotel was bustling with people carrying large and small bags of luggage. Of course, these wealthy ladies wouldn't do it themselves, so they had others do it for them. Xiao Mingyue helped Jiang Zhuang up. Are you okay? Jiang Zhuang stretched his legs and whispered. I'm fine, let's go, sister. His parents taught him not to cause trouble outside. Xiao Mingyue waved to her uncle and the others, signaling them to go first. They were hotel employees and could not offend guests, but she, Xiao Mingyue, was not one of them and could seek justice for Jiang Zhuang. The uncle understood and said deliberately, Please come this way, sir. The uncle took his family away. Anyway, they were wearing work clothes, and this sentence cleared up their relationship with Xiao Mingyue and the others. Now Xiao Mingyue and Jiang Zhuang are both guests of the Entertainment City Hotel. Moreover, with Xiao Mingyue around, they can rest assured. Can they stay there? Or I should go over. Before my second uncle finished speaking, my grandfather interrupted him. Don't worry about it. What do you know with your brain? My uncle and grandfather looked at each other, and neither of them spoke tacitly. After my uncle and the others left, Xiao Mingyue said calmly, There are a lot of people in the hall, so it's normal to bump into someone accidentally. You don't have to say such harsh words, right? Besides, you were the one who stepped on my brother first. Chapter 482. The woman took a look at Xiao Mingyue's clothes and saw that she was ordinary, without any luxury items on her. She curled her lips and said disdainfully, Normal? People are divided into different classes, okay? How can I be the same as you? Forget it, I am a magnanimous lady and I won't bother with you. Don't waste my time. Be careful when you see me next time. Hearing this, Jiang Zhuang was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't dare to say anything. His parents were working here, he couldn't cause trouble. Xiao Mingyue stepped forward to block the woman's way, then stepped on her shoe with a harmless smile. Okay, it's even, you can go now. The woman let out an ear-piercing scream. My limited edition calfskin shoes! How dare you step on me! She was so angry that her face was distorted and she slapped Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue grabbed her wrist and threw her to the side. The woman staggered a few times before she stood firm. Get lost, a good dog doesn't block the road. Judging from his behavior, he is usually very arrogant. Let's go, Xiao Mingyue said to Jiang Zhuang. Jiang Zhuang nodded heavily, feeling extremely happy. The woman was furious. When she saw someone coming from behind, she suddenly pouted in grievance and threw herself into the man's arms crying. Husband, why did you come just now? I was almost beaten to death. Someone bullied me. The man kept calling her his darling, feeling heartbroken. Oh my dear, who dares to bully my darling? I'll kill him. It's her. The woman pointed at Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue rolled her eyes silently, not wanting to bother with these two idiots. She still had a lot of luggage to pack. Xiao Mingyue was about to leave with Jiang Zhuang, but she didn't expect that the man would catch up with them. Stop! You want to leave after beating someone up? It's not that easy, right? The man wanted to pat Xiao Mingyue on the shoulder, but Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes, grabbed his arm with her backhand, and kicked him to the ground. The man was sweating coldly from the pain and failed to stand up from the ground several times. The woman was even more frightened and looked at Xiao Mingyue with eyes full of horror. That's called beating someone up. Stay away from me next time you see me, or I'll... Xiao Mingyue looked at the woman threateningly. The woman swallowed and took a few steps back. Jiang Zhuang snorted heavily, and the woman's face became even uglier as she took advantage of the tiger's power. Walk! Xiao Mingyue took Jiang Zhuang away. In the elevator, Jiang Zhuang looked at Xiao Mingyue with admiration. Sister, you are amazing. Aren't you usually quite talkative? Why did you fall silent just now? Xiao Mingyue asked. Jiang Zhuang scratched his head and said, I'm not a child anymore. I can't cause trouble for my family. Xiao Mingyue laughed out loud. After experiencing the apocalypse for 2 years, Jiang Zhuang had matured a lot and knew how to endure. However, blindly enduring would only make the bad guys more rampant. Of course, even if he didn't want to endure, he had to have the strength to do so. People who have concerns will endure it if they can, but she doesn't want to endure someone like Xiao Mingyue. "You're quite skilled," said a man in a white sports suit in the elevator. Xiao Mingyue looked at him. The man smiled appropriately and said, "I saw everything just now. You are very impressive. I wonder if I would be honored to know your name or contact information." "Thank you, but it's not necessary." Xiao Mingyue declined politely. The man in sportswear was not angry either, and said softly, "It doesn't matter." The elevator reached the 12th floor. Xiao Mingyue and Jiang Zhuang got off, and the elevator continued to go up. "Ajin, it's rare for a girl to reject you. How does it feel to be rejected?" a friend next to him joked. The man called Ajin showed an uninhibited smile and a meaningful look in his eyes. Chapter 483. "What do you know? Has Gu Longxi arrived?" "We're here. How about we meet at the bar tonight, and call a few hot girls to party until late at night?" His friend bumped into his shoulder. Jean walked down the elevator. "I just finished working out. I'm going to take a shower first. See you in the evening." Here we are. This is it. 1505. As soon as I entered the door, my grandma and my second aunt were packing up. They brought a lot of things from home, and they had to find a place to put each one. Jiang Zhuang ran in. "Wow, it's so big! Are Grandpa and Grandma the only ones living here?" Xiao Mingyue was also surprised. This was a suite equipped with a living room, dressing room, and bathroom. Although it was not as good as the top-level presidential suite, it was not small in size. Except for the lack of a kitchen, it is a luxuriously decorated one-bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom apartment. In the end times, everyone comes here to seek refuge, and having such a living environment is already a luxury. Grandpa gently hit Jiang Zhuang on the back of his head and said, "You can live here too." Jiang Zhuang chuckled. "Then I'll sleep on the sofa?" He ran over and rolled over on the sofa, then rolled comfortably on the carpet, not moving at all. Even his grandma was amused by him. "Sleep on the floor. Put the mattress on the carpet. It's more comfortable than sleeping on the sofa," said Grandma. "Where is my mother?" Xiao Mingyue asked. The second aunt looked up and said, "Your mother is packing up next door, and your uncle and his friends are going to get your luggage. Why don't you go to the 22nd floor and wait? They can help you move it." Xiao Mingyue nodded. She turned and went to her mother's room. Her mother was sitting on the sofa in a daze. "Mom, why are you just standing there instead of packing your things?" Mother Xiao came back to her senses and stammered. "I was wondering, what will happen to your dad? He's alone in the planting department. Can he come here when he's off duty? If it snows heavily, the road will be closed." Xiao Mingyue sat next to her and said, "No, the planting division still needs to deliver vegetables to the entertainment city. How could the snow block the road? Have you told my dad?" Those snow-melting artifacts she bought were not just for display. Xiao Ma nodded. "I told him. He said he can come if he can." After chatting with her mother for a while, Xiao Mingyue came to 2218, her room. She piled all her clothes in the cloakroom, went to the bathroom and took a bath in the bathtub to wash away her fatigue, then changed into lighter clothes. The main thing is that the heating in this hotel is really strong, so you only need to wear light clothes. When she came out of the shower, it was getting dark. She was drying her hair when she suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Xiao Mingyue opened the door and saw a woman in hotel business attire standing outside with a perfect smile on her face. "Hello, Ms. Xiao, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm Amy, the building manager for floors 22 to 30. If you need anything, just contact me. Please add us to the group chat for hotel residents. You can also tag me in the group." "Good." Xiao Mingyue took out her phone, added Amy's contact information, and joined the group. There are already several hundred people in the group. The administrators are all building managers. There are 4 building managers in total. It seems that each manager is responsible for hotel guests on several floors. "It's quite humane," Xiao Mingyue secretly complained. "Do all the guests staying here need to join the group?" Xiao Mingyue asked casually. Amy replied. It just started a few days ago. The guests who come to stay now are long-term residents. Our hotel is also trying to provide better service to customers. Xiao Mingyue said. Okay. Amy bowed slightly. Thank you for your cooperation. Welcome to the Entertainment City Hotel, and wish you a happy life. Xiao Mingyue thanked her before closing the door. Such a service attitude is worthy of a 5-star hotel. It is really impeccable. She went to the bathroom and blew her hair dry. A new life begins. Chapter 484. The Entertainment City Hotel residence group was peaceful and harmonious. Everyone was greeting each other politely and making friends. The residence group had almost turned into a social group. Their smooth and polite words made Xiao Mingyue admit defeat. Gao Shan Lu Shui. Hello everyone, Death Smile, I am Gao Qingkai, and I am honored to be your neighbor. The blizzard brought us together, and this is a fate bestowed by God. I hope that in the days to come, everyone can live in harmony and help each other. Handshake, handshake, handshake. Wine and meat pass through the intestines. Applause, applause, you are right. A simple move can bring a lot. It turns out to be Mr. Gao. Great, 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 I have heard of Mr. Gao for a long time. I am Xiao Yuan from Jianfeng Group. I have met him at a drinking party before. Does Mr. Gao still remember him? Gao Shan Lu Shui. How could I forget Mr. Yuan, Death Smile, call Lao Wang and the others, and have dinner together in the evening? It's an honor to achieve great results with just a little effort. Dink. According to the weather forecast, it will snow tonight, and I don't know how long this snowstorm will last. You are all foresight people, and we all thought of the same thing, so we came to the entertainment city to take refuge. Celebration, celebration, celebration. Pink Lady, yes, I booked a room as soon as I received the news. Fortunately, I acted quickly. If there is a snowstorm, my villa and I will be buried in the snow. I don't want to die. Snake Fairy, indeed. Gao Shan Lu Shui, you are right, thumbs up. I was afraid that the heavy snow would block the roads and I would starve to death if I stayed at home without food. I heard from Mr. Jia that the entertainment city has the support of the planting department, and will not be out of food. That's why I brought my family here. Dink, of course, Brother Gao is insightful. Let's add each other as friends. Building Manager Amy at all members, welcome to the Entertainment City Hotel. In addition to the Zilan Buffet Restaurant and the Southeast Asian Buffet Restaurant on the 14th floor, our hotel has opened 2 new buffet restaurants on the 30th floor, providing breakfast, lunch and dinner services. Everyone is welcome to come and taste them. Amy, the building manager, in addition to the 4 buffet restaurants, the high-end restaurants in the Entertainment City are also open to guests, with a wide variety of choices for everyone. I wish all of our distinguished residents a happy life. Kongi Yulan, applause, it's worthy of being an entertainment city. The service is very thoughtful. With so many restaurants, you won't go hungry. The years are quiet and good. I have long wanted to try the French food here. My friends told me it is quite good, so I am taking my daughter there. The group was still chatting enthusiastically. We had just moved into the entertainment city and everyone felt very novel. It was normal for us to be a little enthusiastic and wanted to chat with everyone we met. However, those who were greeting each other enthusiastically in the group were all middle-aged people, and the younger generation didn't say much. Xiao Mingyue left the hotel residence group and opened the community owners group. Some people were complaining about the cold weather, some were complaining about the plastic sheeting on the windows not being nailed shut and leaking air, and some were complaining about the dried tooth worms that were distributed today not being tasty. This is just how life is. Xiao Mingyue turned off her phone. Her mother had already sent her several messages urging her to go to the Zilan Buffet restaurant on the 14th floor for dinner. Xiao Mingyue had just changed her clothes when she received a call from her mother. Mingyue, come quickly. Your aunt is here and she brought a man with her. Aunt Xiao called to urge. Xiao Mingyue was stunned. Man? She's in love? How does it look? Zhao's mother hesitated. You will know when you come and see. Xiao Mingyue didn't delay any longer and quickly took the elevator to the 14th floor. In the Zilan restaurant on the 14th floor, at a round table, my aunt snuggled in a man's arms, my grandma and grandpa watched silently, and Ao's mother kept drinking water to hide her embarrassment. When Xiao Mingyue arrived, she saw this scene of horse catching. Aunt, who is this? Xiao Mingyue pulled out a stool and sat down. My aunt quickly introduced. Mingyue is here, this is my boyfriend, your future uncle-in-law, Su Song. Su Su nodded politely and smiled. Hello? Su Su was wearing a casual suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and his every move was very decent, looking like a well-educated person. Xiao Mingyue observed him imperceptibly. Su Su stood up and said, Excuse me, I'll go get some food, you guys chat first. Chapter 485. After Su Su left, Xiao Ma couldn't wait to ask. Fang Fang, how did you two know each other? You have to distinguish between good people and bad people, and don't let anyone hurt you again. What does his family do? How many people are there in his family? What is his personality and character like? What are the personalities and character of his family members like? Grandma also asked. Grandpa's tone was full of regret. You are not young anymore. You should use your brain and stop being fooled by men. My aunt was calm and collected. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. I used to be a makeup artist for a rich man. After a few visits, I got along well with the young lady of that family. She tried to match me up with her uncle, and I didn't expect it to work out. My aunt raised her head and spoke directly. Su Su is 38 years old today, 6 years older than me. His family is very rich. He used to be in the building materials business. He is not one of those gigolos. He has everything he needs. He has been rich for most of his life. What can he want from me? I have nothing. I used to only like young and handsome guys even if they were poor. But I've learned my lesson and will never date a poor man, so I found a rich, older guy. After my aunt finished speaking, Zhao's mother and my grandparents looked at each other with wide eyes. We are not against you dating, it's just that the guy you dated last time was too scary. Grandma still feels scared when she thinks about it now. Although it was not stated, everyone knew that it was Lu Nanshan. Zhao's mother didn't know what to say, so she suddenly asked Xiao Mingyue. Mingyue, what do you think of your aunt's new boyfriend? Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment. I can't tell anything from our first meeting, but he has a high EQ. He knew we had something to say, so he took the initiative to find an excuse to leave. Auntie, you said he's 38, so is he divorced? My aunt nodded. Yes, he is divorced and has a child. He has a daughter who is 13 years old this year. Her name is Su Tian. I get along well with her. Grandpa's expression did not reveal his happiness or anger. Are you sure you have thought it through? Fang Fang, you have to be responsible for your choice. If it's the same as last time. My aunt knew what the family was worried about. I understand. Mom, Dad, sister, don't worry. When he heard about the snowstorm, he was anxious to ask how many people were in my family so that he could arrange a room for you to take shelter. I didn't expect Mingyue to have arranged everything for you. He truly treats me as a family member and has already proposed to me. The pigeon egg diamond ring on my aunt's hand is very eye-catching. Zhao's mother lost her voice and asked, You've proposed? Realizing that her voice was too loud, Zhao's mother lowered her voice and asked, Are you getting married? My aunt smiled and said, Sister, why are you so surprised? I'm 32 years old this year. It's normal to get married at this age. Grandpa thought for a long time and said, You can make the decision on your own affairs. As long as he is a good man, we can rest assured. Grandma agreed very much. As long as he's a good man, it's fine. He still thought of arranging a room for us, which means he really cares about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't think about your family. If you think it's okay, then we have nothing to say. Let's have a second marriage. My aunt nodded with emotion. By the way, which room do you and he live in? Asked Zhao's mother. My aunt took out a black room card. 4803. Zhao's mother hissed. This is the presidential suite, right? At this time, Su Su came back with 2 plates of food and said apologetically, I didn't know what everyone liked to eat, so I only took what Fang Fang and I had. Xiao Ma said politely, Oh, no need to bother, we can get it ourselves. Let's go get something to eat. Xiao Mingyue followed her mother to get the food. The mother and daughter each held a plate and used tongs to select the dishes. Xiao Ma picked up 2 pieces of fried fish and said, Mingyue, what do you think of Su Su? Is he reliable? If my aunt likes her, let her be. She is an adult now, how can you control who she dates? Xiao Mingyue answered casually that she liked to eat vegetables and would pick up more green vegetables. Chapter 486. It's not that I control her. You've seen her love-brained self before. Xiao Mingyue sighed softly. Everyone has their own destiny. I hope Su Song is a good man. Otherwise, my aunt is too unlucky. All the men she met were scumbags. Zhao's mother smiled helplessly. That's right. Come, have a chicken drumstick. She picked up a braised chicken leg and placed it on Xiao Mingyue's plate. The mother and daughter were carrying the dishes when the lights suddenly went out, and there was a power outage. What's going on? Is the power out? It was pitch black all around, and the restless group of people started to make noise and chatter, and no one knew what was going on. In the chaos, it is common for you to step on me and I to step on you. Who stepped on me? I'm sorry, I can't see the road clearly. It's scalding me. Why are you walking around with hot soup in your hand? Stop moving around, please. I can't see clearly anyway. Whoever touches me, you rascal! Xiao Mingyue has been drinking the dew from the well in the space. His eyesight is very good, and his night vision is pretty good. Zhao's mother is not blind either, and can see things clearly. Xiao Mingyue immediately pulled Xiao Ma to stand against the wall to avoid being accidentally hurt. There was food everywhere, many of which were hot, and there were also shelves for desserts. If you can't see the road clearly, you should stand where you are and not walk around. However, some people rush around like headless flies, trying to find a place to sit down. Not only are they afraid of bumping into people, but they are also afraid of bumping into things. A little girl came to get the dessert by herself. She was at a loss and cried loudly in the dark. Her parents were very anxious and stumbled around but couldn't find the girl. Zao, where are you? Mom! The little girl was crying beside the dessert table, holding a plate of mango mousse. With a bang, a man bumped into the dessert table, and the chocolate waterfall stand on the dessert table shook and fell onto the girl. Xiao Mingyue pushed away the man who was running around and quickly pulled the girl into her arms. With a loud bang, the 4-layer chocolate waterfall fell to the ground. If it hit a person, it would be able to smash a bloody hole in the head. She held the little girl in her arms and pressed the man against the wall. Stand against the wall, don't run around or make trouble. Few people who came to get their meals brought their cell phones, so the scene was a little chaotic for a while. As more and more people took out their cell phones and turned on flashlights, the situation in the restaurant gradually improved. The little girl curled up in Xiao Mingyue's arms and sobbed, calling for her dad and mom. Xiao Mingyue calmed her down and said, Don't be afraid. Suddenly, the lights came on. Xiao Mingyue squinted her eyes somewhat uncomfortably, and the headless fly in the restaurant finally settled down and stopped flying around. At this time, the broadcast sounded. Dear guests, please don't be afraid. Due to the power upgrade, the new electrician made an error in operation and connected the wrong wires, resulting in a power outage for a few minutes. I would like to express my sincerest apologies to everyone here. It turned out that the wires were connected incorrectly. I thought there was a power outage in the entertainment city. If there was no electricity in the entertainment city, why are we here? It's too unreliable. It's impossible for the entertainment city to be out of power. My dad said that there are independent power generation equipment here, and there are newly installed heating equipment. They are all new and high-tech. It should be just an accident. It's good that there's no power outage. It's so scary. That is. This was an accident, and everyone was relieved. They all returned to their seats to calm down, leaving the waiters to clean up the mess. Zao, you're here. Mom was scared to death. Are you okay, kid? A young couple looked around in panic, and when they saw the girl in Xiao Mingyue's arms, they were surprised and happy. Zao shook her head and said, Mom and Dad, I'm fine. Thank you, sister. Zao smiled sweetly at Xiao Mingyue. Zao pointed at the messy chocolate waterfall on the ground and said, I was there just now. My sister saved me. Chapter 487. Zao's parents turned around and were immediately frightened. The chocolate stand was made of stainless steel and was very heavy. Fortunately, it didn't hit the child. Thank you so much. Thank you. Zao's parents thanked her repeatedly and wanted to bow to Xiao Mingyue several times. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. Xiao Mingyue nodded politely and went back to her seat with Xiao Ma. Fortunately, her grandparents were still seated, so nothing would happen. The man who had been observing in secret for a long time came over and saw that there were only two women. He immediately said in a bad tone, "You were the one who pushed me just now. Don't try to deny it. I remember your voice." Xiao Mingyue looked at him. "What's wrong with me?" The man was aggressive. "You heard me, what do you want to do? Why would I push you if you weren't running around? You couldn't see the road clearly, but you were still running around everywhere. Look at what you did. You should be glad that I pushed you away, otherwise you would have hit someone, okay?" Xiao Mingyue pointed at the mess on the ground. Many people heard the loud noise made by the chocolate waterfall falling to the ground. The man said confidently, "Is it okay for me to be afraid? If I'm afraid, I have to run. If you push me, you have to pay for it. Why are you so unreasonable?" Mother Xiao frowned. Dad stood up early and heard the whole story. "Sir, you almost hit my daughter just now. If it weren't for this lady's help, my daughter would have been hit by that iron frame. So, what does it have to do with me?" The man laughed and asked back, and his nonchalant tone completely angered Xiao's father. Dad took out his cell phone early and made a call. "Yes, it's me. Call some security guards to Zulan restaurant as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Xiao's father looked at him coldly. "So I want to cancel your qualification to stay in the entertainment city, please leave." The man was horrified. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right?" Xiao's father hugged his daughter and said, "Is it okay because I'm one of the investors in the entertainment city?" Not only the man was surprised, Xiao Mingyue also didn't expect it. But then she thought, those who can live in the entertainment city must be rich or noble, and if she is not careful, she might offend someone she shouldn't offend. Therefore, only fools would stir up trouble everywhere. Normal people would be busy making friends and building good relationships like those middle-aged people in the group. Xiao blinked at Xiao Mingyue and whispered, "Don't be afraid, sister. My dad can handle it." Xiao Mingyue laughed. She didn't say anything, and the little girl thought she was scared. A strong security guard soon showed up and found out the man's identity. He turned out to be a nouveau riche. The nouveau riche and his family of 5 were all kicked out of the entertainment city, and the room fee was refunded to him. "I won't leave. I came here with great difficulty. I used my connections to give many gifts. It's going to snow soon. I won't leave. Do you want to kill me? I was wrong." The man's apologies became increasingly muted and he was dragged away by security. After the man was taken away by the security guard, Xiao snorted proudly. She suddenly pointed out the window and shouted in surprise, "Look, it's snowing!" Xiao Mingyue looked out the window. Although it was already dark, with the help of the light in the house, she could still see large flakes of snow falling outside. "It's snowing heavily." Many people looked out the window and exclaimed in amazement, "It's snowing! It's beautiful! I haven't seen snow in 2 years. Take a quick photo and post it on WeChat Moments. How about we build a snowman tomorrow, or have a snowball fight?" "Okay." Xiao Mingyue quietly looked at the snowflakes outside. It turned out that people's sorrows and joys were not the same. Snow is falling all over the place, the wind is biting, it's so cold. Disaster victims, the blizzard and extreme cold have begun, are you ready? Chapter 488. Heavy snow fell all night, sweeping across the world with extreme cold. Today's latest temperature, -10 degrees Celsius. Houses, roads, trees, etc. were gradually covered with white snow. The breath outside turned into mist, and the water turned into ice. The same is true on land. Cities where the floods have not yet receded have long been frozen over, and the entire city has become a huge ice crystal coffin. Fortunately, Pingjing City emerged from the water a long time ago. Most of the once rampant 3 insects were frozen to death by the low temperature, and those that were not frozen to death were struggling to survive at the bottom of the water. Even the fierce overlord of the water, the red-boned fish, was active in the unfrozen areas at the bottom of the water. Even insects are like this, let alone humans. Many disaster victims in Huahan community were woken up by the cold, with runny noses and cursing. In a resettlement house, Fuck, why is it snowing outside? I was wondering why it's so cold. It started raining last night, and you just noticed it. Brother, let's squeeze together and sleep in the same bed to keep each other warm. I can't stand it alone. The thin man sleeping on the balcony was freezing. Go away, who wants to sleep with you? If I want to sleep, I sleep with women. Is there any woman who wants to sleep with me? I have a lot of heat on my body, it's warm. If you don't believe me, feel it. There was a burst of laughter, and some women blushed. You're a hooligan, who wants to share a bed with you? The thin man wrapped himself tightly. Achoo! It's too cold. There are so many people in the room and the windows are sealed. This shouldn't be right. He suddenly noticed that a corner of the window that was sealed with plastic sheeting was drooping. After a year of rainy season, the window was no longer very useful. It was leaking and the cold wind was rushing into the house. He was sleeping on the balcony again, and he was the first to be cold. Who the hell pulled the plastic sheet apart? Why is it so cold? Seal it up now. It must be loose. Where's the hammer? Nail it up quickly. After a while of hard work, several men finally blocked the leak. Damn it, who has hot water to pour me a cup? It'll warm my stomach. No one paid any attention to him. Everyone curled up in their own bed, wrapped themselves in the quilt, not letting in any wind. If anyone moved accidentally, the cold air that penetrated into the bed would be bone-chilling. Xiao Mingyue woke up and opened the curtains. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, all she saw was white. Large flakes of snow were falling, blurring her vision. But she could still vaguely see workers shoveling snow on the road outside, and there were also snowplows. It had only snowed overnight, but the snow had reached the height of people's knees, which showed how heavy the snow was last night. The room was heated. Xiao Mingyue stretched out lazily. It would be a shame not to have a cup of hot coffee with such heavy snow. Xiao Mingyue got up quite late and had missed breakfast time, so it was just right for her to combine brunch into one meal. When she arrived at the restaurant, lunch had already started. She ordered a hot cappuccino, picked up some food, and found a seat by the window. Enjoying the snow scenery while having lunch is a comfortable and relaxing experience. Hey, beautiful Xiao! Have you missed me after not seeing me for a long time? A nonchalant voice sounded. Xiao Mingyue looked in the direction of the voice and found it was Gu Longxi, the eccentric young man from a rich family. Why are you here? Xiao Mingyue was a little surprised, but then she thought that given Gu Longxi's family background, it was reasonable for him to seek refuge in the entertainment city. Gu Longxi pulled out the chair opposite Xiao Mingyue, sat down casually, and spread his hands and said, Isn't it normal for me to be here? Chapter 489. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. Yes, indeed. The person who came with Gu Longxi nodded and said, Miss, we meet again. Hello? Xiao Mingyue took a closer look and then she remembered that it was the guy who was wearing sportswear in the elevator. Now he had changed into casual clothes, and she almost didn't recognize him. Do you know each other? Gu Longxi looked at Xiao Mingyue and then at Ajin. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of coffee and said, We met once. Gu Longxi waved his hand and said, Meeting is fate, this is my buddy Ajin. This is also my buddy, Xiao Mingyue, the beautiful Xiao. Don't underestimate her. She is very skilled. This is it. Gu Longxi gave a thumbs-up gesture. Yeah. Ajin smiled faintly, his eyes full of interest. Don't flatter me, Xiao Mingyue said. Gu Longxi smiled. By the way, there will be a welcome reception the day after tomorrow night. Let's go and have fun. You are just too introverted. I will take you there to make some friends. We can drink and play cards together. After a while, we will become familiar with each other. Gu Longxi paused and said jokingly, Do you have a boyfriend? I'll introduce you to some. My friends are all young talents and their families are very rich. You can choose any one of them and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Although it was a joke, there was a hint of temptation in the tone. Xiao Mingyue laughed. Thank you, it's been almost a year since we last met, and you're still so out of tune. You're welcome. There seemed to be something hidden in Gu Longxi's smile. What welcome reception did you just mention? Xiao Mingyue did not miss the information in his words. It's a welcome reception held by the entertainment city. Didn't you know about it? There was a notice in the hotel residence group chat. Xiao Mingyue opened her phone and saw the group notification sent by Amy. It turned out that there really was a welcome reception, specially held to welcome hotel residents. Isn't this a party? There are quite a lot of activities in the entertainment city. The life of rich people is really colorful. Go or not, have a little drink to get a little tipsy, and then have a close dance. Isn't love coming? Otherwise, are you waiting for a love that's like a home invasion? Enjoy life to the fullest, Gu Longxi said again. Xiao Mingyue was amused by his words. Okay, I'll go. I have nothing to do anyway. But she wasn't going there for the man, she just wanted to join in the fun. Gu Longxi was satisfied now. He generously threw a card over. That's right. Here's my bar membership card. I'm giving it to you. Just say my name when you get there. It's best to bring a friend, and it's even better if you bring your boyfriend, he added. Xiao Mingyue took the card and looked at it. Enchanting Bar? This name, you can tell it was chosen by Gu Longxi. Just like the underground city, your family also has shares in the entertainment city? Xiao Mingyue looked up at him. It's just a small share, not a big one, but I own the whole bar. It's on the first floor of the entertainment area. Old classmates are welcome to come. Xiao Mingyue nodded and accepted the membership card. Thank you. To be honest, Xiao Mingyue was quite envious of people like Gu Longxi, who knew how to enjoy life. Eating, drinking, and having fun were his mission in life, and no matter what happened, his family would take care of it for him. We are all human beings for the first time, but our destinies are different. God is really unfair. Gu Longxi leaned back in his chair, put his hands behind his head, and looked out the window. Oh my, this snow scene is so beautiful! I have never seen such heavy snow since I was a child. Xiao Mingyue also looked out the window quietly without saying anything. Chapter 490. The snowflakes fell against the glass, swirled in the air, then continued to fall and finally landed on the ground. Guess how long this heavy snow will last? Xiao Mingyue asked softly. Ajin thought for a moment and said, Based on last year's experience with the rain, it shouldn't be short. I think so too. My dad said that this snowstorm is unprecedented, otherwise he wouldn't have sent me here. Gu Longxi shrugged. Xiao Mingyue held her chin with one hand. So, although rain and snow scenes are beautiful, if there are too many of them, it will be a disaster and will cost lives. Just as Ajin was about to speak, he was interrupted by a female voice. Surprise! Ha ha ha, you didn't expect that, did you? We will bring the snow up. The two women filled buckets with snow and launched a surprise attack. They laughed and threw the snow at Ajin and Gu Longxi. The two women seemed to have discussed it beforehand. They threw the snow in the wrong direction on purpose and also threw a lot of snow onto Xiao Mingyue. Gu Longxi stood up and brushed off the snow on himself. Xiao Ruru, you two are too childish. This is a restaurant. Don't throw it. Ajin blocked it with his hands. The two women continued to throw the balls more happily, laughing as they did so, and attracted a lot of strange looks in the restaurant. What's wrong? Are you angry? Xiao asked coquettishly. A lot of people downstairs are making snowmen and having snowball fights. Why are you staying here, brother? Come and play with us. Ruru took Gu Longxi's arm. Let's go. Xiao Mingyue. She frowned slightly, looking at the half-drunk coffee she had just drunk, in which a large piece of snow was thrown, the coffee stains splashed out, and the food was inedible. Not to mention the snow on her body and head. Xiao Mingyue slowly clenched her fists and looked at the two men. Why was she the hardest hit area? It was intentional. It must have been intentional. Gu Longxi saw Xiao Mingyue's miserable condition. Nonsense, look at what you have done to my friend. Ruru leaned on Gu Longxi possessively, as if she had just seen Xiao Mingyue. A hint of pride flashed in her eyes, and she smiled. Sister, I'm sorry I didn't see you. She said she was apologizing, but there was no trace of remorse on her face. Sorry, sister. Xiao said perfunctorily, and then continued to hold Ajin's arm and act coquettishly. Gu Longxi looked at Xiao Mingyue apologetically. At this point, there is nothing Xiao Mingyue can't see. These two women are jealous, but what does it have to do with her? Why should I be smashed by them? Can I just apologize and let it go? Xiao Mingyue stood up, silently brushed off the snow on her body, and then walked in front of Ruru. It doesn't matter. Ruru smiled innocently and winked at Xiao, indicating that she had done a good job. Xiao Mingyue snatched the bucket bag from her hand, poured the snow in the bag upside down on her head, and then threw the empty bag at Xiao. It's even! Xiao Mingyue picked up the cards on the table, turned around and left, no longer paying attention to them. Ah! Ruru let out a shrill scream and frantically tried to get the snow off her head. She got all the snow on me! Xiao also cried out in pain and covered her stomach. It hurts! Gulongxi actually laughed out loud. TSK. Brother, look at that bitch, she did it on purpose, and you're still laughing. Ruru felt very aggrieved. Gulongxi glanced at her and stroked her face with his hand. Baby, I like obedient women, not smart ones. She is my friend, different from you, so don't mess with me, remember? Chapter 491. Gulongxi's tone was gentle, but there was a hint of impatience in it. Ruru's voice suddenly stopped. She looked at Gulongxi in disbelief, then nodded hesitantly. I know I was wrong. Gulongxi gently took her hand and said, Be obedient, I will go play snowballs with you. Xiao didn't dare to speak. She secretly glanced at Ajin, but was frightened. Ajin withdrew his gaze coldly, pulled out a chair and sat down irritably, pretending that the two idiotic women did not exist. Is Xiao Mingyue your friend? He asked. Gulongxi hummed. Yes, a high school classmate, he's a nice guy. He saw Ajin's expression and said, Why, are you interested? I advise you to give up this idea. She is not the kind of woman you can play with casually. Don't mess around. After hearing what Gulongxi said, Xiao and Ro's faces turned pale. Ajin chuckled. Look at what you said, is she that scary? Gulongxi was silent for a moment. How should I put it? I feel that she is very unusual. Although her family has no property, she is very rich. In the past few years of the natural disaster, her life has become more and more comfortable. She is mysterious, very mysterious. Gulongxi put his legs on the table. Before, there was a classmate in our class who did something to offend him, and was immediately fired from the planting department. He kept apologizing in the class group, but he was ignored. Ajin was shocked. Planting division? That's not G. Gulongxi raised his right eyebrow, as if to agree. Later, I asked that classmate about the situation. Guess what happened? Why keep us in suspense? Just tell me. Ajin urged. Gulongxi pretended to be mysterious. I won't tell you. Come on, accompany me back to the room to change clothes. Gulongxi put his hand on Ruru's shoulder and walked away, leaving Ajin confused. Ajin chased after him with a dark face. If you don't finish your words, your time will be reduced by half. Bah, you're so vicious. Gulongxi curled his lips. Gulongxi's eyes deepened a little. Later, Lu Kang told him that President Ji suddenly appeared and left holding Xiao Mingyue's hand. Lu Kang swore that he was not mistaken. There are rumors that it was because Xiao Mingyue saved Mr. Ji's sister, Ji Shanshan, but even if he saved his sister, was it necessary to hold her hand? If you say there is nothing wrong with those two people, he would never believe it even if you kill him. But he tried to test her with a few words just now, but Xiao Mingyue ignored him and didn't say whether she had a boyfriend or not. After Xiao Mingyue returned to the room, because her clothes were wet by the snow, she changed her clothes and threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine to wash. She curled up on the sofa and let Fugui and Xiao Huihui out. Xiao Huihui has grown a lot now. Maybe it's because he has good food and drink in this space. His fur is very shiny and even his eyes are much wiser. Fugui looked around the room, finding everything new. He lay on the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the snow scene outside in surprise. It turned its head and looked at Xiao Mingyue, then looked out the window, its tiger eyes wide open. Xiao Mingyue almost forgot that Fugui had never seen snow since he was a child. Today was the first time he saw it. No wonder he looked so naive. Fugui tried to go out by pulling on the window, but was stopped by Xiao Mingyue. Hey, stop scratching. It's cold outside. If you break the window, I'll be in trouble. Fugui tilted his head. Cold? What is cold? I don't know. But since Xiao Mingyue didn't let it, it stopped digging. Fugui looked at the snow scene outside with infatuation and wanted to go out and play. Xiao Mingyue touched Xiao Huihui's head, and Xiao Huihui nestled obediently at her feet. Xiao Huihui was still very obedient. Fugui narrowed his eyes, walked over and kicked Xiao Huihui away, then rested his head on Xiao Mingyue's legs, begging for a touch. Xiao Mingyue laughed at Fugui's big head. Xiao Mingyue pinched Fugui's tiger whiskers while thinking about the things at Moon Farm. The orders at Moon Farm have skyrocketed in the past 2 days, and the waiting line is almost extended to a month later. I guess those people who didn't come to the entertainment city are afraid that heavy snow will block the road and cut off supplies, so they regard Moon Farm as a life-saving straw. Chapter 492. They look like a talented couple. Zhao's mother sighed. Xiao Mingyue agreed. They are a good match. Maybe the Su Sa is really your aunt's true love, Xiao Ma said again. Xiao Mingyue agreed again. Who can say for sure? Your uncle-in-law has a very big butt, Zhao's mother suddenly said. Xiao Mingyue. Mom, your perspective is really unique, she said softly. In the banquet hall, the welcome party is in full swing. My grandparents are old and they definitely won't come to such occasions. Xiao Mingyue and Dao's mother sat in the corner, watching their aunt and Su Sa dancing a duet, and commenting from time to time. On the stage, the host in a silver dress came on stage. It can be seen that everyone is very happy, and everyone's face is filled with smiles. Then, let's make everyone happier. Do you like listening to songs? Next, our famous movie queen Nan Dai will present a song for everyone. Amidst waves of warm applause and cheers, a female star in a black dress slowly walked onto the stage. She had a swaying figure, was charming and attractive, with enchanting curves, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. Just one look can make the men present lose their souls. Zhao's mother was very excited. Is this Nan Dai? The Nan Dai from the TV series? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a celebrity, a real celebrity. She's so pretty. No wonder people say that actors don't look photogenic. She looks much prettier than on TV. She's good looking and sings well. Xiao Mingyue praised from the bottom of her heart. Which window did God close for her? No wonder men like to look at beautiful women, and women like to look at them too. Just looking at such an impeccable face can make you feel much better. Jingwan, what are you doing here? Come and chat. A noble lady came over and chatted with Xiao Ma in a familiar manner. Sister Hong, this is my daughter Mingyue. This is your Aunt Hong. She also lives on the 15th floor, across from me. Aunt Xiao introduced. Xiao Mingyue greeted them politely, and Sister Hong said a few words before being pulled away by others. The women also greeted Zhao's mother. Mom, do you know those people? Xiao Mingyue asked. Of course, we played mahjong together last night. Do you think I'm as socially anxious as you? That Sister Hong is a strong woman. After her divorce, she worked hard on her own and made a lot of money. The one wearing yellow over there is an official's wife. Mingyue, you should make more friends. You are just sitting around doing nothing. I won't say anything more to you. I'm leaving. And Xiao pretended to leave. Xiao Mingyue was surprised and asked, You've only been here for a few days and you already know so many friends. Mother Xiao looked a little proud. Of course, I have my own social circle. Go find your friends. Why are you always staying with Mom? Go away. Xiao Mingyue. Oh. My mother's social skills are pretty good. Xiao Mingyue was about to stand up when suddenly her vision went dark. Guess who I am? The corners of Xiao Mingyue's mouth twitched. Shanshan, stop making trouble. Ji Shanshan pouted in dissatisfaction. Sister Mingyue, guess a little more. What's the point of guessing it all at once? Ji Shanshan's 2 friends also came over. Wu Man was still like a proud peacock. Because of what happened last time, she even snorted to express her dissatisfaction with Xiao Mingyue. Qi Yuana smiled gently and greeted Xiao Mingyue in a friendly manner. There's no way. The perfume on you is very unique. It's easy to recognize it's you. Xiao Mingyue shrugged. When Ji Shanshan approached, she smelled the unique perfume on Ji Shanshan, which was very pleasant. Chapter 493. Shanshan, the perfume you had specially blended exposes you. Qi Yuana joked. Wu Man adjusted her hair and said, By the way, why didn't Jasmine come? Isn't she always fond of coming to such occasions? Ji Shanshan's expression changed slightly. I don't know. Don't know? Isn't she very close to you? Shanshan, did you two have a fight? I haven't seen her for a long time, Wu Man said again. That's about right. I don't like her anymore anyway, Ji Shanshan said. Really? That's great. I didn't like her in the first place. She's so pretentious and scheming. I only did it for your sake before. Xiao Mingyue drank the drink silently beside him without saying a word. The pink drink was quite delicious and slightly sweet. Ji Shanshan's change in attitude towards Wan Moli should be because of the last time Wan Moli drugged her. Ji Wenxi must have told Ji Shanshan and asked her to have less contact with that kind of person. After Ji Shanshan found out, she didn't spread it around. She is quite a kind person. Qi Yuan hesitated and said in a low voice. Don't you know that Wan Moli moved out of Wan Tong's house? Wan Tong kicked her out. Wu Man's eyes widened. Really? Why? Girls are most likely to be gossipy. I also heard it from my classmates. One of my classmates lived next door to her. Wan Moli was chased back home and cried like crazy. Her parents were moving her things while cursing and saying that Wan Tong's family was cold-blooded and refused to help. What did she do wrong? Wu Man's eyes lit up. Qi Yuan shook her head. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Wan Tong is really angry. Wu Man covered her mouth and said, You should ask your classmates to find out why Sister Wan Tong was so angry. Did Wan Moli steal her sister's man? What nonsense are you talking about? Wan Tong is single, Qi Yuan said again. Ji Shanshan lowered her head and said nothing. Wu Man noticed something was wrong. Shanshan, you must know something, right? Tell me now. Ji Shanshan looked bewildered. I don't know anything. Oh, let's not talk about her. Look at Nan Dai's skirt. It's pretty. Don't change the subject. You must know the answer, otherwise why didn't you suddenly stop playing with Wan Moli? Are you being nice? Tell me about it, Wu Man urged. Ji Shanshan shook her head. I won't tell you. Wu Man and Qi Yuan said in unison. You really do know. Xiao Mingyue suddenly laughed out loud, thinking it was quite funny. Girls were indeed gossipy. Xiao Mingyue, what are you laughing at? Wu Man asked. Xiao Mingyue looked in a certain direction and said, If you want to know, go ask the person involved. Wu Man looked in the direction Xiao Mingyue was looking. Wan Moli? Why is she here? With her family's financial situation, she shouldn't be eligible to seek refuge in the entertainment city. Who is that person next to her? Ji Shanshan was also curious. Qi Yuan took a closer look and asked in surprise. Man, isn't the man next to Wan Moli your brother? Did she come with your brother? Xiao Mingyue also noticed it. It seemed that his name was Wu Shangnan, Wu Man's brother. I really didn't expect that Wan Moli is so resourceful. She wanted to get into Ji Wenxi's bed some time ago, and now she is hooking up with Wu Shangnan. Wu Man's face immediately fell and she was on the verge of exploding. She walked over in her high heels. It's over, hurry over and stop the fight, Man might hit someone. Qi Yuan hurriedly followed. The corners of Ji Shanshan's mouth twitched. This is too dramatic. Chapter 494. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of her drink calmly. Let's not talk about anything else. Wan Moli has high standards when it comes to men. The men she likes are all good. Ji Shanshan looked at Xiao Mingyue in disbelief, and said hesitantly. Sister Mingyue, do you know something? Xiao Mingyue blinked at her. Guess? Ji Shanshan opened her mouth wide. Did my brother tell you too? About that, Xiao Mingyue replied. Ji Shanshan held her chin with one hand and said, Over the years, there have been at least 100 women who wanted to get into my brother's bed. I'm used to it. But I didn't expect that the one who plotted against my brother was actually my friend. Oh, I feel so bad. My sincerity has gone to waste. I was so good to her, but she came for my brother. I trusted her so much, but all these years of friendship have been wasted. Xiao Mingyue was choked and coughed a few times. If not 1,000, then 100? That many? Ji Shanshan sighed softly. Of course, you don't know, the methods are varied, there are all kinds of methods. Some want to get my brother drunk, some hide naked in my brother's office, and some just pounce on him. I am speechless. Xiao Mingyue's expression cracked. So exaggerated? Not really. Sister Mingyue, don't disbelieve me. Those women are after more than just a man. They want money and power. They only value my brother's status. To get to the top, what can't those women do? Ji Shanshan paused and continued. I guess she has read too many novels. She really thinks that she can have a relationship with the CEO just by having a one-night stand? What kind of dream is she having to be the heroine? She doesn't even consider whether she is worthy of the CEO. So, I am particularly annoyed by such women, even if they are my friends. I have completely broken up with Wan Moli now. I hate her. Xiao Mingyue thought thoughtfully. Is that so? What about Wu Man? Doesn't she like your brother too? Man is different. She likes him openly, and it doesn't bother anyone. Who she likes has nothing to do with me. It's her freedom. But Wan Moli used that method, and I look down on her, Ji Shanshan said lightly. By the way, Sister Mingyue, don't be angry with her about what happened last time. She is just that kind of person. Anyway, you made her cry. Ji Shanshan felt a little embarrassed. Xiao Mingyue waved her hand. It's okay. Last time in the bathroom, Wu Man didn't get any advantage from her. But when Ji Shanshan asked about it later, Xiao Mingyue evaded the question and just said that she did it on purpose to make her angry. So, no one knows about the affair between Xiao Mingyue and Ji Wenxi at the moment. There is no need to make it known to everyone. It is enough for you to know about it yourself. Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips and said hesitantly. If your brother was in a relationship but didn't tell you, would you be angry? Ji Shanshan blurted out. Of course. Why didn't you tell me? I would be angry. Xiao Mingyue was stunned. Who are you angry with? Of course it's my brothers, Xiao Mingyue said. Oh, and that's fine. The quarrel over there became louder and louder, and with a slap, Wu Man slapped Wan Moli. Man! Wu Shangnan suddenly raised his voice and he was angry. Wan Moli huddled in Wu Shangnan's arms, feeling wrong. Man, your brother and I really love each other. If you don't like me, I'll just leave. Wan Moli's tears fell one by one. Shangnan, don't be angry with Man. I'm leaving first, you two should talk it out. Wu Shangnan said coldly. Don't leave. This is not your fault. Man has been spoiled since she was a child. I miss you and want to apologize on her behalf. Hearing this, Wu Man's fingers trembled with anger. Brother, are you crazy? Why did you apologize to her, this shameless bitch? She seduced you. How could you fall for someone like this? Are you blind? Have you forgotten that she liked Brother Shanshan before? When did you two get together? Wu Shangnan frowned. Moli said that it was all a misunderstanding. Man, I know your temper and I have always spoiled you, but you went too far today. What right do you have to hit me? Whoever I am with is my freedom. It has nothing to do with you. Wu Man was so angry that her teeth itched. Wu Shangnan, are you sick? I'm your biological sister, and you're being mean to me because of Wan Moli? Don't you know what kind of person she is? Wan Moli lowered her eyes and sobbed, not knowing what she was thinking. Since she can't rely on Ji Wenxi and doesn't have the support of the Wantong family, she can only rely on herself. Otherwise, is she going to wait for death in the snow? If she wasn't with Wu Shangnan, why would she come to live in the entertainment city? Doesn't Wu Man hate her? Doesn't she look down on her? But she insists on being Wu Man's sister-in-law. So what if you are so high and mighty, and so what if you look down on me? Now your brother listens to me in everything. Chapter 495. Wan Moli looked at Wu Man provocatively and felt very relieved. This was why she chose Wu Shangnan. She was happy when Wu Man was angry. Wan Moli felt that she had vented all the anger she had endured from Wu Man in the past few years. She glanced in Ji Shanshan's direction again, hatred surging in her eyes. What friends, what besties, they are all fake. Ji Shanshan, that bitch, usually pretends to be so nice, but she broke up with her just because of such a small matter. What kind of friend is she? Just wait and see, she won't let any of them go. The corners of Wan Moli's mouth curled up slightly. The phoenix has been reborn, and she will make all those who have wronged her get retribution. When Wu Man saw Wan Moli's smug look, she became furious and went up to hit her. But before she touched Wan Moli, Wu Shangnan grabbed her wrist. You are becoming more and more outrageous. Do you still want to hit people? Wu Shangnan frowned slightly. Wu Man looked at her brother in disbelief. She just glared at me. Wu Shangnan didn't believe it at all. He protected Wan Moli in a protective posture. Man, stop messing around. You are not allowed to hit Jasmine again. Jasmine is pregnant with my child. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive you. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, which split Wu Man into pieces. Pregnant? Chi Yuaner, who was standing by, also had a complicated expression and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Wan Moli bit her lip and whispered. Man, the baby in my belly is your nephew. We will be a family in the future. Please don't hate me, okay? I know you are prejudiced against me, but now I am your sister-in-law. After saying that, she curled her lips slightly, with a smug expression, as if saying, You can't do anything to me. Wu Man was completely mad. You're dreaming, I don't agree. Not far away, Xiao Mingyue and Ji Shanshan took in the entire scene. Aren't you going over? Xiao Mingyue asked. Ji Shanshan shook her head. Why should I go? It's so embarrassing. I didn't expect her to be so capable. After failing to attack my brother, she turned around and targeted Man's brother. I only now realize that she is so scheming. The she that Ji Shanshan mentioned is of course Wan Moli. Xiao Mingyue took a bite of the cherry and wanted to say, You just discovered it. But she didn't say it in the end. No wonder she always pesters me to bring her into my circle of friends. It turns out that she doesn't want to be friends with me at all. She wants to use a man to climb up the social ladder. But Man's brother is not as smart as my brother. He is easily fooled, Ji Shanshan said again. It's not too late to find out now, Xiao Mingyue said lightly. Ji Shanshan was in a bad mood. Oh, I'm so angry, Sister Mingyue. Do you think I should tell Wu Man about what Wan Moli did and ask her to persuade Wu Shangnan? It's too late to say that now. She has already become famous because of her son. Ji Shanshan was a little frustrated. What kind of thing is this? Sister Mingyue, you are the best. You just want to be friends with me. You didn't try to seduce my brother by getting close to me. You are a good woman. Xiao Mingyue was almost choked to death. She laughed dryly twice. Thank you for the compliment. Wu Man was still shouting. Wu Shangnan couldn't bear it anymore, so he hugged Wan Moli and left. No, I have to go over there. Ji Shanshan stood up and walked towards Wu Man. Wu Man's eyes were red, and she started crying again. Xiao Mingyue still sat there, thinking that this trip was worth it, as she got to see a beautiful star and a dramatic scene. Wan Moli is together with Wu Man's brother, and is pregnant. There will be more trouble in the future. The entertainment city is really lively. Suddenly, someone patted Xiao Mingyue on the shoulder and said, Miss Xiao, what are you doing here alone? It was Gu Longxi, and he was the only one who would call Xiao Mingyue like that. I didn't do anything, Xiao Mingyue said. Gu Longxi followed Xiao Mingyue's line of sight and said, Oh, are you watching the show too? Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows slightly. You know them too? Chapter 496. I don't know them, but I know Wu Shangnan. We've had a drink together before. Gu Longxi smiled casually. Xiao Mingyue said, Is that so? Wu Man and the others made such a big noise and slapped each other, many people saw it, so it was normal for Gu Longxi to notice it. Gu Longxi raised his wine glass. Wu Shangnan is okay, but his vision is a little poor. Among these people, which one is not better than that woman? A crying and scheming woman is not my type. And that's just how she looks, he added. Xiao Mingyue looked at him, and couldn't believe that this was what Gu Longxi could say. You also understand aesthetics? Those women around you, forget it, I won't talk about it. She suppressed her desire to complain. The women around Gu Longxi were not much better than Wan Moli, and were even worse. Wan Moli may be a scheming woman, but at least she has some brains. What about the people around Gu Longxi? They are all the same. Xiao Mingyue thought about the incident of being hit by snow a few days ago. They were all idiots with nothing but beauty. You don't understand this. It's okay to date a woman like that for fun, but if you really want to find a marriage partner, you need this. Gu Longxi tapped his head with his finger. Only a wise woman deserves respect, okay? You are the only one with a lot of crooked ideas. Xiao Mingyue didn't want to pay attention to him. Gu Longxi became more and more excited as he spoke. I have walked through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on me, but Wu Shangnan just didn't understand this and ended up killing someone. TSK. With his family background, he could have chosen a better mother for his child. What a pity. Wait and see, that woman is not simple, she will definitely pester him to death. Xiao Mingyue said nonchalantly. Have you chosen a good mother for your future child? Well, not yet. I'm still young. It's not too late to talk about it when I'm 30. Gu Longxi was stunned by the question. Xiao Mingyue patted him on the shoulder and said, Young master, you should take care of your health and keep fit. Otherwise, you will suffer from severe kidney deficiency before you even reach 30 years old. By then, not to mention having children, your wife will also despise you. Gu Longxi was confused and didn't understand. While he was stunned for a few seconds, Xiao Mingyue got up and went to the bathroom. She had just drunk too much pink drink. After Xiao Mingyue left, Gu Longxi finally realized what she meant. Hey, she implies me. Xiao Mingyue walked into the bathroom and happened to meet the big star Nan Dai. She was washing her hands with an indifferent expression, without any smile on her face, which was completely different from her on the stage. Suddenly, the phone rang and Nan Dai turned it off without thinking. The phone rang again. Nan Dai answered it impatiently and lowered her voice. What's up? I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone. Nan Dai's voice was filled with anger. Mr. Yang, you are also a man. Okay, stop talking nonsense to me. Which room? After saying that, she hung up the phone with a click, took a few deep breaths, adjusted herself, and walked out of the bathroom gracefully. Xiao Mingyue was confused by what she heard and didn't think too much about it. Other people's affairs had nothing to do with her. After coming out of the bathroom, she was bumped into by a man as she was walking back. The man was wearing an electrician's uniform and a baseball cap. He was acting furtively and looked panicked. His clothes were dirty and stained, and he looked sloppy and unkempt. After bumping into someone, he not only did not apologize, but instead quickened his pace and ran even faster. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared around the corner. Chapter 497. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. Who is that person? Xiao Mingyue returned to her original position and found that Gu Longxi had not left. Why are you still here? Gu Longxi spread his hands. No. Xiao Mingyue sat down and asked. Aren't you going to look for your friends? I'm tired and want to be alone and quiet, said Gu Longxi. Xiao Mingyue picked up another pink drink and said, It's really quiet here. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Gu Longxi rubbed his brows and said worriedly, Why don't any women love me? Don't you have enough women around you? Gu Longxi suddenly sat up straight. I mean what I said from the bottom of my heart. I don't want anything but me. There are no good girls around me. Xiao Mingyue was almost amused by him. You have fun in the bar every day, and you actually have such feelings. You don't understand, money can't buy true love. Gu Longxi sighed to the sky. The corners of Xiao Mingyue's mouth twitched. This was really an example of wanting it all. She wanted to have affairs with women, but she also wanted a good girl who was her true love waiting for her. How greedy. You keep changing women around you, but you still want true love, man. If true love appears, would you be willing to give up your current life surrounded by beautiful women? Xiao Mingyue asked. Gu Longxi really thought about it and said, Yes, I've long been tired of my current life. Xiao Mingyue said, You are really good at pretending. Gu Longxi. He hesitated. You should drink less. This wine is quite strong. Xiao Mingyue looked at the cup in her hand in surprise. Is this wine? I thought it was a drink, I didn't taste any alcohol. A specially made cocktail, said Gu Longxi. The two sat in a corner and chatted about everything from high school to their current relationship troubles. Most of the time, it was Gu Longxi who did the talking, with Xiao Mingyue chiming in. Gu Longxi, the chatterbox, started talking, and Xiao Mingyue has always been good at being a listener. As they were chatting, there was a commotion among the crowd in a corner in the distance. There seemed to be a quarrel, and it came from the direction of Xiao Ma. Li Hong, you are enjoying life here, with the heating on and delicious food and drinks. You have changed a lot. Your life is quite comfortable. What the hell am I living out there? A sloppy man in an electrician's uniform suddenly appeared in the banquet hall. He looked out of place in the banquet hall. He stared at Li Hong hatefully. She was the sister Hong who had just come to talk to Xiao Ma. Xiao Mingyue's attention was attracted by the noise. She narrowed her eyes. Wasn't that man the one who bumped into her at the corner? Zhang Fu, why are you here? If you have anything to say, let's go out and talk. There are people everywhere here. Li Hong was chatting with Zhao's mother and a few others. She didn't expect to see her ex-husband here, but she quickly calmed down and suggested in a nice voice that she go out and talk with Zhang Fu. Zhang Fu sneered. Go out? You still have the nerve to save face? I won't go out. I want everyone here to know your true face, Li Hong. Everyone, come and see. This woman abandoned her husband and son. My son and I are suffering in the resettlement house outside. We can't even eat a warm meal. We can only eat toothworms. And Li Hong, this shameless and dissolute bitch, has a gigolo and brings him here to enjoy himself, regardless of whether we are father and son. Is there any justice in the world? Zhang Fu pointed at Li Hong and yelled at the top of his lungs. You are such a slut, you are such a slut, you have money to support your gigolo but no money for me, right? If my fellow villager hadn't told me that I saw you here, I wouldn't have known there was such a place in Pingjing City. You evil rich people, you really know how to enjoy yourself? Why don't you go eat worms? Why don't you go sleep in resettlement housing? What right do you have to enjoy yourself here? Why don't you just die? Chapter 498. The people around looked at each other, and subconsciously stayed away from the man who looked mentally unstable. The host quietly called the security guard, but he probably would arrive in a while. Li Hong looked at the frantic Zhang Fu coldly. Calm down first, and talk nicely. I can't calm down. Zhang Fu's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly overturned the table. The wine on the table spilled all over the floor. The loud noise scared many people. Li Hong shouted. Why are you going crazy here? We divorced 10 years ago. The life I am living now is the result of my hard work. What does it have to do with you? It's useless for you to be jealous. Let's go quickly and stop embarrassing ourselves here. Li Hong couldn't hide the disgust in her eyes. All the money you earn belongs to my son, and you said it has nothing to do with me. Now you have squandered it. Whatever my son uses, I use. Zhang Fu roared. Son? That's your son. He sided with you and the mistress, and he tricked me into leaving the house with nothing when we divorced. What do I need him for, that kind of ungrateful person? Li Hong couldn't suppress her inner anger. She had nightmares every time she recalled the dark time of her life. She and Zhang Fu were an ordinary couple who ran a steamed bun shop and had a son. As the business got better and better, the couple opened a branch. Li Hong was busy every day, but she didn't expect that her husband Zhang Fu became arrogant and started to have an affair with a mistress and visit prostitutes. He became disgusted with his wife and insisted on divorcing her. But her son perfectly inherited his father's bad genes. Not only did he help his father hide the affair with the mistress, but the father and son also conspired to plot against her and made her leave the house with nothing. Over the past 10 years, she has built several restaurant chain companies with her own hands, from small companies to listed companies. It is hard to describe how much hardship and suffering she has endured. Now that she has achieved success, these father and son want to come and reap the fruits of her labor. What a wishful thinking. At this time, several burly security guards hurried over and wanted to take Zhang Fu away. Don't touch me! Zhang Fu suddenly pulled out a kitchen knife and waved it wildly. Whoever dares to touch me, I will die with him, come here! Seeing Zhang Fu took out a knife, the scene suddenly became chaotic and the crowd fled in all directions, but Li Hong and Xiao Ma and a few others were close by and were forced into a corner by Zhang Fu. Mother Xiao kept dodging backwards until she had nowhere to hide, leaning against the wall. Since she was attending a welcome party, she didn't bring any self-defense equipment. The security at the entertainment city is quite strict. How did this person get in? Xiao Mingyue stood up suddenly and tried to go over, but was grabbed by Gu Longxi. What are you doing? Are you brave enough to do something righteous? That man has a knife. Let go, my mother is there, Xiao Mingyue said sternly. As he spoke, Zhang Fu had already grabbed Li Hong, put the knife to her neck, and said with a crazy look. Why do you live a good life here? Why do you leave me outside to suffer? Give me the money! Give me all the money! Give it to me! The kitchen knife was pressing against Li Hong's neck, and trickles of bright red blood flowed down, looking quite horrifying. Li Hong didn't dare to move, fearing that she would upset him and be cut in the neck by him. Okay, I'll give it to you. Can you put the knife down first? Zhang Fu's hands became even stronger. Do you think I'm stupid? Give it to me now. If you don't, I will kill you and then kill them all. He pointed his knife at Xiao Ma and others in the corner. Except for Xiao Ma, who remained calm, everyone else was so scared that their legs went limp. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were icy cold. She took out her pistol without hesitation and aimed at her husband's head. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, Zhang Fu, who looked ferocious just now, suddenly had 2 bloody holes on his head. Murder! The gunshots frightened the guests in the banquet hall, and many of them ran outside. Gu Longxi's eyes almost popped out, and he said in a lost voice, How did you get a gun? Where did you get it from? Xiao Mingyue's expression changed slightly. He only fired 1 shot, so who fired the other shot? She looked towards the door and saw a heroic woman calmly putting away her gun. She was also looking for the source of the other gunshot. Chapter 499. Their eyes met in the air, and when they looked into each other's eyes, they were both a little surprised. Xiao Mingyue hurried over to see what was happening to Zhao's mother. Mom, are you okay? Mother Xiao waved her hands. I'm fine, are you okay? Are you scared? I'm fine. I'm doing fine, Xiao Mingyue replied. Mother Xiao was relieved. She glanced at Zhang Fu, who was lying dead on the ground, and felt extremely scared. Sister Hong, go and bandage him quickly. The wound on Sister Hong's neck was still bleeding, but her expression was unusually indifferent. Let me tell you, men are not good people. You always ask me why I got divorced? This is the reason. Zhao's mother sighed. Mingyue, Mom will accompany your Aunt Hong to bandage her wound first. Xiao Mingyue glanced at Aunt Hong's injury, nodded and said, Okay, you guys go quickly. The cool woman scolded the security guards. Are you guys standing there like statues? Where are your guns? The security guard was timid and didn't dare to refute. We are just security guards inside the venue. We don't have guns. Carrying guns will scare the guests. Not having a gun is an excuse? You can't even subdue a gangster, you're a piece of shit. The woman rolled her eyes and strode to Xiao Mingyue. You shot well just now. Xiao Mingyue smiled and said, You shot well with that gun too? The woman smiled back. Wantong. Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue gently held her hand. The name Wantong looks so familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere. So you are Xiao Mingyue? Wantong's eyes were meaningful. Xiao Mingyue was quite surprised. You know me? Wantong crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, I heard that idiot Song Tiangang mentioned it. Xiao Mingyue. Song Tiangang, Captain Song? The two of them actually felt a sense of mutual sympathy. At this time, Gulong came running over, his eyes fixed on Wantong. His ears turned slightly red, and he also shamelessly reached out his hand. My name is Gulongxi. Wantong was stunned for a moment, then shook his hand briefly. Hello? She looked at the few people who had not left yet and said, If you have nothing else to do, you can go back first. Today's welcome party is temporarily cancelled. This is an accident, and I need to deal with it. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Okay. After Wantong finished speaking, he went to find the host to explain the situation. Gu Longxi was still staring at the other person blankly. Xiao Mingyue poked him. Hey, what are you looking at? Why don't you leave? Gu Longxi came back to his senses and said blankly. Don't bother me, my heart seems to be touched, so this is the feeling of love at first sight. Xiao Mingyue's expression was indescribably strange. You are crazy. A second-generation rich man like Gu Longxi actually likes Wantong, a heroic female gunner. He can't resist her at all. You haven't told me how you got a gun. Xiao Mingyue, you can actually shoot a gun. Who did you learn from? Seeing that Xiao Mingyue was slow to answer, Gu Longxi turned around and found that Xiao Mingyue had already walked away. Why? Gu Longxi looked at the corpse on the ground again and felt cold. After shivering, he hurriedly left the scene. Chapter 500. Xiao Mingyue did not return to her room, but went to the hospital, which was equipped in the entertainment city. Aunt Xiao and Aunt Hong must have gone to the hospital for bandaging. Sure enough, Xiao Mingyue saw Zhao's mother accompanying Aunt Hong in the hospital. In a short while, the wound on Aunt Hong's neck had been bandaged by the doctor. "Don't touch water. Come back to change the medicine the day after tomorrow," said the male doctor wearing a mask. As soon as Aunt Hong saw Xiao Mingyue, she showed gratitude. "Kid, thank you so much for what happened just now. Your shot was very timely." She didn't know why Xiao Mingyue had a gun, but she didn't dare to ask. Anyone who could seek refuge in the entertainment city must have some means and abilities, so she didn't ask what she shouldn't. "You're welcome, Aunt Hong. I'm glad you're okay," Xiao Mingyue said. Mother Xiao looked at Xiao Mingyue with relief. "I was really scared just now. Luckily you brought a gun. I'm glad no one got hurt. How could the entertainment city let that kind of person sneak in?" Aunt Hong's tone was filled with hatred. "That beast actually hates me? What right does he have to hate me? He was the one who cheated on me, and he schemed to get me kicked out of the house. He saw that I didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, and he actually wanted to kill me? Oh! Men, cheap men! All men are bad!" Aunt Hong was a little excited. The male doctor who was packing up medical tools was stunned. Why did he feel offended? Aunt Hong noticed that there was something wrong with the male doctor's eyes, and added, "Excuse me, except you." "Male doctor." He laughed dryly. "That's fine." Zhao's mother sighed. "Because of jealousy, his life is getting worse and worse. Why should you get better and better, and even become a rich woman? They just can't stand seeing you do well, and it would be more painful than killing him if you were doing well. That's human nature. There are a lot of people like this, right?" Xiao Mingyue nodded. "Yes." "That's too much. Isn't it the same with your uncle's family? When he sees that you are living a good life, he will be jealous to death. Who doesn't have a few scumbags around them? They are either friends, bad relatives, or even family members. Human hearts are hard to predict." Speaking of this, Aunt Hong suddenly felt very happy. "Qingwan, you are right. When I heard that the mistress had taken away his money, I was so happy. Ha ha ha, I am happy when I think about it now. God sees what people do, and it is all retribution." Zhao's mother was a little gossipy. "Really? The mistress took away his money? And then what?" "That bitch was after his money. In fact, I was the one who managed the store. Without me, that loser Zhang Fu couldn't keep the business going. Then the business got worse and worse, so that bitch just stopped wanting to be with him." Zhao's mother was also amused. "It is indeed retribution. There is a saying that goes, a man who harms his wife will never gain anything." Sister Hong snorted in relief. "Without me, he's nothing. He really thinks that he's capable of making money." She sighed again. "Zhang Fu deserved to die. The biggest regret in my life is that I gave birth to an ungrateful person. I am not as lucky as you, with such a filial and sensible daughter. My son is just like his father, cold-hearted and cold-blooded. Forget it, let's not mention him. I'll just pretend I never had him." Although Sister Hong said this, the pain in her eyes was not fake. She was pretending to be calm. Being betrayed by her ex-husband was bad enough, but her own son also helped his father to plot against his own mother. The mistress can coax him into hating his mother with just a few nice words and a few toys. How can I not feel heartbroken when I am betrayed by the flesh that fell from my body? Ao's mother felt distressed and didn't know how to comfort her. "Sister Hong, don't say that. You have your own blessings. We should stay away from people who are not worthy. Look at you now, your life is very comfortable. It means that God cares about you and doesn't want you to live a hard life with those two people. He wants you to escape from the sea of suffering. And now he's dead, he deserved it," Xiao Ma added. Mother Xiao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Everyone has a story and every family has its own problems. Thinking about her own family, although they are not rich, she is very satisfied with her current life. Eating well together as a family is better than anything else. Sister Hong was very moved and held Xiao Ma's hand. Chapter 501. "Qingwan, you speak so nicely. Every word you say hits the spotlight. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue thought that it seemed that Zhao's mother still had a lot to talk to Sister Hong, and she couldn't go back for a while, so she didn't bother her anymore. Mom, I'm going to go back first. You can go back to your room later. Xiao Ma waved her hand and said, Okay, you should go back and rest. Xiao Mingyue took the elevator back to the 22nd floor and ran into Ji Wenxi as soon as she got off the elevator. Why are you here? Where have you been? Ji Wenxi's forehead was slightly sweaty, and his expression was a little anxious. He looked at Xiao Mingyue over and over again, and was relieved to see that she was fine. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Mingyue was spun around by him with a confused look on her face. I'm glad you're okay. I heard that there was a knife attack in the banquet hall. I saw that you were not in the room and did not reply to my message, so I wanted to look for you. Xiao Mingyue glanced at her phone and said embarrassedly, It's muted, I didn't see it. I have killed that man. 1 shot in the head. Was it accurate? She was a little proud of herself. Ji Wenxi laughed. Sure. Thanks to the coach's good teaching. Xiao Mingyue curled the corners of her lips. She glanced around and said, Let's talk in my room. There are too many people here, don't let anyone see us. Why can't people see it? Ji Wenxi was very dissatisfied with this. Could it be that he had nothing to show for it? Xiao Mingyue dragged him away. What do you know? People should not show off their wealth. If they have treasures, they should hide them. Otherwise, bad guys will target them. Ji Wenxi was startled, with a faint smile in his eyes. So I'm yours, baby? Xiao Mingyue blushed for a moment, and said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about, greasy man? Ji Wenxi pursed her lips slightly and said nothing, the smile in her eyes deepened. If this was the explanation, then he could accept it. Back in the room, Xiao Mingyue told him in detail what happened in the banquet hall and the gossip about Wan Muli. Xiao Mingyue talked incessantly, and Ji Wenxi sat on the sofa and listened patiently, responding from time to time. Xiao Mingyue was talking excitedly and waiting for his response when Ji Wenxi suddenly fell silent. Xiao Mingyue looked back and found that someone had closed his eyes and fell asleep without knowing when. She slowly approached and looked at his face carefully. Ji Wenxi's face was full of fatigue, but he looked calm at this moment and finally had a good sleep. He must have been very busy during this period and had little rest. Xiao Mingyue can just take care of herself. It is not easy to take care of herself and her family in the end times. But Ji Wenxi is different. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The responsibility on his shoulders is heavy. With the continuous heavy snow in the past few days, the victims outside are not having an easy time. The snow on the road is getting thicker and thicker. Even if the snow is shoveled nonstop, it has more or less affected the transportation of supply vehicles. Supplies can no longer be delivered to some places, and it has only snowed for a few days now. In a while, one can imagine what the scene outside will be like. Chapter 502. I heard that the resettlement house distributed enough food for a week at a time, and emptied the stock at the distribution point. Several large bags of dried tooth worms and salt and pepper mushrooms were used as dry food. There are too many victims, and it is impossible to provide them with vegetables and meat like the rich people do. We really cannot afford it. When supplies are scarce, only a few people can enjoy such treatment, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Those dried tooth worms and dried mushrooms can be eaten for a while if they are saved, but I don't know when the next supply truck will arrive. As the leading enterprise in Pengjing City, Ji's group has a planting department and various factories under its umbrella. Most of the food, cold weather supplies, etc. for the victims are borne by Ji's group. Therefore, as the person in charge of the Ji group, Ji Wenxi must have a very hard time, as there are too many things for him to manage. Xiao Mingyue brought a blanket to cover him and tiptoed over, not wanting to disturb his rest. Let him have a good sleep. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Mingyue woke up slowly, saw the neatly folded blanket on the sofa, and realized that Ji Wenxi had left. Busy people really have a lot of things to do every day. The hotel residents group chat was filled with messages saying that yesterday's emergency incident had been investigated and Amy was expressing her apologies in the group. John Fu accidentally heard from others that he saw his ex-wife here, and he also knew what the entertainment city was. He was so angry that he came here to commit the crime without thinking. Because he knew an electrician in the entertainment city, he stole the electrician's clothes and employee card and sneaked into the entertainment city. Now the electrician has been fired for lending his employee card to others. Now that he is dead, the matter is over, and the careless electrician has been fired. Everyone in the residents' group had a very consistent opinion, which was to strengthen security. Many residents gave suggestions on security, and everyone discussed things together, creating a very harmonious chat atmosphere. Seeing the comments in the group, Xiao Mingyue was even a little surprised. Are these people so easy to talk to? If it were the residents of Huahan community, someone would have jumped out and demanded compensation unreasonably. Later, the entertainment city strengthened its staff training and no longer used the model of swiping employee cards for entry and exit. Instead, it adopted facial recognition. At the same time, it also strengthened security. Important checkpoints were patrolled by armed guards, and even the number of camouflage security guards inside the entertainment city was increased. The days passed quickly, and before I knew it, a month had passed. Xiao Mingyue has gradually become accustomed to the comfortable life in the entertainment city hotel. Heavy snow has been falling over the past month and the temperature has continued to drop. As of early this morning, the real-time temperature has reached -35 degrees Celsius. Xiao Mingyue looked at the heavy snow outside and was distracted for a moment. The roads near the entertainment city are fine, as workers are working overtime every day to clean them up. However, in those areas where snow is not shoveled, the snow depth has reached an astonishing 8 meters. The 8-meter snow depth has long broken the record of China. The prelude to this extreme cold disaster is slowly unfolding. And it's only been a month, and the blizzard is only halfway through. Bang bang bang. The Tibetan Mastiff next door is destroying the house again. There lived a young couple next door. They were Dinks and had a Tibetan Mastiff, which they treated as their son. Pampered. The Tibetan Mastiff they raised was simply lawless. Large dogs are very energetic, and the Dink couple couldn't take the dog out for a walk, so the Tibetan Mastiff had nowhere to release its energy. It would destroy the house and jump up and down all day long. Moreover, the Dink couple did not like to tie the Tibetan Mastiff to a leash, and let it run wildly back and forth in the corridor, calling it releasing energy, and they also praised their dog for being particularly majestic. Many residents on the 22nd floor are very dissatisfied because there is always a faint dog smell in the corridor, the unique smell of dogs, and a faint smell of urine. The residents complained many times, and Amy went there countless times, smiling and talking until her lips were almost worn out, but the Dink couple always had their reasons. It seemed like the two of them had some powerful background, so they were fearless and continued to do as they pleased, and Amy had no way to stop them. Xiao Mingyue didn't stay on the 22nd floor every day. It would be lonely to live alone, so she often went to Xiao Ma's house. Most of the time, she was too idle, so she lived with Xiao Ma, lying on the same bed and talking about private matters between mother and daughter. So Xiao Mingyue spends more time on the 15th floor, and there is a restaurant on the 14th floor, where she can dine with her family. Chapter 503. Sometimes she also goes to play cards with Zhao's mother. During this period of time, Xiao Mingyue actually learned how to play mahjong, which is quite fun. Xiao Mingyue also gets along well with Xiao Ma's card-playing friends, especially Aunt Hong, who likes her very much. But even though Xiao Mingyue didn't often live on the 22nd floor, 8 out of 10 times when she came back, she could hear other residents arguing with the Dink couple next door. It can be said that I can hear it almost every time I come back. In order to complain, the residents on the 22nd floor even created a group, which was filled with people from the 22nd floor, including Xiao Mingyue. Residents on the 22nd floor often complain in the group. They always check to see if there is a dog before going out. If there is no dog, they will quickly run to the elevator. They are obviously spending their own money to stay in the hotel, but they are like thieves and are worried every day because the Tibetan Mastiff looks really scary. One time, Xiao Mingyue passed by the door next door, which was open, and the stench from inside almost suffocated her. She couldn't imagine how the Dink couple next door could tolerate living in the same house with a smelly dog. It would be fine if they just shared the house, but why didn't they keep the dog clean? This stinks too much. In addition, the corridor had a strong odor, so she disliked living on the 22nd floor even more. It was only yesterday when Zhao's father was on vacation that she returned to live on the 22nd floor. Xiao Mingyue simply changed her clothes and prepared to go to the restaurant for dinner. It was a rare occasion that her father came over on vacation, so the family must have a reunion dinner. As soon as he went out, the door next door happened to open, and a large Tibetan Mastiff rushed out first, barking at Xiao Mingyue. The Dink couple also came out, and the female Dink glanced at Xiao Mingyue. "Shrek is very well behaved and cute, he won't bite anyone." Xiao Mingyue looked at the vicious dog that was baring its teeth at her, its fur standing on end and its eyes were extremely fierce. It was obvious that it had the intention to attack, and the intention was very strong. There was sticky saliva on its yellow teeth, which flowed onto the ground as it bared its teeth. No wonder the corridor smells bad, that's how the carpet gets dirty. How can such a vicious dog be considered obedient? Or cute? Xiao Mingyue was speechless. "Even if it doesn't bite, it will scare people. You'd better tie it with a rope," she reminded casually. The female Dink looked a little impatient. "I thought you were different from them. It turns out you also like to meddle in other people's business. Did my son offend you? Did it bite you? I don't know what you are all so excited about." After saying that, she rolled her eyes. "Why talk to such a heartless person? Shrek, go away," the male Dink said coldly. The couple turned and left. The Tibetan Mastiff barked a few more times before reluctantly leaving. Xiao Mingyue couldn't believe her ears and laughed out loud. Although she had lived in the entertainment city for a month, this was the first time she had spoken to a Dink couple. Is this a criticism? No wonder everyone in the group complained like that. There is a reason why they aroused public anger. Don't this couple understand what people say? While Xiao Mingyue was doubting her life, the couple had already turned the corner and walked into the elevator. At this moment, a door quietly opened, and a middle-aged lady came out and whispered, "Little girl, don't try to reason with them. They won't listen. We've had a few fights with them, and they even let the dog bite me." The middle-aged lady sighed. "What kind of people are they? I'm so unlucky. I have to avoid them even when I go out to eat." Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips and looked thoughtfully in the direction where the couple left. If this continued, something bad would definitely happen. The stench of the Tibetan Mastiff seemed to have not dissipated in the air yet. There were wet saliva marks where the Tibetan Mastiff had squatted just now. It was very smelly. Xiao Mingyue covered her nose with her hands, feeling very disgusted. She had had enough and had to do something. Chapter 504. Here we go. At lunchtime we have to queue for the elevator. When Xiao Mingyue arrived at the restaurant, her parents, grandparents were already waiting for her. Today she didn't eat at the hotel buffet, but at a Chinese restaurant, ordering dishes. Zhao's mother handed over the menu and said, "We ordered a few dishes. You can order whatever you want." Xiao Mingyue nodded and looked through the menu. She said to the waiter next to her, who was wearing a pink Chinese cheongsam, "I'd like some glutinous rice ribs, fried crispy pork, dry pot beef brisket, and finally some fish head tofu soup, thank you." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waiter turned and left with the menu. As soon as Grandma saw the prices on the menu, she felt distressed. Her expression was as if she had bitten two raw bitter melons, as if the menu did not contain prices but small claws scratching her heart. "No need to order so much. We just ordered several dishes. They're too expensive. This is too expensive. Let's just eat something cheaper." Grandma drank a sip of the free black tea and said, "It's better to be at home, where I can cook. The food here is expensive and scarce, and it's not as good as what I cook." Grandma has always been a frugal person and is not used to the current, luxurious, life. She feels uncomfortable living in the hotel, and it would be better for her to go back to the Xiao family villa or return to the countryside. Grandma likes to stay wherever there is a small yard where she can grow vegetables. Mother Xiao laughed helplessly. "Mom, it's snowing so heavily outside. If we were still at home, we would have been buried under the snow. There is no water, and the water pipes are all frozen and cracked. It's so good here. There is food and drink, and we don't have to do anything ourselves. I think it's very convenient." Father Xiao nodded in agreement. "Yes, when I came back this time, I found that the snow in some places was already 2 stories high. There were special people shoveling snow on the road from the planting division to the entertainment city. I don't know what the situation is in Huahan community now. I'm afraid our house has been buried under the snow for a long time." Speaking of this, Zhao's father looked a little solemn. I heard from colleagues that some communities were too far away and supplies were not delivered in time, so many people starved to death. In fact, Father Xiao didn't finish what he wanted to say because he was afraid that it would scare them. The supply trucks could not arrive in time, and the victims were starving in cold. When they were hungry, the cold was even worse. In order to avoid starving or freezing to death, some people would definitely become extremely cruel and do anything. Everyone lived together in the resettlement house with the door tightly closed. It was snowing heavily outside and the police couldn't get in. The wicked loot and fight, even kill with knives, using the flesh and blood of others to warm themselves, while the weak are powerless and can cry out to the sky or the earth but no one helps. This is the most terrifying thing, much more terrible than the cold. The number of vicious incidents has increased sharply and is difficult to count, let alone control. There is no way to alleviate the situation and the government is helpless. The most ironic thing is that many people did not starve to death or freeze to death, but instead died at the hands of their own compatriots. I saw Director Su send a notice in the group, calling on everyone to go downstairs to shovel snow and provide 2 meals of hot porridge a day, but there was no effect. Many people drank the porridge and wiped their mouths and left, and those who worked did not work hard, said Zhao's mother. Xiao Mingyue listened silently without saying anything. Without good management measures, this situation would be unavoidable. There are snowplows on the main roads, but their number is limited after all. Even with the help of snow-melting artifacts, it is far from enough to supply the resettlement area of the entire Pingjing city. Therefore, it is reasonable to call on the victims in the resettlement communities to shovel snow manually. But with the temperature outside at dozens of degrees below zero, who would be willing to leave their bed and go out to volunteer in the heavy snow? It would be so uncomfortable to get your shoes and socks wet, and the calories from 2 bowls of porridge would be consumed quickly. Some disaster victims are very cunning. After receiving the porridge, they sneak back home and hide in their quilts. There are many people in the resettlement houses, and it is much warmer than outside. Who would want to suffer that? In the freezing cold, getting people out of bed is harder than climbing a mountain. Many people don't even want to get out of bed to go to the toilet. Do you want them to shovel snow? Chapter 505. You wish. Grandpa sighed. It's not easy. Natural disasters occur year after year. God tortures us in various ways. I don't know when it will end. He changed the subject. Old woman, just be content. Think about how the disaster victims outside are living. It's like heaven for us here. It's not that I'm ungrateful. I know these are days of enjoyment, but I'm just bored and want to find something to do. Grandma opened her mouth and explained. Xiao Mingyue overlooked this point. Her grandma was an old lady who could not sit still. She usually took care of the vegetable garden and raised chickens at home. Her life was fulfilling. Now that she came here, she didn't have to do anything every day and had to wait for ready-made food. She must feel uncomfortable. She also understood why her grandma felt awkward. How about this? I'll go ask the hotel's HR department if they're still hiring. I'll find an easier job for Grandma so she can have something to do. Otherwise, she's almost sick from being idle. Grandma finally smiled. Okay, Mingyue is the best. She knows what Grandma is thinking. Mother Xiao and Father Xiao looked at each other and smiled. Dad, what about you? Dad Xiao asked Grandpa. Before Grandpa could say anything, Zhao's mother spoke first. Dad definitely doesn't want to work. He goes to the chess club every day to play chess with a bunch of old men, and comes home very late every day. The entertainment area of the casino has 4 floors in total. At the end of the second floor, there is a chess club, which is full of chess enthusiasts, and of course Go. It is always packed with customers every day. There was a group of old men watching around each chess table, making the game very lively. I still have a game with Lao's son in the afternoon, Grandpa said quietly. Grandpa glanced at Xiao Ma and said, I haven't told you yet, but you also play mahjong every day, and you bring Mingyue with you. Zhao's mother laughed dryly. Chess and mahjong are similar, almost the same. The food was served and the family ate happily, and the topic of conversation kept revolving around blizzard. It's been a month and the snow hasn't stopped yet. What we predicted back then was true, said Grandpa. It rained for most of the year last year. Could it have snowed for most of the year as well? Said Zhao's mother. After hearing what Zhao's mother said, Everyone's expressions froze. Except for Xiao Mingyue, Xiao's father, and the others were a little scared. Dad Ao's eyes widened. The snow is already 8 meters deep. If it really snows for half a year, how deep will the snow be? We should make the best of it. We should live one day at a time. There is no point in thinking too much. Xiao Mingyue gnawed on glutinous rice ribs and spoke incoherently. If it really snows for half a year, the earth will become a super big snowball. There will be no point in shoveling snow. It will be a completely futile effort. We might as well just hang ourselves with a rope. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Go down and queue up first, and strive to be reborn into a wealthy family in your next life. Grandpa smiled and glanced at Xiao Mingyue, then he sighed and said, That's right. Don't think too much. Just eat and have fun today. Xiao Mingyue wiped her mouth and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Chapter 506. Woof! Woof woof woof! The family was having dinner when they suddenly heard an angry growl of a dog at the door. The roar was loud and powerful, and was accompanied by the sound of bared teeth. Ouch! Grandma was so frightened that she trembled and dropped the food on her chopsticks. I'm so scared. Where did the dog come from? The guests at other tables in the restaurant were also frightened to varying degrees. There was also a little baby who was so scared that he burst into tears. The baby's father picked up the child and coaxed him patiently, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Why is there a dog in the restaurant? The restaurant manager quickly ran out, apologized to the customer, and went to the door to check the situation. The 2 waitresses at the door were already scared to tears. They dared not move at all because the Tibetan Mastiff was barking at them viciously. What's going on? Asked the manager. One of the waiters looked at the manager for help, his voice tearful. I don't know where the dog came from, it suddenly ran out and barked at us. I was scared. The manager looked at the ferocious Tibetan Mastiff and said fearfully, So it's this dog. You guys should be careful. I heard that dog owners are more difficult to deal with than dogs. The dog might be hungry. I'll go get some bones. Don't let it bark again. What if it scares the guests? The people from all the restaurants in the entertainment city are connected, and there is also a restaurant group. This dog is well known in the restaurant group. The dog is okay, it can be coaxed with a bone, but the dog owner is a tricky problem. So several restaurants were forced to discuss and decide to ban pet dogs from entering. After saying that, without waiting for the 2 waiters to speak, the manager turned around and left as if he was running for his life. Manager! The little girl called out in embarrassment. Woof! The Tibetan Mastiff bit her again. The little girl trembled with fear and tears fell down. After a while, the manager took out some pig bones and threw them on the ground carefully. The Tibetan Mastiff started chewing the bones and stopped barking. The manager and the 2 girls all breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the female Dink came over slowly. Shrek, why are you here? Seeing Shrek chewing the bone, the female Dink frowned. Is this what you fed my son? The manager smiled friendly and said, Yes, ma'am, your dog might be hungry and has been barking outside my store, so I gave it a few bones. You're welcome. This person is the legendary dog owner. He looks difficult to deal with. The manager's attitude is very friendly, but he still cannot satisfy the female Dink. The female Dink frowned and said in a sharp voice, Who is being polite to you? These are obviously leftover bones from your restaurant. They must have been taken out of the swill bucket, right? My son never eats leftovers. If my son gets hurt from eating them, can you afford to compensate him? The manager froze in place, and the 2 girls' expressions froze as well. What's the logic? They fed the dog bones, and they fed them the wrong ones? There is still a lot of meat on the bones. You know, meat is very precious nowadays. The disaster victims outside can't see any meat, let alone bones. They can't even see any bone residue. And this dog eats very happily. After all, the manager is a manager, and he has good adaptability. He smiled again and became more respectful. Ma'am, this is not from the swill bucket. This is a large bone for making soup. It is very nutritious. And your dog is also scared. All right, you're the only one who talks too much. You're really just acting on your own, giving my son random food without my permission, and you think you're being right. Before the manager could finish speaking, the female Dink interrupted impatiently. The waitress grumbled aggrievedly. Your dog is so scary, it scared us to tears, how can you talk like that? The Dink girl rolled her eyes in disdain. A dog can scare you to tears? You are even more timid than a chicken, how come you are not scared to death? Chapter 507. You! The waitress bit her lip in humiliation. The Dink girl waved at the Tibetan Mastiff and said, Come on, dear son, we won't eat his food. Mommy will order some food for you. If we want to eat, we'll eat fresh food. The female Dink took the bone out of the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth to stop it from eating. But the Tibetan Mastiff was enjoying its meal and it has the habit of guarding its food. Now someone wanted to snatch its bones, and it would not agree. Woof! The Tibetan Mastiff suddenly jumped up, barked fiercely at the female Dink, then walked to the corner with the bone in its mouth and continued eating. My dear son, how can you bite your mother? Eat it if you want, and I won't take it away from you. The female Dink shuddered with fear, but still coaxed the dog in a gentle voice, because he was her beloved son. Seeing this, the two waiters looked at each other and snickered with glee. The manager immediately cleared his throat to remind them to restrain themselves. The female Dink felt embarrassed and turned to look at the manager and others. It's all because of you! She was furious. The female Dink glared at the manager viciously, and as if to walk into the restaurant, she ordered, Go, bring me the menu. The manager took a step towards her, reached out to stop the female Dink, and said politely, I'm sorry, ma'am, pets are not allowed in our restaurant. Why don't you try another restaurant? The female Dink said in a harsh tone, Okay, you guys, did you all discuss this with these restaurants? Are you targeting me on purpose? I was allowed to enter 2 days ago, but now you won't let me in. How is my son going to eat? Do you want to starve my son to death? Do you have any love in your heart? Ma'am, this is the store's rule. If pets enter, it will scare the customers in the store. We are just following the rules, the manager explained. The female Dink crossed her arms over her chest and said, I'm going to ask you one last time, will you let me in? The manager was very embarrassed. Sorry, ma'am, you really can't come in. The female Dink laughed in anger. You are just a watchdog, and you dare to stop me? Do you know who I am? Call out your boss. The manager's expression was a little ugly, but he still tried his best to smile. I'm so sorry, ma'am, this is our boss's rule, and he's not in the store right now. The female Dink's face turned pale. I will remember you. At this point, some customers in the store couldn't stand it anymore. They already said that pets are not allowed in. Why can't you change restaurants? Why are you making things difficult for a worker? Such a big dog, it's really scary. Yeah, the dog is really ugly. There's a reason why the restaurant doesn't let the dog in. I wouldn't dare eat here if they let the dog in. That's right, the manager is so responsible. How could this happen? Really? Several guests criticized the female Dink and told her to stop making trouble. The others didn't say anything, but nodded in agreement. This included my grandfather. Such a fierce dog, and it's not tied with a rope. What if it bites someone? It will be terrible. Girl, just listen to everyone's advice. Seeing the strange looks in the restaurant, the female Dink was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you have any sense of right and wrong? The female Dink glanced at everyone and finally fixed her sight on her grandfather, because his table was closest to the door and she was old, an elderly person. You old fool, why don't you tie a rope around it? Hearing this, the eyes of the Xiao family all turned cold, and Zhao's father slammed the table and stood up. Keep your mouth shut! Grandpa's face turned pale and he was very disgusted with such people. Chapter 508. The female Dink didn't want to give in at all. She pinched her waist and shouted. Whoever has a foul mouth knows it in their heart. I've had enough. You are just jealous that I have a good son, and you are all targeting me. Come on, if you want to quarrel, quarrel. If you want to fight, fight. Whoever is afraid of you is a grandson. After that, she said again. Shrek, come here quickly, someone is going to bully Mom. After the Tibetan Mastiff finished chewing the bone, it walked contentedly to the side of the female Dink. The manager took a step back and did not dare to stop it. He watched the dog enter the restaurant and block the door. The Tibetan Mastiff is extremely ferocious, as if it will open its big mouth and bite people in the next second. The guests looked very unhappy and stopped talking, all of them afraid of being bitten by the dog. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, the female Dink was very proud, as if she had let out a breath of anger. Go on, keep talking, why are you so scared? Grandpa frowned. How can you be so arrogant and unreasonable at such a young age? What are you doing? Threatening us with the dog? It's really inexplicable. Dad Ao's face darkened. Zhao's mother and grandmother were also very angry. The Dink woman still refused to give up. You old man, say what you just said again. And you, who is confused? Believe it or not, I will let the dog bite you. The manager was sweating coldly and tried to stop the fight. Ma'am, please don't do this. The Dink girl glanced at him and said, What's wrong with me? I just wanted to have a meal, but no one would let me in. What did I do wrong? You just let me in without any problem. Now it's fine. Are you satisfied? The manager didn't know what to say. The female Dink snorted coldly. You guys must apologize to me, otherwise no one can leave. Dad Xiao couldn't stand it anymore, and just when he was about to say something, he was pulled back by Mom Xiao. Xiao Ma signaled him not to be impulsive, stood up and said, Little girl, don't speak so harshly. What do you mean by old and immortal? Don't you have any elderly people in your family? I hope you can be more kind-hearted. In the final analysis, this matter is a matter of restaurant rules. Everyone is eating in the restaurant, and it is understandable that your dog is so scary that people don't want it to come in. So I hope you don't use your dog to threaten everyone, and don't let your dog hurt people. Xiao Ma paused and said, Of course you are not afraid of your dog, but everyone is afraid, and there are babies in the restaurant. What if they are scared? I hope you can understand everyone's feelings. Of course, people who keep pets value their pets, and I understand that. You can order meals to your room, so your dog won't be hungry, and the hotel guests won't be scared. Isn't that the best of both worlds? As soon as Xiao Ma said this, many people expressed their agreement. Yeah, we don't mean to embarrass you. Why do we have to speak so harshly? It's really that your dog is too scary. If it was a puppy, it would be fine, but a Tibetan Mastiff that big and fierce would really scare people, little girl. Take the dog away quickly. We are all educated people. There is no need to make this situation so awkward and try to reason with female Dinks. But the Dink girl refused to listen. She was so angry that her neck turned red. She said angrily, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Who do you think you are educating me here? Dad Xiao was angry and said to Mom Xiao, Don't try to reason with her. It's useless. Uneducated people won't understand. Mother Xiao opened her mouth but in the end said nothing. It was so unfortunate that a good meal turned out like this. Forget it, let's go. Why bother arguing with such a person? Said Grandma. But Mingyue went to the bathroom and hasn't come back yet. Chapter 509. Zhao's mother picked up the phone and said, I'll send her a message. The Dink girl stared at Father Xiao viciously and said word by word, Who did you just say was uneducated? Father Xiao threw down his chopsticks and stood up. I'm talking to you. Do you have any manners? You are so fierce and arrogant at such a young age. How did your parents educate you? What kind of person is this? You are so unreasonable and unreasonable. Since Zhao's father has said it, he should speak out. Don't think you can act like a spoiled child just because you have a dog. Who are you threatening? Almost everyone here is older than you, and you keep calling them old fools and asking them to apologize to you. How can you be so ashamed to say such things? The Dink girl was so angry that she was shaking all over. She gritted her teeth and said, How dare you scold me? Then don't blame me, Shrek, go and bite him to death. In the corner outside the door, Xiao Mingyue witnessed the dispute with coldness in her eyes. Since she was provoked, she had to take action. Xiao Mingyue found a hidden surveillance blind spot and released Xiao Huihui. It's just a Tibetan Mastiff. Just let Xiao Huihui do the work. There's no need to bother with the rich and powerful. In just a few months, Xiao Huihui has grown into the appearance of an adult wolf, with a fierce and cold look, a dark light in his eyes, and a wild nature. Moreover, its size is even bigger than those adult wolves in the dungeon. It must be because it lives in space. After all, the meat and water in the space are not ordinary. Xiao Mingyue stroked Xiao Huihui's head, pointed at the Tibetan Mastiff in the restaurant, and said, "Little Gray, did you see that dog? Go teach it a lesson." Xiao Huihui rubbed Xiao Mingyue's hand affectionately, and then rushed out in an instant like a bullet. In the restaurant, the Tibetan Mastiff received the order and pressed closer and closer to Xiao's father. The way he bared his teeth was really scary. The female Dink raised her chin proudly. "If you apologize to me now and slap yourself 10 times, I will forgive you. Don't get bitten by a dog just to show off. Why bother? Bah! You are so vicious!" Grandma's fingers were trembling. Grandpa's face was as gloomy as water. "Little girl, do you know what the consequences of doing this are?" The Dink woman admired her nails and said, "The consequence? I just have to pay for the medical expenses. I have plenty of money." After saying that, she pulled the corners of her mouth maliciously, revealing a can-do-you-can-do-me smile. Father Xiao touched the gun in his pocket and said coldly, "If that's the case, then what else can I say? I can afford the price of a dead dog." He didn't want to cause trouble, but the bad guys were looking for trouble. His family didn't want to make a big deal out of it and tried to reason with her, but this woman still did what she wanted. Now that things have developed to this point, the only option is to use guns. Xiao Mingyue exchanged several pistols from Director Yin, and he must have given one to Dao's father for self-defense. Zhao's father always carried it with him, but never took it out. He would not use the gun unless it was absolutely necessary. The female Dink sneered twice. "Still talking stubbornly, you really don't know your own limits, Shrek. What are you standing there for? Come on!" As soon as he finished speaking, Shrek rushed over with his mouth wide open, looking like he was going to bite Zhao's father to death. Everyone in the restaurant gasped. This woman really dared to let the dog bite people. She was so arrogant. Just as Dad Xiao was about to draw his gun, an accident happened. A large gray wolfhound rushed in, knocked the Tibetan Mastiff to the ground in an instant, and bit it fiercely. This scared everyone in the restaurant. Chapter 510. The wolfhound has sharp teeth, is extremely ferocious, and has great attack power, completely crushing the Tibetan Mastiff unilaterally. The Tibetan Mastiff, which had been so arrogant just now, was now like a stray dog, in an extremely miserable state, being chased and bitten by the wolfhounds. In a short while, the Tibetan Mastiff had multiple deep wounds on its body, and it was bleeding continuously. Although the wolfhound had an absolute advantage, it did not bite the Tibetan Mastiff's throat directly with a fatal blow, but played with it for fun. Take a bite here, a bite there, and enjoy the sight of its skin being torn apart. The Tibetan Mastiff looked frightened and whimpered for mercy, looking extremely pitiful. This sudden change scared the people in the restaurant. Everyone tried to hide. A Tibetan Mastiff was scary enough, and now there was an even scarier wolfhound. "Whose dog is this?" "Ah! Son, don't bite my son!" The female Dink screamed. Seeing the Tibetan Mastiff being torn apart, she felt so heartbroken that she picked up a chair and smashed it at the wolfhound. Little Gray dodged swiftly, and suddenly set his eyes on the girl Dink. He opened his bloody mouth and walked towards her step by step. The wolf's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. The female Dink saw the wolfhound walking towards her, and was so frightened that her scalp went numb, and her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. Don't come over here, don't come over here! Whose dog is this? Whose dog is this? Go away!" She used her hands and feet to crawl backwards, but it was no use, the wolfhound had already walked in front of her. The wolfhound stared at her eyes intently. Seeing the blood on the wolfhound's mouth, the female Dink was so scared that her face turned pale, her brain felt dizzy, and she almost fainted. She was frightened and cried. The female Dink couldn't help but tremble violently all over. Hot tears fell, blurring her eyes, but she didn't dare to wipe her tears, and she didn't even dare to breathe. The Tibetan Mastiff lay on the ground motionless, with only faint gasping sounds. It was not dead yet, but it was not far from death. The waitress hiding in the bar saw this scene and felt really relieved. "You're scared to tears because of this? You're more timid than a chicken, how come I didn't scare you to death?" After hearing this, the manager next to him silently gave a thumbs up and said, "Well said." The manager's phone was recording the scene. He wanted to send it to the restaurant group in the entertainment city so that his colleagues could see it. Colleagues in the industry have suffered a lot from Dink couples, otherwise they wouldn't have discussed not allowing pets into the store. This scene is really satisfying. The waitress smiled shyly, feeling very happy. The people in the restaurant were also very scared, but they also noticed something was wrong. Why did this wolfhound catch the Tibetan Mastiff and bite it, and now it is going after that woman? There were quite a few people in the restaurant, but the wolfhound acted as if it didn't see anything and only targeted the Tibetan Mastiff and the woman. She was allowed to run rampant. Now she's getting her comeuppance. Her dog can't beat this big gray dog. She deserves it, someone whispered. Whose dog is this? No matter who it belongs to, it's a good dog and knows how to bite bad guys. You know what, this greyhound is pretty handsome. What breed is it? Why does it look like a wolf? So cool. Xiao Dad and the others were also very surprised. What's going on? Said Xiao's mother. Father Xiao scratched his head and said, could it be that this dog couldn't stand it anymore and came to the aid of the injustice? Grandpa looked outside the door. Such a smart dog must have an owner. Who is the owner? Little Gray. Xiao Mingyue walked in slowly. Just scare her, but don't bite her. I'm not that uneducated. Chapter 511. Xiao Huihui retracted his fangs, walked to Xiao Mingyue's side, rubbed her legs, and then stood obediently at her feet. That's the dog's owner? Did you hear what she said just now? She said that the woman was ill-educated, so the big gray dog was sent by her. Oh my god, a bright and beautiful girl paired with a super cool big wolfhound, so cool! A little girl's eyes sparkled. Lady, I love it. The guests in the restaurant were whispering, and it was no wonder they were making a fuss. This scene was indeed very stimulating to the eyes. The combination of the beauty and the domineering wolfhound could only be described as nice. The Xiao family was stunned. This big dog who stood up for justice turned out to be Mingyue's? Mingyue, when did you get a dog? How come I didn't know about it? What kind of dog is this? Dad Xiao asked 3 questions in a row. Yeah, where did this big dog come from? Zhao's mother and grandmother were also confused, but grandfather was the only one who remained calm. Xiao Mingyue touched Xiao Huihui's head. It's a gift from a friend. Isn't it good? Zhao's mother and father looked at each other. A friend gave them this thing. How can they take care of it? This is a Czech wolfhound. Isn't it handsome? Xiao Mingyue asked. The Czech wolf dog looks very similar to a wolf, so she said that. Otherwise, if she just said it was a wolf, it would definitely scare these people. Grandpa laughed so hard that his white eyebrows trembled. Handsome, very good. Some onlookers were whispering. I said it was a wolf dog. It turns out it's a Czech wolf dog. No wonder it's so handsome. Look at that Czech wolfhound, how well behaved it is, squatting next to her without moving, just like it's been trained, unlike that Tibetan Mastiff, which just bared its teeth at people casually. Of course. Czech wolfhounds obey their owner's orders. They are very obedient and have explosive fighting power. They look domineering and safe when you take them out. They are so impressive that I want to raise one. Zhao's mother also thought the dog was pretty cool. I'll find a leash to tie it up so it'll be convenient for us to go out. Xiao Mingyue readily agreed. Of course, after all, I am not an uneducated person. Who would walk a dog without a leash? A normal person would not do such a thing. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but everyone present heard it. Some people couldn't help but laugh. Every sentence is about Dink girls. It's you! The Dink girl's eyes widened. She recognized Xiao Mingyue. Wasn't this the woman who lived next door? Are you guys together? Do you have any manners? Take care of your dog. Xiao Mingyue shrugged. Big sister, if you keep saying such harsh words, I will let the dog bite you. Hearing this, Father Xiao burst out laughing. As expected of his daughter, her words were awesome. The Dink girl was so angry that smoke came out of her nostrils and her teeth were chattering. She turned around to look for the Tibetan Mastiff, and when she saw it lying in a pool of blood, she screamed. Shrek! The Dink girl ran over quickly, but didn't dare to touch Shrek. Son, my son! She burst into tears and was extremely heartbroken. You vicious bitch, you have to compensate my son. You hurt my son like this, I want your life. Just wait, I'm going to kick you out, get out of the casino, I'll freeze you to death, you bitch. The Dink girl roared with a distorted face. Xiao Mingyue smiled teasingly. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Chapter 512. Little Hui was dissatisfied with his master being scolded, so he slowly walked towards the Dink girl and the Tibetan mastiff, baring his teeth and growling, with a full sense of oppression. The master can scold you, but you cannot scold me, the master, otherwise I will bite you to death. The Dink girl's eyes were filled with fear. She shouted in a timid tone. Get your dog out of here! Xiao Mingyue completely ignored her words, pulled out a chair and sat down, then spoke leisurely. Little Gray is very well behaved and cute, he won't bite anyone. I really don't know what you are so excited about, and whether you have any love. The Dink girl's face turned from pale to blue. These words seemed familiar. They were what she said to Xiao Mingyue when they were at the door of the room. The Dink girl was so angry that she wanted to curse, but the wolfhound was right in front of her, so she could only swallow her words. Xiao Mingyue adjusted her hair and said, Apologize and slap yourself 10 times, and I will forgive you. She heard everything that the Dink girl said to Zhao's father just now. She didn't know that her casual words sounded like a hero to the onlookers. Xiao Mingyue's image became great. Yes, apologize. You didn't have this attitude when you threatened us with the dog just now. You even said you wouldn't let us go unless we apologized. You must apologize to everyone. You think you can act arrogantly just because you have a dog? He has a dog too, but he's not as arrogant as you. What's more, your dog can't beat his dog. Are you dumbfounded? You deserve it. You are young, but your words are quite vicious. You just scolded an old man like that. Isn't that very uncultured? You must apologize to him. The person who spoke was holding a baby in his arms. Grandpa looked at Xiao Mingyue with eyes full of relief. This child was very protective, and would not let anyone in the family be bullied. Dad Xiao was even more touched, as his daughter was helping him vent his anger. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Everyone is blaming the Dink girl, and everyone is talking about it. The spit can drown her. The restaurant manager didn't say anything and continued to record the video. Several waiters secretly cheered, and they couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. The Dink girl's face turned red. Don't go too far. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Xiao Mingyue's voice was cold. Xiao Hui suddenly took a step closer, staring at the Dink girl with deep wolf eyes, as if to say, If you don't apologize, I'll tear you apart. The Dink girl was so frightened that she was shaking all over. She leaned against the wall and could not retreat. She cried, I apologize. Isn't it enough for me to apologize? Just let it go away. Xiao Hui. Xiao Mingyue called out. After receiving the order, Xiao Hui took a few steps back, squatted on the ground with his hind legs, and still stared at the Dink girl. Wow, beauty, how did you train the dog to be like this? It's so cool, just like a military dog, it can hit wherever you point it. Someone exclaimed. Xiao Mingyue really answered him. There is not much training. Xiao Hui is smart. He can understand what people say and read people's expressions. How could a child raised by Fugui not be amazing? Moreover, wolves are naturally smart and cunning, and with the blessing of space, Xiao Hui is smarter than ordinary wolves. Hearing this, Xiao Hui raised his head, quite proud. I accept your admiring gazes. Xiao Mingyue turned her gaze to the Dink girl and said, Go ahead. Yes, I'm sorry, the Dink girl said reluctantly. Didn't you eat? I can't hear you. If you want to apologize, you should apologize in an apologetic manner. Use the same volume you just used when you scolded my family. Speak louder. The Dink girl closed her eyes and said, I'm sorry. Also, slap yourself 10 times, not once less. Xiao Mingyue kindly reminded. The Dink girl yelled angrily. Don't go too far. I've already apologized, what else do you want? Xiao Mingyue opened her red lips slightly. Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui raised his front paws and pressed forward step by step, standing in front of the Dink girl, full of oppression and threats. The Dink girl's mentality collapsed, and she burst into tears. You want to force me to death? How can I live as a human being in the future? Someone in the crowd sighed. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Who told you to bully their family? Don't blame them for forcing you to apologize. Xiao Hui growled, showing his teeth slightly. The Dink girl's face was covered with tears and snot, and her voice was filled with tears. Is it not okay for me to fan you? After saying that, she bit her lip in humiliation and slapped herself in the face again and again, but she didn't use any strength at all. It was just like tickling herself. Xiao Mingyue curled her lips in satisfaction. That's right, don't do it again next time. Chapter 513. Just have this scene. How hard can you hit yourself? The purpose is to make her lose face and suffer a severe loss, to see if she dares to do evil again next time. The 10 slaps were quickly completed. The Dink girl's eyes were full of hatred and her lips were almost bitten through. The onlookers were all very excited. They felt that the trip was well worth it as they had watched a great show. Xiao Mingyue picked up her phone, took a picture of the miserable state of the Tibetan Mastiff, and then sent it to the complaint group on the 22nd floor. The dog problem has been solved. As soon as Xiao Mingyue's message came out, the whole group exploded, and everyone was asking what was going on. What was going on? Xiao Mingyue did not reply, but turned off the phone and said leisurely, You go now. The female Dink squatted beside Shrek, not knowing where to start and what to do. So you're here, why didn't you reply to my message? It took me so long to find you. The male Dink walked in from the door with a slightly complaining tone. When he walked into the restaurant, he saw Shrek's miserable condition and said in shock, What's going on? The Dink girl felt very aggrieved and cried, Husband, why did you come just now? She pointed at Xiao Mingyue and said, It was her. She let the dog bite my son like this. What should I do? My son won't die, will he? The male Dink looked at Xiao Mingyue fiercely. How dare you? Before Xiao Mingyue could say anything, Xiao Huihui appeared in front of the male Dink, with fierce eyes and his hind legs slightly bent, looking like he was about to attack. The male Dink took several steps back in fear and blurted out, Why isn't your dog on a leash? This time, Xiao Mingyue did not speak, and the crowd refuted him in unison. Your dog isn't on a leash either. Is your dog on a leash? Why isn't your dog on a leash? That's right, you still have the nerve to criticize others. What a double standard. The male Dink had an ugly look on his face. He looked at Xiao Huihui with fear and did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. Are you still not leaving? The female Dink pulled the male Dink and said, Let's go, send our son to the hospital for emergency treatment. The male Dink carefully picked up the Tibetan Mastiff, and when he passed by Xiao Mingyue, he glared at her and whispered, I'll settle the score with you later. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. I'll wait. These words did not escape Xiao Huihui's ears. It rushed over immediately. The male Dink was so scared that he ran away, fearing that he would be a second late. After the Dink couple left, people in the restaurant gradually recovered. The manager stopped recording the video and hurried out to maintain order, apologized to everyone, and said that today's lunch could be free. Everyone expressed their understanding that this matter had nothing to do with the restaurant manager, who had just been scolded a lot. A waiter came over cautiously and asked, Can I take a picture with it? Xiao Mingyue smiled gently. Sure. Several waiters gathered around and took photos with Xiao Huihui with great joy. Xiao Huihui held her head high, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women. I never thought that Xiao Huihui would become a girl killer. A few guests also came over and took pictures of Xiao Huihui with their mobile phones, praising him for being so handsome. Although they are both dogs, they are treated very differently. The Tibetan Mastiff is hated by everyone, while Little Grey Dog is very popular. It all depends on how the dog owners guide them. But some people are worse than dogs. Grandpa came over and petted Little Grey. Good dog, great. Xiao Dad and his friends also came over. Xiao Dad liked it no matter how he looked at it. You're called Xiao Huihui, right? We warmly welcome you, the new member of our family. The family members smiled at each other and gladly accepted Xiao Huihui. Xiao Mingyue held her chin with one hand, thinking that if Fugui knew about this, he would definitely be jealous and get angry with her, rolling on the ground. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel funny. Luckily Fugui didn't know about it. Chapter 514. After finishing their meal in the restaurant, the family was preparing to leave. The restaurant manager packed up a lot of large bones for Xiao Huihui, and even a few whole pig trotters, saying that it was to thank Xiao Huihui for solving everyone's big problem. Xiao Mingyue accepted it without hesitation. It seems that the Dink couple is very capable of mischief, and the restaurants in the entertainment city are very afraid of them. Xiao Mingyue returned to the 22nd floor. As soon as she entered the room, she and Xiao Huihui entered the space together. Of course, there was also a big bag of bones with a lot of meat on them, which was quite substantial. Xiao Huihui walked with his head held high, like a soldier returning home after winning a battle. Fugui was basking in the sun on the grass. When he smelled the aroma of meat, he stood up and ran to Xiao Mingyue attentively. "What delicious food did my master bring me again?" Xiao Mingyue poured the bones and meat into the big bowls they used to eat. "This was given to me by someone, thanks to Xiao Huihui." Fugui looked at Xiao Mingyue, then at Xiao Huihui, who was holding his head high, and suddenly raised his paw and slapped Xiao Huihui. "What are you so proud of?" Little Huihui whimpered a few times in grievance, then lowered his head to gnaw on the pig's trotter. Xiao Mingyue laughed. "Fugui, don't bully Xiao Huihui." She washed her hands and went to cook. Although the restaurant manager gave Xiao Huihui a lot of bones, enough for 3 meals, it was not enough with Fugui because Fugui had a big appetite. The new batch of livestock had grown up long ago, but Xiao Mingyue did not intend to kill them. She would keep them for breeding in the future and kill this batch after the next batch of cubs were born. Now that everyone in the family lives in the entertainment city, most of the meat in the space is eaten by Fugui and Xiao Huihui. They both know that the freezer in the warehouse contains their food. Xiao Mingyue took out 5 roosters that had been thawed long ago. With these 5 chickens, Fugui would be able to eat his fill. The chicken was stewing in the pot, and Xiao Mingyue turned around to do farm work. Many vegetables and fruits could be picked, and the orders had to be shipped as soon as possible. Xiao Mingyue slid through the orders waiting to be shipped. Most of the people who bought vegetables were not customers of the entertainment city, and their addresses were distributed in different places in Pingjing City. They must be people who have no chance to take refuge in the entertainment city. Half of the fruit orders are from customers of the entertainment city. Xiao Mingyue thought about it and decided to deliver the orders outside the entertainment city first. After all, people living in the entertainment city have no worries about food and drink, and buying some fruits and vegetables is just for entertainment, so it doesn't matter if they don't eat them. For those who do not have the opportunity to seek refuge in the entertainment city, these fruits and vegetables may be essential supplies for their survival. The sales of magic rice and magic flour are very good. Basically, they are sold out quickly once they are put on the shelves. There is a snowstorm outside now and many places have lost power. You can't sell things if your mobile phone is out of battery, but the Moon Farm's business is still booming, which is enough to show how popular the Moon Farm is. Congratulations to the master for unlocking new space skills. Please explore as much as you want. The long-lost system sounded again. New space skills? What new skills? Xiao Mingyue was confused when she suddenly found a button popped up in the blank space on the Moon Farm page. Moon Takeaway. Xiao Mingyue lost her voice and said, "Takeout? System, is Moon Takeaway the same as Hungry Takeaway or Ugly Takeaway before the apocalypse? I cook and put the food up there to sell?" She couldn't help but ask the system. "Yes, master, you can understand it this way." Chapter 5:15. Xiao Mingyue couldn't believe it. "With my half-baked cooking skills, how can I sell it?" The system is really good when it is silent, but it is amazing when it makes a sound. With curiosity, Xiao Mingyue clicked on the page of Moon Takeaway. With her experience in running Moon Farm, she quickly became familiar with the business model of Moon Takeaway. Moon Takeout is a sub-function of Moon Farm, so it is also on the Moon Farm page and is not a separate software. Moon Farm ships today and delivers tomorrow, but Moon Takeout is different. It can be delivered within 20 minutes. The arrival speed is extremely fast, no wonder it is called Takeout. At this moment, Xiao Mingyue had already calmed down from her surprise and felt that the Moon Takeaway function was very good. It is extremely cold outside now, water turns into ice, and it is difficult to make a fire and cook. If we can order takeout at home, it can indeed save many lives. As long as you are not buried in the snow, and your cell phone has power and signal, there is still a glimmer of hope. I forgot to mention that after the end of the world, Pingjing City strengthened signal construction to ensure normal use by the government and the people. However, the signal is independent, which means that the signal in Pingjing City can only be used in Pingjing City. It can be used as usual in the city, but ordinary people cannot contact people from other places. Only the government can contact the outside world through special means. Xiao Mingyue also has a third aunt, who lives in another place and married far away in the inland plateau. They have not been able to contact her, and don't know whether she is alive or dead. This is also a knot in the hearts of her grandparents, and they get very worried every time they think about it. Now let's get back to the topic. Although Weiliang takeaway is good, Xiao Mingyue alone cannot take care of so many disaster victims in Pingjing City. She can only do her best and help as much as she can. Xiao Mingyue's brain was working rapidly. What should she sell in Moon Takeaway? Porridge? Yes, selling porridge. The porridge is filling and contains both soup and rice. Drinking a bowl of hot porridge warms up your whole body. He did it right away. Fortunately, there were 3 big pots in the space. Xiao Mingyue found the 3 pots, washed them, lit a fire and started cooking porridge. Before the end of the world, she also stockpiled grains. Although not too much, only a few thousand kilograms in total, she did not consume them all and there was still quite a lot left. Because Zhao's father and mother had good jobs after the apocalypse, the family had never run out of rice and flour, so they still had a lot of stored food. She took out 2 bags of northeastern rice and cooked some simple porridge. There is no need to cook the magic rice. First eat the food stored before the end of the world, and then use the magic rice. Pour northeastern rice and water into the pot and start cooking over high heat. She did not use the water from the well to cook rice, but used water from the upstream stream, because fish were raised in the water from the downstream stream, and the water from the well was precious and could not be wasted. Although it is stream water from upstream, it is also a product of space. It is clear and sweet, and completely drinkable. It is much better than the mineral water from the outside world. Sometimes when Xiao Mingyue was tired from farm work, she would go to the nearby stream to drink a sip. Fugui and Xiao Huihui also drank the stream water, so there was no problem in giving it to others to drink. 3 large pots of porridge were cooking. Xiao Mingyue decided to put an advertisement on the main page of Moon Farm, otherwise no one would know about Moon Takeaway. Moon Farm launches new feature, Moon Takeaway. No matter where you are, food will be delivered within 20 minutes. Welcome to come and taste it. Fugui's chicken had already been stewed. She took the chicken out of the pot and put it into Fugui's rice bowl. When putting the last one in, Xiao Mingyue paused for 2 seconds, then withdrew his hand, found a clean bowl, and started tearing the chicken. Plain porridge has little nutrition. Add some shredded chicken and cook it into shredded chicken porridge. It's tacky to just sell plain porridge. Fugui, who was eating meat, stood there in a daze. Why did you take away my chicken? That's mine, my. Chapter 516. Xiao Mingyue put the shredded chicken in the pot and mixed it evenly. In order to balance the nutrition, she picked up some green vegetables, chopped them up and put them in the pot together. Not long after, 3 pots of fragrant vegetable and shredded chicken porridge were ready. Xiao Mingyue has put vegetable and shredded chicken porridge on the shelves. It is currently in trial operation and the price is relatively low to give back to old customers and let everyone have a taste of it. Product name, hot vegetable and chicken porridge. Price, 20 per bowl, welfare price. Yield, 100 bowls. Limited quantity, 1 per person. This price is basically equivalent to charity, and it can't even recover the cost. The weather is cold, so just think of it as bringing some warmth to those who are suffering outside and doing good deeds. The vegetable and shredded chicken porridge has just been put on the shelves. The number of orders has been increasing, but the surplus has been dropping rapidly. Is business so good? Xiao Mingyue was a little surprised. It seemed that many people were eyeing the Moon Farm. The advertisement she just posted must have been seen by many people. In just 10 minutes, the balance had dropped to 0. Xiao Mingyue also started packing takeout. Like Moon Farm, the takeout boxes for Moon Takeout were also provided by the system. Pour the porridge into a takeaway box, seal the lid tightly, place it in the shipping area, click to ship, and whoosh, the takeaway box disappears, and the delivery is completed. Xiao Mingyue is already very familiar with this process. The 100 servings were estimated by Xiao Mingyue with the naked eye. In fact, there were a total of 148 bowls of porridge from the 3 pots. Xiao Mingyue added 48 more bowls of porridge and sold out all the 3 pots of porridge. After cleaning the pot, Xiao Mingyue left the space and returned to the room. Xiao Mingyue first took a shower because she had sweated a lot while doing farm work. As soon as I got out of the shower, I picked up my phone and found that the Moon Farm message board had exploded with news from Moon Takeaway. Sun Wukong, shop owner, I really was crying while drinking this bowl of porridge. After finishing this bowl of porridge, I don't feel so cold anymore and I have the courage to live. Thank you for saving my life, really. I want to eat crab roe wontons, boss. Do you have any more? Please help me. I'm the only one in the family who got it. Let's share a bowl of porridge with our whole family. It's so delicious. I'd rather freeze to death. I haven't eaten for 3 days, and my power bank is almost out of battery. I didn't expect to be able to grab the welfare porridge from the Moon Farm. You, the owner, are such a blessing. Little master of the universe, the owner is awesome. Are you going to open a porridge stall to help refugees? The portions are large and cheap, like free. I'll sign up first. Lone Wolf, sir, you are righteous. Who brings me warmth? Shop owner, you are definitely the reincarnation of Guanyin, saving all living beings. I have never tasted such delicious porridge. Lengalungaloon, it takes 20 minutes. Awesome. It's freezing outside. My house is half buried in the snow. How did they deliver it? I seriously suspect that the Moon Farm is run by aliens. This is too unscientific. The owner is awesome. Thumbs up. Didi, damn it, why don't you give us any advance notice every time? You just put it online without saying anything, and I didn't buy it. You, the owner, have to give me an explanation. Crying. Rising Star, shopkeeper, when will the next sale be? Can you please let me know in advance? You always do this. Grievance. Destroy the Earth. Why are there so few copies? Is it intentional? I didn't buy it. Please give me another copy, quickly. Destroy the Earth. Can you please speak? Hurry up. The news was overwhelming. Xiao Mingyue was lying on the sofa. Since she had nothing to do, she quickly scrolled through the messages sent to her by customers. Chapter 5:17. Most of them were thanking her, saying that the porridge was delicious and thanking her for saving their lives. Some also said that these days were difficult, and that this bowl of porridge gave them strength. More often than not, they urge for the next time and ask if there will be any more in the future. Of course, there were a few impolite things. They couldn't get them, but they blamed her? The welfare porridge that didn't make money in the first place couldn't even buy a grain of rice with 20 yuan. Would she, Xiao Mingyue, bear this kind of humiliation? Xiao Mingyue ignored him and blocked him, saying that he was an ungrateful person and would never be able to buy a grain of rice from the Moon Farm again. It is better for inferior humans to reach heaven as soon as possible. Being alive is a waste of air. Looking at the news column, Xiao Mingyue had mixed feelings in her heart. The lives of the people outside were so hard. Just a bowl of porridge could save a life. What a concept. Xiao Mingyue turned off her phone, leaned against the pillow in a daze for a long time, then suddenly sat up and posted a notice in the Moon Farm. Dear friends from Pingjing City, Moon Farm has been online for almost 2 years. The owner is very grateful for your support. In order to give back to old customers, there will be a welfare porridge event every 2 days. I hope everyone can have a bowl of hot porridge in the cold weather. The welfare porridge is available between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. The quantity is limited and it is on a first-come, first-served basis. It doesn't matter what kind of porridge it is, it all depends on the owner's mood. If there is any change in the time, we will notify you in advance. It's just a bowl of hot porridge, not that expensive, so I hope everyone can give the opportunity to those friends who are suffering from hunger and cold. They need this bowl of porridge more to sustain themselves. That's it. One last thing. I will block anyone who makes trouble for me. I won't tolerate you. Goodbye. Xiao Mingyue's notice was concise and clear, but it caused a huge stir in Pingjing City. This news spread among the people of Pingjing City at an astonishing speed, sparking heated discussions and even alarming the upper echelons. For almost 2 years, the thing that the citizens of Pingjing are most curious about is the identity of the owner of Moon Farm. Who is he? And where is this mysterious Moon Farm? How did they complete the delivery normally in the sandstorm and blizzard? This is simply the biggest mystery in Pingjing City, and no one has solved it yet. Many people say that this store is opened by aliens and that the goods are shipped through a time machine. They also say that Pingjing City was chosen by aliens as a pilot for a space store. Otherwise, how could it be possible to deliver the goods normally in extreme weather conditions, and the courier could not be found at all, and the goods just appeared out of thin air at the doorstep? This explanation spread from one person to another, and some people actually believed it. In a confidential office somewhere, 2 rows of senior leaders are having a meeting. "Look, Chief, this is a new notice issued by the Moon Farm. Our colleague from the intelligence department just grabbed a bowl of porridge, and it was delivered to your door in just 20 minutes. A subordinate came running over in a hurry. Welfare porridge activity? This Moon Farm is really getting more and more mysterious. Is there no progress on your side?" asked the man sitting at the seat. The subordinate shook his head. "No, we have used all the techniques, but we still can't find the exact location of the Moon Farm or the source of the software. We have no clue. Commander, the Moon Farm is out of control. Do you want to block the entire network and remove it from the shelves?" The chief's eyes were like a knife. "Nonsense! You're selling food and vegetables after being banned? You're organizing a welfare porridge event? They're doing good things, why ban them?" The subordinate hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. The man next to the chief was wearing a military uniform with badges all over his shoulders. He spoke slowly. "It's been almost 2 years, and we still haven't figured out how Moon Farm delivers the porridge. Now the snow is blocking the roads, but this online store can actually deliver the porridge to your doorstep within 20 minutes. It's weird, really weird. This is definitely not something a human can do." He paused. Could it be that there really are aliens? After saying this, he laughed, his weathered face full of helplessness. "I'm getting old and confused. I just can't figure it out." Chapter 518. Another person said, "No matter how mysterious it is, I think the Moon Farm must be taken over by itself. I tried to communicate with the owner of Moon Farm before, but he refused and later ignored me. That owner is very arrogant," someone else said. This person seemed a little dissatisfied when he spoke. In fact, Xiao Mingyue was very innocent. She was not ignoring him on purpose, she really didn't see it. "I saw it by chance that time. There are so many people who send her private messages every day, and the number is always over 99, so she rarely reads the messages. Occasionally, she will read a few messages when she feels like it, but she will just take a quick glance. She didn't mean to ignore messages." Someone made a suggestion. "Could it be that there is something wrong with our communication method? Perhaps we can change the method and not take it for ourselves, but cooperate with the owner of Moon Farm and negotiate terms with him to achieve a win-win cooperation, which is good for both parties." Friendly reminder, this is not a typo. No one knows whether the owner is a man or a woman, so I will always use he to refer to him. The top leader tapped the table with a pen and said, "Well, send someone to negotiate immediately. If an emergency occurs, maybe the Moon Farm can be of great help." "Yes." The man nodded. The person who spoke just now hesitated. "We tried it before, but the owner of Moon Farm said that he couldn't move supplies in large quantities, so we could only buy them by placing orders, and we had to buy things from his store, so we gave up. Yes, according to our research, the output of the Moon Farm is very low and people often have to queue up. Not to mention meeting the needs of the disaster victims, it can't even meet the needs of some middle-class people." Someone agreed. The chief spread his hands and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a little. The welfare porridge activity is good. If our people get into trouble outside and don't have supplies, we can use the Moon Farm. What do you think, Lao Gua?" The leader nodded. "You're right." The chief waved his hand and said, "Shaoli, go and get the welfare porridge you just bought and show it to everyone." Shaoli hurried to get the porridge. When the porridge was brought, the aroma of the vegetable and shredded chicken porridge hit me in the face, and the whole room was filled with the fragrance of porridge. The chief stirred it with a spoon and said, "Everyone, take a look. This porridge is not bad. It's quite thick. There are meat and vegetables, and they are really generous with the ingredients. It's rare nowadays," someone said. The chief put down the spoon and said, "It's still hot, it's obviously freshly cooked. By the way, Shaoli, how much is this bowl of porridge?" "Captain, I'll sell it for 20. Shaoli answered truthfully. 20? This price shocked everyone present. If it was before the end of the world, selling a bowl of porridge for 20 would be considered a steal, but things are different now. In the third year of the apocalypse, the price of 20 is equivalent to free of charge. The old general with badges all over his shoulders stroked his beard and smiled. It seems that the owner wants to set up a porridge stall to give out porridge. He is a kind person. As long as he is doing good things, we don't have to interfere with the management of Moon Farm. Let him do it. The old general is right. If a bowl of porridge can be sold for 20 yuan, it can be seen that the owner is not after the money. He still has a conscience. That's strange. I heard the owner sold a 300 million red-boned fish some time ago. I thought this guy only cared about money. The chief took a bite of the vegetable and pork porridge and said, "Not bad, fragrant." He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. The welfare porridge activity is good, once every 2 days, but the quantity is too small, only a little over 100 servings a day. If we can have 1,000,000 servings, our biggest problem right now will be solved. If Xiao Mingyue heard this, she would spit out blood. She could not make 1,000,000 bowls of porridge even if she worked herself to death. It's a pity that the people who can buy porridge are the rich people who are suffering. The victims can't afford to eat it. Many victims don't even have mobile phones. Even if they do, there is no electricity. Even if they do have electricity, they may not be able to come up with 20 yuan. Someone else said. Brother Qin, haven't you figured it out yet? Moon Farm's target users are rich people. The notice also said that it is a reward for old users. He obviously has the ability, so why doesn't he care about the victims? I think he does it to make it easier for him to reap the profits in the future. After all, the rich people are dead, so who would buy his stuff? He is really selfish. A young man muttered. It's good enough to take care of everyone we can. The output of Moon Farm is low. Do you still expect the store owner to save us? What are we doing? It is our responsibility to provide relief to the victims, the old general said in a serious tone. The man looked unhappy, lowered his head and said nothing. The old general's words were very right. It was not that Xiao Mingyue didn't want to, but she really didn't have the ability to take care of the vast number of disaster victims. The output of space was limited, and there were hundreds of thousands or even millions of disaster victims. How could she take care of them? Chapter 519. All we can do is try our best. Moreover, this is the business model of Moon Farm. Orders must be placed using mobile phones. It is not her fault that the victims cannot use mobile phones. Although the output is small, it is better than nothing. Moon Farm must be able to help us in some way. Go negotiate with the owner as soon as possible. The top leader spoke. Yes. Someone responded. It's not illegal, so why is the owner of Moon Farm hiding it? Since he has the ability, he should make a contribution. Is there any way to get the owner out? Another person asked doubtfully. The chief shook his head. It's difficult. It's not like I haven't tried it before. The secretary next to the chief pushed up his glasses and said, The owner of Moon Farm was very cautious and we couldn't get any information out of him. We also didn't find any bank statements that met the requirements. The 300 million yuan seemed to have disappeared without a trace. We have never been able to find out about this, and it has always been a mystery. If the money from Moon Farm's transactions does not go through the bank, it must have gone somewhere else, otherwise where would such a large amount of money go? They don't know, and no one will know, because the money received by Moon Farm is directly swallowed up by the system and converted into puzzle coins, so it cannot be found. Moreover, Xiao Mingyue's own bank information is also very cautious. If the money is obtained through the space, the system will automatically cover it up, and there will be absolutely no abnormality found. During the apocalypse, Xiao Mingyue would also ask her family to get free supplies and water, so as to avoid being discovered by big data. Nothing in Xiao Mingyue's plan at the beginning of the apocalypse was superfluous. The reason why she arranged jobs for both Xiao's father and mother was, on the one hand, because the benefits of these two jobs were indeed good, and on the other hand, she also took this into consideration to cover up the issue. So on the surface, the reason why Xiao Mingyue's family is living better and better is mainly because of the decent jobs of Zhao's father and mother. Even if we search, we won't find anything on her. Moreover, everyone here unanimously agreed that the Moon Farm must not be located in Pingjing City and must have been opened by an outsider, because there is no place in Pingjing City that meets the requirements. Unless there really are aliens. While others were discussing, the chief had already finished half a bowl of porridge. He looked up and said, "Did the money really go into the aliens' accounts? What do the aliens need the money for? Hey, do you want to try it? It's delicious. It would be even better with some refreshing pickled mustard tuber." He put his hand on his forehead and said, "Drink it yourself." He gave another order. "Don't tell us the owner's identity for now. Since he doesn't want us to find out, forcing him to investigate will only anger him. As long as he is not a potentially dangerous person, don't worry about him. As I said before, negotiate with him first, and try to get him to agree to cooperate, then talk about other things." The secretary next to him responded, "I'll have someone do it right away." After Xiao Mingyue posted the notice, she turned off her phone and went to blow dry her hair. She had carefully considered distributing welfare porridge every 2 days. If she had to distribute porridge every day, she would be too busy if she had something urgent to do. Moreover, the workload was too heavy. She also had to do farm work in the space, feed the livestock in the space, and take care of Fugui and Xiaohuihui's diet. It was too tiring to make porridge every day. As for the time, it was between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. She didn't want to stick to a specific time. Because she couldn't ensure that she would be able to cook the porridge at that time, having a time range would allow her to be more relaxed and not be too pressed for time. Xiao Mingyue had just finished blow-drying her hair and was applying hair oil when there was a sudden knock on the door. Bang, 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 it was almost like breaking the door, very violent. "Come out! Come out right here!" It was the voice of the Dink guy next door. Xiao Mingyue first released Xiaohuihui from the space, and then slowly opened the door. "What's up?" Chapter 520. "My son is dead, you have to compensate me for my son! You murderer, I will make you pay for your life!" The female Dink's voice was sharp and her eyes were full of hatred. The Dink man had a gloomy face and was clinging to the door frame without saying a word. The two of them were making a scene at Xiao Mingyue's door, making so much noise that the residents in other rooms also heard it and came out to see what was going on. Seeing that Xiao Mingyue was alone with a woman, the male Dink became bolder. His eyes were dark, and he was about to rush into Xiao Mingyue's room. "Let's talk inside. Don't embarrass yourself in the hallway." Xiao Mingyue raised her leg and kicked him. "Did I let you in?" The male Dink fell to the ground in embarrassment, then got up from the ground in frustration. Xiao Mingyue turned her gaze to the female Dink. "Do you have the guts to say it again?" At this time, Xiaohuihui stood behind Xiao Mingyue, tilting his head to look outside. The wolf's eyes flashed with a faint light, which scared the female Dink back several steps. She probably recalled what happened in the restaurant. She was afraid and dared not to scold again. "Little girl, what happened? You two unreasonable couple, please don't bully a little girl alone," asked the aunt who spoke to Xiao Mingyue that day. She didn't know the truth and thought that the couple was up to no good again and was bullying others. Other residents who came out to watch the fun also thought so. After all, the couple had a serious criminal record. "What nonsense are you talking about? She killed my dog," the female Dink immediately retorted. When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with joy. "He's really dead? Oh, that's great! That Tibetan Mastiff bared its teeth at everyone it saw. My child was so scared that he had a high fever for 2 days. Not to mention children, adults are also scared. As soon as I went out that day, it rushed over and wanted to bite me. I have been trying not to go out for the past few days because I am afraid of encountering a dog. Now I can finally go out. Maybe he was just a mad dog biting everyone he saw, with no humanity at all. I knew someone would not be able to stand it, so it's a good thing he died. We can finally go out normally. Yeah, there won't be dog poop or dog urine in the corridor. Last time, the cleaning lady came to complain to me that the carpet on our floor was full of urine smell. It was stinking. It turns out that the photo in the group was posted by that little girl. She looks quite weak. How did she kill the dog? She's quite impressive." There was a flurry of discussion, all of which were voices of joy. Everyone felt relieved, finally no longer having to worry. The Dink girl was so angry that she was shaking all over when she heard everyone talking. You guys wish my son would die, don't you?" An uncle nodded very honestly and said, Yes, we were hoping that you two would move away. After all, what does a dog know? It's all because of you who indulged it. How dare you say that after you raised the dog like that? That mad dog was killed by you too. That's right. That day, the Tibetan Mastiff almost bit me. It was her. She even praised her dog for being so powerful and blamed me for blocking the road. It really pissed me off, said a woman in a silk nightgown. It was you who was blocking the road. If you hadn't been blocking the road, why would my son bite you for no reason? My son is so powerful. He should have bitten you to death that day. The female Dink retorted loudly. No matter how majestic he was, he's dead. He deserves it. If you miss your son, then go with him. In the next life, he will be a human and you a dog, and you two will live together forever. The woman was not to be outdone. Chapter 521. Before Xiao Mingyue could say anything, the residents on the 22nd floor attacked her and started quarreling. They had long reached their limit of patience and were full of resentment. They just disliked the couple. The female Dink was busy arguing with others and had forgotten the purpose of her visit. Xiao Mingyue, on the other hand, was rather relaxed. Unlike the female Dink who was busy quarreling with others, the male Dink had a gloomy expression and remained silent. He just stared at Xiao Mingyue with an indescribable strange look in his eyes. He pretended not to hear his wife being scolded. Instead, he tidied up his messy clothes and said to Xiao Mingyue, My dog was bitten to death by your dog. You must give me compensation. Xiao Mingyue leaned against the door frame. It was self-defense, there is no compensation, go to the police. It seems that among the couple, the man is more emotionally stable, unlike the female Dink who gets crazy at the slightest provocation, yelling at people and using all kinds of swear words. The character of the Tibetan Mastiff is similar to that of the female Dink, and it is simply the same temper. The male Dink's face froze. Anyway, my dog is dead. Even if we call the police, you are partly responsible. Xiao Mingyue didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly, and suddenly sneered. What compensation do you want? She was really curious about what this shameless guy could say. The male Dink glanced at the female Dink subconsciously and said, We can discuss it. Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes. Her sixth sense told her that this man definitely had no good intentions. The female Dink was arguing with someone until her face turned red and her neck became thick. Suddenly, she thought of something and pointed at Xiao Mingyue and shouted. You just hate me for having a dog, don't you? Let me tell you, this woman has a dog too. Her wolfhound is even more ferocious. It can bite my son to death today, and it can bite you to death tomorrow. Everyone was silent, looking at each other. Because Xiao Huihui was in the room, standing behind Xiao Mingyue, unless someone was standing directly in front of the door, they would not notice that there was a dog behind Xiao Mingyue. So no one saw Xiao Huihui. Wolf dog? They're not easy to mess with. The female Dink laughed, very satisfied with everyone's reaction. You are still happy, right? You are still speaking for her, a bunch of idiots. Xiao Mingyue was not in a hurry. Xiao Huihui, come out and say hello to everyone. Little Huihui slowly walked out of the room, then lay down at the door, wagging its tail, looking at everyone innocently with its pair of wolf eyes, very well behaved. Wow, what a big wolf dog! I was wondering, how could a weak little girl kill a Tibetan Mastiff? Turns out she was bitten to death by a wolfhound. She has lived here for such a long time, how come we didn't know she also had a dog? She was so quiet, there was no movement at all. Xiao Mingyue cleared her throat and said, Don't worry, I keep dogs in a civilized manner and usually don't let them out, so you haven't seen them, and I promise it will be the same in the future. Little Huihui is not noisy and is very well behaved. He doesn't bark and doesn't disturb others. Today, the Tibetan Mastiff wanted to bite my family, so I let him go and teach the Tibetan Mastiff a lesson. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. The aunt accused the Dink girl. Why are you yelling? There are many people who keep pets in the hotel. We are annoyed by people like you who keep dogs. What's wrong with other people keeping dogs? It doesn't affect us. Do you think everyone is like you? The aunt had a good impression of Xiao Mingyue, so she spoke up for her. Chapter 522. This big wolf dog looks quite obedient, unlike that Tibetan Mastiff. The woman in silk pajamas said sarcastically. This is how raising a dog is. The dog will be like the owner. A dog will always be a dog, but sometimes people are not really people. She had a grudge against the Dink girl a long time ago. The Dink girl was extremely surprised. She never expected these people to say that. They all raised dogs, so why were they targeting her? You are all sick, aren't you? Why do you only blame me and not her? You killed my son, I'm here to settle the score with you. The Dink girl looked at Xiao Mingyue, then she remembered her original purpose. Xiao Mingyue said, then call the police. She was also wondering, he just let Xiao Huihui teach him a lesson. There was no injury to his vital parts, just superficial wounds. How could he die? Xiao Mingyue glanced at Xiao Huihui, and Xiao Huihui whimpered softly. It looked innocent too. I didn't bite it to death. You said your dog died. Did the doctor tell you the cause of death? Xiao Mingyue asked another question. The Dink couple were both stunned, and the guilt in their eyes disappeared in an instant. The male Dink changed the subject. Okay, Shrek is already dead, what's the point of talking about this? He knew that there was no point in continuing the argument. All these residents had come out to oppose them, but they were outnumbered and would only suffer if they continued to argue. We'll discuss the compensation later. Since we live close to each other, you can't run away. The Dink girl looked at her husband in disbelief. It's just compensation. Why don't you let her get out of the casino? Ask your cousin to kick him out. She humiliated me, asked me to apologize in front of so many people in the restaurant, and also asked me to. The female Dink gritted her teeth. This was the most humiliating experience she had ever had, and she would never forget it in her life. The male Dink's tone softened. Don't make a fuss, we'll get another dog later. The Dink girl bit her lips tightly. This was not a matter of dog or dog. She was being bullied. Xiao Mingyue said slowly. I advise you two not to keep dogs. With the way you keep dogs, you were lucky that the Tibetan Mastiff didn't bite anyone. If it really bites someone who shouldn't be offended, can you afford the compensation? So you should thank me. I helped you solve a hidden danger. How dare you ask me for compensation? The Dink woman insisted. You killed my dog, and you're trying to turn the tables on me, right? Xiao Mingyue stared into her eyes and asked. Are you doing this for the dog, or for your own lost face? The female Dink was choked, and just looked at Xiao Mingyue hatefully, wishing she could eat her. Xiao Mingyue was a little impatient, and said coldly. Also, stop saying I killed your dog. You were really vicious when you instigated the Tibetan Mastiff to bite my dad to death. If I were as vicious as you, it would not be the Tibetan Mastiff that died now, but you. If you keep making trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Get out! The female Dink was frightened by Xiao Mingyue's eyes. Little Huihui suddenly jumped up, put his front paws on the ground, and bared his teeth at the two of them. Keep your dog under control! The Dink girl screamed loudly. She had a psychological trauma towards Xiao Huihui. The male Dink also quickly hid backwards. This wolf dog was really scary. He saw the wounds on Shrek's body with his own eyes and was also very scared. My dog protects its master, and won't stand seeing me get bullied. If you don't get out of here, it will pounce on you and bite you, and I won't be able to stop it. The male Dink had an ugly look on his face, and dragged the female Dink back to the room. Even though the female Dink was reluctant, she didn't dare to stay any longer when she saw Xiao Huihui, who was ready to go. With a bang, they slammed the door. After the two of them met in the room, Xiao Huihui immediately put away his expression, walked into the room leisurely, and fell on the carpet and lay dead. Chapter 523. The aunt came over and said, Little girl, don't be afraid of them. We have learned a lot from quarreling with them. You did a great job in this matter. The uncle also came over to chat. Hey, your wolf dog is really majestic, and he understands human nature. He knows that a dog that is protected is a good dog. That woman was so arrogant because she had a Tibetan Mastiff. She relied on the power of the dog. In the end, the Tibetan Mastiff was bitten to death by a wolf dog. Let her be arrogant again. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. I can't stand it anymore, but fortunately I will have peace and quiet from now on. Isn't it? I feel like I've regained my freedom. It feels so good to be able to go out as I please. I don't have to worry about encountering vicious dogs anymore, and our corridor won't stink anymore. Someone's face was full of wrinkles from laughing, and you could tell she was really happy. The woman in the silk nightgown came over and said, That couple seems to have some background. You should be careful. It's best to find someone to back you up. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Think about it, she has a backer, and that backer is quite powerful, so she won't be kicked out of the entertainment city. We should thank you, and this. The woman looked at Xiao Huihui with a smile in her eyes. The matter was over. A few residents chatted for a few minutes and did not stay any longer. They went back to their homes, and Xiao Mingyue also closed the door. Although we no longer chat in the corridor, the Tutsao group on the 22nd floor is still active. That year with apricot blossoms and light rain, it would be better if that Dink couple could move away. I feel bad when I see them. Where is Santa Claus? Oh, what is Dink? It sounds like they are very open-minded. My cousin said she saw them in the hospital for infertility examination. Rose woman, is this true or false? Where is Santa Claus? Of course, my cousin had worked at the grassroots level in her hometown hospital and said she had an impression of them. The woman's name was Jiang Mimi. She went to check the cause of infertility, checked the uterus and fallopian tubes, and checked everything that could be checked. Rose woman, and then what? And then what? Round belly, I want to know too, just some gossip. Where is Santa Claus? My cousin said she was particularly impressed by this couple. Every time they came back, it was the woman who did the checkup. Her husband scolded her and was disgusted. But Jiang Mimi seemed to have no problem. Later, they wanted to do IVF, and then the natural disaster came. All major hospitals stopped this business, so they didn't succeed. Withered vine and old tree, I think they have a good relationship. Why did the man scold the woman? Sydney, that's right. Where is Santa Claus, scolding her for not being able to have children and kept saying he wanted to divorce her? Rose woman, that's even more strange. Why are they so close now? They quarrel with us every day. Has the man figured it out? Shweli, that's right, we are inseparable now. The group actually started gossiping about the relationship problems of the Dink couple and was discussing it heatedly. Xiao Mingyue was also watching. After all, everyone's life was quite boring. It was a good way to pass the time by finally having some gossip to talk about. Seeing the chat in the group, Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but feel a little confused. From the words of Where is Santa Claus, it seemed that the male Dink was in a hurry to have a child and couldn't live without a child. Why the sudden change? Moreover, everyone in the group was saying that the couple had a good relationship. How come Xiao Mingyue didn't notice it? When his wife was scolded, he was indifferent and had no intention of defending her at all. Is he pretending? Xiao Mingyue put her legs on Xiao Huihui's back and swayed them from time to time. That couple was really weird. But never mind. I hope that after they learn their lesson, they can behave themselves and stop causing trouble, and that we can still live as peaceful neighbors. Otherwise, don't blame her for being cruel. Chapter 524. Next door. Jiang Mimi was mad and paced back and forth in the room. Why didn't you drive her away immediately and let her freeze to death? I wanted to kill her. She wanted me to slap myself in front of so many people, and you didn't even stand up for me? The male Dink frowned and said, Keep your voice down. Jiang Mimi felt very aggrieved. It was you who wanted to raise Shrek. It was you who said that since we couldn't have children, we should just raise a pet. Now Shrek is dead, and I'm being bullied. Li Xian, are you a man? Hearing this, Li Xian seemed to have hit a sore spot and yelled. That's enough. Jiang Mimi was full of resentment, and continued. Not enough. For 2 years I really raised Shrek as my son. You said you wouldn't treat him, so you didn't treat him. He could have been saved. Li Xian suppressed his anger and explained. Those medicines are too expensive, especially the anesthesia. There is no need to spend that money. At the hospital in the entertainment city, the doctor looked embarrassed and said he had never treated a pet before. Shrek has a bad temper and won't let anyone get close to him. The doctor said he must be put to sleep first before he can clean the wound, suture it, and apply medicine. But now is the 3rd year of the natural disaster. Medicines are extremely precious, and anesthesia is hard to come by and the price is too high. Li Xian is indeed rich, but he shouldn't waste his money like this. It's just a dog. If it dies, he can just get another one. How much does a new dog cost? But Shrek is our son and my emotional support. Jiang Mimi added. Li Xian said impatiently. I said, it's just a dog. If you like it, just buy another one to keep for fun, okay? Jiang Mimi was completely devastated. I don't want a dog. I want a child. But you forced me to give you a dog and told me to raise it as a child. Now that I have developed feelings for it, you say it's just a dog, and if it dies, it dies. You're driving me crazy. I've had enough. Li Xian's eyes turned red and he covered her mouth with his hand. I told you to keep your voice down. Jiang Mimi was stunned for 2 seconds, then laughed strangely a few times. She bit Li Xian hard, and Li Xian let go of her hand in pain. Keep your voice down, right? Are you afraid that the bitch next door will hear you? Mr. Li, if you don't help me vent my anger, I will let the whole world know your secret. Do you believe it? Jiang Mimi looked crazy and her tone was full of threats. As long as Li Xian didn't do what she wanted, she would use this trick, which worked every time. She knew that Li Xian mingled in the upper-class society and had many bad friends. What he loved most was face, and losing face was like taking his life. A hint of cruelty flashed across Li Xian's eyes, and veins popped up on his forehead, but he quickly suppressed it and patiently coaxed. Baby, of course I will help you vent your anger, but we can't confront each other head-on. Don't forget that she has a wolfhound. I was worried that you would be bitten. This matter must be planned slowly. Don't worry, I will make her kneel down and beg you. Then you can ask her to slap herself 100 times. Really? Jiang Mimi calmed down and was no longer crazy. Li first gently fixed her hair. Of course, I love my baby the most. How can I just watch you suffer injustice? Your husband has his own plans. Let me check her out first. If she doesn't have any background, I can do whatever I want. Jiang Mimi smiled brightly and buried her head in his neck. I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Li Xian exhaled slowly, and the gentleness on his face disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. Chapter 525. He looked down at his wife in his arms, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The days passed quickly and a week went by in a flash. The couple next door have been very quiet and haven't done anything strange. Once when they met each other outside, the male Dink actually nodded and greeted Xiao Mingyue, as if he had forgotten about Shrek. Xiao Mingyue was very surprised. It is said that a barking dog never bites. Could he be planning something bad? During this week, the video of Xiao Huihui fighting the Tibetan Mastiff spread very quickly in the restaurant group of the entertainment city. Xiao Huihui became famous and became a celebrity dog. Xiao Mingyue also became a little famous. When they went to the restaurant to eat, the waiters were very friendly. There were even managers who left large bones and meat for Xiao Mingyue to take away and feed to Xiao Huihui. Xiao Mingyue, of course, obeyed the order and unceremoniously accepted the gifts from the managers and took them back to feed Fugui and Xiao Huihui as a snack. Sometimes the restaurant manager gives her a lot, so she doesn't have to go back to cook. Even the rich second-generation guy Gu Longxi heard about it. The video was uploaded to his bar, and Gu Longxi accidentally saw it on an employee's phone. He immediately called Xiao Mingyue and asked her to bring the cool wolfhound to the bar and let Xiao Huihui go on stage, saying that the scene would definitely be explosive. Xiao Mingyue was speechless for a while and of course refused. She would not let Xiao Huihui show up too often and would try not to take it out. After all, Xiao Huihui was a wolf, not a Czech wolf dog, so it was better to keep a low profile. That evening, it was still snowing heavily outside the window. The snow outside was much deeper and the temperature dropped to an astonishing -40 degrees Celsius. It was getting colder day by day. Xiao Mingyue had nothing to do, so she curled up on the sofa. The large room was well heated. She ate white fungus and lotus seed soup while watching the TV series she had saved. There is a small electric cooker in her room, which she brought from the Xiao family when she moved to the entertainment city. When she is too lazy to go out, she cooks something in her room. The white fungus was previously stored, while the lotus seeds were freshly picked, and a lot of other ingredients were added, making it thick and fragrant. Before, Xiao Mingyue buried lotus roots under the stream in the space. Now the lotus leaves and flowers are growing well. From a distance, they look like a large area and are very beautiful. Xiao Mingyue also picked several batches of lotus seeds. She could eat them directly after peeling them, or dry them and store them for later use. Lotus seeds are sweet and delicious, and she quite likes them. Fugui and Xiao Huihui were lying comfortably on the carpet, one on each side. The man, the tiger, and the wolf were all enjoying such a pleasant time. The welfare porridge event has been held 4 times. The first one was vegetable and shredded chicken porridge, and the next 3 times were all grain porridge. After all, before the end of the world came, Xiao Mingyue had stockpiled a lot of grains. There are still some red rice, black rice, quake seed, mung bean, millet, corn grits, and so on in the warehouse. She casually clicked on the Moon Farm page. She hadn't clicked on it for several days and suddenly wanted to see what everyone thought of yesterday's multigrain porridge. Light will come number 8, shopkeeper. Please be sure to click in and read. The light will come 26, shopkeeper. Please be sure to click in and read. Light will come number 44, shopkeeper. Please be sure to click in and read. Light will come number 5, shopkeeper. Please be sure to click in and read. Light will come number 89, shopkeeper. Please be sure to click in and read. Xiao Mingyue frowned. What the hell is this? Light will come thing? Why are there so many accounts, and they are constantly flooding private messages? Chapter 526. Xiao Mingyue picked one at random and clicked on it to take a look. Light will come number 3, shopkeeper. Please be sure to click in and read. We are from the National Disaster Management Bureau, and we hope to cooperate with the shopkeeper of Moon Farm to help the people of Pingjing City overcome the difficulties. Xiao Mingyue placed the tremella and lotus seed soup on the table, and her expression gradually became serious. The National Disaster Bureau was newly established after the end of the world. It is independent of any department, and has a great say. It can directly dispatch all available resources to fight natural disasters and rescue disaster victims. Xiao Mingyue thought about it and replied. Moon Farm, what kind of cooperation? Please tell us in detail. The other party replied within seconds. Light will come number 3, great. You finally saw it. Wait a moment, I'll go call the leader. Xiao Mingyue. She looked through the previous records. All the Light will come messages were constantly sending her messages every day, almost to the point of flooding her screen. However, she hadn't read the private messages from Moon Farm in the past few days, so she had no idea. No wonder number 3 was so surprised. Commander, Commander! The owner of Moon Farm finally replied. The secretary came to report. The chief was drinking tea and almost choked. He's back? Bring it here. I'll talk to him. The secretary respectfully handed over the high-tech tablet. The account number on it was the account number of Light will come number 3. Light will come number 3. Hello, the owner of Moon Farm. Let me introduce myself first. My last name is Lei, and I am one of the leaders of the National Security Bureau. For more than 2 years, we have been paying attention to the existence of Moon Farm. Recently, we heard that you held a welfare porridge event. A bowl of porridge every 2 days is a lifesaver for many people. It can be seen that you are not only a businessman, but also a compassionate person with great love. I hope to cooperate with you to save more lives in the extremely cold snowstorm weather. Moon Farm, hello, what kind of cooperation? Can you tell me in detail? I will definitely help within my ability. But I have to make it clear in advance that my ability is limited and I can't help too many people. I can only do my best. Light will eventually come number 3. Of course, we know the output of the Moon Farm. There are millions of disaster victims, and it is not something that can be solved by the Moon Farm's meager output. We understand this. We just hope that you can lend a helping hand when we need it. We won't force you to do anything, it must be something you can do. As for the price, you can name it. After seeing this message, Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment. From the other party's words, he could tell that they really wanted to cooperate with him. Now that things have been said to this point, she has nothing to consider. After all, natural disasters are cruel, and it is good that she can do her part. Moon Farm, yes, but I have a condition. Do not try to find out my identity and the location of Moon Farm, otherwise we will stop cooperating. After Xiao Mingyue replied, she cancelled the Do Not Disturb function and pinned the chat box to the top so that she could see the messages in time later. Light will come number 3, of course, we respect your privacy. The chief laughed out loud, his mouth wide open with joy. Okay. I thought it would take some time, but I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Just as the chief was about to send the prepared cooperation content, The phone in the office suddenly rang, each call becoming more urgent than the last, as if urging him to die. The chief picked up the phone. "Hello, what's up?" "It's bad, Chief. There was an avalanche in Yuanshan. 2 of our teams happened to pass by there and were buried in the snow. We are now out of contact." The chief stood up suddenly. "What? Avalanche?" His brain was working rapidly. "Quick, go notify the rescue team, rush to the scene immediately, and rescue them. Also, have the communications department continue to try to contact them. We must contact them and confirm whether they are still alive." "Yes." The chief was so anxious that he kept pacing back and forth. He put on a heavy military coat and rushed to the avalanche site. Human lives were at stake, so he had to go. Chapter 527. Now the snow depth in some places has reached 10 meters. There are mountains in the south of the city, so avalanches are possible, but why at the foot of Yuanshan? The road next to Yuanshan is the only way to transport supplies. Snowplows work nonstop all day long, but the road is some distance away from Yuanshan, not right at the foot of the mountain, and there have always been preventive measures. This shouldn't happen. Just as he was about to leave, the chief's eyes fixed on the high-tech tablet, and an idea came into his mind. He hurried back to his desk and took his high-tech tablet. 2 kilometers away from Yuanshan Highway. The scene in the distance was horrifying. The snow on the entire mountain fell from the sky and almost crashed to the ground. The avalanche area is almost 2 kilometers in radius, which is extremely wide, and the snow is very deep. From a distance, it looks like a snow mountain that appeared out of thin air, making it impossible to move forward, let alone rescue. In addition, the snow on the flat ground is 10 meters deep. Except for the sections where snow must be shoveled, the snow in other places is very deep. Now the avalanche has completely blocked the road, and even detours cannot be taken. This is a big problem. If the snow is not cleared and the roads are not cleared as soon as possible, 80% of the areas in the south of the city will not receive relief supplies, and the consequences will be disastrous. It was dark now, the snow was soft and hard to walk on. If you stepped on it you would disappear, completely sinking into the snow. And now it was snowing hard, so the helicopter couldn't fly there. The line of sight is severely obstructed, so only ground rescue can be carried out. The rescue work is difficult to carry out, and it can be said to be arduous and dangerous. "Commander, please get in the car first. We are here outside. It's too cold." Government soldiers in camouflage uniforms ran over and said. The temperature was minus 40 degrees Celsius, freezing cold, and everyone was wearing thick cotton clothes. "Stop talking nonsense. Have the people from the Ministry of Transport arrived?" The chief's expression was very heavy. "We're here and are trying to clear the road. But there's so much snow that we don't know how long it will take to clear the road," the man said. The leader frowned. "What about the suffering team members? Is there any signal feedback?" The man lowered his head, the meaning was self-evident. The leader took a deep breath, and the exhaled air instantly turned into icy mist and drifted in the air. Got it! At this time, a government soldier ran over and said, "Commander, there's a signal coming from 30 degrees and 2,000 meters to the left." A colleague from the transportation department said that the section of road is the Yuantong Bridge, and our people are likely under the bridge. The chief immediately strode towards the communications department's car and said, "Try to contact them immediately and see if we can get through." Over there, Xiao Mingyue is still waiting for news. Why hasn't she replied yet? She was quite curious about what kind of cooperation it was. About 2 hours later, Xiao Mingyue yawned and was so bored that he started lurking in various groups. After the apocalypse, there was nothing entertaining on his phone, so the messages in the group were still interesting. No one in the Huahan Community Owners Group is talking anymore. Due to the heavy snow, the Huahan community has suspended power outages. Unless people like Director Su and others need power supply equipment for their work, ordinary victims will have no electricity. So it's very quiet. She was browsing the hotel owners group and just saw someone took a picture of the restaurant. A woman was vomiting all over the floor. There was blood in her vomit. After vomiting, she lay on the floor twitching. Everyone around her was terrified. Before Xiao Mingyue could see who it was, the message from number 3 came in with a ding-dong sound. "Light will eventually come, number 3, shopkeeper, there is an emergency happening right now. An avalanche has occurred in Yuanshan, and 2 of our teams happened to be passing by the road nearby and were buried by the heavy snow. Because the burial area is too large and the snow is very deep, the injured team members cannot be rescued in a short time, so we need your help now. Chapter 528. Xiao Mingyue sat up straight in an instant. Avalanche? Moon Farm, what do you want me to do? Light will come number 3. Our people hid under the Yuantong Bridge. A total of 18 people survived. They had nothing. Rescue can only be carried out after the snow is cleared, but it will take a long time to clear the road. By the time we find them, I am afraid they will have starved to death or frozen to death. When typing this, the chief felt extremely sad. There were 28 people in the 2 teams in total, and now only 18 people were alive under the east side of the bridge. The fate of the other 10 people could be imagined. I'm afraid he died in the avalanche. Light will come number 3, so I hope you can provide them with food and cold weather supplies until we can clear the snow and rescue them. Moon Farm, as long as their mobile phones have power and can use the Moon Farm app, I can provide them with food. However, they are buried under the snow, and lack of oxygen is the most critical problem. Xiao Mingyue had watched some popular science documentaries before. After the snowstorm, the snow was very soft at first, and they had to dig holes upwards against the clock to ensure that oxygen could get in. Because over time, all that snow exerts pressure and becomes so solid that you have no oxygen to breathe and eventually suffocate to death. Light will come number 3, don't worry about that. They are all hiding in the open space under the bridge. They won't be short of oxygen in the short term because there are pipes buried nearby that pass through the bottom of the bridge where they are. We have already smashed open both ends of the pipes in other places to ensure oxygen circulation. It's a pity that the pipes are too narrow, otherwise they would be able to climb out. Moon Farm, okay, please list the supplies. Light will come number 3, food, water, flashlight, power bank charger, bedding. If there are medicines, it would be even better. 4 of them were injured. Under the bridge, 14 people were huddled together, leaning against each other, and 4 were lying on the ground with varying degrees of injuries. Because of the angle of the bridge, when an avalanche occurred, the heavy snow did not completely fill the bridge hole, but left 1/3 of the space empty. 2/3 of the space under the bridge was covered with snow, and 18 people were crowded in the remaining 1/3, leaning on each other for warmth. The surroundings were covered with snow, and the snow was solid under the strong pressure, like a reinforced concrete wall, so there was no need to worry about it collapsing. This is their living space. Captain Song, can the moon farm that the commander mentioned really save us? Someone asked. If the commander says we can do it, then we can do it, Captain Song murmured. He looked up at the situation under the bridge tunnel. They had smashed a big hole in the hard soil not far ahead, and there were pipelines buried underneath. This is the source of their oxygen. Ever since the snowstorm, Captain Song and his team have officially become a member of the Natural Disaster Bureau. Today is their turn to transport supplies, but who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing? When the avalanche occurred, snow that covered the sky fell from the sky. He shouted to jump off the bridge, and these 18 people were lucky enough to hide under the bridge. Those who didn't react in time or were slow had already died in the avalanche. This is not a movie. Avalanche is a very terrible natural disaster. The degree of terror is far beyond people's imagination, and the chance of survival is extremely low. The snow is soft when held in the hand, but during an avalanche the snow is as solid as concrete, and the impact effect is terrifying. People who encountered the snowstorm felt as if their whole bodies were hit by a heavy truck or run over by a train. It can be said that they had a narrow escape from death. They happened to be on a bridge at the time, and there was a large snowdrift blocking the way ahead. Captain Song and a few others got out of the car to shovel the snow and clear the obstacle. Thanks to the bridge tunnel underneath, they were able to save their lives. So when they jumped down, they only brought 2 shovels and didn't have any food on them, but thanks to these 2 shovels, they were able to break open the pipe. Captain Song said calmly, "Everyone, don't panic. Don't scare yourself to death before you get rescued." Chapter 529. He organized the words, boosted the morale of the troops, and gave everyone the strength to survive. Although it is surrounded by snow, this is also a natural snow house that keeps out the cold. The heat inside cannot dissipate, so it has a warming effect. So you can rest assured that we will not freeze to death. If you have a cell phone, hold it against your chest, don't let it freeze and shut down. The chief just said that he is negotiating with the owner of the moon farm and will send us supplies. As long as we have food, we can survive. I understand, Captain Song, the others responded. There are 2 teams here. One is the Wild Eagle Special Forces led by Captain Song. They have strong survival skills in the wild and will not be scared. They simply used a shovel to clear the snow under the bridge tunnel, and after shoveling away the snow, they used their skills to break up the hard soil and then smash open the pipe. But the other team was only temporarily transferred to deliver supplies and had never encountered any big situations, so Captain Song's words were meant for them. I've never heard of the moon farm. Commander, please don't lie to us. If the professional rescue team can't do anything, how can a crappy farm help? Someone muttered. He sighed again and said sadly, Well, let's all wait here to die. The person who spoke was the captain of the other team, named Wang Qing. As soon as he said this, except for Captain Song and his team, everyone else looked as pale as death. Yes, even the professional rescue team couldn't get in, so how could a farm be of any use? It was simply impossible. Captain Song finally managed to arouse their desire to survive, but it was extinguished by Wang Qing's few words. Captain Song's eyes turned cold, and he was about to speak when a Yang next to him couldn't help but speak. A Yang was his subordinate and comrade in arms, a brother who had shared life and death with him. Shut your stinky mouth! Our captain has the final say. If you keep saying such depressing things, believe it or not, I will tell you. A Yang raised his fist and threatened. Wang Qing shrank his neck and dared not speak anymore. But he was very dissatisfied in his heart. It was true. He was not allowed to talk about something that was about to end his life. Can I just complain a little? Captain Song glanced at Wang Qing and said, Ah Yang, stop making trouble and take good care of the wounded. Ah Yang hummed. At this moment, Captain Song's cell phone rang and everyone looked at him. Captain Song carefully read the words sent by the leader, and his brows relaxed a lot. The chief said that colleagues in the communications department have strengthened the signal coverage in the surrounding area and asked us to download Moon Farm and change the name to Wanson Avalanche SOS. Anyone with a cell phone should report it. Can Moon Farm really save us? A member of Wang Qing's team asked cautiously. This team member looked young, probably in his early 20s, and was in a state of being frightened the entire time. Captain Song looked at him and said, You don't believe me, but you also don't believe the commander? Hope flashed in the man's eyes. I believe you. Whether you are a soldier or a captain of the army, I will listen to you. Captain Song curled the corners of his mouth and gave him a reassuring smile. Of the 18 people present, 10 had cell phones, while the other 8 had their phones lost in the avalanche or were in a hurry when they jumped off the bridge and left them in the car. Among the 10 people, 5 had their cell phones broken and unusable, and 2 had cell phones of poor quality and were frozen and unusable. After counting, there were only 3 usable mobile phones. Chapter 530. Captain Song frowned slightly. 3 is fine. It's better than nothing. My phone still has 96 battery left. Ah Yang, Wang Qing, how about you? 80. Ah Yang replied. Wang Qing hesitated and said, 2 electric currents. Why are there only 2? Didn't you charge your batteries before going out? Ah Yang asked immediately. Wang Qing hesitated. I forgot, I wanted to charge it in the car. He glanced at his phone, his features twisted. Oops, it shut down automatically. Ah Yang. Ah Yang gritted his teeth, not knowing what to say to him. He was always causing trouble but could not do anything helpful. It was really infuriating. Knowing that he was going to go on a mission, he couldn't even ensure that his cell phone had sufficient battery. What if his superiors gave him an urgent task? Can he still be the team leader like this? Captain Song said. Forget it, let's go. I've heard of Moon Farm before, but I've never used it. It's a good time to try it today. My name is Yuan Shan Avalanche Rescue No. 1, and your name is No. 2. Ah Yang hummed. The others looked at them eagerly, wondering if this was true or not. I hope it is true. Over here. Xiao Mingyue immediately went to the space to find something. With a power bank and a charging cable, the victim could ensure that his mobile phone had power. However, the power bank in her space had not been used for a long time and had to be charged first. Food and water are the first priority and must be hot. Xiao Mingyue immediately cooked a pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge, and added a lot of grains. It was a big pot full. She didn't even know what kind of porridge she could call it. Anyway, it was fine as long as it could replenish energy quickly. In addition to the porridge, she also boiled 2 large pots of hot water. While the porridge was cooking, she went to the warehouse to search for usable supplies. The large-capacity power bank and large-capacity flashlight were being charged, so there was no need to worry about them for the time being. She searched for a long time and finally found an iodine bandage and a bunch of medicine. She took out a large box and placed it on the open space. While looking for something, she saw a stove and coal briquettes, but after thinking about it, she decided to give up. They were buried underground and there was just enough oxygen. If they used the stove to boil water or something, the carbon dioxide produced would poison them to death. What else do you need? Xiao Mingyue glanced at the list, the bedding, especially the mattress. Although the igloo can keep out the cold, the temperature outside is after all -40 degrees Celsius. It must be very cold lying on the frozen ground. The magical farmland would produce a large amount of wheat straw and rice straw every time. This time, Xiao Mingyue did not choose the clear button, but kept the wheat straw in the wheat field. There was a whole pile of it, like a small hill. Place wheat straw on the frozen soil to isolate the ground from the cold, then put a mattress on it to make a good soft bed. Many years ago, this is how beds were made in rural areas. But there weren't many mattresses in her space, and she definitely couldn't give them the ones made by her grandma. She only had those that were bought in bulk before the end of the world, as well as thick blankets and the like. There are 15 mattresses and blankets in total, and 8 thick quilts, which were also bought online before and never used. Let them sleep together. This kind of product produced in batches on an assembly line is not afraid of inspection. There were many people selling this before the end of the world. What's more, that shopping website had already closed down, and in the second year of the apocalypse, the headquarters of the shopping website was flooded and even the database no longer existed. Where can they check? There is nowhere to check. But out of caution, Xiao Mingyue still cut off the label. After finishing cleaning up, Xiao Mingyue left the space and took out his cell phone to contact the other party. After all, there was no signal in the space. At this time, there were 2 accounts on her phone that kept sending messages to her. One was called Yuanshan Avalanche Rescue No. 1, and the other was called Yuanshan Avalanche Rescue No. 2. It seems that this is the team member trapped under the Yuanshan bridge that the leader mentioned. Xiao Mingyue clicked on the ID of Yuanshan Avalanche Rescue No. 1 and said, Moon Farm, I saw it. I will open a link for you later. You can place an order directly. Please write the address in detail. Please write clearly which bridge hole under Yuantong Bridge is located and whether there are any landmarks nearby. Yuanshan Avalanche Rescue No. 1, okay, I am Song Tiangang, the captain of the Wild Eagle Special Forces. We have 18 people here. On behalf of everyone, I would like to thank you for your help. When Xiao Mingyue saw this message, he was stunned. Song Tiangang? Captain Song. It turned out to be him. Moon Farm, if you need anything else, please tell me and I will do my best to help you. Xiao Mingyue quickly sent this message, then entered the space and added a new product on the Moon Takeaway page. Chapter 531. Moon Takeaway has a fast delivery time, arriving in 20 minutes, while Moon Farm takes a day to deliver. These supplies need to be delivered as quickly as possible, so they have to be delivered through Moon Takeaway. Product name, Blizzard Supplies. Product price, 1 yuan. Xiao Mingyue set up a special purchase link that no one else could buy, only Captain Song's account could. Soon, the product on this link was shown to have been purchased. At this time, the system sounded. Master, it is detected that the products being sold by Moon Takeaway are in violation of regulations. Please confirm whether to continue. Continue. Okay, Master. 5,000 puzzle coins have been deducted. Whether it is Moon Farm or Moon Takeout, there is systematic supervision and the operation is very formal, otherwise there will be a fine. The goods sold and shipped must be the same, and the farm can only buy food and vegetables, and the takeout can only sell takeout. Xiao Mingyue moved so many things that shouldn't be there to the shipping area, most of which were not food. The system must have fined her, but I didn't expect the fine to be so much. Xiao Mingyue hissed and felt extremely heartbroken. This was too much. She took a deep breath and comforted herself in her heart. It's okay, some red-boned fish have grown big. Selling them will make money, and a mere 5,000 puzzle coins is nothing, really nothing. Song Tiangang, oh Song Tiangang, you really owe me a big favor. In addition to hot porridge and hot water, Xiao Mingyue also packed and distributed a lot of compressed biscuits, as well as some miscellaneous vegetables and fruits that can be eaten raw. And tissues and stuff. Fortunately, it was only a violation this time, and there was no need to distribute basic supplies in the future. Only food would be needed. Otherwise, she would really be reluctant to spend the money. 5,000 puzzle coins at a time, which is 50 million renminbi. Who is willing to spend that? After finishing shipping all the items, she pinched her sore arms and sweated from exhaustion. Xiao Mingyue left the space and fell on the sofa. Moon Farm, all the stuff has been sent to you. As long as your address is correct, it will arrive in 20 minutes. Yuanshan Avalanche Rescue Request Number 1, thank you very much. That's quite polite, Xiao Mingyue muttered. After she finished talking to Song Tiangang, she said to Light will finally come number 3, and then went to take a shower. She had been busy for so long without realizing it, and it was already late at night. Under the bridge. Bought it? Was the purchase successful? A Yang asked impatiently. Captain Song nodded and said, I bought it. The owner said it will be here in 20 minutes. Yang was pleasantly surprised. So magical? This is too amazing. Not to mention Yang, everyone else was also very surprised, with smiles on their faces. Finally they could eat something. Really? That's great. Captain Song is amazing. The commander really has a solution. Are we saved? I'm starving. Me too. I'm still thirsty. Captain Song, what did you buy just now? Several people asked at the same time. Although I don't know how Moon Farm delivered the things, as long as they arrived, it doesn't matter how they were delivered. Wang Qing in the corner said, I don't believe it, it's a scam. Who will deliver it? Which delivery guy can deliver it? Is it Sun Wukong or Spider-Man? I think you are just frozen stupid. You believe everything others say, you treat this thing as a life-saving straw, and don't use your brain to think about it. Is this scientific? A bunch of stupid people. Captain Song's face turned cold, and he suppressed his temper and asked, So what do you think we should do now? Wang Qing was stunned. How would I know? I'll just wait to die. I can't survive anyway. Oh, I hope I can be reborn into a good family in my next life. Captain Song couldn't stand it anymore, so he grabbed a piece of frozen soil and threw it over. Vote for your mother. I hate people like you the most. You are unlucky. Chapter 532. Wang Qing was hit by a piece of frozen soil, groaned, and said angrily, You hit me? Captain Song glared at me and said, What's wrong with hitting you? If you don't shut up, I'll smash you to death. Ever since we hid under the bridge, your mouth has never been idle, full of discouraging words, which make my head hurt. If there were someone like you on the battlefield who disturbed the morale of the army, I would kill you. If you want to die, die quickly and don't get in my way. Wang Qing was startled, his face full of dissatisfaction. He folded his hands and muttered, You are a soldier, but you believe in this kind of nonsense. What did I say? I face reality, believe in science, and am a firm materialist. Unlike you, do you think it's fun to deceive everyone like this? I want to see if there is Sun Wukong to bring you food. After saying that, he bumped his shoulder against his teammate next to him and said, Jinzi, isn't that right? Jinzi glanced at Captain Song timidly and said in a barely audible voice, I think neither he nor the commander would lie to us. He is a soldier, and I will listen to him. Wang Qing hit him on the hat and said, You idiot, you've been following me for nothing. Yang picked up a large piece of frozen soil, as big as a grapefruit, which he had just dug out from the hole, and pretended to throw it at Wang Qing. Wang Qing was horrified and quickly jumped up and hid aside. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to kill someone? I won't say anything. Is it okay if I don't say anything? Yang snorted coldly and threw the frozen soil hard at his feet, making a bang. Wang Qing dodged in embarrassment. You're really smashing me. If he didn't dodge, the large piece of frozen soil would hit his foot, and a fracture would be the least of his problems. I'm going to hit you, Ah Yang said with a sullen face. Wang Qing immediately looked at Captain Song and wanted to say, "Take care of your soldiers." But when he saw Captain Song's cold eyes, he swallowed his words. The members of the Wild Eagle Special Forces all had the same expression, looking at him impatiently, as if they were going to come over and stuff his mouth with frozen soil in the next second. Wang Qing's own teammates didn't dare to speak. He himself had a bad reputation and became the captain because of his connections. Naturally, the teammates didn't support him. At this angry moment, soldiers are more trustworthy. Even if they don't really believe it, they can't go against Captain Song and his men. Moreover, the Wild Eagle Special Forces had a large number of people, 12 in total, while their team had only 6 people, 3 of whom were injured. The other side had more people and could not clash with them. Besides, it's already this time. Any normal person would know that we must unite, and only unity can help us overcome difficulties. Wang Qing closed his mouth tightly and dared not speak anymore. Ah Yang was still cursing. You idiot, if it really gets delivered, don't eat it if you have the guts. Wang Qing shrank into his clothes and retorted in his heart. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Just wait. You won't be able to eat even if you die. You're dreaming. Captain Song didn't want to pay any attention to that idiot, so he closed his eyes, conserved his energy, and reduced his energy consumption. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed, and everyone was forced to close their eyes. The strong light came and went quickly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What blinded my eyes? Ah Yang squinted his eyes and hadn't recovered yet. Everyone, look at that! Someone pointed to the corner and shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that a large pile of things suddenly appeared in the space that was empty just now. There were neatly arranged rows of hot porridge, kettles, vegetables and fruits, compressed biscuits, as well as piles of bedding and thick blankets, a large pile of straw, and some miscellaneous daily necessities. Captain Song also saw it, of course. He didn't expect the owner of Moon Farm to be so attentive that he even provided toilet paper. Chapter 533. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, looking at it in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Someone murmured. He slapped himself and sniffed hard. It was porridge, the fragrance of porridge. Fuck, this is not a dream. Was it sent by the white light? The white light brought us food. Wow, it really can. Oh my god, I knew I wasn't destined to die. Wang Qing's eyes almost popped out of his head, his face full of shock. It's actually true? What kind of weird takeaway can actually be delivered? Wang Qing secretly glanced at the people around him, and greed gradually appeared in his eyes. He wanted to eat and drink water. Everyone was delighted and cheered, jumping and running towards the supplies. Wang Qing took advantage of others not paying attention and ran in front. He was the fastest runner and reached out to take 2 boxes of porridge. Captain Song took 2 steps forward, grabbed him by the collar, and said sternly, You haven't eaten yet, what are you grabbing for? Captain Song glanced at everyone and said, Everyone, go over and grab some straw and spread it on the frozen ground. Then spread out the bedding. First, settle the wounded. Then, collect the food in an orderly manner. No one is allowed to snatch. I will kill anyone who snatches. The guys in the Wild Wolf training team were fine, they were just too excited, but they all followed the rules. Some of Wang Qing's team members had already started eating. If Captain Song hadn't stopped him, Wang Qing would have grabbed the 2 boxes of porridge and started eating. Wang Qing struggled and said, Why are you holding me? The weather is so cold. If I don't drink the porridge now, it will get cold. Drink the porridge first. Captain Song threw him to the ground and scolded him. These 3 wounded soldiers are all your men. As a captain, how can you be the captain if you don't care about the lives of the wounded? There's no need to be nice to a scoundrel like this. Ah Yang said sarcastically. Didn't someone just say that he believes in science and is a materialist? Don't eat it. Yes, he runs pretty fast, said another member of the Wild Eagle Special Forces. Everyone stared at him with contempt, remembering that Wang Qing was still talking nonsense just now. Wang Qing blushed. Is it wrong for me to believe in science? And if I don't eat enough, how can I have the energy to take care of the wounded? Stop trying to change my mind and go spread the straw. You won't eat if you don't work. Captain Song raised his leg and kicked him. Captain Song didn't have time to waste words with him. He must be given food. These were supplies for everyone, but he couldn't take other people's food, especially the wounded. And he had to work. Wang Qing was extremely unwilling in his heart, but when he saw the food, he held his temper and obediently hugged the straw. The remaining 2 people in Wang Qing's team also went to spread the straw silently. If they worked quickly, they could eat quickly. You're the boss now, why should everyone listen to you? Wang Qing complained in a low voice. Captain Song frowned. What did you say? Speak louder. Wang Qing quickly shook his head. Nothing. Of course, the members of the Wild Eagle Special Forces were also busy. Some were counting supplies, some were working, and everything was in an orderly manner. Captain Song had already turned on the flashlight, and with the light, everyone could see more clearly. In addition to the flashlight, there is also a box of candles, which Xiao Mingyue gave them for lighting. After the flashlight runs out of power, the candles can still be used for a long time. Chapter 534. The straw was laid out layer upon layer, very thick, and the bedding was also laid out on top, forming a large bunk bed. If there are not enough quilts for each person, then 2 or 3 people can share one. They are all double-sized quilts, so you can sleep comfortably even if you squeeze together, and it's still warm. After the bedding was made, Captain Song pressed it with his hand and found it was very soft. Captain Song and a Yang worked together to carefully carry the wounded to the bed and cover them with quilts. We are distributing supplies now. There are 18 bowls of porridge in total, 1 for each person. There are also 8 kettles, 1 cup for each person. If you want to drink water, pour it yourself. Under the supervision of Captain Song, there were no problems in the distribution of supplies. Wang Qing didn't dare to say discouraging words anymore. Instead, he smiled and humbly took the hot porridge from Captain Song's hand, fearing that Captain Song would not give it to him. Everyone held their bowls and began to eat ravenously. It smells so good. It's hot and so fragrant. There's also shredded pork, delicious. Everyone sighed with satisfaction. Their stomachs had been empty for a long time, but after swallowing a bowl of hot porridge, they were willing to do anything. Captain Song and several team members did not drink the porridge. They were busy treating the wounded. They would drink after feeding the wounded. Captain Song, thank you, Bai Ping said weakly. Captain Song helped him wrap the bandage and said, Why thank you? We are brothers. A Yang brought over a bowl of porridge and said, Brother, open your mouth. Bai Ping opened his mouth and took a sip. His eyes felt warm. This mouthful of porridge warmed him from the inside out, especially his heart. Wang Qing looked at the people who were busy working and curled his lips in disdain. If he didn't drink the porridge now, it would get cold, and cold porridge is not tasty. Why don't you give it to me? It's such a waste. He wants to drink another bowl. Captain Song, when will those apples be distributed? Let's share them among everyone quickly, Wang Qing asked. Captain Song didn't even raise his head. No share for you. Leave it for the wounded to supplement their vitamins. Wang Qing immediately became anxious. Why? It's not fair. Captain Song glared at him and said, If I say there's no share for you, then there's no share for you. You don't care about your own teammates. It's already this late, and you still want to have a balanced diet? It's good enough that I'm giving you porridge. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I'll kill you and no one will know. Captain Song's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He really couldn't stand scum like Wang Qing. Wang Qing felt humiliated and ashamed. He had always been praised by others. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But now he has to bow his head under someone else's eaves, and he doesn't dare to provoke Captain Song, for fear of really making him angry. Wang Qing concealed his reluctance and said timidly, Why are you so anxious? You have such a bad temper. Just ignore what I said. Just ignore what I said. The 3 wounded soldiers were also very disappointed with Wang Qing. He was the captain and they were his teammates, but Wang Qing ignored them and let outsiders bandage their wounds. The 2 remaining uninjured ones looked at each other, then hurried over to take care of the wounded and feed them water and porridge. We are all trapped here, so we should help each other. If we get into trouble in the future, there will be people who can help them. The two of them were also quite disappointed with the captain. Wang Qin could ignore the wounded and also ignore them. What kind of captain was he? They no longer had to respect him. In the minds of these people, Captain Song has been subconsciously regarded as the boss. He is a good soldier, and his words are listened to. After taking care of the wounded, Captain Song drank the porridge. While drinking the porridge, he reported the situation to the leader and explained their current situation. The leader felt much more relieved after knowing that they already had sufficient supplies. In the Entertainment City Hotel, when Xiao Mingyue was lying on the bed and about to fall asleep, she received 2 messages. Yuanshan Avalanche Rescue Number 1, we have received the supplies, and the supplies are complete. Thank you for your help. Also, the porridge is delicious. Although he didn't know what magical power the store owner used to deliver the supplies to them, judging from the supplies they received, Captain Song subconsciously felt that the store owner must be a very careful person, because he considered everything very comprehensively. They also thought of using straw to pad the bottom to isolate the cold air from the ground, and there is even a lighter for candles. It can be said that they are very thoughtful. Captain Song is no longer a materialist. After all, the natural disasters in the past 3 years are quite unscientific. Chapter 535. In a nutshell, the owner of Moon Farm is really awesome. This is what Captain Song really thinks, and he really admires him. Light will come number 3, shopkeeper, our trapped people have received the supplies. Thank you for your help. How much money do you need? Xiao Mingyue yawned and replied to Song Tiangang first. Moon Farm, you're welcome. Then replied to number 3. Moon Farm, am I that obsessed with money? Just treat this as making friends and doing good deeds. We'll talk about it next time. Captain Song is her friend, so it is only natural for her to help. After all, Captain Song had helped her a lot when they lived in Huahan community before. This was her first cooperation with the Natural Disaster Bureau. She wanted to leave a good impression so that it would be convenient to negotiate terms if there was any need in the future. The supplies were nothing, not worth mentioning. I was only fined 5,000 puzzle coins. Selling a fish would earn me hundreds of thousands in minutes. I don't feel bad, really not. Woohoo. On the other side, when the leader saw this, he was stunned for 2 seconds, then laughed. This guy is quite interesting and straightforward. No, is he a human? I think so. After all, this is not something that humans can handle, and the leader has not forgotten the rumors about aliens. Light will come number 3, okay. I'll make friends with you. Captain Song received the supplies, and Xiao Mingyue was finally relieved. She felt sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. Early in the morning, she stretched lazily in a half-asleep state. When she habitually opened her mobile phone to check the time, she glanced at the chat messages in the Tutsao group on the 22nd floor, and her sleepiness was instantly blown away. Jiang Mimi is dead. Died last night. What happened? He was full of energy and arguing with everyone a while ago. How come he suddenly died? Xiao Mingyue quickly opened the group chat and found that everyone was talking about this matter. Rose woman, it's true, I was having dinner at a restaurant last night, and it was Jiang Mimi. She was picking up some food when she suddenly started vomiting, and there was a lot of blood in her vomit, and then she convulsed all over, fell to the ground and rolled her eyes. It scared me to death. Rose woman. Her husband was crying heart-wrenchingly beside her, holding the corpse tightly and refusing to let go. It was heartbreaking to watch. He became a widower at such a young age. That year's apricot blossoms and light rain. It's true, the couple's character is average, but their relationship is really good. The old saying is right, 2 people can't sleep in one bed. Round belly. Oh my god, I saw a video someone posted. It's too scary. She suddenly vomited and twisted like a zombie. What happened to her? Did she make us angry? Where is Santa Claus? Bah bah bah, it has nothing to do with us. Besides, she curses so fiercely. She is a lunatic. Who can make her angry? She is obviously sick. She must be sick or poisoned. Having a steak for midnight snack. What happened next? Did the police come? Rose woman. When we got there, a lot of police showed up. The restaurant manager and waiters were all terrified. We didn't dare eat because we were afraid we had food poisoning. Eating steak for a midnight snack, it's pretty scary. I've watched the video, and I've only seen such scenes in zombie movies before. Rose woman, although I don't like Jiang Mimi, a good person can die suddenly. Life is so fragile. We should all cherish life. Shweli, yes, being alive is more important than anything else. Round belly, +1. Seeing the chat records in the group, Xiao Mingyue remembered that she had also seen that video yesterday, but she didn't have time to see clearly who it was. I didn't expect it to be Jiang Mimi, and she was dead. The moon shines in my heart. Have the police come? Have they done an autopsy? Have they revealed the cause of death? Rose woman, I didn't know. Later, the police took the body away and cleaned up the scene. I also hurried back to the room and didn't dare to stay in the restaurant. Xiao Mingyue stared at the page on his mobile phone and pondered for a long time. Although it was not uncommon for people to die in the end times, Jiang Mimi's death was too hasty. Judging from her daily state, she speaks in a sonorous and powerful voice with full energy. It should be quite healthy for her to be able to scold 5 people alone. That's a bit strange. Chapter 536. I'm sorry, everyone. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Li Xian held his head, looking extremely painful, and burst into tears. His hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he hadn't slept all night. Opposite the sofa, 4 policemen looked at each other. Mr. Li, please accept my condolences. Please calm down first. Or we can ask you again later? One of the female police officers spoke up to comfort her. Her name was Xiaoyu. Li Xian shook his head and said, Sorry, please ask. Don't waste your time. The policeman sitting in the middle is named Xing. He is older and is in charge of questioning. Officer Xing looked at Li Xian and said seriously, Mr. Li, does your wife have any medical history? Has there been any abnormality during this period? Li Xian looked sad. My wife has stomach cancer. She had been receiving treatment. The natural disasters in recent years have limited the conditions. I didn't expect her condition to deteriorate so quickly. Suddenly, he covered his face and couldn't continue. Stomach cancer? But when we looked at the surveillance video, your wife was in good condition when she arrived at the restaurant. She didn't look like a cancer patient. Officer Xiaoyu was a little confused. Li Xian sighed. Yes, she has had surgery before and recovered well. She looks no different from a normal person. She couldn't buy medicine in the past 2 years, and nothing happened after stopping the medicine for such a long time. I thought she was completely cured, but I didn't expect that she was stimulated a while ago and her condition suddenly worsened. It's my fault. I didn't take good care of her. I knew she couldn't stand the stimulation and couldn't get angry. It's all my fault. Li Xian was very annoyed. Officer Xing asked. Stirred? What stimulated you? Tell me in detail. We had a dog before, Li Xian said slowly. After listening to Li Xian's narration, Officer Xiaoyu was so angry that he said, This is too much. Making someone slap himself 10 times in public, isn't this an insult? It's so vicious. No normal person can stand this kind of humiliation. Even if they are healthy, they will get sick. What's more, a cancer patient. If he has a weak heart, he will die on the spot. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Such bad people should be thrown into the toothworm pool and let the toothworms. Ahem! Officer Xiaoyu was still speaking up for Jiang Mimi, but Officer Xing coughed twice to remind her to be careful about her identity and not forget what she was here for. When you are young, you tend to act on impulse. After being reminded by his senior, Officer Xiaoyu stopped talking, but he still felt extremely disgusted with those who humiliated Jiang Mimi. Officer Xing had no expression on his face and continued to ask, When did this happen? Li first wiped away tears. A week ago, the neighbors on this floor didn't like us having a dog and often came to quarrel. My wife is not good at talking and couldn't win over them, so she was in a bad mood. Later, she was humiliated in the restaurant and frightened by the wolf dog. She was greatly traumatized. From that day on, her mental state was not very good and she couldn't eat. I kept comforting her, thinking she would be fine after a while, but I didn't expect her cancer to relapse. She had been fine for the past 2 years. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being careless. If I had been there earlier to protect her. Li Xian was extremely upset and held his head in pain. Don't feel too guilty. This has nothing to do with you. Your wife is angry with those bad guys. Officer Xiaoyu couldn't bear it and comforted her. Officer Zheng looked at his colleague who was taking notes and stopped writing before he spoke. Chapter 537. Mr. Li, according to what you said, this happened a week ago, so there is no substantial evidence to prove that your wife was angered to death by that lady. If she died suddenly during the dispute, as long as there is evidence, we can hold the other party accountable for their legal liability. But the current situation is very special. After a week, it may be difficult to hold the other party accountable. In addition, it is a natural disaster now, so it is difficult to file a lawsuit. I want to remind you of this in advance so that you can have an idea in mind. Li Xian lowered his head deeply. I understand. Master, it's obvious that the deceased was provoked by that woman. Why are you just going to let her go? Officer Xiaoyu spoke up for the injustice. Officer Zheng frowned slightly. Xiao Yu, the law requires evidence. Xiao Yu immediately said, Master, the law cannot let any bad guy off. Since there is no evidence, let's find evidence. Perform an autopsy to find out why Jiang Mimi died of anger. When he heard the word anatomy, Li Xian's fingers trembled violently, then he clenched them and returned to normal. Mr. Li, the deceased is your wife. An autopsy requires your consent. Do you agree? Asked Officer Xiaoyu. Li Xian's eyes were in a state of struggle. He held the cup tightly with both hands, not knowing what to say. I don't know. You don't know what it is. Whether you agree or not, just say it directly. Xiaoyu was a little surprised and tried to persuade Li Xian to agree to the autopsy, but was interrupted by Officer Zheng again. Officer Zheng knocked on the table and scolded. Xiaoyu, an autopsy can only determine the cause of death. At most, it can find out that cancer caused death. How can you check if you are angry to death? How do you usually teach in class? You speak without thinking. Don't say anything nonsense in front of the family of the deceased. Xiaoyu was scolded by his master in public. He felt embarrassed for a moment and whispered, I also want the bad guys to be punished. Officer Zheng said coldly, I'll say it again. The law requires evidence, and we must act in accordance with the law. Do you think you are the judge? Whoever you say is the murderer is the murderer. Got it, master. Xiaoyu pinched the corner of her clothes and stopped talking. After hearing what Officer Zheng said, Li Xian's tense back relaxed slightly, and his breathing also slowed down a lot. Officer Zheng looked at Li Xian and said in a calm tone, Mr. Li, let me explain the relevant laws to you. According to the law, there are 3 situations. First, she knew in advance that the deceased was ill and deliberately angered him to death, which is a crime of intentional homicide. Second, she did not know in advance that the deceased was ill and just wanted to anger him to make herself feel better, so she only bears civil liability for compensation. The third situation is that both parties quarreled and each insisted on his own reasons, and no compensation was required. Moreover, in these 3 situations, the deceased died on the spot during the dispute. Do you understand what I mean? Li Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I understand. There is no way to hold that woman responsible. I accept it. I don't want to dissect Mimi's body. She died of cancer. Let's give her some dignity. I just hope that Mimi can go to heaven soon and be healthy in her next life. My condolences, said Officer Zheng. Li put down the cup first. Thank you. The police officer who was taking notes put away his notebook and several policemen prepared to leave. Li stood up first. By the way, when will my wife's body be cremated and when can I get her ashes? Chapter 538. Nowadays, we don't cremate the bodies anymore. We use the ice burial model instead. Officer Zheng answered casually. Li Xian frowned and asked anxiously. Ice burial? Will it preserve the entire body? Officer Zheng nodded. Yes, it is extremely cold now and conditions are limited. We should freeze the bodies first and place them together for burial later so that the deceased can rest in peace. Where is it placed? Inside the entertainment city? Li Xian asked immediately. No, there is a newly built morgue outside the entertainment city, Officer Zheng said again. Li Xian continued to ask. When will it be buried? It won't be left there forever, right? Realizing that his reaction was a bit intense, he touched his forehead in frustration. I want Mimi to be buried in peace as soon as possible. Officers looked at him for a few seconds and said, This is the funeral department's business. It's not our responsibility. Go talk to them. Li Xian nodded quickly. Oh, okay. He understood that if he wanted to be buried as soon as possible, he would have to spend money. Excuse me, everyone. I'll take you there. Li first sent a few policemen away. From an angle where no one could see, he actually showed a relieved smile beneath his mask of grief, but it was fleeting. Xiao Mingyue happened to come back for something, so she went to find the previous HR manager and arranged a job for her grandma, serving meals to employees in the staff cafeteria. The work was easy and the meals were provided, so her grandma was very satisfied. When she came back, Xiao Mingyue met Aunt Feng in the elevator, the same aunt who had quarreled with Jiang Mimi before. The two of them walked out of the elevator together, chatted for a while, and happened to see this scene when they came back. Have a nice day, everyone. Li Xian looked sad. Officer Xiaoyu's eyes were full of sympathy. Mr. Li, the dead are gone, and the living have to continue living. Please don't be too sad. Accept my condolences. At this time, they all noticed Xiao Mingyue and the other person, and Xiao Mingyue glanced at the policeman. The police are here. Have they found out the cause of death? Xiaoyu saw someone and stepped forward indignantly to ask. You two are also residents of this floor, right? I heard that the residents of your floor are very disgusted with people who keep dogs. Did you know that Jiang Mimi has stomach cancer? You come to quarrel with her every day. Did you know that she was so angry that her condition worsened? Although the law cannot punish you, can you live with your conscience? Being questioned by the police out of the blue, Xiao Mingyue and Aunt Feng were both confused. What? What is that? Aunt Feng was horrified. What do you mean? She has stomach cancer? It's as if she died of anger because of us. It has nothing to do with us. Xiao Mingyue subconsciously looked at Li Xian. What did he say to the police? The police would not question them for no reason. Jiang Mimi has stomach cancer? Did they make her condition worse? What a mess. Is this the cause of Jiang Mimi's death? Impossible. Xiao Mingyue looked at Li Xian with scrutinizing eyes. Li Xian avoided her gaze and did not dare to look at her. He said quickly, Police officer, please stop talking. My wife died of cancer. It has nothing to do with them. Officer Xiaoyu's tone was full of regret. Mr. Li, you can't be too kind. You know that kind people are often bullied. The main reason your wife's condition worsened was because she was stimulated. Li Xian gritted his teeth, wanting her to shut up. Xiao Mingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Wait, from what you said, who is to blame for Jiang Mimi's death? Blame us? Hey, what did you tell the police? Xiao Mingyue asked Li Xian directly. Li Xian swallowed his saliva. Before he could speak, Aunt Feng said hurriedly. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Comrade police officer, you have to explain clearly, how did we irritate her? We are all law-abiding people, we haven't even killed a chicken, please don't scare me. Aunt Feng patted her chest. Isn't that right, Xiao Xiao? We are all good people, how can we take someone's life for no reason? Amit Bao. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Yes, I can't even bear to step on an ant to death. Officer Zhang scolded with a cold face. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense. Do you have evidence? People can sue you for defamation, you know. If you don't have any manners, don't come out with me next time. Xiao Yu bit her lip, looking unhappy. She just couldn't stand it, so she couldn't help but speak out. Li Xian laughed dryly. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Comrade police officers, please go back first. I will talk to the funeral department about the aftermath. Aunt Feng insisted. No, you must have said something bad about us behind our backs. Otherwise, how could the police say that about us? We have to make this clear, and say it in front of the police. Why do you blame us for irritating your wife? Your wife is so unreasonable. Anyone who dares to provoke her will only say a few words when they can no longer bear it. Then you will be scolded by your wife. We can't even hide from her. Chapter 539. Li Xian clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, trying to control himself. How did things turn out like this? Why did he have to run into these two difficult guys at the door? Why haven't the police left yet? It's all because of that Xiaoyu. Why are you so talkative? Officers and got the point. The deceased was unreasonable when she was alive. Are you guys avoiding her? Isn't it? Said Enfeng. Xiao Mingyue looked at the angry police officer Xiao Yu and said, Comrade police officer, we don't dislike people who keep dogs. I keep dogs myself. Don't listen to his nonsense. Jiang Mimi's death has nothing to do with us. Hearing Xiao Mingyue's words, Li Xian's face froze obviously and he looked a little flustered. Xiao Mingyue did not miss his expression. Why are you so nervous? Li Xian quickly covered it up. No, I didn't sleep all night and I'm too tired. Comrade police officers, please go first. I want to rest. Officers glanced at Li Xian and said nothing. Policeman Xiao Yu suddenly remembered something and said in surprise. You have a dog too? You live on the 22nd floor too. You are the one who humiliated the deceased in the restaurant. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. It's not a humiliation, it's just a counterattack. So you admit it? How can you be so vicious? Did you know that Jiang Mimi was angered to death by you? A good person was angered to death by you. How can you sleep at night? She was a cancer patient, and you forced her life to death. Police Officer Xiao Yu said angrily. Li Xian glanced at Police Officer Xiao Yu with resentment, but it was just a glance and passed in a flash. She kept pestering Xiao Mingyue, and Xiao Mingyue would definitely find out what was going on. Once the police discovered the clues and started to suspect her in other ways, Li Xian didn't dare to think about it anymore. No, don't say that. It's not her fault. My wife is weak to begin with, and no one knows that she has stomach cancer. She didn't quarrel with my wife on purpose, and quarrels are always the fault of both parties. Li Xian just wanted Xiao Yu to leave quickly. Even if she didn't mean to do it, she is still responsible and should bear moral condemnation, Xiao Yu blurted out. Xiao Mingyue showed impatience with Officer Xiao Yu's words. What nonsense are you talking about? You can't just talk nonsense even if you are a police officer. She looked at Li Xian and said deliberately, Hey, didn't you threaten me with revenge before? Is this your revenge? You're blaming me for your wife's death? Li Xian was shocked. When did I say I wanted to take revenge on you? Xiao Mingyue looked at him teasingly. If she hadn't noticed Li Xian's abnormality, she would be a fool. Although Officer Zhang didn't say much, he was observing. The two sides said completely different things, so one of them must be lying. This matter was not that simple. Revenge? Revenge for what? Perhaps it has something to do with the deceased's death. Police Officer Xiao Yu snorted coldly and muttered, Murderer! Officer Zhang pulled Xiao Yu to the back and told her to stay aside, then politely said to Xiao Mingyue and the others, Ladies, would you mind chatting about the deceased? Okay, come in and talk. Xiao Mingyue agreed readily. Li stepped forward and said, What else is there to talk about? Police officer, why are you asking them? Officer Zhang still maintained a businesslike attitude. Mr. Li, this is just a routine inquiry. Please go back and rest first. I'll go with you, Li Xian said immediately. He pretended to follow in. Xiao Mingyue stopped him at the door. You are not welcome. With a bang, she slammed the door. Li Xian was locked outside the door, his face changed drastically, he was completely panicked. After a few seconds, his brain worked rapidly and he forced himself to calm down. Even though he told a small lie about the wolf dog, it was only to protect his wife's reputation. A quarrel with a neighbor is one thing, but even if it is confirmed that it is Mimi's fault, so what? Can you blame a dead person for something that happened before she was born? He was just protecting his wife. Yes, he was just protecting his deceased wife's reputation. Li Xian let out a long breath, regretting that he had not controlled his emotions just now, and secretly warned himself not to lose his composure again. Just ask casually, the quarrels and conflicts before death have nothing to do with the cause of death. He is too guilty, which is why he has such concerns. In fact, the police can ask anything. As long as they don't perform an autopsy, no one will know. Thinking of this, Li Xian calmed himself down, his complexion returned to normal, and then he turned around and went back to his room. Chapter 540. 4 policemen came in and sat on the sofa. Policeman Xiao Yu did not have a good look towards Xiao Mingyue. Where is your wolfhound? Asked Officer Zhang. Xiao Mingyue poured them some water. It's at my parents' place. Of course in space, they were deceived. Don't you live with your parents? You actually live alone in such a big room? Police officer Xiao asked in surprise. It would be fine if he could take refuge in the entertainment city, but why did he have to live in a room by himself? That's too extravagant. Isn't it possible? Xiao Mingyue asked back. Policeman Xiao pursed his lips and said nothing. I feel that Mr. Li is a little strange. He probably didn't tell you the truth, which is why the police officer misunderstood me and was so hostile to me. Xiao Mingyue sat down. So, now we can talk in detail about what the policeman said about me pissing Jiang Mimi off to death. I don't like the feeling of being wrong. After hearing what Xiao Mingyue said, police officer Xiao wanted to say something in rebuttal, but she held it back because of the warning look from Officer Xing. Officer Xing narrowed his eyes and asked, Do you also find this a little strange? Of course, he also noticed that, in the room, Li Xian's reaction was fine, and it could be said that he was just a poor man who lost his beloved wife. But when he met Ms. Xiao and the other person, his reaction was indeed abnormal. His rich experience working on the front lines for many years told him that Li was panicking. What is he panicking about? Officer Zeng was very curious. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Yes. Tell us what you know. Don't be nervous. Just treat it as a chat, said Officer Zeng. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of water and told the story of the restaurant in detail, without exaggeration, just stating the matter objectively. She also showed several police officers the videos sent to her by the restaurant manager, some of which were captured by surveillance cameras and some by the restaurant manager. This video was widely circulated in the restaurants in the entertainment city. Xiao Mingyue really wanted to see it, so she asked the restaurant manager for it. Unexpectedly, it came in handy today. In the video, Jiang Mimi was rude and unreasonable, with a loud voice and vicious words. She pointed at and insulted all the guests in the restaurant, and even let her dog bite people. She was a real scoundrel and a shrew. Oh my God, Xiao, so this is what happened. I only knew that your dog bit her dog to death. This is the first time I've seen this video. Jiang Mimi, that person, TSK. And Feng sighed deeply. Xiao Mingyue looked at police officer Xiao with a teasing look in her eyes and said, Did you see it clearly? Do you want me to play it again for you? Jiang Mimi's ugly face is very clear in the video, and there is also the scene where she lets the dog bite Zhao's father, and yells that she wants the Tibetan Mastiff to bite Hao's father to death. Police officer Xiao never expected this to happen. She blushed as everyone stared at her. I heard it from Mr. Li. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. No. I'm sorry. Xiao Mingyue turned off her phone and said, You are a police officer. How can you believe one-sided statements and make judgments without considering evidence? This will not happen again. I'm sorry, Ms. Xiao. Chapter 541. Officer Xing apologized and glared at Officer Xiao. Go back and write a self-review as punishment. Remember this lesson. Police officer Xiao knew she had said the wrong thing and hung her head in frustration. Aunt Feng started to complain, and she couldn't stop talking about the couple. Comrade police officer, we had a reason to quarrel with her. Her death has nothing to do with us. She kept a Tibetan Mastiff, which was very big and fierce. It was not tied up. It would poop and pee in the corridor and bark at everyone it saw. People on our floor usually don't dare to go out. Besides, the couple is unreasonable. Every time someone gives them advice, they start to curse. Especially Jiang Mimi. You just saw her. It's ugly to hear her curse at such a young age. How dare we mess with her? Officer Zeng crossed his arms and asked, Did the deceased always treat people like this when he was alive? Yes, she is crazy. She makes a lot of noise and swears all the time when she is unhappy. She is like a powder keg. Aunt Feng paused and then whispered, That man is not a good guy either. Two kinds of people can sleep in the same bed. Neither of them is reasonable. Officer Xing and the police officer who was recording looked at each other and asked, So when you see Jiang Mimi, what do you think of her health? Aunt Feng didn't know what to say. I think that she cursed loudly, so there shouldn't be any problem. And she ran very fast when chasing the dog, so she didn't look like a patient. You just said she has cancer. What kind of cancer does she have? It's so scary. Aunt Feng asked curiously. Stomach cancer, said Officer Xing. Aunt Phone was surprised. Stomach cancer? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Officer Zeng looked puzzled. Why do you say that? Aunt Phone pushed her glasses down on her nose and said firmly. My father died of stomach cancer. He was very thin and listless before he passed away. He couldn't eat and had severe anemia. He lay in bed and couldn't move. He couldn't even walk. But Jiang Mimi was full of energy every day. She looked like a normal person. How could she have stomach cancer? Officer Zeng thought for a long time. What if it suddenly relapses after recovery? Well, then I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Aunt Phone felt a little embarrassed. Officer Zeng smiled kindly and said, It's nothing. It's just a routine inquiry to understand the deceased's situation before his death. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Aunt Phone waved her hands. You're welcome, you're welcome. I said that man must have said something bad about us, and the police misunderstood us. Now the misunderstanding is resolved. We are all good people. That couple is a perfect match. No matter what happens, it's always someone else's fault. His wife died and he blames us, saying that we were the one who made her angry to death. He's so funny. He's so shameless. Why does he say that? I have to find him to argue with him. When talking about this, Aunt Phone became very angry. When police officer Xiao Yu heard what Aunt Phone said, his expression looked a little unnatural. No wonder he felt so guilty at the door just now and kept wanting the police to leave. So this is what he said. Xiao Mingyue said casually. Officer Zeng was startled and suddenly asked, Are they on good terms with each other? Aunt Phone slapped her thigh and said, Great, great. They did bad things together and cursed people together. They are so united. They treated the dog like their son and spoiled him. It's a good thing the dog died, otherwise we wouldn't have a peaceful life. Officer Zeng nodded. I see. Xiao Mingyue hesitated slightly. I don't think it's that good, just my intuition. When we were arguing in the corridor before, a group of people were arguing with Jiang Mimi, but Li Xian didn't defend Jiang Mimi and didn't say a word. Li Xian is a more sinister person than Jiang Mimi. Jiang Mimi is a bomb that can explode at any time, while Li Xian never shows his emotions on his face. He is more insidious. Chapter 542. Speaking of this, Aunt Phone also remembered. Yes. Didn't someone in the group say before that they had run into the couple in the hospital? The man kept scolding the woman. I guess their relationship isn't that good. Who knows? Officer Zeng's eyes narrowed, and he became interested. Tell me more about it. Aunt Phone responded, and then talked about the gossip in the group. It's about that, we were chatting once. I can't be sure if it's true, we're just chatting casually. Finally, Aunt Phone added another sentence. After listening to this, Officer Zeng fell silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips and asked abruptly, Why did you determine it was a recurrence of gastric cancer right away? Didn't you do an autopsy or something to check the cause of death? Because she felt that Jiang Mimi's death was too sudden, and saying it was a recurrence of stomach cancer was even more strange. Mr. Li said so, and he also took out the medical records and medicine bottles he had taken. He did not agree to an autopsy, saying it was unnecessary and he wanted the deceased to be buried as soon as possible. Police Officer Xiao Yu said in a low voice. Xiao Mingyue's eyes deepened a little, and she finally realized what was wrong. There was something wrong with this matter from the beginning to the end. It was weird and awkward everywhere. She subconsciously thought that Li Xian was so panicked and nervous, and was at a loss as to what to do, because he was afraid of being exposed because he lied to the police and blamed the cause of Jiang Mimi's death on the residents on the 22nd floor. She was wrong, very wrong. If this is true, given Li Xian's personality, he should have been more justified in blaming Xiao Mingyue and the residents on the 22nd floor, because he felt that Jiang Mimi's cancer relapsed because she was angered by others. Just as Aunt Phone said, the couple never reflect on themselves, habitually blame others, and are unreasonable. Therefore, he should be angry and vent his anger on the residents on the 22nd floor, especially Xiao Mingyue. He should stand on the moral high ground and loudly accuse them, insult them for causing the death of his wife, and even demand compensation. Just like a week ago, when they came to accuse Xiao Mingyue of killing Shrek, that was how he should react. No matter what the reaction is, it should definitely not be out of guilt, because this is not like Li Xian's style at all. What was it that really made him feel guilty? He chased the police away again and again because he didn't want them to question his neighbors. He was afraid of what the police would ask. Jiang Mimi vomited blood in the restaurant and fell to the ground convulsing. Her death was very scary. It could be said to be stomach cancer, but it also seemed like poisoning. Everyone had seen Jiang Mimi's usual condition, and when they suddenly said that she had stomach cancer, not only Xiao Mingyue didn't believe it, I'm afraid everyone on the 22nd floor wouldn't believe it either. Whether it is stomach cancer or poisoning, it all depends on Li Xian, who is the husband of the deceased. Jiang Mimi has a crazy personality and is flammable and explosive, which is hard for most people to tolerate. But on the surface, Li Xian is tolerant and accepts all her temper. But a few years ago, it was Jiang Mimi who suffered from disgust and verbal attacks. Why is there such a sudden change? Their relationship is superficial but not real, so what is it that allows them to remain a couple on the surface? What is the reason that makes Li Xian suddenly become a good man? What tricks did Jiang Mimi use to control her husband? There must be something restraining Li Xian, forcing him to pretend to be a good husband in front of outsiders and to pamper and accommodate Jiang Mimi. What is it exactly? If it's not love, then it can only be a handle, a little secret between the couple that cannot be made public. Only when one party restrains the other and tolerates the other can they pretend to be a loving couple on the surface. However, under long-term inequality, the relationship between husband and wife has long been rotten, because people's tolerance has its limits. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue looked up suddenly and happened to meet Officer Zheng's gaze. "Why do you ask this, Miss Xiao? What are you thinking about?" asked Officer Zheng. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were bright. "What am I thinking about? Officer Zheng has also figured it out. Jiang Mimi definitely did not die of stomach cancer." Officer Zheng suddenly laughed. "Has anyone ever said that Miss Xiao has a strong insight and is suitable for our line of work?" The two did not say it explicitly, but they understood it tacitly. Chapter 543. Xiao Mingyue raised an eyebrow. "Someone did say that. That person is still trapped under the Yuantong Bridge." Officers and kept asking questions calmly. In fact, all the questions he asked were necessary, connecting the points and the whole picture. The result of the connection is that Li Xian is highly suspicious. Aunt Feng looked at the two people playing dumb and felt completely confused. "What? Jiang Mimi didn't die of stomach cancer. Was it food poisoning? Is it the restaurant's fault? Then can we still eat at that restaurant? It's scary." Officer Zheng stood up and said, "Thank you both for your cooperation. We are leaving first. You don't need to see me off." After the police left, Aunt Feng poked Xiao Mingyue on the shoulder and said, Xiao, what did you mean just now?" "It's hard to say. You'll know in a few days. The police haven't come up with any results yet, so Xiao Mingyue can't say anything. Of course, she's also afraid of scaring Aunt Feng." In the elevator. "Boss Zheng, what are we going to do now?" asked the police officer who was in charge of recording. Officer Zheng stretched his shoulders and said, "Autopsy." Officer Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "Autopsy? But the family members don't want an autopsy." Officer Zheng looked at Xiao Zhang and said, "Xiao Zhang, what do you think?" The policeman who was recording the incident was named Xiao Zhang. He said, "If we find anything suspicious, we have the power to conduct an autopsy. I will immediately notify the medical examiner to start the autopsy." Officer Zheng hummed and continued, "If Li asks first, you can make up an excuse." Xiao Zhang nodded. "I understand. I will tell my colleague there that the funeral department is on vacation and ask him to sign in 2 days." Officer Zheng was very satisfied with Xiao Sheng's answer. "There have been all kinds of cases in the past 2 years. You are used to it, right?" "Yes, especially when the temperature was high, there were many cases of wife murder," said Xiao Shang. Officer Zheng laughed twice and then patted Xiao Zhang on the shoulder. Xiao Zhang clicked his tongue and said, "His acting skills are really good. I was almost fooled by him." "His acting skills are good, but he was exposed when he met his neighbors. After all, he is just a guilty conscience," said Officer Zheng meaningfully. Officer Xiaoyu was stunned. "Huh!" Here, after seeing Aunt Feng off, Xiao Mingyue stood in front of the French window, staring at the snowy scene outside in a daze. She was wondering, Li Xian had been patient for so long, why didn't he want to endure it now, and why did he suddenly plan to kill his wife Jiang Mimi? What was the trigger for this incident? There must have been a conflict between the couple. Was it because of the death of Shrek? Or is it really related to her? Jiang Mimi is vindictive and will force Li Xian to avenge her. She will do everything she can to drive Xiao Mingyue out of the entertainment city. Will Li Xian find that he can't do anything to Xiao Mingyue? Jiang Mimi pressed him too hard and threatened him with secrets, so Li Xian was so angry and ashamed that he decided to kill his wife. Jiang Mimi has pushed people to the extreme. Li Xian must either get rid of Xiao Mingyue to satisfy Jiang Mimi, or get rid of Jiang Mimi once and for all. When you think about it this way, everything makes sense. Xiao Mingyue rubbed her eyebrows. Although this matter had something to do with her, Xiao Mingyue did not think it was her responsibility. The relationship between the couple was already very abnormal, and would collapse sooner or later. It was like there was a barrel of explosives next to the fire, and Xiao Mingyue's small flame just happened to burn the fuse. Some men's self-esteem is so fragile. Xiao Mingyue sighed. Chapter 544. The next day, Xiao Mingyue went to the restaurant to have lunch alone. She liked to find a secluded corner by the window and watch the snow while eating. From this perspective, the workers shoveling snow on the road are very small and are as busy as ants. While she was eating, someone suddenly sat down opposite her. It's Li Xian. Ms. Xiao, what a coincidence, there's no one here, right? Li Xian smiled like a gentleman. Xiao Mingyue paused while drinking tea and frowned. Is there anyone you have already sat down with, anything? Li Xian spread the napkin elegantly and said, We are all neighbors. Can't we talk to each other? My wife has a bad temper. She is irritable and crazy. She has caused a lot of trouble to the neighbors during this period. I feel guilty and want to apologize to everyone. I have my own difficulties. He sighed. You don't know, ever since Mimi got sick, her temper has become more violent than before, and she is very aggressive. She will make a scene and smash everything in the house if she is not satisfied with something. But I could only tolerate her because she was a cancer patient, and she was already very pitiful. I went along with her in everything, coaxed her, accompanied her to see doctors and take medicine, and did my best over the years. Now that she is gone, I have also fulfilled my duty as a husband. Li Xian's expression was bitter. He pushed his frameless glasses and said, Now that I think about it, she was just afraid of losing me, and I understand her. In fact, I really want to get along well with my neighbors, but I was afraid that Mimi would be unhappy. Miss Xiao, you can understand me, right? After talking so much, Li Xian felt a little thirsty and drank the green tea brought by the waiter. Xiao Mingyue gently shook the teacup and watched him act pitiful with a half-smile. What a beast in human clothing. Yeah? Li Xian thought Xiao Mingyue believed it, and quickly said, Every word is true. Although I am sad that Mimi is gone, this is a relief for both of us. So that's how it is. You've worked so hard, Xiao Mingyue said sarcastically with a wry smile. Li Xian's eyes flashed with a gleam. I knew you understood me. From the first time I saw you, I could see that you were different. You were different from other women. He had investigated and found that there was someone behind Xiao Mingyue, and his background was unknown. Although he did not find out who it was, he was sure that Xiao Mingyue was a woman with a background. A woman who can make the hotel reserve 3 rooms for her can catch his eye. The corners of Xiao Mingyue's mouth twitched. Can't you tell the difference between good and bad words? Li Xian was still talking to himself. Sometimes I really feel helpless. Mimi is gone, and I don't even have anyone to talk to. I feel abandoned by the whole world. No one can understand me, and no one can understand the pain in my heart. What do you think is the meaning of life? He looked lonely and laughed bitterly at himself, just like a helpless man who had lost his beloved wife and was in urgent need of comfort. If Xiao Mingyue didn't know the truth. The body of his deceased wife is still warm, but the murderer still wants to discredit her after her death, and even use her to gain sympathy. If Jiang Mimi heard these words, I wonder if she would be so angry that she would come back to life. Xiao Mingyue tightened her grip on the teacup. She was really disgusted and wanted to beat someone up violently. Xiao Mingyue was not that stupid. She could certainly see what Li Xian's purpose was in suddenly coming over and doing this. First, he wanted to play a victim and gain sympathy from the neighbors by using his wife's death. Second, he wanted to express his lust, discredit his deceased wife, and elevate himself, using this disgusting rhetoric to deceive the little girl. Look, my ex-wife is a bad person, but I was so good to her. I am an absolute good man. I am so pitiful. Come and comfort me and fall in love with me quickly. A beast in human clothing with no bottom line. If he said such things to a little girl who knew nothing about the world, maybe someone would be fooled and run to comfort him foolishly. But who is she, Xiao Mingyue, that she could not see through such a crude trick? This jerk ruined her wonderful lunch. Chapter 545. Just when Xiao Mingyue was struggling over whether to throw a huge rock to smash him to death, Li Xian called her back to her senses. Miss Xiao, what are you thinking about? Are you listening? As Li Xian spoke, he quietly reached out his hand, wanting to touch Xiao Mingyue's hand. Do you want to die? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Mingyue's eyes. She picked up the dinner knife and stabbed him quickly without any hesitation. Li Xian dodged quickly, but was still a step too slow and was cut. Blood dripped from the wound onto the table. What are you doing? Li Xian covered his hand and hurriedly wrapped the wound with a napkin. The knife was blunt and not sharp. If it had been a real sharpened knife, his hand would have been nailed to the table. Xiao Mingyue casually smashed the dinner knife on him. Get lost! If you keep nagging me, I'll send you down and let you and your wife be reunited. I wonder if Jiang Mimi will applaud when she sees you go down so quickly? Li Xian shuddered. What do you mean? It's meaningless. Get out of here now, Xiao Mingyue said with disgust. By the way, didn't Officer Xing discover the truth yesterday? Why haven't he found out yet? Arrest him and sentence him to death immediately. Although the public security is in chaos in the end times and order is difficult to maintain in many places in the resettlement areas, all the rules that an entertainment city should have are still followed. Especially in terms of conflict and violence, since the incident with Sister Hang's ex-husband, the control in this area has become much stricter. After all, everyone is afraid of death, and the rich are even more afraid of death. The entertainment city must be peaceful and orderly, this is an iron rule. No one can break the order of this pure land, otherwise it will infringe on the interests of everyone. Li Xian's eyes rolled around and he quickly calmed down. The matter was perfect, and it was impossible for anyone to know about it, so Xiao Mingyue must not have meant that. Li Xian was furious at Xiao Mingyue's attitude, and finally revealed his true colors. He changed his face in an instant and threatened in a low voice. Bitch, you're shameless, huh? Just wait for me. Xiao Mingyue didn't waste any words. She stood up, poured the hot tea on his face, and then kicked him cleanly. Li Xian cried out in pain, flew into the air, and with a loud bang, fell heavily to the ground 3 meters away from Xiao Mingyue. The severe pain in his abdomen made him wail and sweat profusely. Li Xian stared at Xiao Mingyue angrily, his eyes full of viciousness. The commotion here attracted a lot of people's attention. The waiter and the restaurant manager immediately ran over and stood in front of the two of them. The restaurant manager said seriously, Ma'am, fighting is prohibited in the casino. Please stay calm and don't act impulsively. Xiao Mingyue smiled sheepishly. I know. The waiter said. Ma'am, I have just called the police. If there is any misunderstanding, please clear it up. The police will help you. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows slightly, a little surprised by what the waiter said. Has the entertainment city's security control measures developed to this point now? Once employees discover conflicts between customers, they will immediately call the police. This is a good idea. When did it start? Chapter 546. At this time, officers came quickly with several policemen. The waiter was still surprised and muttered, I just pressed the alarm button, and it's here so soon? 2 policemen quickly restrained Li Xian and put handcuffs on him. Li Xian leaned forward and roared, Why are you arresting me? It was that bitch who kicked me. If you want to arrest someone, you should arrest her. His stomach still hurt, but 2 policemen pulled him up from the ground, causing his teeth to chatter in pain. Officers looked at Xiao Mingyue in confusion, and Xiao Mingyue spread her hands innocently. He was the one who harassed me first. The restaurant manager came over and said, We called the police. There was a conflict between these 2 guests. Officer Xing raised his hand to interrupt him. The police you called haven't arrived yet. She was the one who hit people. Look at my hands. She also kicked me. Hurry up and deprive her of her residency in the entertainment city. Li Xian was still yelling. Mr. Li, we now suspect that you are involved in a poisoning case. Come with us. As soon as Officer Zhang finished speaking, Li Xian's voice stopped abruptly. He seemed to be struck by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression dull. No, what poisoning case? What are you talking about? He was still holding on. Impossible. Everything has been cleaned up. There is absolutely no way it can be found. Officer Zhang held up a transparent plastic bag with an expressionless face. There was a little bit of white powder at the bottom of the bag, very little, but it was there. We searched your room just now and found this on the carpet. Li Xian seemed to have thought of something. His face turned pale in an instant, and he was overwhelmed by a huge sense of fear and could not speak. Take him away. Officer Zhang winked at the policeman next to him. The two policemen forced Li to leave. Ms. Xiao, I have to thank you and that lady for this matter, said Officer Zhang. You're welcome. I'm curious, how will you deal with him? Xiao Mingyue asked. Of course we will deal with it seriously. The situation in recent years is special, so law enforcement is relatively simple and rough. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue understood. Since the end of the world, the country's law enforcement has also changed with the change of form, from the blacklist policy at the beginning, to the fact that killing in self-defense is not against the law, and law enforcement officers can use the right to shoot on the spot when encountering thugs, etc. This series of measures simplified many steps of the trial, making it simple and crude. There is not enough time for the first and second trials to go to court, and they would be dragged on for 3 to 5 years. If someone kills someone, then 1 life for 1 life, that's the death penalty. Food is so precious nowadays, it is impossible to eat prison food. Therefore, Li Xian should be sentenced to death soon, and all his assets should be confiscated. The efficiency of current law enforcement is so swift and resolute. After Officer Zhang left, Xiao Mingyue looked at the confused restaurant manager and waiter. I was just doing justice for God. After saying that, she walked away. The police were very efficient and issued a notice within a few days. First, it was to give everyone an explanation. After all, the video of Jiang Mimi vomiting blood and dying had been widely circulated. Second, it was to serve as a warning, reminding everyone not to do anything illegal while living in an entertainment city. Otherwise, there is only one word for the outcome: death. As soon as the notice came out, the neighbors on the 22nd floor learned the real cause of Jiang Mimi's death. It turned out that she did not die of illness, but was murdered by poisoning. For a moment, there was an uproar on the 22nd floor, and the residents were sighing. Ever since they found out it was a case of poisoning and murder, the group of people on the 22nd floor have never stopped complaining. After all, the murderer lives on the same floor as them, who wouldn't be scared? In the group, Aunt Feng recounted what happened that day vividly, over and over again, what the police asked and how she answered. When they heard Li Xian actually told the police that Jiang Mimi was angered to death by them, everyone was immediately furious and started swearing and cursing. Chapter 547. The entire group was filled with swear words and the voice chatter was full of beeps. But Xiao Mingyue didn't read the group message. She was busy cooking in her space. The section of Yuantong Bridge affected by the avalanche was still being cleared, and Captain Song and others were still trapped. Xiao Mingyue had to cook for them every day. Today happens to be the day for distributing welfare porridge, so we made it together. Xiao Mingyue didn't make porridge today, but soup, a salty soup, similar to spicy soup. How could she drink porridge every day? Today she made something new, and she learned it from her grandma. For better salty soup, put meat in it. For ordinary soup, just put eggs in it. Xiao Mingyue chose to be lazy and beat 3 bowls of eggs and sprinkled frangipani on them. In addition to eggs, there are many side dishes, including tomatoes, spinach, bok choy, winter melon, potatoes, seaweed, dried shrimps, etc. There are stocks that have been stored in the warehouse for a long time, as well as fresh vegetables grown in the space fields. She puts whatever she has. Xiao Mingyue also picked a few handfuls of pumpkin flowers and put them in. Of course, they must be male flowers, as the female flowers are used to produce pumpkins. As the fire boiled, the fragrance attracted Fugui and Xiao Huihui. Fugui scratched Xiao Mingyue with his claws and asked, "What delicious food have you made this time? You want to try it too? Can you two drink salty soup?" Xiao Mingyue was not sure. They were both carnivores. Would it be bad for them to eat random food? Xiao Huihui looked expectant and also touched Xiao Mingyue, wanting to have a taste. "There is no meat," Xiao Mingyue said again. Fugui sniffed hard. Although there was no meat, it smelled good. It might be worth a try. Xiao Mingyue compromised. "Okay." When the salty soup came out of the pot, she first served a spoonful to the two of them so that they could taste it. Fugui took a lick and his eyes lit up instantly. "What does this taste like? I have never tasted it before. It is so delicious. It would be even better if there was meat." It drank up the soup, ate all the shrimps, and left all the vegetables. Little Huihui didn't even drink a single sip of the soup. He looked at the remaining vegetables and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue slapped Fugui on the head and said, "You are such a waste." Fugui looked aggrieved. He just wanted to drink the delicious soup and didn't want to eat the vegetables. "There's no share for you. This is all for others." Xiao Mingyue was busy packing and ignored it. After packing and shipping the goods to Captain Song and others, he put the welfare porridge on the shelves and sold it out completely. She was quite curious about the customers' feedback on the salty soup. After all, it was her first time making it. After Xiao Mingyue cleaned the pot, she did not leave the space immediately, but walked towards the swimming pool to sell fish. "If we don't sell them now, the swimming pool will be full of redfin bream." Xiao Mingyue picked out the 5 largest ones, and based on their size, the selling prices were 380 million, 260 million, 240 million, 220 million, and 200 million respectively. As soon as the 5 red-boned fish came on the line, it was like dropping a bomb into certain groups in Pingjing City. As we all know, after the flood receded from Pingjing City, the rarity of red-boned fish has reached a new level. If it was rare then, it is now extremely rare. Because when the flood receded, although it was no longer possible to catch red-boned fish in Pingjing City, it could still be caught in water areas in other provinces. It was just that the journey was far and more troublesome. But now that extremely cold weather has arrived, no one knows what the situation is like underwater. The red spinner fish is a new species that appeared after the apocalypse, and experts don't have a deep understanding of it. It is very likely that the red spinner fish will not be able to withstand the low temperature, and will die. If this is true, the red-spined fish must be one of the fastest-growing extinct creatures in history. Therefore, the value of red-boned fish is now hundreds of times more precious than before. After Xiao Mingyue put the red-boned fish on the shelf, she left the space. As soon as she left the space, she heard the noise outside. "New tenants moved in next door so soon? Wait, this voice sounds familiar." Chapter 548. Why does this voice sound so much like my uncle's? Could I have heard it wrongly? This is impossible. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Xiao Mingyue quietly opened the door a crack and took a peek to see who was next door. After seeing it clearly, Xiao Mingyue's eyes almost popped out. It really was his uncle. He was dark and thin, with wrinkles all over his face. Although he dressed himself neatly now, one could still see that he looked weathered. It seems that he has not lived well in these 2 years of the last days and has suffered a lot. But how come he is so lucky, like an indestructible cockroach, and is still alive? Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but curse in her heart, and why did he come to the entertainment city? He is dressed like a decent human being, but shouldn't he be starving and freezing in the resettlement house? Strangeness. "Dad, we've already packed up. Take your time. I'll help you in." The uncle was supporting an old man with a smile. The old man had completely white hair and a serious face. He was leaning on a cane and looked very old, at least 80 years old and above. The old man hummed, "Okay. Come on, slow down." The uncle smiled ingratiatingly, as if he was serving his ancestor. At this time, Xiao Huanhuan ran out and said, "I'll help Grandpa, please be careful with the carpet." Xiao Huanhuan also looked very different, and looked much more haggard. Although he tried his best to dress himself up, one could tell at a glance that he had suffered a lot, and his legs were as thin as chopsticks. Although both of them had changed, Xiao Mingyue would be able to recognize them even if they were burned to ashes. Several people entered the room and closed the door, not noticing that the door next to it was slightly open. Xiao Mingyue was chopped to pieces, leaving her burned on the outside and tender on the inside. Dad, Dad? Grandpa, Grandpa? What the hell? Is this a godfather or a real father? No matter what, the old man must be very rich, otherwise Uncle and Xiao Huanhuan would not be able to come to the entertainment city. What about Grandma? Xiao Mingyue quickly called her mother, putting on her shoes while talking on the phone, muttering quietly. The old saying is right, a turtle lives for 1,000 years, a tortoise lives for 10,000 years, good people don't live long, bad people live for 1,000 years, they really haunt us. The call was connected, and the other end was filled with the sound of mahjong. Is everything okay, my daughter? Mom is playing mahjong, and has won several rounds. Do you want to play with me? It can be heard that Zhao's mother is in a good mood. Xiao Mingyue's tone was serious. Comrade Jiang, something big has happened, you need to go back to your room right now, I will come find you right away, quickly. Zhao's mother's hands trembled. Ah? What's the matter? Okay, I'll be right back. My daughter has something urgent to tell me, so I'll leave first. Sister Hong, please come and help me continue playing. Mother Xiao stood up and packed her bag. Okay. Sister Hong, who was looking at the cards, sat over and started to sort out Xiao Ma's cards. Sister Jiang, you are such a nice person. You just run away after winning the money. The card friends teased with a smile. After Xiao Mingyue finished the call, she went straight to the 14th floor and happened to run into Zhao's mother who had just returned. Zhao's mother looked worried. What's going on? Why are you calling me here so urgently? Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth, but she really didn't know what to say. Well, I suspect Grandma cheated on Grandpa. Chapter 549. Ah? Zhao's mother failed to control her expression. A neighbor passed by. Mother Xiao nodded politely, exchanged a few words, then swiped her card to enter and asked Xiao Mingyue to come in and talk. The mother and daughter sat on the sofa. At Zhao's mother's urging, Xiao Mingyue told them what had just happened. When she heard that it was Uncle and his family, Xiao Ma's face immediately fell. They are really 1,000-year-old turtle, how come they are still haunting us? It's been almost 2 years, and I didn't expect to run into them here. What bad luck! Xiao Mingyue nodded. She had just said the same thing. Mother Xiao held Xiao Mingyue's hand and sighed. My girl, what kind of luck do you have? Your last neighbor was a murderer, and the next neighbor is even worse than a murderer. Why don't you stop living on the 22nd floor and come live with me? I'm worried about you. Xiao Mingyue seemed to have heard a joke. They couldn't move a finger against her even if they joined together. Are you still afraid that they will beat me? That's not the point. The point is that my uncle calls that old man Dad, and Xiao Huanhuan calls that old man Grandpa. Yes, your grandfather passed away a long time ago. Are you finding a godfather or… Mother Xiao hesitated to speak. The mother and daughter looked at each other, and the meaning was self-evident. How could Godfather be so generous and bring them, who have no relatives or friends, to the entertainment city to enjoy themselves? Although I didn't see Grandma, she was definitely in the room. Xiao Mingyue muttered. Zhao's mother thought for a long time and said, I think your father and your uncle look like brothers. But don't you think that the similarities between them are that they both took after their grandmother? They have the same mother but different fathers, so they can be considered brothers. Xiao Mingyue said. Mother Xiao hissed, thinking it made sense. No wonder. They are both sons. Why are they treated so differently? One is treated as a treasure while the other is treated as grass. It seems that she loves the man and his children as well. She likes the man's children. Zhao's mother slapped her thigh and said, Yes, that must be the case. Your grandmother has always hated your grandfather and often said that if it weren't for your grandfather, she could have been a city dweller. So she doesn't like your father, and your aunt either. Did you see the old man you just mentioned? Does he look like your uncle? Maybe he is your grandmother's old lover. If he's an old lover, why doesn't she marry him? Grandpa is the one being taken advantage of. Xiao Mingyue felt sorry for her grandfather. Her grandfather had never enjoyed any happiness in his life. He had suffered all his life and was despised by her grandmother every day. But now he was raising a son for someone else? Who is that old man? I don't know either. There must be a story behind it. Maybe your father knows it, said Zhao's mother. Then when will my dad come back? Xiao Mingyue asked. Zhao's mother glanced at the time on her phone and said, Oh, this afternoon? Xiao Mingyue fell onto the sofa and said, Wait. As soon as Dad Xiao came back, Mom Xiao told him everything before he even sat down. After hearing this, Zhao's father was first shocked, then silent, and then angry. It turns out to be true, it's actually true. What mother, what brother? I don't have a mother and no brother, Mingyue, you can't call her grandma anymore. Those people have nothing to do with us, understand? Dad Zhao's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Xiao Mingyue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I know. Father Zhao's mood stabilized a little, and he waved his hand and said, I don't know them. They can live wherever they want. Even if they die, it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Ma said quickly, No, we don't know him. So what did you say just now is true? What do you know? Tell us, who is that old man? Xiao Mingyue looked at her father without blinking. She also wanted to know. Father Xiao exhaled a few breaths and said in a hoarse voice, When I was in middle school, Sun Erge gossiped about my family. I was so angry that I fought with him. He said it was his mother who said it. His mother was a famous gossipmonger in the village. I never believed her. Zhao's father's expression was a little vague, but Xiao Mingyue still understood it clearly. Chapter 550. In the last century, an outstanding young man named Huang Jia participated in the Up to the Countryside movement and was assigned to Xiaojia village. He fell in love with my grandmother at first sight, and the two quickly fell in love. My grandmother was 16 years old at that time, and given the simple folk customs of the time, a lot of rumors spread. But Huang Jia only came to the countryside for a short period of time to gain experience, and had to return to the big city. The two separated. Grandma lost her appetite, and wanted to escape from home to find Huang Jia in the city. But after being discovered by her parents, she was locked in the house and later forced to marry my grandfather in exchange for a dowry of 20 yuan. So Grandma hated Grandpa. If Grandpa weren't there, she would have been able to marry the man she loved, have a different life, and become a wealthy lady in the city. No longer having to farm in the countryside, one could buy food from the supply and marketing cooperatives in the city, live in buildings, and wear fine cotton clothes, things that the rural people at the time could not even imagine. It was not until later that I found out that Huang Jia had a fiancée in the city, and they got married immediately after returning home. Moreover, the good job in the city was arranged by his father-in-law. Grandma gave up on running away and stayed in the village to live with Grandpa. In the same year they got married, she gave birth to her uncle Xiao Tianlong, whom she loved dearly. Because the child was born prematurely, there were some rumors in the village, but Grandma came to scold her and greeted her 18 generations of ancestors. From then on, those people only dared to whisper in private. Later, Father Xiao and sister-in-law were born one after another, and the rumors gradually disappeared. Although Grandma and Grandpa gave birth to the second and third children, her hatred for Grandpa has never changed. She has hated Grandpa for decades. This hatred has even been transferred to their children, namely Father Xiao and sister-in-law. She doesn't look down on her grandfather, and she doesn't look down on her grandfather's kind. So that's how it is. But that old man Huang didn't like her very much. If he really liked her, why would he be playing with her at the same time? Mother Xiao was furious. Xiao Mingyue said quietly, Mom, you don't understand. What Grandma really loves is the city life she fantasizes about. She is very proud. She regarded Huang Laotu as her lifeline, but in the end she married a man she despised. She couldn't accept the gap. Over the years, it has become an obsession. Father Xiao snorted coldly. They are all trouble. Xiao Mingyue and Xiao Ma looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. It was indeed a nuisance. Grandma thought she was pitiful and had wasted her life in the countryside. In fact, her life was like that all along. It was just that she met Huang Jia and listened to him talk about the wonderful big cities outside, and her heart also flew to the big cities. But she never thought that her grandfather was an elementary school teacher in the village and was a young talent at the time. For a girl in the village to marry an elementary school teacher was already a very good marriage. But Grandma was bewitched by Huang Jia and even more bewitched by the imaginary big city. She gradually looked down on the countryside and her grandfather who lived in the countryside. She scolded him for being a loser all his life and blamed him for not being able to take her to the city to enjoy a good life. So she vented all her anger on her husband and young son, but she didn't realize that the truly pitiful ones were her grandfather and her young son and daughter, who had to bear all her negative emotions. Then, what should we do now? The entertainment city is not big, but also not small. If we meet there in the future, we will definitely quarrel, and maybe even fight. What kind of thing is this? We actually met there, Xiao's mother said. Father Xiao had calmed down by now. He said with a cold face. If we meet, we meet. Why should we be afraid of them? If they want to quarrel, they quarrel. If they want to fight, they fight. I really want to punch him to death and make him go down to apologize to my father. Mother Xiao nodded in agreement. Her father-in-law was indeed a poor man. He suffered a lot when he was young, and he didn't enjoy any happiness when he was old. He has already returned to his ancestral home. His surname is now Huang, not Xiao. Zhao's father said this with gritted teeth. But they live next door to our daughter now, Zhao's mother said again. Father Xiao slapped Xiao Mingyue on the arm and said seriously. Mingyue, Dad only comes back occasionally. You are close by, so find a chance to beat up that Huang guy. Xiao Mingyue. Dad, fighting is not allowed in the entertainment city now. If you do it too many times, you will be kicked out. She even did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 551. Father Xiao was unwilling to accept this. Then let them live a good life here? Xiao Mingyue blinked and smiled meaningfully. Good days? That's not necessarily true. Now conflicts are strictly prohibited in the entertainment city. Don't forget who they hate the most. Think about Xiao Yu. He wanted to kill our whole family at that time. Zhao's father and mother looked at each other. Of course they had not forgotten Xiao Yu. If he were still alive, he would be called Huang Yu now and could live in the entertainment city, but unfortunately he didn't have that fate. Since we're here, let's just end it. Xiao Mingyue's eyes deepened. She looked out the window. What a coincidence. In her previous life, she died in a blizzard like this. Zhao's mother expressed her doubts. Oh, right, according to what you said, Huang Jia doesn't seem to be a sentimental person, so why is he suddenly taking care of them now? He even brought them to the entertainment city, which is quite extravagant. That makes sense, so why is that? Xiao Mingyue pondered. After leaving her parents' place, Xiao Mingyue returned to her room. At noon, all the 5 red bone fish she put on the shelf had been sold out, and they were sold out within 10 minutes after she posted the order. However, she was on the 14th floor at the time and had no time to ship the goods. Now Moon Farm is prompting her to ship as soon as possible. Although Xiao Mingyue knew that the red bone fish was now rarer and more precious, she was still a little surprised at how quickly it was sold. After all, the unit is 100 million, so there are still many rich people. Xiao Mingyue felt inexplicably heartbroken. Was it sold too cheaply? No matter what, 1.3 million puzzle coins will be credited to my account soon, and I feel so happy just thinking about it. I don't know what new things the puzzle shop has put on the shelves. I hope it's something useful and not some pill that can turn ugly men into handsome men. It's not like she runs a plastic surgery hospital. When I returned to the 22nd floor, it was not such a coincidence this time. I didn't meet anyone from the Huang family at the door. She returned to her room safely, and after opening the door, she found an uninvited guest sitting on the sofa. You little thief, this is breaking into the house illegally. Be careful or I'll call security. Xiao Mingyue muttered in dissatisfaction. Ji Wenxi stood up, opened his hands and said, I didn't steal anything, you can search me. The smile on his lips was gentle and affectionate. Xiao Mingyue smiled and opened his arms, leaning on the sofa and said, Busy man, how do you have time to come to the entertainment city? Ji Wenxi put away his joking thoughts and said seriously, I heard that a wife was murdered next door, and I was afraid that you would be scared, so I came to see you. Will I be scared? You're overthinking it. Xiao Mingyue didn't care. Ji Wenxi's eyes were deep. He lowered his eyes slightly and looked at her. I'm serious, you don't need to live here anymore, move to my room. Ah? Xiao Mingyue was frightened out of her wits. She was frightened by him. Chapter 552. Are you kidding? Xiao Mingyue was no longer calm. Ji Wenxi looked serious. I don't come to the casino often anyway, so the room is empty anyway. You'll be more comfortable living in the presidential suite, and the neighbors won't be that complicated. I'll feel more at ease if you live there. Oh, that's what you mean. Xiao Mingyue awkwardly tidied up her hair. If he wanted to change rooms, he should just change rooms. What he said was very misleading. What else? Ji Wenxi asked back with a confused look on her face. But soon, he reacted. Ji Wenxi hooked her lower lip. If you want, it's not impossible, but it will be a bit troublesome if you do it for work. Xiao Mingyue declined. Don't bother. I think it's good to live here. Your room is too big, I'm scared to live in it. A smaller room feels safer. It's good. I'm used to it. Oops, the tongue seems to be acting randomly. She actually said that she was afraid of living in a large flat. The moment she said it, she didn't believe it herself. After all, she was not afraid even though there was a murderer living next door. The smile in Ji Wenxi's eyes became even brighter. Don't worry, I'll come over to accompany you after I finish the things I'm doing. You can stay in any room you want then. Xiao Mingyue. Who is anxious? Who is anxious? What have you been busy with lately? She changed the subject. Ji Wenxi leaned on the sofa and found a comfortable position. There are too many things going on. There was a huge avalanche at Wonsan. Does the avalanche have anything to do with you? Isn't snow shoveling the government's responsibility? Xiao Mingyue was a little surprised. Ji Wenxi said calmly. The avalanche blocked the roads and caused the disaster relief grain to be unable to be delivered to many places. Many aspects of the planting department and factories were affected, especially the factory of the snow melting artifact. The machines were overloaded and broke down in the past 2 days. There are all kinds of problems. Xiao Mingyue hesitated. You are responsible for too many things, a planting department, several factories producing disaster relief supplies, and now there is a factory that produces snow melting artifacts. Without you, will Pingjing City not be able to thrive? You are just a person, not Superman. I think it's not just the machine that is overloaded, but you too. Can't you delegate the work to others and do it within your ability? She added. Ji Wenxi looked at her and said, I know you care about me, but these are all projects in cooperation with the government. Not only Ji's group, but other groups also have shares, but Ji's group has more shares. In the face of natural disasters, the situation is special, and we can't be slow for even a day. Not only me, but everyone is very busy and can't rest. Before the end of the world, Ji Group was the leading enterprise in Pingjing City. Now in the face of natural disasters and the end of the world, he must take responsibility. In addition to his voice in the government, he is the general manager. All basic materials have to go through Ji's hands, and he is very busy. Okay. Xiao Mingyue sighed. Xiao Mingyue thought that big bosses were like those in novels, leisurely and carefree, talking about love, but it turns out that the reality is like this. Busy as a top, tired as a dog. Of course, this is also related to the current situation. Under the environment of the end of the world natural disasters, the situation is already special. Someone has to take the responsibility of protecting ordinary people. If it weren't for the government and these people, the refugees in Pingjing City would have long since become piles of dry bones. If they do nothing, China will fall into complete turmoil like some other countries on Earth, with those in power only caring about their own selfish desires and the people living in misery. I'm afraid that the country will be destroyed before the 2nd year of Doomsday. How could it be like it is now? It's the 3rd year, and we still have relief food, cold-resistant supplies, cotton-padded clothes, cotton-padded shoes, and cotton socks. Looking around the world, we are among the best. Our government has done its best. But no matter what time period, there will always be a gap between the rich and the poor, and absolute fairness and justice are impossible. This has been the case since ancient times. Only a very small number of people can enjoy the treatment of living in the entertainment city. It is impossible for the victims as there are too many of them. This is the end of the world, and not everyone can afford to stay in a 5-star hotel before the end of the world. Chapter 553. That's the reality. Xiao Mingyue suddenly felt a little guilty. She lived so comfortably here, leisurely all day long, and suddenly a feeling of guilt arose in her heart. Unfortunately, the space at the moon farm is limited and the yield is too low. When Xiao Mingyue bought grain seeds before the end of the world, she just wanted to live well with her family. Who knew that the moon farm would suddenly appear later? The system didn't tell us in advance. Is there anything I can do to help? Xiao Mingyue asked. Seeing her expression, Ji Wenxi knew what she was thinking. He held her little hand in his. You living here well is the greatest help to me. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have contacted the person in charge of the snow melting device, and the snow shoveling work outside wouldn't have gone so smoothly. If there hadn't been a sudden avalanche, the relief supplies would have arrived on time, so you've already made a great contribution to Pingjing City. Don't think too much. You are just too kind. Everyone living here feels at ease. You just need to enjoy yourself happily. We will take care of the rest, Ji Wenxi said again. Xiao Mingyue. She didn't know what to say. It was the first time she was praised for her kindness, and she felt even more guilty. What was going on? He always found her hidden strengths, and then praised her in different ways. Xiao Mingyue was a little embarrassed. How long will it take to clear the road blocked by the avalanche? At least 10 days, Ji Wenxi said. Xiao Mingyue's eyes trembled slightly. It has been more than a week, and it still takes so long. Come to think of it, although all the snow shovelers are dispatched. However, the blizzard continued to fall, seriously affecting work efficiency. The snow that had just been shoveled away would be piled up again as new snow piled up. It's going to take that long. How are we going to deliver the relief supplies? If no supplies are delivered for more than half a month, won't the victims starve to death? She asked. Ji Wenxi said. A new road has been opened. It goes along the Tingfei National Highway. Although it is far, at least the supplies can be delivered. Tingfei National Highway? Xiao Mingyue was a little surprised. That's really far. It takes a long detour and is 5 times longer than crossing the Yuantong Bridge. However, it is not easy to transport the supplies successfully. Having a road is always better than having no road. Ji Wenxi hummed and suddenly asked. Have you ever heard of Moon Farm? I've heard of it. I bought things there. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Ji Wenxi said. I am using it too. You need it too? Do you need anything that needs to be bought at Moon Farm? It would be a lie for Xiao Mingyue to say she wasn't surprised. He actually also used Moon Farm. Which account was his? Ji Wenxi nodded slightly. I just bought a red-boned fish at noon. I originally wanted to buy 5, but others grabbed them too quickly. Xiao Mingyue. She pretended to be surprised and asked. Moon Farm also sells red-boned fish? Yes, and still alive. Why do you want to buy so many red-boned fish? Xiao Mingyue asked. Chapter 554. Ji Wenxi looked at him. My grandfather is in poor health and needs to eat red-boned fish to replenish his body. I have tried to raise red-boned fish before, but red-boned fish are difficult to raise, so I can only buy them. Xiao Mingyue was thoughtful. It turned out that these rich people not only bought red-boned fish from everywhere, but also raised them themselves. But why did he say that red spur fish is difficult to raise? Xiao Mingyue raised the tail of her eyebrows slightly. Is it difficult to raise red-boned fish? Isn't it just throwing it into the water and throwing some meat in, and you can feed it easily? Is it difficult? Oh, I thought all red-spined fish were extinct, she said dryly. Ji Wenxi took a sip of water and said, By the way, 2 teams happened to pass by Yuantong Bridge and were trapped under the bridge. It was the owner of the Moon Farm who provided them with supplies. How to provide it? Xiao Mingyue asked knowingly. On the surface, she seemed extremely calm, in one word, steady. Ji Wenxi dragged out the last word and thought for a while. I don't know. No one knows how Moon Farm delivers the goods. It's very mysterious, and it's an online store. It's too weird. Xiao Mingyue nodded and said seriously. Indeed, there is no courier who suddenly appears at the door. Last year, when there was a sandstorm, the goods were delivered. I was shocked at the time. That shop owner is even more mysterious. This is simply not something that a human can accomplish. Do you think he is a human? Ji Wenxi asked a soul-searching question. Ji Wenxi's expression was very serious. He really wanted to know whether the owner of Moon Farm was a human. Xiao Mingyue picked up the cup and took a sip of water. Well, that should be it. What else could it be, a ghost? After saying this, she secretly looked at his expression. Ji Wenxi smiled softly. Now many people say that the moon farm is run by aliens, and that the owner is an alien, the kind with 3 heads and 6 arms, and the goods were delivered through the space-time tunnel. It is said that when the trapped people received the supplies, a white light flashed. Xiao Mingyue. 3 heads and 6 arms? I wish he could grow a few more tentacles. He has such a rich imagination. It is indeed beyond human capabilities. Can you find him? Xiao Mingyue asked tentatively. Jiwensi shook her head. No, I can't find anything. Xiao Mingyue felt a little relieved. It would be good if it didn't work. It would be strange if it did. This is awesome for you guys. They actually said she was an alien, so she admitted the title of alien. Aliens are just aliens. Xiao Mingyue sighed softly. I hope the snow stops and the extreme cold passes soon. When will the world return to normal? Jiwensi's expression was a little solemn. Yes, when can things return to normal? What kind of disaster will be waiting for mankind after the extreme cold weather? Xiao Mingyue didn't know either, because she hadn't survived the extreme cold in her previous life. Would there be light at the end of the tunnel after the extreme cold, or would there be a complete and epic disaster that would destroy all of humanity? They are all unknowns. The only thing humans can do now is not to give up hope and to hold on. Living one more day is good. Some secret laboratory. An old man in a white coat had a sad face and sighed. Chapter 555. Another one died. How did it die again? What did I do wrong? There were all kinds of instruments in the huge pool, and 2 red spy-head fish, one of which had already died. The other one was listless and in a half-dead state, occasionally wagging its tail, indicating that it was still struggling to survive. An assistant ran over excitedly. Dr. Hay, good news! Dr. Black hurriedly stopped him. Shh! Keep your voice down. What good news? Don't scare the last red spine fish to death. Since the discovery of the red-bone fish, the country has opened a secret laboratory to study the value of the red-bone fish. Before the extreme cold weather arrived, the laboratory had already begun breeding red-bone fish. However, red-thorn fish are difficult to raise as they have requirements for water temperature and quality. They appear to be full of energy and aggressiveness in floods, but become wilted immediately once they are transferred to a fish tank. The water temperature and quality are strictly controlled. The water quality is 10,000 times better than that of the flood. It even simulates the underwater conditions, with rocks, water plants, and 3 kinds of insects all intact. But the red spiny mullet still died when it was told to die. It was extremely willful. Some of them even committed self-mutilation by stabbing themselves to death. No one knew what had upset them in the laboratory. Even if we transfer the flood water here, it still won't work. We still can't raise red-bone fish. They are too difficult to take care of. Hundreds of them were raised in the laboratory, hoping to breed new fry from them and achieve artificial cultivation for long-term use. However, they died one after another. Even the big fish did not live long, let alone the fry. The assistant was very excited. Do you remember the moon farm I mentioned to you? 5 red-spurred fish were put on the shelves at noon today. They were all live fish, so we immediately bought 4 of them. They were all adult fish, and the smallest one was 1.6 meters long. Dr. Hay was overjoyed and said, Really? Selling redfin bream again? At this time, there are still live fish for sale. Moon Farm must be raising fish. Why did they buy 5? Where is the other one? I didn't get it, said the assistant. Dr. Hay paced back and forth, his face full of joy as he said, 4 is enough. It will last for a while. How do you think the Moon Farm raises fish? Why can't I keep them alive? The assistant suggested quietly. How about asking the owner for advice? Dr. Black immediately looked at him, and the assistant felt frightened by the doctor's stare. Just when the assistant wanted to apologize for saying the wrong thing, Dr. Black patted him on the shoulder. That makes sense. Go ahead and ask. Or should I go ask? After Jiwensi left, Xiao Mingyue entered the space and hurried to ship the goods. There were 5 red-bone fish, one of which was bought by him, and the other 4 were bought from the same account. It was a string of symbols, hashtag. Jiwensi's account had only one word, you. When Xiao Mingyue noticed it, her face turned red. Was he using her name as a nickname? Before he left, He said that he would come to accompany her when he was not so busy for a while. I don't believe it. After delivering the goods, Xiao Mingyue returned to the room and received a message from ####. Because the delivery had just been completed, the message box was relatively forward and she happened to see it. ###Shop owner, how do you raise red thorn fish? Moon farm, just raise them like this, put them in the water and feed them to the fish. Is it that simple? Don't you want to tell me that I can spend money? Seeing this message, Xiao Mingyue felt confused. She remembered what Ji Wenxi said just now, red-boned fish is difficult to raise? Moon farm, I've already said it, it's that simple. How about 1 billion? Tell me the secret. Moon farm? Xiao Mingyue almost popped her eyes out. Is he that rich? This is 1 billion, not 10 yuan. I want it, but I really don't have the secret, it's so frustrating. Xiao Mingyue thought about it for a long time. Moon farm, the water is different. How about I sell you some water? Chapter 556. That's a good idea. What did you add to the water? Moon farm, secrets, unspeakable secrets. This guy is really cunning. I still want to know what the specific secret recipe is. Xiao Mingyue leaned on the sofa and complained, but he was going to be disappointed. There was indeed no secret recipe. If there was any difference, it was the water. The water she used to raise red-boned fish came from a stream in space. The water in the stream was living water, coming from a source and flowing to an unknown place. There were barriers on both sides, and Xiao Mingyue could not pass through them, but the water could still flow, which was magical. This also means that the water in the stream is endless and can be sold. It's not like the dew in a well, which will disappear after 5 buckets of water a day. Scarcity makes things valuable. It seems that you want to keep it a secret. You can buy water, but you can't pay 1 billion yuan. After all, water cannot be used all the time and needs to be replaced regularly. You have to think it through. Moon farm, okay, 150 million tons of water, that's good enough, right? On the other side, Dr. Hay's mouth twitched. 150 million tons of water? This guy is really evil. However, for the scientific research value of the red-spined croaker, he had to buy it. Deal, but you have to make sure it works. Moon farm, of course, if it doesn't work, I'll give you a full refund. You don't need to change the water frequently, just clean out the impurities and fish feces regularly. Been taught a lesson. Very polite. Xiao Mingyue swayed her legs and hummed a song. 1 ton of water sounds like a lot, but it is actually just 1 cubic meter of water. A standard swimming pool usually has about 2,000 tons of water. Even a slightly larger villa family swimming pool can hold nearly 100 tons of water. So 5 tons of water is not a lot. The other party bought 5 tons of water, plus the money from selling 5 red-boned fish. She received a total of 1.4 billion, which converted into 1.4 million puzzle coins. There are also the puzzle coins left over from last time, plus the miscellaneous money from selling fruits and vegetables, which together add up to exactly 1.5 million puzzle coins. There is an unwritten rule in the puzzle shop that every time the puzzle coins reach a new peak, and it is an integer, the system is likely to jump out and speak. Of course, it is just a possibility. Whether or not to come out is decided by the system, and the system is very capricious. Xiao Mingyue was wondering whether the system would work or not, when, as expected, a reminder sounded. Detecting that the owner has sufficient savings, the puzzle shop will be automatically upgraded. Ding dong, the puzzle shop has been upgraded to version 2.0, please enjoy your selection. A golden light flashed across the puzzle shop, and the original small icons became much larger. When new products were lit up, they glowed with a faint white light. This time, the new products are all shining with gold. It's indeed an upgraded version, it's just different, Xiao Mingyue said to herself. The previous page was an old version of the product, or white light. She had bought all the valuable products. Xiao Mingyue picked and chose, only buying the useful ones. The rest is useless, a bunch of crap. Xiao Mingyue turned to a new page, and all the lit products were glowing with golden light. They looked very high-end, classy and luxurious. But the price is also expensive. Xiao Mingyue took a glance and couldn't help but gasp. This is a money grab! When she earned less, the prices were not so outrageous. Now that she earns more, the prices of the goods have gone up as well. Xiao Mingyue seriously suspected that the system was doing this on purpose, deliberately preventing her from having a large amount of savings and forcing her to spend all the money once she had it. What a dog. Product name, 1 pregnancy 8 treasure pills. Product price, 300,000 puzzle coins. Product introduction, help you realize your dream of having octuplets. Others have to give birth 8 times, but you can do it in 1 time. It is no longer a dream to solve the problem once and for all. It also guarantees the safety of mother and child, and your physical condition will be better after giving birth. Becoming a great mother starts with you. Chapter 557. When Xiao Mingyue saw the first product, she resisted the urge to roll her eyes and instantly looked like an old man in the subway. What the hell? What kind of torture is it to have 8 babies in 1 litter? And the price is actually 300,000. How dare it do that? They are just 8 children, not 8 nezhes. Not to mention Neza, even 8 golden eggs are not worth that much. Fuck you, next one. Product name, time stand still storage room. Product price, 500,000 puzzle coins. Product introduction, as the name suggests, the time in the time stand still storage room is still. It will remain the same as when you put it in and when you take it out, no matter how long it has been. Xiao Mingyue was very interested in this. This thing was better than a refrigerator. The food in the freezer had an expiration date and could not be kept there for a long time, but the time-stopping storage room could. Does this mean that she can cook a week's worth of porridge at a time, then put it in the storage room where time stops, and it will still be hot when she takes it out? Xiao Mingyue tapped her finger and the purchase was successful. Congratulations to the owner for successfully purchasing the time-stop storage room. Suddenly, a small house appeared next to the warehouse. The house was pitch black, without a door or windows. But there is a placement table right in front of you. Just put the things on it, and click on storage, and you can put them in. Xiao Mingyue walked around the house and felt something strange. It seemed that people could not enter the house, but objects could. Not bad, not bad, the functions of the space are becoming more and more complete. Next. Product name, mind reading. Product price, 50,000 puzzle coins. Product description, choose a person and you can read his thoughts for a limited time of 1 month. Xiao Mingyue's eyes lit up. Is it so magical? There is such a thing, and it is so cheap, only 50,000. Although it is only available for 1 month, it is worth it. Moreover, mind reading is very special, its commodity surplus is 6, so you can buy 6, while the commodity surplus of other commodities is 1. Purchase. Congratulations to the owner for successfully purchasing 6 mind reading techniques. 6 silver lights flashed by, penetrated into the protective jade bracelet on Xiao Mingyue's hand, and quickly disappeared. It can be used 6 times, which is not bad. Although she didn't want to hear anyone's thoughts, she decided to keep them for now as they would be useful sooner or later. Next. Product name, Woods. Product price, 500,000 puzzle coins. Product description, a forest. Xiao Mingyue pondered for a moment, deciding whether to buy it or not. If he bought it, there would be an extra forest in the space, but if he didn't buy it, there would be no forest in the space. It seems dispensable. Xiao Mingyue glanced at Fuge, who was lying on the grass in the distance, and decided to buy it so that Fuge could have more space to play. It's just a forest, so just make the scenery of the space look better. Congratulations to the owner for successfully purchasing the forest. With a loud bang, a forest appeared out of nowhere at the end of the space. The forest was quite deep and there was no end in sight, and the forest was relatively close to the fields. The loud noise scared Fuge. He rolled over and stood up. When he saw a forest appear out of nowhere, he was shocked and confused. Fuge took off with a sprint, quickly jumped to the woods, dived into them and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 558. Fuge rushed into the woods, and his younger brother Xiao Huihui must have followed closely behind him, rushing into the woods in a flash. A tiger roar was heard, and there was a noise in the woods, with leaves rustling. What are those two doing? Xiao Mingyue smiled helplessly. Let them be. There are still 200,000 puzzle coins left. Let's see what else we can buy. Product name Yosheng Pills. Product price 60,000 puzzle coins. Product introduction. After taking it, your body will emit a refreshing and light fragrance, which will charm thousands of boys and exquisite women, starting with you. It's useless. Next one. Xiao Mingyue didn't even consider it. Product name Luck Boosting Pills. Product price 100,000 puzzle coins. Product introduction. After taking it, you will stay away from bad luck and get closer to good luck, and your luck will get a little better. This is interesting. I can consider it. Xiao Mingyue murmured to herself and continued reading. Product name Longjing Human Oral Liquid. Product price 200,000 puzzle coins. Product introduction. Say goodbye to impotence. Having sex 7 times a night is no longer a dream. After taking it, your male hormones will burst forth, helping you to become the toughest of tough guys. Xiao Mingyue. What the hell? Pass. Of the remaining 3 products, only the luck-enhancing pill caught her eye, and the other 2 were simply ignored by Xiao Mingyue. Congratulations to the owner, you have successfully purchased the luck-boosting pill. Friendly reminder, only 1 pill is enough for 1 person, and taking more than 1 pill will not have a cumulative effect. A small red box fell into her hand. After opening it, a strange fragrance wafted out, which was slightly sweet. There are 6 sugar pills lying in the red box, and the sweet fragrance is coming from there. Xiao Mingyue picked up one and put it in her mouth. It tasted like fruit candy flavored with green grapes, sweet with a slight sourness, and very delicious. Since the effects cannot be accumulated, she won't eat more and will give some to her family. Well, today's big shopping time is over. She has spent 1.5 million puzzle coins and still has 100,000 left. Who would not say it was a waste when seeing this? Since she had nothing to do, she started to cook porridge. It was a good opportunity to try out the effect of the time-still storage room and cook some more to save. Life is wonderful. The next day, Xiao Mingyue went out for lunch and happened to run into Xiao Huanhuan and her grandmother, who were also going out as well. It was true that enemies often gathered together, and they ran into each other so soon. Xiao Mingyue looked normal. Good afternoon, new neighbor. It seems that her guess was correct. Grandma also came to the entertainment city. Chapter 559. Why are you here? Xiao Huanhuan and her grandmother widened their eyes, and their expressions changed from shock to overwhelming hatred in just 2 seconds. The expressions of the old man and the young were distorted. Xiao Mingyue even had some doubts. Since they were living in the Dink couple's room, were they possessed by Shrek? Why does he have the same temper as Shrek, showing his teeth whenever he sees anyone? I should be here. I have money and I am happy. Xiao Mingyue smiled calmly. This made Xiao Huanhuan very angry. She was about to rush over and said, Why do you live here and enjoy yourself? Why haven't you frozen to death? Xiao Mingyue stretched out a hand to block it. Hey, calm down. If you fight in the entertainment city, you will be kicked out. Are you causing trouble as soon as you get here? If you yell at me again, I will call the police. Xiao Huanhuan slammed on the brakes immediately and stopped in front of Xiao Mingyue. She stared at Xiao Mingyue with fear, her face full of unwillingness. Of course they knew the rules of the casino, and the hotel manager had reminded them several times. For them, the entertainment city is simply a paradise. The restaurant is luxurious and grand, there are no disgusting bugs, and there is rice, vegetables and meat. This is something that the victims outside would never dare to dream of. Moreover, the room is spacious and clean, with unlimited hot water, hot showers, heating, and clean clothes. You don't have to worry about being bitten by bugs that suddenly appear, or being beaten and scolded by bad people. If this isn't heaven, what is? Now looking back on the days when I lived in the underground garage, it was so cramped and dirty, just like a smelly rat in a sewer. Now that they can come in, they will never leave and would rather die in the entertainment city. So even though Xiao Huanhuan wanted to kill Xiao Mingyue in his heart, he didn't dare to take another step forward. She was afraid of the casino's rules and didn't dare to do anything wrong. Also, it's reasonable that I didn't freeze to death because I have money. You guys are so poor and must have suffered a lot in the past 2 years, how come you are still alive? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it and would commit suicide. Xiao Mingyue asked innocently. Xiao Mingyue said this lightly, but she deliberately hit people's sore spots. Just thinking about it, you can tell that these two have suffered a lot. People who have been reborn finally hold their heads high and are most afraid of having their shameful past mentioned. Hearing this, Xiao Huan and her grandmother were even more furious. Grandma pointed at Xiao Mingyue with shaking hands. You bastard, you unfilial thing, how dare you say that? Don't forget your last name is Xiao. You don't even support your own grandmother but support someone else, you have no conscience. Are you talking about my grandma? She has been living very well in the past 2 years. She eats well, sleeps well, and has gained weight. My parents are very filial to them. What about you, Grandma? Is your eldest son taking good care of you? Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. Grandma's face froze and her expression became very complicated. She opened her mouth several times, her face turned red, but she couldn't say a word. Xiao Huan snorted coldly, showing great disdain. Xiao Mingyue said slowly, Also, my last name is Xiao, your last name is Huang. We are not a family anymore. Don't come up and bite me like a mad dog when you see me. Grandma and Xiao Huan were immediately shocked. Xiao Huan blurted out, How do you know? Grandma reacted with a proud look on her face. You know it, the Huang family's offspring is stronger than the Xiao family's. I should have been crueler and thrown your father into the river to drown him, and there wouldn't be all these troubles now. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. Grandma, how come you are still so confused after these 2 years of hardship? Don't you think about it? If you hadn't met your old lover, would your son and granddaughter take you seriously? They would definitely still treat you like a slave and scold you at every turn as before, right? If you asked me, you should just live a good life with your old lover. Why bother with these ungrateful people? When the old man dies, think about what they will do to you. Grandma's face suddenly turned ugly, because what Xiao Mingyue said was absolutely right. In the past 2 years, she had suffered a lot following the eldest brother. She was scolded every day and sometimes even beaten, and she had to do all the dirty and tiring work. After meeting old Huang, her son and granddaughter's attitude towards her suddenly became better, even better than before the natural disaster. Grandma couldn't help but worry. Although she loved her eldest son, after enjoying a day in the entertainment city, she didn't want to live that kind of hard life again. It was simply not a life for a human being. She is old now, it's time for her to enjoy her retirement and retirement life. Chapter 560. Xiao Huan was anxious. Grandma, don't believe her. She is deliberately trying to instigate us. Grandma didn't say anything, but her eyes kept flashing. It was obvious that Xiao Mingyue's words touched her heart. Now I call you Grandma, but I used to call you Old Thing, Xiao Mingyue said softly. Shut up! What does it have to do with you? I think you're just jealous. Xiao Huan shouted angrily. How did she know that she used to call her grandma an old thing? Xiao Mingyue spread her hands indifferently. Why should I be jealous of you? By the way, why did that old man Huan suddenly treat you so well after ignoring you for so many years? He even brought you to the entertainment city to enjoy the good life. Could it be that he has no one to serve him, so he wants you to serve him? If he suddenly leaves one day and you have no money, you will still be kicked out of the entertainment city, so don't yell at me here, cherish this short time. After saying that, Xiao Mingyue walked away. Xiao Huan held her grandmother's arm and said hurriedly, Grandma, don't listen to her nonsense. Dad and I will be filial to you. Okay, Grandma said with relief. Seeing this, Xiao Huan breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Although that bitch looks like she deserves to die, what she said makes sense. If Grandpa dies, who will inherit his money? If Dad can't inherit his money, sooner or later we will have to go back to the resettlement house and live a life that is not human. Xiao Huan's expression was extremely greedy, and he suggested, Grandma, that old man is dying. We must not let him scheme against us. We must get the money. With his money, we can live here forever. It's so comfortable. Grandma, you can eat whatever you want. I will take care of you in your old age. Grandma thought for a moment and said, Yes, you are right. Although your father is his only child, he is not on the same household registration book. He must hand over the money. Xiao Huan was a little excited. Let him make a will. She looked in the direction where Xiao Mingyue left and gritted her teeth and said, Let's get the money first. Once we get the money, we won't have to worry about anything for the rest of our lives. Then we can deal with Xiao Mingyue. Grandma nodded. That's right, it would be great if your brother was here. When old Huang sees his grandson, he will be happy to take out the money. The boys should inherit the family property. Xiao Huanhuan's expression showed disgust for a moment, but it was a pity that he was not there, and the family property must belong to her, Xiao Huanhuan. Thinking of this, the corners of Xiao Huanhuan's mouth curled up slightly. She suddenly felt that it was a good thing that Xiao Yu died. Xiao Mingyue went to the restaurant to have dinner with her family. What she said just now was not said in vain. First, she wanted to cause them to quarrel among themselves and disrupt their relationship so that they would have no time to make trouble. Second, she wanted to find out about the situation of Old Man Huang. When she mentioned Old Man Huang's property just now, the two of them looked thoughtful. Xiao Mingyue knew that her guess was almost right. Old Man Huang is too old and has no children to take care of him, so it is the uncle's turn. After all, he is his own child, which is always better than an outsider. Grandma is an old, confused, and ignorant person who has lived a lifetime. She may not understand what Xiao Mingyue says, but Xiao Huanhuan must understand it because she, like her uncle, is an extremely selfish person. Now that Xiao Yu is dead, both my uncle and Xiao Huanhuan are likely to inherit the family fortune. Faced with such a huge fortune, two selfish people both want to take it all for themselves. Who will win? And Grandma will also get involved, making the water even more muddy. And that Old Man Huang is not a simple person either. He wants people to serve him, enjoy the treatment of the emperor, and live comfortably in his old age. Money is his bargaining chip, so he will definitely hold the money tightly in his hands and will not hand it over easily. He doesn't care who gets the money after his death, as long as there is someone to serve him during his lifetime. It turns out to be the selfish gene inherited from my ancestors. Chapter 561. Just wait and see, the Huang family will definitely start a bloody battle for the family property, and Xiao Mingyue can just wait and watch the show. Mingyue, why are you so happy? In the Zulon buffet restaurant, Zhao's mother saw Xiao Mingyue arrived and looked in a good mood, so she immediately waved. Xiao Mingyue sat down and said, Nothing, I just ran into Grandma and Xiao Huanhuan at the door of the room and said a few sarcastic words to them. When Xiao Mingyue mentioned those people, Xiao's father's face immediately fell. She doesn't feel guilty at all, doesn't feel guilty towards my dad. What kind of person is she? What is there to feel guilty about? How could that kind of person feel guilty? Xiao Mingyue said. A stupid person has her own set of self-consistent logic, and all her thoughts and actions are reasonable. Not only does Grandma not feel guilty, she also blames all the mistakes on Grandpa, blaming him for not allowing her to live a good life. She thinks it's always someone else's fault, and she's not at fault at all. I saw my grandma, uncle, and Xiao Huanhuan, but I didn't see my aunt. Where is she? Xiao Mingyue said. Yes, if she wants to come, she should come together. Why doesn't she come? Mother Xiao was also confused. Father Xiao snorted. Who cares? Maybe he was abandoned by Huang Tianlong, or maybe he is no longer alive. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of tea and thought that it was probably about the same, otherwise why didn't the old lady come with her? She organized her words and expressed her previous guess. After listening to this, Zhao's mother said slowly, It's similar to what I guessed. Either the old man Huang's children are not around, or none of them are around anymore. Otherwise it would never be their turn to take care of him. What kind of luck do they have? Are they really going to inherit our family property? And then come back to take revenge on us? I won't accept this. People like them don't deserve such a good life. Father Xiao frowned. Xiao Mingyue raised her lips and smiled. Dad, have you forgotten that there is another Sun Nanan in Huahan community? Sun Nanan? Zhao's father and mother looked at each other and said at the same time, What do you mean? Xiao Mingyue gently shook the teacup in her hand. If they can't inherit the family property, then everything will be fine. If they do, I will make sure they have a life to inherit but no life to spend it. Then the money will fall into Sun Nanan's hands, which is better than giving it to my uncle or Xiao Huanhuan. Hearing this, Zhao's mother felt relieved. So you have planned everything. She didn't want to keep living in the entertainment city with those people. She felt uncomfortable and was afraid that they would come and cause trouble one day. Although they didn't know who killed Xiao Yu, Zhao's mother was still wary and was always on guard against them as if they were thieves, which was quite tiring. My daughter is really good at planning and strategizing, much better than her dad. Dad Zhao's eyes were full of admiration. Xiao Mingyue winked mischievously. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Just wait and see. After finishing the meal, Xiao Mingyue casually took out 2 candies and said, Eat some candies to clear your mouth. Zhao's father and mother didn't think too much about it. They picked up the candy and stuffed it into their mouths. It's quite sweet. Xiao Mingyue smiled and watched her parents eat the candy. The family of 3 went to wait for the elevator to go back to their room. Coincidentally, Grandma and the others were also waiting for the elevator. Xiao Huanhuan stood aside, and Uncle and Xiao Huanhuan supported Old Man Huang. Old Man Huang looked arrogant and behaved like a landlord. The 2 groups collided with each other, and the air was suddenly filled with flames. Chapter 562. Oh, what a coincidence! Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. Dad and Mom Xiao looked tense. They thought there would be a quarrel, but unexpectedly, Uncle pretended not to see it. His face was colder than the extremely cold weather outside, as if someone owed him 800 million. Xiao Huanhuan had a stern face and didn't say anything. This was not the time to quarrel, so she had to endure it. The most important thing now was how to get the old man's money. Only Grandma muttered, What a jerk! She stared at Zhao's father viciously, with thousands of accusations and insults in her eyes, but because Old Man Huang was here, she had to be decent and not make a fuss in front of him, so as not to make a fool of herself. Old Man Huang cares a lot about his reputation, and we cannot let him down. The elevator came up, and the group of people got on. They all glared at the Xiao family, as if they wanted to eat them, until the elevator door closed. Strange, I've already thought of the words, why don't they quarrel with us? Zhao's mother couldn't figure it out. Didn't you see that Old Man Huang was there? He was afraid that we would ruin their plans. Father Xiao said suddenly. Xiao Mingyue silently raised her thumbs up. Dad, you are right. They are afraid of being despised by Old Man Huang. After all, he is of low status and looks down on the ugly faces of ordinary people. They dare not. Zhao's mother sighed. It's like serving our ancestors. In the elevator, Old Man Huang suddenly spoke. Tianlong, who are they? The ones who greeted you just now. The uncle replied softly. Dad, that was my brother from the Xiao family. He has no conscience and only cares about his own family. He is not filial to Mom, so I got angry and cut off ties with those people. I have been taking care of Mom all these years, and now, I will take care of you too. Old Man Huang leaned on his cane and said, So that's how it is. It's a good idea to cut off that kind of disloyalty and unfilial thing. My dear child, I have wronged you over the years. If we had met earlier, you and your mother would not have suffered so much. The uncle pretended to be strong and smiled. It's okay, it's all in the past. We can be together as a family now, and my son is already very satisfied. Old Huang nodded with satisfaction. Dad knows who you are. I didn't raise you when you were little, but you can take care of me when I'm old. You are worthy of being a member of the Huang family. You are loyal and righteous. After Dad passes away, all the money will be yours. Hearing this, the uncle and Xiao Huanhuan were overjoyed and extremely excited. Xiao Huanhuan was very happy because he was the younger one after all. But the uncle didn't show it on his face. Dad, what are you talking about? You will live a long and healthy life. After 2 years of hard training, he has become smarter and learned to use roundabout tactics. Yes, Grandpa will definitely live 100 years or even 1,000 years, Xiao Huanhuan said playfully. A gleam of light flashed in Old Man Huang's eyes, and he smiled without saying a word. Xiao Huanhuan couldn't help it, so he pretended not to understand and said, Grandpa, I don't know much about the law. Dad and you are not in the same household registration book, so he shouldn't be able to inherit the family property, right? When he said this, Xiao Huanhuan's eyes were frighteningly bright. Grandma's mind wasn't full of twists and turns. She stiffened her neck and said, Old Huang, just make a will and leave the money to your children first. Otherwise, what if the children can't get the money when the time comes? Hearing what Grandma said, Old Man Huang's face immediately fell, and there was a hint of anger between his brows. He didn't say anything, and the atmosphere in the elevator froze to freezing point. Seeing this, the uncle glared at Grandma and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? Dad is in good health. What's the point of talking about a will? This old guy never thinks before he speaks, so don't ruin his good deeds." Xiao Huanhuan also complained. "Grandma, can you speak? Really?" Grandma closed her mouth angrily, with an expression as if she had done something wrong. Chapter 563. You still know the will? Old man Huang's eyes sparkled. That's how it's played out in TV dramas I've watched. Grandma just smiled foolishly to ease the embarrassment. When my uncle saw how stupid my grandma was, he really wanted to kick her. Dad, please don't misunderstand that they taught her to do that. Old man Huang withdrew his gaze in disgust and said with his eyes closed, "Rural women don't know anything, it's not that simple." The thing he regretted most in his life was that when he went to the countryside, he couldn't help but be deceived by this country man. He was young and ignorant. Old man Huang secretly felt lucky that he had cut off the relationship quickly. Otherwise, his life would have been ruined by being entangled with such an uneducated and vulgar woman. How could she be worthy of him? But fortunately, I had such a relationship at that time. I have someone to take care of me when I am old. It is fate. He is just lucky. Old man Huang's words were ambiguous. He didn't clearly agree, nor did he refuse. He just kept it hanging, giving them some hope. People who have lived to this age are as shrewd as old goblins. Yes, I don't understand anything. Grandma smiled ingratiatingly. Uncle and Xiao Huanhuan looked at each other, and it seemed that there was a chance, so they became more attentive. Time passed quickly, and 2 weeks went by in a flash. During this period, the neighbors were unexpectedly quiet, and no one made trouble towards the Xiao family. Even if the two families met on the road, they pretended not to know each other. Only when they did not go out with old man Huang would their true identities be revealed. Once when we met on the road, my uncle and grandmother were cursing and even wanted to fight. Mother Xiao said directly, "I will go find your old man and let him judge the matter and expose your true colors to see if he will give the inheritance to people like you." My uncle and the others were frightened all of a sudden, like a deflated ball. They could no longer be arrogant, and ran away with their tails between their legs. When I saw them again later, their eyes were filled with hatred and fear, and they didn't dare to say anything nonsense. People who have been in the mud and ditch for a long time finally grab a life-saving straw. Can they not be cautious and look ahead and behind? Instead, they were afraid that the Xiao family would talk nonsense and ruin their big plan. When Xiao Mingyue heard Xiao Ma mention this, she was thinking that they were too afraid of being disliked by old man Huang and were too timid. You know, old man Huang also had to rely on them to serve him. Even if they had a quarrel with the Xiao family, old man Huang would not abandon them, because old man Huang had no children and no other bargaining chips except money. It was a matter of mutual constraints in the first place. My uncle and his friends could have been bolder in their actions, but unfortunately they couldn't think straight. Xiao Mingyue sat on the soft sofa and looked out the window. The blizzard had been going on for more than 2 months. The scene outside was all white. The snow has become much lighter, from a heavy snow to moderate snow, which is a good sign. It looks like the snow is about to stop. But the temperature is still very low. Today's real-time temperature is minus 44 degrees Celsius, which is very cold. When the snow stops, the temperature will drop again, and it will definitely be colder when the snow melts. I just don't know, when the ice and snow melt, will spring come and flowers bloom? Chapter 564. Now the entire Pingjing city is completely covered with snow, with an average snow depth of about 15 meters. It has become a snow city. Except for necessary sections of road and residential areas that needed snow shoveling, most of the land was covered in white. The snow piles on both sides of the road were quite high, and the highway was sunken. When the car is driving on the road, it feels like driving through a maze tunnel. However, the government will not allow the snow on both sides of the road to pile up too high, which may cause the risk of avalanches and block the normal traffic on the road. Therefore, the snow is usually pushed to both sides, and then specially processed, and if necessary, it will be transported to other places. In this way, there will be no hidden dangers. When the temperature was high before, Xiao Mingyue wandered around the auction house in the underground city and auctioned off several high-tech cold-resistant suits, a total of 4 sets. The clothes were very thin, but very cold-resistant. Xiao Mingyue took out 2 pieces of clothing and gave them to Zhao's father, asking him to wear one inside and another thicker piece of clothing outside so that he would not catch a cold. Dad Xiao works in the planting department. Although the temperature in the shed is suitable, he often travels back and forth between the planting department and the entertainment city. The weather outside is cold, and the clothes are just right for him. Xiao Mingyue looked at the date, and it seemed to be today. She seemed to have died today in her previous life. It was too long ago, and she could not remember clearly. In the 3rd year after her rebirth, she experienced so many things that she suddenly felt as if she was in another world. By the way, 2 days ago, the government cleared the avalanche section of the road, Captain Song and others were rescued, and the injured were rushed to the hospital. Her cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Ji Shanshan. Sister Mingyue, do you want to play landlord? It's more fun when there are more people. Happy. Xiao Mingyue picked up the phone. You came to the entertainment city? The Ji family does not live in the entertainment city. Ji Shanshan and old man Ji live in a villa, while Ji Wenxi lives in the planting department, which is close to the factory and convenient for work. So Xiao Mingyue was a little surprised that Ji Shanshan suddenly visited the entertainment city. She must have something going on here, otherwise why would she come? Yes, the enchanting bar is waiting for you and will share some great gossip with you. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. Wasn't the enchanting bar Gu Longxi's territory? Since she was free anyway, she might as well go there and listen to some big gossip. Enchanting bar. The bar was full of lights and wine, with men and women gathered together, some drinking and chatting, some dancing to the music. It didn't look like the end of the world at all. Just like the bars before the apocalypse, they are places of entertainment for the rich. Sister Mingyue, here! Ji Shanshan waved to Xiao Mingyue excitedly. Xiao Mingyue avoided the man and woman dancing closely next to her and walked towards Ji Shanshan. There were 4 people sitting on the leather sofa in a semicircle: Ji Shanshan, Qi Yuaner, Wan Tong, and Lu Junyao. When seeing Wan Tong, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Mingyue's eyes. Why was she here too? Although she had only met this cold female soldier once, she was still surprised that Wan Tong would play with Ji Shanshan and her group of kids. What a coincidence, we meet again. Wan Tong raised his lips and smiled. What a coincidence. Xiao Mingyue nodded to everyone. Sister Tong Tong, do you know Sister Mingyue? Ji Shanshan asked curiously. Wan Tong ate a piece of fruit and said casually. During the welcome party, wasn't there a man with a knife causing trouble? We each shot him dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 people widened their eyes and were too shocked to speak. When the knife-wielding man was causing trouble, Ji Shanshan and others had already left, but they knew that the man was shot dead by Wan Tong. After all, she was a soldier, so they were not surprised. But unexpectedly, Xiao Mingyue also fired a gun. She actually had a gun and could use it? Chapter 565. Sister Mingyue, where did you get the gun? Who did you learn shooting from? You are so good. Ji Shanshan became even more curious. Xiao Mingyue hesitated for a moment. No one. You can't say that you learned it from your brother. Saying it out loud would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ji Shanshan just said oh, and since the other person didn't want to say anything, she didn't ask any more questions. Sister Mingyue, eat some fruit. Ji Shanshan pushed the fruit plate in front of her. Thanks. Xiao Mingyue picked up an orange and peeled it slowly, then broke off 2 halves and put them in her mouth. The orange juice exploded in her mouth. By the way, why didn't your friend come? Didn't he say there was some gossip? She was referring to Wu Man. Speaking of this, Ji Shanshan immediately became excited. Yes, where were we just now? Speaking of Wan Moli going to the hospital, Qi Yuaner reminded. Yes, I ran into Wan Moli going to the hospital last time. She might have gone for a prenatal checkup, and Wu Shangnan accompanied her. But think about it, with Wu Man's personality, can she let Wan Moli marry into her family and become her sister-in-law? She has been busy breaking them up recently, and the Wu family is in chaos every day. Pfft, is this true? Wu Man actually found a few handsome male models to seduce Wan Moli? This is too outrageous. She is really a talent to find someone to cuckold her own brother. Qi Yuaner almost spit out water. So, did she fall for it? Xiao Mingyue asked. Ji Shanshan shook her head. Of course not. Wan Moli told Wu Shangnan everything. Wu Shangnan went to find those male models and found out that it was his sister who did it. Then there was another scuffle and a big quarrel, and they parted unhappily. Xiao Mingyue curled the corners of her mouth. That was quite boring. Wan Tong, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up faintly. Do you think she is stupid? She finally got together with Wu Shangnan, who is handsome and rich. Now she has a son and will not have to worry about the rest of her life. Will she give up her bright future just for a few male models? Ji Shanshan sighed. I never realized she was like this before. Sister Tong Tong, we are both from the Wan family. Why don't you act like that? Wan Tong chuckled. Me? I can only say that everyone has their own aspirations. In fact, with her family's ability, even if there is a natural disaster now, although they may not be very rich, they will not starve. But she is too ambitious. Wan Tong said again. Water flows to the low places and people go to the high places. She just wants to marry someone higher. There are many women like this who want to achieve class crossing through men. Lu Junao said while crossing his legs. Qi Yuana became interested. Has she ever tried to get close to you? Lu Junao shook his wine glass and said nonchalantly. Really? Are you jealous? Qi Yuana snorted and gossiped. I'm jealous? Stop being so narcissistic. Stop joking, tell me how she found you and what she said. A hint of subtle disappointment flashed across Lu Junao's eyes, but he quickly returned to his ruffian look. If you send me flirtatious messages and photos, I will just block and delete them. You still want to seduce me? I have high taste, okay. Qi Yuana and Ji Shanshan opened their mouths at the same time. Oh my god, this is so exciting! What photos? Are they borderline photos? Tell me quickly. Seeing Qi Yuana's reaction, Lu Junyao felt inexplicably annoyed. That's about right. Hey guy, why didn't you tell me before? Ji Shanshan asked. What's there to say? There are so many women who want to seduce me. Lu Junyao muttered. Qi Yuana's almond eyes sparkled as she guessed. Did you really reject her or did you just pretend to reject her? I feel like Wan Moli chose Wu Shangnan before you and Wu Shangnan. Were you excluded by her? Chapter 566. Lu Junyao got anxious all of a sudden. Hey, am I the kind of person who would be excluded? My face, my 8-pack abs, my wealth, I am better than Wu Shangnan in every way, except that he has worse taste. Qi Yuana pretended to be enlightened. So that's how it is. His expression was still full of distrust. Lu Junyao stared at her. You still don't believe it? I won't argue with you. Let everyone judge for themselves. Who is better, me or Wu Shangnan? If it were you, who would you choose? Lu Junyao looked at Wan Tong and Xiao Mingyue. Wan Tong pondered for a moment and said seriously. I think you are better than Wu Shangnan. Just a little stronger? Much stronger, okay? They are totally on a different level. Xiao Mingyue, tell me. Lu Junyao had to be praised. Xiao Mingyue was eating slowly while watching them bickering. She seemed to have noticed something. This Lu Junyao must have a crush on Qi Yuana. However, the last time Qi Yuana was chatting with her, she mentioned her criteria for choosing a partner, which was a humorous and talkative type. It seemed that she was quite consistent with this. I also think you are stronger, handsome, humorous and good at talking, Xiao Mingyue said. Lu Junyao had an expression that said, Look, the public has sharp eyes. Did you hear me? Qi Yuana snorted twice and said, oh, perfunctorily. Lu Junyao became even angrier and suddenly came to Qi Yuana. Oh what? Take a closer look at my incredibly handsome face. Do you have any aesthetic sense? The two looked at each other for a second, and Qi Yuana looked away unnaturally, slapped him on the face, and pushed him away. Why are you standing so close to me? Your big face scares me. Lu Junyao. He had a dark face and was still mumbling. Obviously, he has a handsome face with sharp edges. Ji Shanshan was laughing on the side. She lowered her voice and said to Xiao Mingyue. They are like this, bickering all the time. Xiao Mingyue curled the corners of her mouth. She didn't know if Ji Shanshan noticed it, but she certainly saw it. Ji Shanshan seemed to have made up her mind. It turns out that she was casting a wide net. I didn't want to say it at first. In fact, she has always wanted to take down my brother, but my brother didn't ignore her. Wow! She actually dares to covet Brother G. She is so brave, Lu Junyao blurted out. Wan Tong curled her lips. She also knew about this. Wan Moli thought she was going to jail, and was so scared that she cried for her parents at home. What about the drugging? She asked suddenly. Ji Shanshan looked at her. Sister Tong Tong, you know that too? As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Shanshan changed her mind and realized that Wan Moli was Wan Tong's cousin. If something happened to Wan Moli, she would definitely ask Uncle Wan for help. It was normal for her to know this. What about the drugging? Chi Yuana and Lu Ju now spoke at the same time. Ji Shanshan didn't know what to say. That's right, she tried to drug my brother, and my brother called the police to arrest her. Chi Yuana was suddenly struck by lightning. Oh my God! Lu Junyao slowly uttered 2 words. Awesome! Xiao Mingyue's expression remained calm. She was the one who reported the matter. She did good deeds without leaving her name. She was the modern-day Lei Feng. Chi Yuana opened her mouth and said, How dare she? It's fine if she hooked up with other people, but she actually wanted to marry Brother G. She didn't even look in the mirror and even drugged him. Who gave her the courage? Lu Junyao nodded in agreement, and then reacted. Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean by forget about other people? Wan Tong took a sip of wine. I've already said that she is very ambitious. Of course, she targeted the tallest one at the beginning. If that doesn't work, she will look down little by little and keep selecting targets. Wan Tong knew her cousin very well. She had been extremely utilitarian since she was a child and was still looking for a man now. She really succeeded, which is hard to judge. Ji Shanshan held her chin with one hand in distress. Speaking of my brother, I feel like she seems to be a little bit weird lately. What's wrong? Xiao Mingyue asked. Chapter 567. He doesn't come home often, but every time I see him, he's smiling. He used to have a stern face, as if someone owed him money. He also talks more and often laughs at his phone. I don't know what he's happy about. Ji Shanshan hesitated for a while. Do you think he is secretly dating behind my back? Xiao Mingyue paused while chewing the orange. Really? Ji Shanshan nodded rapidly. Really, he seems like a completely different person. Chi Yuana turned into an emotional expert. Love can indeed change a man. Brother G is usually quite aloof and doesn't like to talk to us, but I think he is the type who is reserved and flirtatious. He is definitely not like this in front of his girlfriend. It's really possible. No, I have to investigate. How could he hide it from me? If it's true, I must find out who it is. Ji Shanshan slammed the table. Xiao Mingyue touched his forehead and said nothing. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. It was Wan Tong. My boyfriend is here, I'll go pick him up, Wan Tong said and walked out. Xiao Mingyue looked towards the door and asked, Does she have a boyfriend? Sister Tong Tong is in love? Ji Shanshan and the others didn't know either. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend. Wan Tong and a tall man walked in. When Xiao Mingyue saw who the man was, she suddenly lost control of her expression, and her jaw almost dropped. It turned out to be Captain Song. Captain Song smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Oh, isn't this the famous Xiao Mingyue? Why are you here too? Xiao Mingyue asked. Do you know how to use idioms? Are you two dating? It has only been a few days since he was rescued from under the bridge, but he is already full of energy. It seems that he is living a good life under the bridge. Yes, I find ways to make delicious food every day, and the nutrition is very balanced, so I don't treat him badly. Captain Song put his hand on Wan Tong's shoulder and said proudly. Yes, this is your sister-in-law. Isn't she beautiful? Xiao Mingyue looked at Captain Song, then at Wan Tong. Beautiful. After introducing each other, Captain Song talked to everyone about the avalanche and how they were trapped under the bridge for more than half a month, which caused Ji Shanshan and the others to exclaim in surprise, and they listened with great interest. Xiao Mingyue had to pretend to be surprised, which was quite a test of her acting skills. When I was in the army, I liked Tong Tong, but I was shy and didn't dare to say it. After this incident, I don't care about anything anymore. Even if I die, I have to let her know that I have her in my heart, and I will still think of her even after I die. Wan Tong glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Captain Song chuckled. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. I survived a disaster and got a wife. If this snowstorm hadn't happened, I really wouldn't have the courage to tell her my feelings. Wantong sighed softly. I'm lucky to be able to come back alive from the avalanche, and I have to thank the moon farm for that. Captain Song nodded. So you should cherish me even more. Wantong glared at him again, and Captain Song smiled with a worthless look on his face. Xiao Mingyue looked at them without saying anything. It seemed that Wantong and Captain Song were a good match. Both of them were military men, and women always admired strong men. Ordinary men could not catch Wantong's eye and could not even beat Wantong. But Captain Song was different. It was so thrilling, Qi Yuana said. How romantic, Qi Shanshan sighed. Delicious watermelon. Lu Juniao took one bite after another with crunchy mouthfuls. Qi Yuana pushed him and said, Go! Isn't this for the sake of rhyme? This watermelon is really good, you should try it. Lu Juniao muttered. Qi Shanshan picked up 2 stacks of playing cards and said, Stop talking. Let's play cards. There are 6 of us now. What cards should we play? Xiao Mingyue was about to speak when she suddenly noticed a familiar figure. It was her uncle. He was holding a woman in one hand, with a lustful look on his face. Xiao Mingyue sighed. After living a peaceful life for so long, is he really enjoying his life? Looking at the woman in her uncle's arms, Xiao Mingyue's eyes moved slightly, and she knew what to do. You guys play first, I have something to do. Chapter 568. Brother Tianlong, didn't you say you would take me to stay in a hotel suite? When are you going to take me there? The woman leaning against her uncle asked in a delicate voice. The beauty was acting coquettishly beside him, and the uncle's heart felt like it was electrocuted, numb, and tingling. Lanan baby, if I say I'll take you there, I'll definitely take you there. The hotel suite is huge. Not to mention you, I can't wait. Lan pouted in dissatisfaction. You just promised me a big deal. You promised to take me there, but now you don't take me there. I think you are a liar. I thought about you and long for you every day. When the manager asked me to receive other guests, I refused because they had you in their hearts. But you let me down like this? Lan snorted and cried. What's the point of me living? I might as well go out and freeze to death. The uncle quickly hugged the beauty and coaxed her. Oh my baby, don't cry, don't cry. I'm more anxious than you, but I have to wait until that old man dies before I can inherit the family property. By then, it will be just the 2 of us living in the suite. I will definitely treat you like a princess. Don't cry, my sweetheart. Lan stopped sobbing. Really? Of course it's true. By then, we will be the return of the Condor heroes, and you can just follow me and enjoy life every day. The uncle chuckled, making small movements with his hands. Lan glanced at him calmly. If he can live another 5 or 10 years, how long do I have to wait? I don't care, I want to stay in a hotel suite now. The rooms in the Entertainment City Hotel are very expensive. Only the rich and powerful have the opportunity to get a room. The hostesses all live in dormitories. If she could marry a rich man and move to a hotel in the Entertainment City, she would be very proud. She would no longer have to serve others and would be able to act arrogantly in front of her sisters. The uncle was stunned, as if he was enlightened. Yes, that old guy can eat and drink. If we really wait for him to die, how long will it take? The uncle seemed to have figured something out, and said with a gloomy look in his eyes, He won't live long. Lan admired her diamond-covered nails and said, That's fine, but don't you have a mother and a daughter? I don't want to live with them. I want to enjoy our world together. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient. Lan ran over with an ambiguous glance, and the uncle's legs suddenly went weak. As the lust filled his head, he forgot everything else. He has lived to such an old age, and has never enjoyed such good fortune. He is so happy. Thinking about that yellow-faced woman in the past, that was not a life for a human being. Fortunately, that yellow-faced woman fell to her death. But he didn't know that a gentle knife can kill people. Once people start to drift, they will lose themselves and forget their own weight. Okay, you won't live with them. If you say you don't want to, then I will kick them all out when the time comes. The uncle coaxed. Lanlin's smile was meaningful. Your mother and daughter don't want you anymore? If they find out, don't come and cause trouble for me. The uncle pinched Lan Lan's face and kissed her. I just want you. What's the point of having a biological mother? She has lived enough. A daughter is even less valuable. She is not a son, so it doesn't matter. Lan Lan smiled and glared at him. Oh, that's annoying, there are so many people here, let's go to the private room. The uncle laughed lewdly twice. My baby is still shy. The two of them left, body to body, without noticing that there was a person sitting in an inconspicuous corner nearby. Xiao Mingyue shook the wine glass in his hand and gave a sarcastic smile. Old man Huang is really good at manipulating people's hearts. In order to make his uncle and others serve him attentively, he would occasionally slip some money from between his fingers and give it to his uncle. Otherwise, where would he get the money to squander here and even hire a hostess for drinking? If you get benefits, you will serve more attentively. But old man Huang didn't know that his eldest son was insatiable and could not be satisfied with small amounts of money. His appetite had been whetted and now he wanted big money. It seems that uncle has already made plans to take action, so let's add fuel to the fire. Xiao Mingyue noticed the direction Lan Lan left and already had a plan in mind. Chapter 569. Oh, what a rare guest! How come Miss Xiao is here? It really brings glory to our humble home. Gu Longxi sat down next to Xiao Mingyue, laughing and joking. Xiao Mingyue looked at him. Why are you always so startled every time you appear? How are you doing recently? Gu Longxi spoke slowly. It's all good. I'm going to be a good woman. I'll wash my hands and cook for others, be a good wife and husband, and live the life of a couple in heaven. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Aren't you envious? Xiao Mingyue became interested. Do you have a partner? Are you not going to hang out with other girls anymore? Are you serious this time? Gu Longxi raised his eyebrows. Not yet, but I am confident that I will catch up soon. Xiao Mingyue snorted. Be careful not to be too confident. Can you please hope for me to get better? By the way, why did you come here alone? Are you lonely? Do you want me to introduce you to some little wolfhounds? Gu Longxi joked. Don't talk nonsense, I came here with my friends, they are there. Xiao Mingyue pointed in a direction. Ji Shanshan, Qi Yuaner, Wan Tong and Captain Song were playing four-person throwing eggs. Lu Juniao was watching from the side, giving some pointers from time to time, and being argued by Qi Yuaner. The two of them were bickering endlessly. Gu Longxi looked surprised and asked, You and Tong Tong came together? Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. Tong Tong? Is it that intimate to call her that? That's my true love! Gu Longxi couldn't wait to go over. Xiao Mingyue grabbed him and avoided a bloody farce. Etc. You were talking about Wan Tong just now, are you serious? She found it unbelievable. She remembered Gu Longxi had said something like this last time at the welcome party. However, he was a person who talked nonsense all the time and liked one person every day, so Xiao Mingyue didn't take it seriously. Of course, she captured my heart at first sight. I couldn't eat or sleep during this period, and even she was in my dreams. Although we haven't met many times during this period and she hasn't been nice to me, a strong woman is afraid of a clinging man. I will cling to her and cling to her to death. Tong Tong, here I come! As Gu Longxi spoke, he was about to pounce on it again, like a moth to a flame. Xiao Mingyue grabbed his collar and pulled him back, with an indescribably awkward expression. Xiao Gu, I have a partner. Gu Longxi's expression froze for a moment. What did you say? Xiao Mingyue tried to comfort him. I told you that he has a boyfriend, the guy next to him, he's also a soldier, you can't beat him, if he pushes you, you have to rest for half a month. Why don't you just forget it, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Gu Longxi's heart was broken, he was stunned and speechless. Are you okay? Xiao Mingyue waved in front of him. Is this guy really serious? Impossible, can a playboy really turn good? It should be okay after a few days of sadness. Gu Longxi took a deep breath and said, I'm fine. A real man will never be defeated. As long as they are not married, I have a chance to take the position. Xiao Mingyue nodded subconsciously, then realized something was wrong. Ah? Gu Longxi forced out a confident smile, and then went to Xiongzhou with high spirits. Xiao Mingyue held his forehead with his hand, but still failed to stop him. He was asking for trouble. By the way, she hasn't talked about the main business yet. She wanted to get Lanlan's contact information from Gu Longxi just now, but she forgot about it when he interrupted her. Chapter 570. Gu Longxi was devastated after that day and became obsessed with fitness. He spent every day in the gym, and there were no women around him. It was like he was hurt in love. Through him, Xiao Mingyue got in touch with Lan Lan, the woman kept by her uncle. In the most upscale private room of a Chinese restaurant, Lan Lan looked left and right, unable to hide her excitement, and even wanted to take a photo with her cell phone. It's not that she had never eaten in restaurants in the entertainment city before. A generous sponsor had taken her to eat there, but this was her first time in such a high-end private room. What's even more strange is that it was a woman who invited her to dinner. "Do you want to talk to me about something?" Lan Lan's eyes kept turning as he looked at Xiao Mingyue, wondering if she was the woman of a customer, and who came to call her to task. Xiao Mingyue handed over the menu. "Miss Lan Lan, please order the dishes. We can talk while we eat." Lan Lan took the menu and said uncertainly, "I order whatever I want. It's your treat?" Xiao Mingyue nodded. Lan Lan happily flipped through the menu. "Beautiful lady, you are so generous. I won't be polite then." Xiao Mingyue smiled without saying anything. She was really rude and ordered a large table of delicious food, especially the expensive ones. Lan Lan stroked her hair in embarrassment. "Beautiful lady, what do you want from me? Just tell me what it is. If I can do it, I promise to help you." Xiao Mingyue got straight to the point. "You have a guest named Xiao Tianlong, right?" Lan Lan nodded immediately. "Yes, he is your—" Xiao Mingyue threw the white bag in her hand over. Lan Lan looked at the bag suspiciously. After opening it, her eyes suddenly lit up and she could not hide her greed at all. The white bag contained half a bag of gold coins. In this special doomsday period, gold is particularly precious and has become hard currency. The current price of gold is incomparable to that of the past. It can be said that it is more valuable than money. But these gold coins, which are enough to drive people crazy for outsiders, are just a drop in the bucket for Xiao Mingyue. They are everywhere in the wooden house in her space, and she even uses them as pads for the table. Last time, there was a forest in the space. Fugui was so happy that a lot of gold coins fell out and piled up into a huge pile. It was very difficult to carry them. Lan Lan was so excited that her face turned red and her tongue was tied. "Oh my, how can I do this? Don't worry, I will definitely stay away from him and never bother him again." Lan Lan subconsciously guessed that it was the family of that surnamed Xiao who wanted to use money to drive her away. This was really generous, even more generous than that family of that surnamed Xiao. Xiao Mingyue said slowly, "No, from now on you have to pester him even more, use all your tricks, and pester him to live in the hotel suite. Also, you are pregnant, it's a boy." Lan Lan was confused. "What do you mean?" Xiao Mingyue smiled mysteriously and told Lan Lan what she was about to do. "You want me to help Xiao Tianlong get the inheritance as soon as possible?" Lan Lan almost understood. After talking for so long, Xiao Mingyue felt dry in the mouth. She drank some water and said, "Yes, this matter will not do you any harm. If Xiao Tianlong gets the inheritance, you will become a wealthy wife because of your son. With your ability, you should be able to do it, right? If he can't inherit the estate, you can still have enough food and clothing with the money I give you, and this is just a down payment. After the deal is done, there will be a balance." "What else?" Lan Lan was already blinded by the benefits at this moment. Xiao Mingyue hummed, "Yes, there is more. Anyway, whether it succeeds or not, you'll get the money. It's a good deal, so why not consider it?" Xiao Mingyue said no more, picked up the chopsticks and ate the food, giving her a chance to think. Lan Lan was breathing heavily. Her eyes were frighteningly bright. She was stunned by this astonishing wealth. This woman was right. If Xiao Tianlong got the inheritance, she could rely on Xiao Tianlong to change her fate. If Xiao Tianlong could not get the inheritance, this woman would be very generous, and would give her money to spend, so she would not suffer any loss. So many gold coins seemed like a dream. Only a fool doesn't want money. Lan Lan's heart was moved, but she still asked cautiously, "Why do you want me to do this?" Xiao Mingyue looked calm. "Because I have a grudge against his daughter. I don't want her to get the inheritance. His daughter is not a good person, she can do anything, you better be careful." Lan Lan tightly grasped the white envelope. "Okay. I promise you, I will definitely kick his daughter out and not let her get a penny. I have seen so many women, she is not a pushover, and neither am I. I will definitely fight her off. Xiao Mingyue smiled with satisfaction. Let me remind you, this inheritance is not easy to take. The old man doesn't seem to want to give the money to Xiao Tianlong. You have to think of a way. Chapter 571. I will definitely try my best to help Xiao Tianlong get the inheritance. If you really can't get it. Lan Lan hesitated to speak, she didn't dare to make any promises. Xiao Mingyue said calmly, it doesn't matter if you can't get it. As long as they break up, the money will be given. Lan Lan was now completely relieved and swore. Just wait and see, I will definitely not let his daughter have an easy time, I promise to make you feel relieved. Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips. She didn't believe the prostitute's oath. Your boss is my friend. You can guess my identity. If you betray me and tell Xiao Tianlong about this, I will make you wish you were dead. It will be worse than death. Xiao Mingyue looked straight into Lan Lan's eyes. Her voice was cold, and a sense of oppression came over her. Lan Lan's body trembled, and she quickly put away her ecstatic expression, waving her hands and saying, No, no! This matter has no harm to me. You gave me so much money. I'm not stupid, why should I tell him? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone. I will listen to you. Her boss is Boss Gu, and anyone who can be friends with Boss Gu must not be offended. Xiao Mingyue hummed. You are a smart person. Lan Lan's attitude became more respectful. Then how should I address you? Besides, I'm not pregnant. You will know who I am from now on. I will make a fake pregnancy certificate for you. You just need to take it to Xiao Tianlong. I don't need to teach you the rest, right? I understand. It's just acting like a demon. It's similar to an arrogant mistress trying to get to the top. I'm the best at it. Lan Lan smiled charmingly. Xiao Mingyue raised her glass and said, Happy cooperation. On the corner of the 22nd floor. Dad, that's the money Grandpa gave us 3 people. How could you spend it all by yourself? What should I do then? Xiao Huanhuan was very angry, but he still had to lower his voice. The uncle was very impatient and said, It's my money, I can spend it as I want, it's none of your business. Xiao Huanhuan's eyes widened. Where did you spend the money? Why do you go to the entertainment district every day? If you do this again, I will tell Grandpa. The uncle slapped him. You dare? You deserve a beating just like your mother. You dare to talk to that old woman? I'll peel off your skin. Xiao Huanhuan's face flushed red, and his teeth chattered with anger. You hit me? You're the one who killed my mother. If you hadn't kicked her, there's no way she would have fallen down the stairs. Shut up. You can enjoy yourself here because of me. You'd better be obedient. I can let you live a good life here for a few more days. Otherwise, get out of here. The uncle threatened. I'm your biological daughter, where do you want me to go? Xiao Huanhuan widened her eyes in disbelief. The uncle's expression was indifferent. Daughter? Daughters are worthless. Is there any difference? My uncle is cold-blooded and selfish. After 2 years of hard life, he has seen the extravagant world of feasting and drinking. He no longer cares about family affection. Anyone who stops him from enjoying himself is his enemy. After saying that, the uncle turned around and left back to his room. Xiao Huanhuan clenched her fists while standing in place. These words deeply hurt her heart. Not worth anything? Xiao Mingyue, who had just finished having dinner with Lan Lan, came back and happened to hear the conversation between the two. It turned out that his uncle was deeply influenced by his grandmother, and also favored boys over girls, but he had a good life in the past and did not show it too obviously. Whatever Xiao Yu has, Xiao Huanhuan can also have, but if there is only one copy, it can only be Xiao Yu's. Xiao Mingyue looked coldly at the angry and sad Xiao Huanhuan. This must be an unpleasant feeling, right? But when she sold her daughter in exchange for gasoline, did she ever think about how Sun Nanan felt? Hey, why are you crying? Xiao Mingyue walked over and said, Cousin, congratulations, you will soon have a stepmother, and she's quite pretty. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Huanhuan glared at Xiao Mingyue fiercely, then hurriedly wiped away his tears. Really? I just saw my uncle with a woman in the bar. They seem to be in a good relationship. Who knows, you might have a brother or sister soon. Xiao Mingyue smiled maliciously, then left, leaving Xiao Huanhuan to think about it. Xiao Huanhuan was shocked. Stepmother? Brother? No, that's impossible. If she really had a damn brother, the family property would have nothing to do with her. There was a hint of viciousness in Xiao Huanhuan's eyes. Since you don't treat me as your daughter, then I don't need to treat you as your father. Go to hell. Chapter 572. Lan Lan, come here, this is it, be careful. The uncle carefully supported Lan Lan, and Lan Lan held her waist in a pretentious manner. She snorted softly. If I wasn't pregnant, you wouldn't have brought me here. The uncle took out the room card and said, How can this be the same? You are pregnant now and need someone to take care of you. You can't mistreat my baby son. By the way, that old man must be sleeping. He sleeps every afternoon. Let's talk in the living room and keep our voices down. Lan Lan said reluctantly. I know. In the blue shoulder bag, the mobile phone screen was flashing a faint light, indicating that it was on a call. When they entered the room, the bedroom door was locked. Grandma and Xiao Huanhuan were sitting on the sofa, and there was a mat on the carpet. Usually, old man Huang slept alone in the bedroom, and the three of them slept on the floor in the living room. Grandma and Xiao Huanhuan were both surprised to see their uncle coming back with a woman. Xiao Huanhuan remembered what Xiao Mingyue said, and immediately reacted and asked, Who is she? Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Lan Lan. She will be your stepmother in the future. She is pregnant with a boy. You must take good care of Lan Lan. The uncle's tone was imperative. Xiao Huanhuan stood up suddenly. I don't agree. Dad, you are already so old, and you still date a little girl. She is younger than me. It's shameless for you to hook up with a man at such a young age. She was breathing heavily, staring at Lan Lan's belly sharply, and a huge feeling of uneasiness and panic surged in her heart. The uncle's tone was harsh. Do I need your consent? I am the only one who has the final say in this family. Lan Lan said aggrievedly. Husband, it seems that your daughter doesn't like me or this brother, so why don't you just forget it? I'll leave first. No matter who leaves, you can't leave. Lan Lan's words seemed to pour a pot of oil on the flames of Uncle's anger. The uncle immediately exploded, pointing at Xiao Huanhuan and said, If you make your stepmother angry again, I'll kick you out of the casino. It'll make room for my son. I'm annoyed when I see you. You're as annoying as your dead mother. Xiao Huanhuan's face turned pale and blue. Grandma looked at Lan Lan and said with a smile, Pregnant? A boy? Oh, that's great, that's great. We have an heir. When old Huang wakes up, he will be so happy that he will definitely leave all his money to my eldest grandson. Lan Lan smiled gently. The female sponsor said that this old lady was not a good person either, and she needed to be given a good beating. Lan Lan ordered, I'm thirsty, go get me a glass of water. Grandma was stunned and didn't react. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Lan Lan say she was thirsty? Go get some water. The uncle urged impatiently. Grandma said, Oh, and went to pour some water. Lan Lan walked up to Xiao Huanhuan and said slowly, My daughter, please move aside. Mom wants to sit in the seat. Who is your daughter? Xiao Huanhuan opened her eyes angrily. She wanted to curse something, but when she saw her uncle's murderous look, she swallowed her words and made way for him. Lan Lan sat down in a daze, and said proudly, By the way, my girl, I heard that you don't have a son. Are you divorced? As women, how can we not even give birth to a son? You are so useless. No wonder you are in your 30s and still stay at home to rely on your parents. Lan Lan takes money to do the job, and specifically hits Xiao Huanhuan's pain points. His business ability is excellent. What nonsense are you talking about? Why do you care about me? Who are you? What did you do before? It's not certain whether this child is my father's. How do you know it's a son? Dad, don't be a sucker and raise someone else's child. Xiao Huanhuan finally regained some rationality. Whoever she said the child belonged to, did it really belong to him? When Lan Lan heard this, she sobbed in grievance. I didn't mean anything else. I just speak my mind and say whatever I want to say. If I said something wrong, you should just tell me directly. Why are you insulting me like this? Tianlong, I went to the hospital to do a blood test to check the gender of the child. She said the child is not yours. Lanlan's eyes were red, which made people feel pity for her. Chapter 573. Seeing Lanlan crying, the uncle's heart almost broke. In the past, beauties like Lanlan could only be seen on mobile phones. He had never enjoyed such good fortune in his life. He was as obedient as if he had been drugged. The uncle's eyes were very cold. Xiao Huanhuan, your patience is limited. You don't know what's good for you, right? If you are obedient and sensible, and be a filial daughter, I will give you food in the future. If you keep talking so mean, don't blame me for being cruel. He was now annoyed at the sight of Xiao Huanhuan, and continued to speak harshly to him. Anyway, I already have a wife and a son. I can have as many children as I want in the future. All you do is eat and drink at my expense. Your mother and brother are dead, so why aren't you dead yet? What's the point of having a loser like you? Xiao Huanhuan was choked and speechless. Seeing Lanlan's provocative eyes and smug smile, she almost couldn't breathe, and her heart felt like it was falling into ice. Okay, very good. She was still a little hesitant at first, but now that hesitation seems ridiculous. I know, Dad. Xiao Huanhuan said he was submissive, but there was a sinister look in his eyes. The uncle muttered coldly. You are so unlucky. If I don't scold you, you won't even know your last name. At this time, Grandma brought a teacup with steaming water in it. Just boiled water, you can drink it after letting it cool for a while. Lan reached out and touched it, and immediately cried out. Are you trying to burn me to death? My hands are all burned red, look. Lan stretched out her hand in front of her uncle. The uncle held Lanlan's hand with great heartache, stared at Grandma and scolded. What can you do? Grandma stood there at a loss. The kettle is out of water, I just boiled some water. Then can't you let it cool down before giving it to me to drink? You are so clumsy, how can I expect you to serve me in the future? What if you scald my son? Lan was very disgusted. The uncle lowered his voice and shouted. Get lost! Grandma shrank her neck. She suddenly thought of what Xiao Mingyue said some time ago. When the eldest brother really gets the inheritance, what will he do to her? Ever since he met Lao Huang, Lao Da's attitude towards him has improved a lot, and he has become more filial. However, it has only been a few days, and he hasn't received the money yet, but he has become his old self again. Thinking back on what she had gone through over the past 2 years, Grandma doesn't want to live that kind of life again, especially after experiencing the enjoyable life in the entertainment city. She is so old, she should enjoy her retirement, just like old Huang. Grandma glanced at her eldest son who was coaxing Lan. She had been living a very comfortable life recently, and wanted to live like this for the rest of her life. It's not my son's fault, it's all because of money, it's all because of money. Therefore, the eldest son cannot be allowed to obtain the family property so quickly, otherwise he will not be filial to himself. Yes, that's the truth. Everyone in a room has different thoughts and their own little calculations. At this time, the bedroom door opened, and old Yellowhead came out with a cane and said with a sullen face. What are you arguing about? Don't you know I'm taking a lunch break? The uncle immediately calmed down and said with a smile. Dad, it's nothing. I have good news for you. You are going to have a grandson. Lan supported her waist and stood up. Hello, Dad? But Huang Laotu's attitude was very calm. He just hummed and asked. Go make me a pot of tea. Grandma responded. I'll go make some right away. Lan took a look at the shrewd old man. It seemed that what the female sponsor said was true. He only treated this family as servants. Otherwise, why didn't he react at all when he heard that he had a grandson? Chapter 574. Lan chuckled. Dad, you're going to have a grandson soon, why don't you show some appreciation? Old Huang frowned, feeling dissatisfied. Before he could say anything, the uncle immediately stopped him. Lan, what are you talking about? Don't talk to Dad like that. Lan sat down. What, Dad? Husband, you are so stupid that you believe him. Look at him, does he treat you as his son? He just wants someone to take care of him in his old age. But he is afraid that the nurse will abuse him when he is lying in bed and cannot move, so he finds you. After all, you are his son, and you have the temptation of the family property, so you will definitely serve him comfortably. But husband, have you ever thought about whether he really wants to give you the family property? You are not in the same household registration book. If he really treated you as his son, would he have ignored you for so many years? He only let you take care of him when he was old? I have seen many such selfish old men, and they are just treating you like a fool." After the words were spoken, the room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Old Huang has always disliked them mentioning the family property. He would get angry whenever it was mentioned and would at most give a few perfunctory and ambiguous remarks. My uncle and the others didn't dare to mention it, but they couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. Now that Lan Lan had exposed the truth, everyone was stunned. The surface piece had already been broken. Old man Huang pointed at Lan Lan with his cane, trembling, and said angrily, "Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Get out!" Lan Lan crossed her legs. "I was right. Are you angry and embarrassed? Look, husband, he doesn't treat you as his son, nor does he treat the baby in my belly as his grandson. I'm pregnant, but he didn't react at all. He's just using you. Can't you see that?" After hearing what Lan Lan said, both Uncle and Xiao Huan had very complicated expressions. Yes, if he really treated them as family members, why didn't he give them the family property? Why just not give it to them? Why do you get angry when it's mentioned? "Let her go," Old Man Huang said angrily. But the uncle was indifferent. "Dad, don't be angry, she just speaks directly. Now I have a son and you have a grandson. This is a great thing for our Huang family. Shouldn't we sit down and talk?" Old Man Huang narrowed his eyes. "What to talk about? What can I talk to you about? If it weren't for me, you would still be in the disaster refugee den, not knowing whether you were dead or alive. I brought you to the entertainment city to live like this, and you, an ungrateful person, only thought about my money, right? Dad, what are you talking about? You brought Tianlong to the entertainment city because you wanted him to take care of you in your old age. You are hiding it like this, which shows that you don't want to give it to him. When you die, Tianlong will be kicked out. Tianlong is your son after all. How can you only consider yourself? It's too selfish, isn't it?" Lan Lan continued to add fuel to the fire. "Little girl, it's not your turn to speak here." Old Man Huang's eyes were sharp. Lan Lan shrugged. "Now I am your daughter-in-law, a member of this family, let's just lay it out. Dad, why are you doing this? You don't have an heir. Tianlong is your only son. If you give him the money, everyone will definitely take care of you in your old age and let you enjoy your old age comfortably. Isn't that good?" She paused, then added, "Besides, you can't take this money with you, so why don't you give it to your son? Who do you want to leave it to? In the final analysis, you still don't regard Tianlong as a family member." Old Man Huang snorted coldly, ignored Lan Lan, and turned to look at his uncle. "That's what you think?" The uncle said calmly. "Dad, what Lan Lan said was harsh, but it also made sense. I have served you wholeheartedly these days, but are you still not satisfied? Have you ever considered me when you are so wary of me? After all, I am an illegitimate child. I am not in the same household registration as you. If you really treat me as your son, you should give me the money and let me feel at ease. In the future, our family will live in harmony and live a good life." Xiao Huan lowered her eyes and said nothing. No one knew what she was thinking. Grandma came over and said, "Big brother, how can you talk to your father like that? Your father is in good health and he gives you money to spend. Don't be ungrateful." My uncle was stunned. He didn't expect my mother to say this suddenly. Usually she was the one who shouted the loudest and was eager to let this old man make a will. This brainless old guy always talks when he shouldn't, and he talks nonsense and actually goes against you. It was the same when she broke up with the second brother's family. If she hadn't been so rude, how could the second brother's family be so cruel and not only not give the money, but also want to take the house back? Grandma wanted to say something, but Uncle's eyes were so scary that she avoided his gaze and didn't dare to speak. Old Man Huang looked angry. "If you are dissatisfied, then get out of here too. Don't spend my money, don't live in the entertainment city, and go back to your refugee nest." The uncle's face was very ugly. "You really don't want to leave the family property to me?" Old Man Huang sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you question your father? You really grew up in the countryside and have no manners." Chapter 575. Grandma panicked. "Old Huang, how can you let him go? People are freezing to death outside, and he is our son. How can he survive if he goes out?" Xiao Huanhuan watched all this coldly and still said nothing. The uncle gritted his teeth and endured it. He couldn't leave. If he left, everything would be over and he would definitely freeze to death if he went out. Old man Huang also knew his uncle's weakness. He would not be willing to leave the entertainment city, so he threatened him without any scruples. Seeing that his uncle was silent, old man Huang said slowly, "If you still want to live here, you better behave yourself. I will pretend this incident never happened. Don't bring this kind of shady people here in the future. They're dirtying my eyes." Old man Huang is very smart. He will not do such a stupid thing. As long as the money is in his hands, they will serve him well. Once the money is given out, who knows what will happen? Lan Lan said nonchalantly. "Who is this person? You are so powerful. Tianlong needs you to live in the entertainment city, but you also need Tianlong to take care of you. Don't speak so harshly. Hubby, don't be afraid of him. He's just trying to scare you. If you leave, who will take care of him? And he's just an old man. There are so many of us. Can't we catch him?" Hearing Lan Lan's words, the muscles on the uncle's face twitched a few times. Yes, he is just an old man who is about to die. Why should he be afraid of him? If you dare not to give him the money, there are plenty of ways to make him give it. He had been serving the old man with a humble attitude for a period of time, and the old man had really become arrogant. If it weren't for the money, he would have been unwilling to endure it long ago. Seeing his uncle's strange expression, old man Huang tightened his grip on his cane and had a bad feeling in his heart. "What do you want to do?" The uncle pressed on. "Old man, you never thought of leaving the family property to me. You're playing me for a fool, right? Lan Lan is right. Can I catch you?" Old Huang changed his condescending attitude, took a few steps back, and said, "Rebellious son, do you want to rebel?" The uncle looked crazy. "Give me the money, and I'll make sure you enjoy your old age. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make you give it back." Old Huang felt flustered and his tone softened. "Don't be fooled by that woman. You are my son. When I die, who else should I give my money to if not you? Son, you really make me feel sad and disappointed." Lan Lan raised her eyebrows. "Hubby, he's puying you, he just doesn't want to give it to you." Grandma wanted to stop him. "Boss! Get out of here!" Uncle pushed him away. He was breathing heavily, with only one crazy thought in his mind, that was money. He wanted money. Xiao Huanhuan watched coldly, still not saying a word. It would be good if Xiao Tianlong could get the money, so that she would be the heir of Xiao Tianlong's estate. She wished for it. The scene suddenly became chaotic and difficult to resolve. Lan Lan didn't like this kind of endless quarreling, so she found an excuse to leave first, asking Xiao Tianlong to deal with the matter and then come back to find her. Lan Lan was in the elevator, took out her cell phone. "My sponsor, my performance is pretty good, right? I didn't disappoint you, did I?" Xiao Mingyue's voice came from the phone. "Not bad, keep up the good work." In the room, Xiao Mingyue hung up the phone with a faint smile. Lan Lan used the catalyst very well. If she wants to live a peaceful life, she can just dream on. Make a fuss, the more chaotic the better. The uncle who no longer pretends, the stimulated Xiao Huanhuan, and the stupid but self-righteous grandmother, the fight for family property has officially begun. What will these three do for their own interests? Xiao Mingyue is really looking forward to it. She looked at the snow falling outside the window and murmured, "The snow is getting lighter again, which is a good sign.